Chapter 131. Suyu informed Qin Zhou-yan about Lin Qiusheng. In the middle of the night, Suyu was dressed in her night clothes again. But this time she did not want to go out, but went to the east courtyard to look for Lin Qiusheng. She knew that there were secret guards in the Ji mansion, but she thought she had good stealth techniques and was able to successfully avoid them. However, before she could go far, she heard 3 catcalls outside the wall. This was the code word that her righteous father had discussed with her. After a brief thought, Suyu turned around and jumped out of the wall. Righteous father, without chasing after him for a long distance. He saw Qin Zhou-yang in the same black night clothes in front of him. Qin Zhou-yang stopped and looked at her with some disappointment. Did you forget what you promised me? Suyu knew that he was referring to the matter of leaving from the Ji family. But now that she had found her uncle, one was unable to leave at this time. She had to wait a little longer. Thinking like this, she told Qin Zhou-yang about finding her uncle. Righteous father, I can't leave the Ji family yet because I found my uncle. Suyu had an excited face. Qin Zhou-yang, however, was filled with shock when he heard the word uncle, because he was wearing a face scarf. Suyu was completely invisible. You said? You found your uncle. What's his name? Lin Qiusheng. At this time is doing work in the Ji family? Suyu informed Qin Zhou-yang about this without even thinking about it. She also said excitedly, Righteous father, I have now found my uncle. I am no longer alone. Hearing it in Qin Zhou-yang's ears meant something else. In the past, she had always thought that she was alone, and had not treated him, her righteous father, as a family member. Qin Zhou-yang's face sank as he said, Did your uncle say anything to you? Qin Zhou-yang was afraid that Suyu would misunderstand, so he was busy changing his words. Did he tell you anything about the Empress? That is to say, was he chased by the Empress back then? Suyu shook her head. I only met with him once. Fong precisely wanted to go and ask about the situation, but I didn't want to. Righteous father, you came. Qin Zhou-yang nodded his head and said in a tone of consideration for Suyu, It is better to let your uncle come out from the Ji family. You also know that the Ji family is the crown prince's party. However, don't tell your uncle before meeting with me. I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. Misunderstanding? What could be misunderstood? Righteous father saved me back then. My uncle is not even thankful. How could he possibly misunderstand? Righteous father, don't worry. I have my own conclusion in my heart on this matter. Listening to this, Qin Zhou-yang only felt that killing Lin Qiusheng was the most important thing. Once he said what he shouldn't have said, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then he said, That's true. However, righteous father still has to advise you not to meet with your uncle in private. And even more so, don't get lucky. Ji Shaoshan is an undefeated god of war. And the secret guards in his house are even the most cunning ones, who went to the battlefield with him back then. It's not something you can hide from the world. Suyu nodded her head gravely. I understand. I will go back here. Going back, Suyu purposely felt the situation in the shadows, and did not detect any difference before sneaking back to the green bamboo garden. She was completely unaware that the people in the shadows had been detached by Ji Yushu in advance, leaving only Yin Zhang and Zwatong. Only when Suyu went to sleep did Go Yuan as well as the other secret guards reveal themselves. Lin Qiusheng on this side thought that after saying those words to Suyu in the daytime, she would definitely come to seek him out in the evening to ask for more understanding. As a result, he waited and waited for Suyu. So he was impatient. Maybe she was afraid of being found out, so she didn't come to find him. Ji family's secret guards are famous for their vigilance. Thinking like this, Lin Qiusheng was filled with sadness. On the other side, Qin Zhou-yang relayed Lin Qiusheng's matter to the third prince's secret guards. And after a short effort, the third prince learnt the news. He was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The secret guards on the side were worried. Master, are you all right? He didn't understand what the third prince was angry about. Wasn't it a good thing to learn of Lin Qiusheng's trail? Just find a time to kill the person. At this moment, Bei Hongyuan's heart was pounding with fear. He didn't know how much the Ji family knew this time. Or did they know nothing at all? Was Ji Yushu's appearance that day intentional or unintentional? He was so confused. He didn't dare to touch the Ji family before the state master returned. Lin Qiusheng being in the Ji family at this time was simply doomed for him. Don't move Lin Qiusheng yet. The dark guard was uncertain. Why? Master, we've been looking for Lin Qiusheng. And now that we learned that the person is in the G family, if we don't lure the person out and get rid of him, in case he says something he shouldn't to Suyue, the consequences will be unimaginable. Of course Bei Hongyuan knew this. What he was afraid of was that whatever he did now was under the Ji family's control. If he went to kill Lin Qiusheng now, there was no guarantee that the Ji family wouldn't make a move. But what if the Ji family didn't know? This was more than 10 years ago. Was the Ji family really so divine that they even knew what happened more than 10 years ago? If Master is worried about not being able to kill Lin Qiusheng in the Ji family, we can totally lure the person out. The Dark Guard came up with an idea and said. Bei Hongyuan thought for a long time, and felt that Lin Qiusheng living was always a hidden danger to him. Then he made up his mind and said, think of a way to lure the person out. Don't do it under the Ji family's nose. And you can't leave a single handle, estimating and letting him go crazy once more. Yes. The Dark Guards found that his master was not doing things as crisply as before, and was always fearful. Wait. Lin Qiusheng's death can totally be planted on the Ji family's head. Bei Hongyuan suddenly called out to the Dark Guard, who had taken 2 steps. The latter's brows slightly relaxed, answered and left. Only in this way could Suyu's heart grow hateful towards the Ji family, and she could decisively come out of the Ji family. This plan could not be described as unsavory. As Ji Lin Feng and Duan Muyi's wedding is getting closer and closer, the Ji family is busy. Comparatively, Suyu was idle. She had been looking for opportunities to get close to Lin Qiusheng. At the same time, she had also drawn up a plan for herself in her mind to get close to Emperor Yu, which was to make a move on the Crown Prince on the day of Ji Lin Feng's wedding. The Crown Prince was the future Crown Prince, representing the royal family. The Ji family was a marquis family, and a member of the Crown Prince's party. So on that day, the Crown Prince would definitely come to the Ji family to congratulate him on behalf of the royal family. At that time, she will take action against the Crown Prince. Once the matter became a big deal, it would not be up to the Empress family. In order for her to be able to evade the Empress, the third prince had already done too much for her. She knew that the third prince didn't want to sit in that position, but he wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the Empress to avenge the Qin family. In her opinion, the third prince is the most suitable person to sit in that position. No matter it is the talent or the way to rule the country is not inferior to the Crown Prince. She was willing to do everything she could to help him get into that position. Suyu carried the tea towards the study. Ji Yushu was inside writing the invitation. Before she even knocked on the door, Zuotong's words rang out from inside. Grand Duke, my subordinates have already found out that the person who injured your leg back then was not a so-called robber, but rather a secret guard beside the third prince, named Wu Ting, ranked as the second oldest in the Wu family. Oh, is this true? Ji Yushu's voice sounded both surprised and angry. Suyu froze. It was the third brother who did this. How could it be possible? Before Suyu could react, Zuotong said again, it's true, Grand Duke. The poison that the Marquis was poisoned with this time was also purchased by the third prince from the Westerners. Because the Ji family is the Crown Prince's party. He, in order to sit on that position, first designed to cause the second prince to be placed under house arrest in the clan house, and then wanted to get rid of the Crown Prince's biggest supporter. In this way, he will be able to reap the benefits. But the third prince is suffering from a strange poison. Ah? He won't live long even if he gets that position. Ji Yushu's tone was full of doubts. Chapter 132. Assassinating Lin Qiusheng. Poison can be faked. Besides, the third prince is only 16 now. It's still early to be 30. After listening to Zuotong's words, Ji Yushu said with a look of realization. No wonder. No wonder back then I felt that the robber's moves were somewhat familiar. It turned out to be an expert within the service. This makes sense. Seeing the figure outside the door leaving in a hurry, Ji Yushu's eyes flashed. Suyu locked herself in her room, her face filled with disbelief. No, it's not like that. Third brother, that kind of a person. How could he poison Marquis Ji? How could he possibly make a move against Ji Yushu? If he really did this, then he must be paving the way for her to take revenge. After all, Mother Consort and Noble Consort Qin had the best relationship. In the afternoon, Princess Yen brought Bei Hongjin to the Ji mansion. Tranquil sister. Bei Hongjin joyfully ran towards Ji Tranquility. Ji Tranquility rushed at him with a burst of babbling. Stinky boy. Let me tell you, yo. Big brother is going to fix me a large playground. When it's fixed, I'll invite you to come and play every day. But you have to pay for it, seeing as your family is rich. For the time being, I'll just charge you 2 taels of silver once. So don't thank me too much. Beiheng Jin? What a little fortune hunter. In the pavilion, Beiheng Jin turned around and took an object wrapped in red cloth in the maid's hand and stuffed it into Ji Tranquility's hand. Ji Tran's hands were small, so she couldn't hold it. So she let Lady Ji hold it. Lady Ji had a curious look on her face. Is this a gift for Tranquil? Beiheng Jin nodded. Yes. Lady Marquis, open it and take a look. Lady Ji obediently unwrapped the red cloth wrapped around it, revealing an object that she could not understand at all. When Ji Tranquility saw what it was, she was greatly shocked. This can't be a milk bottle. Right? It turns out that the ancient version of a milk bottle looks like Aladdin's lamp. Ancient version of a milk bottle? Mrs. Ji couldn't understand what Ji Tranquility meant at all. But she understood the word milk bottle. It was a bottle that contained milk. However, she was feeding it directly to Ji Tranquility, and didn't use a milk bottle at all. Then hearing Ji Tranquility's heartbeat came back. Although I can't use this right now, I'll be able to use it once I'm weaned in a few more months. I also have to thank Stinky Boy for giving me this gift. Beiheng Jin knew that Ji Tran understood just by looking at this shocked little expression. Then he smugly said, "This is a foreign product bought from a Westerner. I specially brought it to give it to Sister Tranquil. So this is not a Shengjing product. I thought it was a milk bottle used by Shengjing children, but I have to thank Stinky Child as well. With this, it will be much more convenient to go out in the future." Lady Ji was busy thanking Princess Xian Wang and Beiheng Jin for Ji Tranquility. Lady Ji hugged and chatted with Consort Xian Wang about the way to maintain her health, while Beiheng Jin was telling jokes to Ji Tranquility, laughing her head off. Ha ha ha. That's funny. Tell another one. Beiheng Jin was very facetious and continued to tell. The gazebo was full of Ji Tranquility giggling. After Ji Yushu was done, he came to the Wudong courtyard to play with Ji Tranquility. But he didn't want to, and encountered Consort Xian Wang in. Greetings, Princess Xian. Ji Yushu bowed his head towards Consort Xian Wang. There's no need to be polite, Grand Duke. Princess Xian's smile was incomparably gentle. Her gaze inadvertently swept to Su Yuyu behind her, and there was a momentary pause. From Su Yuyu's attire, one could tell that she was a maid. She did not linger any longer. As for Su Yuyu, she was stunned when she heard the name of Consort Xian Wang. She knew that Consort Xian Wang and the Empress had the best relationship. The Empress was a snake-hearted person, and to be able to befriend someone like that, she thought that she was not a kind person. But she didn't want to see today, not like what she thought. At this time, the Princess Xian gave her a feeling of very modest and courteous. Not at all the feeling of overbearing. There is no oppression as a superior, particularly approachable. Was she pretending too well? Or was she simply such a person? The admiration and respect on Lady Ji's face didn't seem fake, which meant that she truly admired Princess Xian. This moment left her so confused. It was because she felt that the information she received deviated greatly from what she saw. When Su Yuyu was thinking about it, Xian Wang Fei's gentle words came from her ears. If Madame Ho has time, she will bring a letter to the Empress, so that she can have someone come to pick you up and take you to the palace. She really wants tranquility so much. The Empress likes the Ji family's young lady? A vicious woman like that who wouldn't even spare a pregnant woman would like a small child. Was it a conspiracy, or was it genuine? Ji Tranquility, however, clapped her little hands together with a happy face. Good ah. Good ah. Into the palace. Into the palace to see the tyrant tyrannical into what kind of. There is still no chance to rescue one or two. If it can be salvaged or salvage it. After all, cannot let the third prince have the opportunity to take advantage of it is not. There is also the matter of Su Yuyu if at this juncture to anger that tyrant. Not a good thing ah. Hearing this, Lady Ji was shocked. Even if there was no more time, she would have to find the time to make a trip to the palace ah. As for which day, she couldn't be sure. This matter must be discussed with Marquis Ji. She cannot afford to miss the plans on Daling's side. As she thought of this, Lady Ji's mouth then said, My wife will find the time to come. When the time comes, I will have to trouble your highness to bring the message. Princess Xian gave a shallow smile. No trouble. No trouble. These one or two sentences from the two implied many messages. Of course, Su Yuyu would not understand. Princess Xian said this. Naturally, the Empress had authorized it. The implied meaning was that there was something to discuss with Lady G, requiring Lady G to make a trip to the palace. Near dinner time, the housekeeper hurriedly ran to say that one of the workers had gone home to get something and had not returned until now. Ji Yushu's eyes moved. So he said, "Leave a door open. This person will return." "Yes, Grand Duke." The butler answered and left. He didn't know why Ji Yushu was so sure that the man would return, but he still had someone leave the door open for him. By the time the door fell in the evening, the man stepped on it and came back. He was given a good scolding by the housekeeper. "Jo Bin, do you think the Ji mansion is your home? Do you have no rules for coming and going?" The man called Jo Bin hung his head seemingly at the mercy of the housekeeper's chastisement, the thick anger between his brows hidden from view. The Ji family had arranged for these 10 workers to be in a bunk room with 3 people to a room. When Jo Bin entered, the other 2 were already lying down. The middle-aged man in the window seat was none other than Lin Qiusheng, and he was sleeping in the inner room. At this time, Lin Qiusheng was not asleep. He was on his side facing the window. He was waiting for Su Yuyu to come and find him. 2 nights passed, and after that day, he did not see Su Yuyu again, and was worried in his heart. He was worried that she didn't believe his words, and even more worried that she would tell Qin Zhouyan about him. After waiting for about an hour without seeing anyone come to look for him, Lin Qiusheng gave up. When he was ready to close his clothes and go to sleep, he suddenly felt someone approaching. Lin Qiusheng instinctively reacted to dodge. Hiss. Ground sound. The person's dagger stabbed off position. Was to stab the heart, but because Lin Qiusheng reaction fast. Stabbed in the arm. Lin Qiusheng's first reaction was that his whereabouts had been detected. Lin Qiusheng had been hunted down repeatedly over the years, and was already used to such unexpected situations. He did not feel afraid, but quickly rolled up and wanted to break the window and escape. Chapter 133. Assassin bites back before death. Jo Bin did not expect that even an ordinary person in the district could escape his attack. Once Lin Qiusheng jumped out of the window, he would alert the secret guards outside. Therefore, when Lin Qiusheng's thoughts had just arisen, Jo Bin also moved, grabbing Lin Qiusheng's clothes and pulling them back. Lin Qiusheng fell back onto the bed, waking up the worker in the middle. Jo Bin was afraid that the worker would cry out and quickly knock the man out. Second Prince? Should we do it? Yin Zheng and Ji Linfeng and Zuotong were hiding in the shadows. Apart from them, a little further away were Go Yuan and the others, hearing the movement inside the house. If they didn't come forward, Lin Qiusheng would die. Wait a little longer. Ji Linfeng's heart was also anxious. But Ji Yushu had said that 10,000 could not make a move without Su Yuyu appearing. Yes, the other party's actions tonight were all under Ji Yushu's control. He wanted to use this matter to let Su Yuyu know who wanted Lin Qiusheng's life. Just as Jo Bin raised his dagger again to stab Lin Qiusheng, the door of the tightly closed room was violently pushed open from outside. Who is making trouble? The person who came was none other than Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu at this time already could not care about pretending anymore. There was only one thought in her heart, and that was to save her uncle. She already had no mother. She could not live without her uncle. Su Yuyu lifted her chi and swept, flew forward and kicked the man who was preparing to make a move on Lin Qiusheng. The two then fought in the room. Lin Qiusheng covered his arm and ran outside, ready to call someone. Where did he know that Jo Bin made a false move on Su Yuyu and flew up in the air, trying to kill Lin Qiusheng at the cost of life and death? Su Yuyu, under great shock, flew over and took a knife for Lin Qiusheng in a raw manner. Yuyu, Lin Qiusheng shouted in horror. Jo Bin knew that Lin Qiusheng's cry would attract the Ji family's secret guards, and immediately came to plant a trap. But don't blame me. All of this was made by the Ji family, because the Ji family will not betray the crown prince. After saying that, he bit through the poison that was hidden in his teeth beforehand. Su Yuyu was so shocked that she couldn't calm down for a long time. In her opinion, the Empress had never given up on hunting her. Even if she had lurked into the Ji family, it was still within her control. The reason why the Ji family had made a move against Lin Qiusheng was that the dialogue between the two of them that day had caused the Ji family to be alerted. She had called Lin Qiusheng an uncle at that time. The Empress was ruthless, and would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one person go. Therefore, she ordered the Ji family to take action against Lin Qiusheng. Now, she couldn't escape either. She so hated that she didn't listen to the words of the third prince and remove herself from the Ji family early. Seeing Su Yuyu's eyes filled with hatred, Lin Qiusheng's heart ached. You can't be okay, you. Ji Linfeng raised his hand and signaled the crowd to move. He, on the other hand, returned to the green bamboo garden to report on the situation here. There's an assassin. Someone come and catch the assassin. Zui Tong showed up first and shouted, followed by Yin Zheng. Someone's been injured. Quickly go and invite Madam. In a moment of panic, Yin Zheng shouted to go and invite Lady Ji. Su Yu collapsed in Lin Qiusheng's arms due to the pain. Lin Qiusheng held the bleeding Su Yu, calling her name in a loud voice. Yu, hold on. Madam Ji has the reputation of being a divine doctor. She will save you. She will definitely save you. Su Yu's heart was cold, laughing at Lin Qiusheng's naivety, laughing at Lin Qiusheng's ignorance. The Ji family was the largest party supporting the crown prince. He couldn't wait for his own death, more or less. How could he possibly save her? Thinking about it carefully, that day Ji Yushu opened his mouth to relieve her was all intentional. Trap? All of this is a trap. At this time outside the Wutong courtyard, the noise is too loud. Will sleep Ji Tranquility to wake up. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened? Hearing Ji Tranquil's heartfelt voice, Lady Ji knew that Ji Tranquil had woken up, solely bringing her along. In case Su Yu had died because of this, the Ji family could not absolve themselves of the blame. Marquis Ji was also in a hurry to get up and dress. When everyone arrived, Lin Qiusheng was hugging Su Yu and crying bitterly. Yu, how are you? You can't be alright. If something happens to you, everything uncle has done in the past 10 years or so will be meaningless. Several people looked at each other. All saw shock in their eyes, with large question marks written on their faces. Even though they knew all of this beforehand, they had to make a show of it anyways, didn't they? Yin Zheng instantly asked out in a stern voice. Uncle? Lin Qiusheng. When did you become Miss Su's uncle? What the hell is going on here? If you don't answer honestly, this guard will consider the two of you to be spies of his house and kill you on sight. Yin Zheng had a stern look on his face, scaring Lin Qiusheng to death. And Su Yu had a moment of stunned silence. The tone was more like she didn't know her. Lin Qiusheng immediately knelt down and said, We are not his house spies. We came to the Ji mansion for a bitter reason. Lin Qiusheng saw that Marquis Ji and Lady Ji had both come, and knew that this matter could not be concealed. So he planned to tell everything. But before saying anything, he begged Lady Ji to save Su Yu. Su Yu, who heard this, was full of doubts. He thought, Uncle should know that the Ji family is the Empress's people. Why would he still want to go into the tiger's mouth? He should also know that the Empress is too late to kill them. How could he still save her? Thinking of Princess Xian and Lady Ji, who had a kind face in the daytime, she felt that her mind was a little messed up at this time. So many things she couldn't think of, and couldn't connect them together. At this time, Su Yu was sweating profusely from the pain, and Zhou Bin was spelling out his determination to kill with one blow. Therefore, in addition to the hilt of the knife body all stabbed into Su Yu's back. Blood flowed. The crowd also knew that it was important to save the person first at this time. Su Yu's situation was critical. Looking at Ji Tranquility anxious. Mother! Quickly save Su Yu. She can't die in our house. She can't die in our house. She can die anywhere. But she can't die in the Ji family. Or else she'll really have to fulfill the plot of squatting in prison. It's not just one person squatting. Maybe all of us will have to go to jail. Lady Ji knew the seriousness of this matter. So at that moment, she transferred Ji Tranquility to Marquis Ji to hold, took the medicine box in the housekeeper's hand, and treated Su Yu's injuries. She first used silver needles to seal several of Su Yu's acupoints, and after stopping the bleeding, she prepared to pull out the knife. Ji Tranquility was aware of the limited conditions at this time, and in order to prevent Su Yu from dying due to hemorrhaging, at the same time that Lady Ji drew the knife, she exchanged a bleeding-stopping elixir for her in the Golden Finger Mall. In the turn of an instant, Madame Ji had already pulled out the knife. Fortunately, there was no hemorrhage. Madame Ji hurriedly gave Su Yu medicine and bandaged her, realizing that Lady Ji was really saving herself. Su Yu was confused. Was she thinking wrong? The Ji family actually did not know her identity at all, much less her uncle's identity. Marquis Ji also ordered someone to bandage Lin Qiusheng's arm injury. Returning to go, Ji Lifeng pushed Ji Yushu, which arrived late. What happened? Su Yu looked over towards Ji Yushu and was stunned to see that the doubt on his face did not seem to be faked. Seeing Su Yu as save over, Ji Tranquility secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon smiled away. It seems that Su Yu somehow told the third prince about Lin Qiusheng being her uncle, and for fear that Lin Qiusheng would say something unfavorable to him. That's why she couldn't wait to come and kill him. Chapter 134. Lin Qiusheng told the old case back then. Lin Qiusheng and Su Yu were invited to the study. Yin Zheng and Go Yuan and the others guarded outside the study. The Ji family's group of people were all there, and Ji Tranquility braced herself to listen to the gossip. Hee. I wonder how Su Yu will react after hearing Lin Qiusheng finish those things again. She should be surprised. Mrs. Ji tightened the Ji Tranquility in her arms, thinking, can one not be surprised? Such a great hatred had been kept in the dark. If noble consort Qin knew that the plan she had been plotting for over a decade had been cracked by the Ji family in a few days, she was afraid that she would rise up from the ground. Su Yu was now a little confused. She didn't know why the Ji family didn't kill her, and instead had to save her. Was it because the Ji family was pretending too much? Or did they have another purpose? Just as Lin Qiusheng was about to tell the truth, the sound of a fierce fight came from outside. The Ji family's secret guards fought with a group of men in black. There were many people who came, and one of them was Qin Zhouang. The faces of the Ji family were all grave. Not good. It's the third prince's men killing their way in. So blatant. Truly bold. Ji Yushu also knew that it was the third prince's people who had killed their way in, and the odds were that they wanted to take away Su Yu. The third prince most likely thought that Su Yu would desperately rush out of the Ji family's encirclement after hearing words like that again, and he had already sent people to meet them outside. But he did not expect Su Yu to be injured. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone come out, he couldn't help but kill his way in. Yu, I've come to save you. Just as Ji Yushu's thoughts fell, Qin Zhouang's figure appeared outside, and it was Qin Zhouang who fought against Yin Zheng. He saw Su Yu lying on the soft couch. His face showed shock. You are injured? They did this, didn't they? You were discovered. Why didn't you escape? Su Yu really wanted to take Lin Qiusheng with her to escape, but she hesitated, and the reason for her hesitation was Ji Yushu. In her heart, Ji Yushu was a gentle and kind person who would not kill her after knowing her true identity. She wanted to take a gamble. In the face of Qin Zhouang's reproach, she opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. Just make a big deal out of it. She can also go back to the palace to prove her identity for herself. Isn't it? Qin Zhouang did not know what Su Yu's mind. Bid on killing in to take away the person. But Yin Zheng is really difficult to deal with. Completely did not give him a chance. Seeing Su Yu, who was protected by the Ji family inside the study, Qin Zhouang was a little afraid at this moment. Afraid that Su Yu would learn the truth, and afraid that he would miss the plans of the third prince. Su Yu didn't want to see Qin Zhouang get hurt. And even more so, she didn't want to see those secret guards of the Qin mansion get hurt. So she advised, righteous father, don't fight. The Ji family didn't hurt me. Instead, they saved her. Ji Yushu made a particularly puzzled look and asked Su Yu, Miss Su, is that person your family? Why has it become like this? Ji Tranquility was being held by Lady Ji, and in front of her was Marquis Ji, who was protecting her. After hearing Ji Yushu's question, her eyes lit up. Eldest brother's question is really wonderful. So Su Yu had to reveal her identity. No, he is not Yu's family, but an enemy. Just as Su Yu was about to reveal her identity, Lin Qiusheng, who was filled with anger at the side, spoke up. At those words, Su Yu snapped to look at Lin Qiusheng. Uncle, what did you just say? An enemy. How can he be an enemy? He is my righteous father. Ah? When Qin Zhouang heard this, his heart became even more anxious. Bent on killing his way in, while Yin Zheng just wouldn't give him a chance. With Yin Zheng's strength, he would have been able to take down Qin Zhouang a long time ago. But he came into contact with Marquis Ji's gesture, and was in no hurry to take the man down. Qin Zhouang thought that he had brought enough people. Even if he couldn't hurt the Ji family fundamentally, he could successfully take Su Yu away. How could he have thought that the secret guards were getting more and more beat up? Suddenly, he had a bold idea that the Ji family had intended to invite the king into the jar tonight. It was at this moment that Qin Zhouang realized why the third prince had changed his plans. It was really because this Ji family was too evil, not wanting more than a decade of effort to go to waste. Qin Zhouyang anxiously shouted towards Su Yu. Yu, don't listen to him. His identity is still unclear. You can't listen to the words of a bystander. You have to trust righteous father. And at this moment, Su Yu had already been attracted by Lin Qiuxing's words, and was bent on asking for clarification. Lin Qiuxing did not let the Ji family down. And at that moment, he knelt down towards Marquis Ji. Please, Marquis Ji, do the right thing for the full Lin family and the full Zhou family. Yu Yu's identity is that of a princess of the current dynasty, the saint's own flesh and blood. And her mother, Lin Xiaoyi, was brutally murdered by the Qin family. When Su Yu heard this, her horror overflowed and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Outside, Qin Zhouyang was still screaming for Su Yu not to listen to the slanderous words of others. Lin Qiuxing continued in an indignant voice, back then, my sister Lin Xiaoyi was pregnant with a dragon's fetus due to the saint's drunken and accidental favor. And because she was already married to the Zhou family's eldest son, and did not want to fail him, she begged the Empress Dowager to release her from the palace. Empress Dowager's heart is kind and generous, thinking to first send the person safely out of the palace, and then raise the child with the crown prince when it is born. How did I know that this matter was discovered by Qin Guifei? Afterwards, she killed my sister, Lin Xiaoyi, as well as the entire Zhou family, and took away the newly born Yu. Over the years, the Qin family has been instilling the idea that Yu, the empress, is an enemy, wanting to use her to return to the palace to deal with the empress. The Ji family is also a part of that person's use. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Ji family was shocked back to their senses. And by this time, Yin Zheng had already captured Qin Zhouyang. No, it's not like that. Yu, don't believe him. He's lying. He's not your uncle at all. And he's even less of a member of the Lin family. He's one of the Empress people, deliberately making up lies and distorting the truth. Lin Qiuxing excitedly roared out at Qin Zhouyang. I didn't distort the truth because I saw it all with my own eyes. I am Yu's real uncle. My name is Lin Qiuxing, and I resemble my younger sister, Lin Xiaoyi, by 70%. Back then, I was hiding in the Zhou family when they were destroyed, and the Qin family was so ruthless that they didn't leave a single survivor, not even the children. Such a big case. The officials only ended it with a vendetta. I hated myself for being incompetent. Hated myself for not being able to avenge the Zhou family's death. Not long after that, a group of black-clothed men rushed into the Lin family village and killed my elderly parents as well. This was all the Qin family's doing. Lin Qiuxing, who said this, cried, sobbing uncontrollably. For more than 10 years, he had never mentioned these things to onlookers because he knew that no one would believe him. He hid the old case back then in his heart and slowly collected evidence of the Qin family's crimes. It was because he wanted to reach heaven one day. He knew it was all a luxury, but he would not give up. Ji Yushu said. So, Miss Su's relative is the current saint? Lin Qiuxing nodded, while Su Yu's entire body was dumbfounded. When Marquis Ji heard this, he said, this matter concerns the royal family. This marquis cannot make a decision. When immediately enter the palace to face the saint. Su Yu snapped back to her senses. Marquis Ji was talking about facing the saint. Once she faced the saint, her identity would be made public, instead of what Qin Zhouyang said. The Ji family was the empress lackey, and would do their best to prevent her from facing the saint. Who is right and who is wrong? Do we need to discuss it further? Chapter 135. Facing the saint. Su Yu looked back suddenly and questioned Qin Zhouyang in a stern voice. Is it true? Is it all true or not? You say ah? Her mother was not a consort of the saint, much less a friend of noble consort Qin. She was just a small palace maid. So small that even that person hadn't even looked at her squarely. And she was just a drunken accident. With such a result, even if her identity was made public, she still felt it was shameful. At this time, Su Yu felt that life was really meaningless. She had been lied to for 18 whole years. And during these 18 years, she had thought about revenge all the time. In the end, it turned out to be all lies. All lies. Qin Zhouyang's face sank to the depths. In his heart, he knew that at this moment, Su Yu believed Lin Qiuxing's words. He was already so scared that he didn't know what to do. And when he heard that he was going to face the Holy Spirit, Qin Zhouyang even started to get sick in the air. Marquis Ji made a look towards Yin Zheng, who understood and kept an eye on Qin Zhouyang's every move. He was afraid that he would commit suicide in fear of his crime. The people Qin Zhouyang brought with him died and were arrested. Marquis Ji ordered his men to take Qin Zhouyang along with Su Yuyue and Lin Qiusheng to the palace. Ji Lin Feng stayed at home to protect Mrs. Ji. This matter is really too big. For fear of change. Immediately into the palace is the first. When leaving, Su Yuyue looked at Ji Yushu for a long time. And Ji Yushu also looked at her. Under the four eyes seemed to have 1,000 words to say. Of course, this is only for Su Yuyue. No one knows that Ji Yushu's eyes look at her. There are a few schemes in it. After everyone had left, Ji Tranquility's brows were furrowed tightly. Tonight, it looks like all of the Ji family's secret guards have come out. Even Go Yuan and Ruma, who were protecting maternal grandfather, have returned. What's going on here? Lady Ji knew that if Ji Tran did not figure out the doubts in her heart, she was afraid that she would not sleep again tonight. So she opened her mouth to ask Ji Yushu. Sure. You honestly confess. Tonight's action. Did you anticipate it long ago, and that's why you prepared for it? Ji Yushu nodded with a smile. Child knows that this matter cannot be hidden from mother. Tonight's matter? I did indeed lay out the plan well in advance. That day when the housekeeper heard Su Yuyue call Lin Qiusheng uncle, I had my suspicions. She clearly hadn't mentioned an uncle. So why was there an additional one? I also found out Lin Qiusheng's identity. He actually deliberately mixed into the Ji mansion for the purpose of wanting to see Su Yuyue and identify with her. There's a suspicion that I can't figure out. And that is that Lin Qiusheng has been pursued by the Qin family. Su Yuyue is the adopted daughter of the Qin family. As her uncle, he should be treated well. How could he still be chasing him? This makes one suspicious. So, I had someone follow Su Yuyue. And that night, she went out in her night clothes to meet someone. The person she met was none other than Qin Zhouyang, whom second brother had found out about. Su Yuyue informed Qin Zhouyang of the fact that Lin Qiusheng was her uncle to know. I guess Qin Zhouyang will definitely make a move when he learns that Lin Qiusheng is in the Ji family. Hence tonight's plan. I never thought that Su Yuyue would be the princess of the dynasty. I thought that all of this was another tactic for the third prince to deal with the Ji family. I also suspected that Lin Qiusheng was also one of the third prince's people. I never thought it would turn out like this. Ji Yushu made a look of disbelief. Lady Ji also looked shocked to the core. Ji Tranquility, however, patted her little chubby hands and praised Ji Yushu for being smart. Ha ha ha. Big brother really deserves to be the one with the smartest mind. The Qin family has been plotting for over a decade, and was finally cracked by Big Brother in a few days. Now it's up to Emperor Yu to do something. Emperor Yu is now easily angered and irritable. I don't know what shocking things he will do after hearing about this matter. Would he just cut the third prince down? Once Su Yuyue's matter became public, the Empress's mother's family's military forces were preserved. The third prince indirectly spoiled Emperor Yu's plans. Would he cut him down in one fell swoop? The current Yu Emperor is just prone to crankiness. He's not a fool. In fact, Ji Yushu was genuinely surprised that Su Yuyue did not take Lin Qiusheng to escape from the Ji family. He could think of Su Yuyue telling Qin Zhouyang about Lin Qiusheng. Could think of the third prince sending someone to silence him. But it just didn't occur to him why Su Yuyue didn't take Lin Qiusheng to escape from the Ji family. Of course, she couldn't escape. From the time Su Yuyue called Lin Qiusheng uncle that day, he was laying out a plan. He thought that this matter would have to be dragged out until after Ji Linfeng's marriage, or on the day of his marriage. But he did not expect the third prince to be so pressed. Looking at the whole thing, if it wasn't for Su Yuyue's own set of plans, his plan wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. If Su Yuyue had listened to Qin Zhouyang and left the Ji family, Lin Qiusheng would not have been able to recognize Su Yuyue and could have been secretly executed by the third prince. Su Yuyue did not tell Qin Zhouyang about Lin Qiusheng. The matter would not have ended so quickly. Fortunately, Su Yuyue was a person with an opinion. Suddenly, Ji Yushu's mind floated back to the way Su Yuyue looked at him just now. His face changed greatly. Bad. Mrs. Ji was still thinking about things. Suddenly heard Ji Yushu come to such a sentence. Busy asking, what's wrong, sure? What's bad? I'm worried that Su Yuyue is looking for a way out. I'm going to go find the crown prince to help now. Saying that, he signals Watan to come in and push him. Besides, Marquis Ji sighed. It was already midnight, and His Holiness had long since gone to bed. But Marquis Ji said that he had something heavenly to report. So the Forbidden Army hurriedly went in to inform him. It took a long time before the party was invited in. When Emperor Yu sank his face after hearing Lin Qiusheng's words. No one knew what he was thinking. It was only after a long time that he looked squarely at Su Yu, who was kneeling at the temple. You said that you are Lin Xiaoye's child. And who is Lin Xiaoye? Seeing Emperor Yu's reaction, Su Yu's heart was half cold. This was the father she had been looking forward to seeing day and night. Huh. To think that she couldn't even recognize her mother's name. What was the point of her coming back? Lin Qiusheng kowtowed. Back to your majesty. Lin Xiaoye is the empress' personal palace maid. Oh, this matter is related to the empress? Then summon the empress. Upon hearing that it was related to the empress, a strange color flashed between Emperor Yu's brows. Marquis Ji thought that something bad had happened. No matter how this matter was discussed, the empress was guilty of deceiving the king. Marquis Ji's entry into the palace was not a small commotion. Many people got the news, and the empress was no exception. Already dressed, when she walked into the imperial study and saw that Su Yu and Lin Xiaoye had the same general face, the whole person was a bit confused. Your servant has met your majesty. The empress made a kneeling bow towards Emperor Yu at the top. In her heart, she knew that she couldn't make Emperor Yu angry. She had been acting in a disciplined manner lately. Well, get up. I ask you, do you know someone called Lin Xiaoye? Emperor Yu seemed to be in a good mood tonight and had no intention of getting angry. I know her. She was a palace maid by my concubine's side, and she died 18 years ago. At this point, the empress already had a guess in her heart. Humph. It's good if you recognize it. I'll ask you again. Back then, Lin Xiaoye was pregnant with my child. Do you know about it? Emperor Yu's tone was already off. Marquis Ji was a bit worried. Upon hearing this, the empress snapped to look at Su Yu on the other side. At this moment, Su Yu's face was as pale as paper, and she also happened to look towards her. Ever since she could remember, she knew that the empress would be her greatest enemy in her life. But now, someone told her that her enemy was someone else, and the empress was her mother's benefactor. Chapter 136. Execute them all. The empress looked at Su Yu in shock, her lips trembling. You are Xiaoye's child? Su Yu nodded her head, looking painfully. Back then, my mother died in the Zhou family, and the Zhou family and the Lin family's entire family was killed, and the newly born me was taken away by the Qin family's side branch and raised by my side. Ever since I understood, I was told that the empress was my greatest enemy in this life. Qin Zhouyang did not tell her that there was another Zhou family. He only said that Lin Xiaoye was too favored and obstructed the empress's path, which was why she was scorned by the empress. 18 years. 18 whole years. She had suffered 18 years of deception. Once a loved one turns into an enemy, the enemy turns into a person with favors. This is how ironic. If it wasn't for the Ji family, she, to this day, would still be kept in the dark. Hearing this, the empress reddened her eyes and said, This palace thought that you. These years this palace has been looking for your uncle and your mother's family, hoping to make up for the faults of that year. I didn't expect such a big change to happen. I'm sorry. This voice of sorry directly caused Su Yu to be stunned in place. At this time, Emperor Yu, who was at the top, slapped the table with an impatient face and said, Empress, what is your crime? You know that Lin Xiaoye is pregnant with my flesh and blood, but you still sent someone out of the palace. You are blatantly deceiving me. The crime of deceiving the king should be punished. For the sake of you working hard for the harem all these years, deadly offenses can be spared, but living offenses are hard to forgive. Come on, people. Remove the empress's phoenix crown for me and lock her up in the cold palace. Su Yu was shocked. His focus was on the empress's deception, not thinking of overturning the case for the Lin and Zhou families. Your Majesty, the empress is certainly at fault, but this is not the time to pursue the matter, but to question the Qin family and the third prince, Marquis Ji said sharply. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu immediately coldly hummed. Humph. What does this matter have to do with Yuan'er? Was Yuan'er born 18 years ago? Marquis Ji didn't expect Emperor Yu to become so inconsiderate of priorities, and his words were all about exonerating the third prince. Su Yu's heart was even colder than words. She thought that after learning that she was his daughter, Emperor Yu would be pleasantly surprised, step down and pull her to say some words of indebtedness, and then punish the villains for her, and have a good father-daughter recognition with her. But no. Until now, he did not even give her a proper look. From the time she came in, She was sizing up what kind of person her father would be. And now, it really disappointed her to the core. Then she heard Emperor Yu add, all of this was done by Qin Wan as well as the Qin family. And now Qin Wan and the Qin family are dead. There is no way to pursue the matter. In the end, what happened back then was caused by the Empress. If she hadn't sent the pregnant Lin Shaoyi out of the palace, how could noble consort Qin take advantage of it? So this matter is not related to you, honor. Pass on my decree that the Empress be imprisoned to the coal palace and the rest of the people beheaded. In response to Emperor Yu's accountability, the Empress appeared calm. He was merely trying to use this matter to remove the power of 100,000 soldiers from the Gu family's hands. Emperor Yu had this idea not for a day or two. The Empress laughed coldly. It seemed that her plans would have to change. If she didn't know the truth, then so be it. But now that she had learnt the truth, Su Yu, how could she stand by and watch the Empress be knocked out cold? If the third prince really didn't know the truth, how could he have plotted his plan so precisely? Thinking of Ji Yushu's leg, and Marquis Ji's poisoning incident, enough to show that the third prince himself is a city of very deep people, and the demand is very big. Everything her mother did was paving the way for him. It was impossible for him not to know. So, Su Yu forced herself to endure the pain and kowtowed towards Emperor Yu. Your Majesty, the third prince was aware of this. The Ji family's plan was all planned by the third prince. He first ordered Zhang Shijun to meet him at the city gates. Then he asked my daughter to mingle with the Lu family's eldest miss in the name of a maid to get close to the crown prince before meeting you by chance. My daughter did not meet the Lu family's eldest miss, but I met the Ji family's eldest son, which revealed the third prince's plot. If the third prince is truly a man without ambition, why is he secretly training dead soldiers? Emperor Yu hadn't recognized Su Yu's identity yet. She could only call herself a daughter of the people. You said that the third prince has raised many dead soldiers around him? Emperor Yu's face was cloudy at this time. Precisely. Su Yu replied in an unassuming manner. She already had no desire to live. Before she died, she wanted to get rid of the third prince, the black sheep. At the same time, she had also avenged Ji Yushu. Hadn't she? Someone come. Summon the third prince to face the saint. Everything else, Emperor Yu could tolerate, except for the one about raising dead soldiers. When the commotion of Marquis Ji entering the palace reached the Moon Palace, the third prince knew that he had lost again, defeated at the hands of the Ji family. Everything had been crushed to death by the Ji family, and he didn't have a single chance to catch his breath. At this moment, he was eager to meet that bogeyman of the Ji family. Go and have someone prepare. If I haven't returned at 3 minutes past dusk, then we will strike. The calmness on Bei Heng Yuan's face could no longer be maintained. When he saw that note at the Protectorate Temple, he knew that he had to take the path of forcing the palace. The secret guard answered and went down, his pace very anxious, holding a black token in his hand. Bei Heng Yuan was helped into the imperial study by Xiaoyingzi and knelt down towards Emperor Yu. My son sees father. Seeing the frail third prince, Qin Zhouyang felt bad in his heart, and a hint of madness flashed between his brows. Emperor Yu's face was terrifyingly cold. The veins on the back of his hands rippled, and his jaw became cold and hard from the clenching of his teeth. It could be seen that he was desperately holding back something. Give me an honest account, and I will spare you from death. Hearing this word death, a dark surge crossed Bei Heng Yuan's brows. Emperors were ultimately ruthless. No matter what you did for him, he wouldn't think about how much affection you had. Bei Heng Yuan faintly said, self-preservation. Su Yu immediately testified against him. You're still lying. Your mother trained me to be a dead soldier as well, just to use me against the Empress. You have lied to me so hard. Your mother sent people to exterminate my family and hunt down my uncle. Such a sinister person is simply not worthy of death. Su Yu hated to take a bite out of Bei Heng Yuan. Bei Heng Yuan directly and faintly said, I don't know about this matter. I only know to help you return to father's side. I didn't do anything wrong. What he did was to let Su Yu return to Emperor Yu's side. Ha ha ha. Su Yu laughed crazily. With the air of dying in the imperial study today, the Empress at the side looked at her with worry. The injury on Su Yu's back fell apart as she laughed and blood flowed out. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and she was still unaware of it. After laughing, she said, Bei Heng Yuan, you won't be able to get the throne. Someone like you with an extremely deep city is not suitable for that position at all. The Yu Emperor at the top had fishy red eyes, and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Marquis Ji and the Empress glanced at each other, their faces changing in unison. And Eunuch De, who was on the side, busily stepped forward to support the staggering Emperor Yu. Hurriedly, he said, "Declare the Imperial Physician. Quickly declare the Imperial Physician." The Empress had already chilled her heart, and at the moment, she couldn't wait for Emperor Yu to die. As for Bei Hung Yuan, it seemed that he didn't want to pretend to be a father and son anymore, and just watched coldly like that. He was even thinking that the State Master's medicine wasn't heavy enough. He didn't know what kind of medicine the Master of State had given Ud. But so far, apart from the occasional outbursts of anger and vomiting of blood, there were no other symptoms of discomfort. What he wanted was to control Emperor Yu completely. But now it seemed as if the State Master had lied to him. Emperor Yu tremblingly raised his finger to point at the group of indifferent people at the temple and said, "Men, bring them all down to be executed." Marquis Ji and the Empress immediately turned pale. Chapter 137. The Third Prince Forces the Palace. In the East Palace, Ji Yushu had just met the Crown Prince and explained the situation when he saw a man in black hurriedly flash into the room. "Your Highness, it's not good. Yuhua Palace's secret line came to report that the Third Prince's people are gathering their men." "What? Damn it. He's so bold. Quickly, gather the martial dragon guards at speed. Then go inform Uncle and Xian Wang." Ji Yushu was shocked, not thinking that the Third Prince's guts were already so big that he would take direct action. Did he even stop acting? What made him determined to take such a risky move? "Mother, I'm uneasy in my heart. Let's go to the palace as well." Soon after Ji Yushu left, Ji Tran felt something was wrong. Lady Ji also felt terrified and uneasy. To Ji Linfeng, she said, "Feng, take someone to spy on the situation in the palace. Then have someone meet your father outside the palace. Mother is always unsure in this heart." "Okay, Mother. I'll leave 2 people to protect you and my sister." Ji Linfeng finished speaking and went out in a hurry. It didn't take long to return again in a hurry. "Mother, it's not good. Something big has happened in the palace. Countless people in black are pouring into the palace." "What? Is it the Third Prince who made the move?" Lady Ji had a worried look on her face. Ji Tranquility was even more shocked with her eyes rounded. "My God. Why is the Third Prince forcing his way into the palace? Can't he wait any longer? It's not like there isn't room for a turnaround on this Su Yu matter. Emperor Yu is also within the State Master's control. What on earth made him take this risky move? Did this State Master go out or did he escape? He seems to have left shortly after sneaking into Ji's house that night. So I'm afraid he's escaped." "Right. The State Councilor escaped. Emperor Yu was poisoned. And the Third Prince made up his mind to force his way into the palace? It doesn't seem right. What else is almost there?" Ji Tranquility couldn't figure it out either. But the situation right now was very crisis. The Third Prince has come prepared tonight. And has the Crown Prince made preparations? At the same time, the Imperial study was also in chaos. Qin Zhouang, at some point, broke free of the rope tied to his wrists, grabbed the Empress. "Ha ha ha. I'll stand back. Qin Zhouang, never thought of living when I agreed to help noble consort Qin. With the Empress as my back, it's considered earned. Bold thief. You put your sword down." Eunuch De supported Emperor Yu while sternly shouting at Qin Zhouang. And the forbidden soldiers outside rushed in, surrounding the group of people. It looked like they were surrounding everyone. But in reality, their eyes were on the Third Prince. When Marquis Ji saw Gu Jiao at the head of the group, he knew that these people were all the Empress people. The Third Prince knelt on the ground without moving. He was waiting. Su Yu saw the Empress being captured and struggled to get up to save her. Qin Zhouang, let go of the Empress. If there is any ground matter, come at me. Humph. What kind of thing are you? You are just a dog raised by my old son. The dog is now going to bite the master. What's the point of having it? Su Yu's small face was frighteningly white, and the hatred in her eyes was monstrous. She actually managed to stand up from the ground with a shred of will, and slowly walked towards Qin Zhouang. "Miss Su, don't be impulsive. The Empress is in his hands." Marquis Ji was worried about hurting the Empress. Su Yu stood fixedly 1 meter away from Qin Zhouang, looking at him fixedly. The lips were frighteningly white. At this time, the sound of shouting and killing resounded outside. Marquis Ji snapped his gaze to fall on the Third Prince. You want to force the palace?" The Third Prince also stopped pretending and stood up from the ground. The softness on his face was all gone. He looked at Marquis G like he was looking at a dead man. What is Marquis G surprised about? Didn't you calculate this long ago? Marquis G's face was at a loss for words. If he had calculated that the third prince would force his way into the palace tonight, how could he be unprepared? In his opinion, this was simply not enough to bring down the third prince tonight. What they had to do was to save Emperor Yu first. And then step by step, they would uncover the conspiracy of the third prince's deliberate poisoning. In the end, he would have to take the step of forcing the palace. How could he have thought that tonight? He would have to do it. Why is this? In the third prince's opinion, the biggest variable in the Ji family was Ji Yushu. That bogeyman could also be Ji Yushu. Because why would someone who should have been disheveled all his life suddenly be refreshed and strong-willed? It was from the day the Ji family hosted the full moon feast that everything changed. Every one of his plans became uncontrollable. The Ji Yushu at that time gave him a feeling that everything was under control. He should have thought of it long ago. At this moment, the expression on Bei Hongyuan's face was cold and unrelenting. 7 or 8 forbidden soldiers were surrounding him, and he didn't have a bit of panic on his face. Qin Zhouyan approached towards the third prince, and used the Empress's life as blackmail to order the forbidden army to back off. Emperor Yu fainted on the case in a fit of anger. And Eunuch knew that this court would be turned upside down tonight. So he was too scared to utter a single breath. The fight outside was getting closer and closer. And there was the voice of the crown prince worried. Mother! My son has brought the martial dragon guards here. King Xian is gathering his troops. Lao Sen will not succeed. Hearing this, a flash of urgency flashed across Bei Hongyuan's face. Then he signaled towards Qin Zhouyan to make his move. Qin Zhouyan immediately raised his dagger, without further hesitation, and stabbed towards the Empress. Marquis Ji and Su Yu actually acted at the same time. Marquis Ji wanted to grab Bei Hongyuan to threaten Qin Zhouyan to let go of the Empress. How could he have thought that Bei Hongyuan was a deep hidden expert? A spinning body to avoid Marquis Ji's attack. Su Yue was able to hold the dagger in Qin Zhouyan's hand with her bare hand in the nick of time. The Empress was pushed to the ground by Su Yu. Her neck was slightly injured and blood was flowing. And Su Yu had already reached a state of disempowerment and was unable to fight against Qin Zhouyan anymore. Having 2 of her fingers cut off by Qin Zhouyan as he drew out his knife, he added another slash to her body with great speed. And the latter collapsed to the ground. Yu, you can't die, Yu. The Empress jumped on Su Yu and cried as Qin Zhouyan fought with the 2 forbidden soldiers. Marquis Ji fought with the third prince. Su Yu felt like she was going to die. She reached into her arms and took out the painting that Ji Yushu was going to throw away. Let this painting accompany her. Because this is the most beautiful painting, the most beautiful person, and the most beautiful scene she has ever seen. Su Yu inclined her head, and a tear of blood flowed down from her eyes. I don't know if it was an illusion, but she actually saw Ji Yushu walking towards her. Ji Yushu was really here. Along with him was Ji Linfeng. He brought a group of Ji family's secret guards to kill the palace. There were quite a few of the third prince's men, killing one batch after another. King Xian also rushed in with his men, but was stopped outside the palace gates by another group of people. Tonight's events were unexpected, but the crown prince was not unprepared. From the day Emperor Yu fainted, the crown prince had been secretly preparing for it, just in case the third prince jumped over the wall. Lone Wolf was dead. Qin Wan was dead, and he had no other help at his side. It would not do him any good to delay any longer. It was only a matter of time before he forced the palace. Third brother, give it up. You are not worthy of the name, even if you get the throne. So what? It's not tolerated by the courtiers, and not blessed by the people. The crown prince was protected by a group of martial dragon guards as he entered the imperial study room, with the imperial physicians brought behind him. The imperial doctors were sharp-eyed and went forward to treat the empress and Su Yu's injuries. At this moment, the third prince's face was filled with the color of madness. He said, "Whoever does not allow this prince will kill. This world should be won by those who can." Ji Yushu was pushed into the imperial study by Zuotong. He saw from afar that Su Yue was holding the painting tightly. His heart was moved beyond words. The painting is dirty. I'll repaint it for you. There were many bloodstains on the painting, all of which were Su Yu's. She had a miserable white face and smiled miserably. She stretched out that blood-covered hand towards Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu saw that she was missing 2 of her fingers and finally broke her defense. Save you first. Save you first. The Empress hissed. Chapter 138. The third prince was saved by the State Master. Lady G and G Tranquility waited anxiously in the house, as the shouts and killings outside shook the sky, waking up countless sleeping people. They all marveled at why there was no sign of such a big change. G Tranquility, after anxious, calmed down to analyze. What exactly is the reason for the third prince to take a risky move until the very end? G Tranquility racked her brain to think. And finally, with a flash of light in front of her eyes, she thought of it. I remember in the original story, it was mentioned that Lady Qin loved the third prince very much. So much so that she treated him as her own son. It's not possible that the third prince is an Emperor Yu's seed. Is it? My goodness. If that's true, it makes sense. The third prince may have found clues in Qin Wan's relics. He's afraid that things will be exposed before he takes the risk, trying to catch the crowd off guard. What G Tranquility didn't know was that the biggest reason why the third prince decided to make his move was still the G family. He thought that everything he had done had been spied on by the G family. The matter of him not being Emperor Yu's son had also been spied on sooner or later. That was why he struck first. The third prince's martial arts skills were really high. Marquis G and Ji Lifeng were unable to take him down for a long time even when they joined forces. Ji Lifeng suddenly eyes a turn. Said, "Third prince, you give up? You deliberately poisoned the matter we have long known, including the case of Jizhou and the Lan family. Liang Ruer is your people, right? Do you know why Suyu Yu's matter was defeated? Because we designed it. We knew early on that she was Lin Xiao's daughter. We also knew that you were going to use her against the Empress. So we deliberately introduced Lin Qiuxing into the Ji family, so that Lin Xingqiu could tell her the truth herself. You should stop struggling fearlessly. Everything you do is under our control. One more thing. Do you know why Qiyun hasn't returned until now? Because she can't come back." Ji Lifeng said all this just to disturb the third prince's mind. Sure enough, the third prince spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Marquis Ji took the opportunity to slap over a palm that used full force. All the hatred was vented. Without their daughter's heartfelt words, none of them would have thought that the third prince would be so ambitious. Much less would they have averted the danger in advance. This slap was something he should have received. Ji Lifeng also reacted extremely quickly by flying to kick the third prince. This kick was for my big brother. Don't think I don't know that you had someone pick off my big brother's hamstring. The third prince, who had suffered 2 heavy blows in a row, was a little out of his depth. And at this time, the blood-stained Xian Wan arrived with his men. Take down all the traitors. Seeing King Xian, the third prince's face showed grayness. Ji Lifeng laughed out loud. The third prince should still not know. Right. That the 2 martial servant girls you placed in the Xian Wan's mansion were long ago discovered by the youngest son of the world. And the Xian Wang secretly executed them. The news you got afterwards were all false. The arrival of Princess Xian Wang in the daytime could be more than just for fun. Although the third prince's impatient move had caught them off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. But it wasn't like they couldn't be beaten. Gird your loins. Third prince. Ji Lifeng and Marquis Ji pressed towards the third prince step by step. The third prince, who was already at the end of his strength, was filled with hatred. The dark guard Wu Lao Air flew in and tried to save the third prince. But in midair, he was shot with a sword and fell in a position not far from the third prince. The one who shot the sword was Ji Yushu. Qin Zhouyan was already dead. And now Wu Lao Air was also dead. The 3 brothers of the famous Wu family were all dead. The third prince was truly isolated. The third prince indignantly glared at Ji Yushu, who was calm and collected, asking the third prince, "Do you know where the biggest fault lies?" The third prince didn't say anything and looked at the Ji family as if his gaze was hardened with poison. He had calculated everything and finally lost in the hands of the Ji family. How could he be willing? Ji Yushu was about to say more when suddenly a murderous aura approached. A black mist suddenly arrived. It flipped everyone over. When he looked again, where was the shadow of the third prince? Not good. The third prince was saved by the State Master. Ji Lifeng spoke out in horror. The others looked perplexed. Aside from the few people who knew about it who had gloomy faces, everyone else had a joyful look on their faces. Because of this battle to take over the throne, the crown prince had won. After being on tenterhooks for several years, he finally won today. Everyone shouted. The third prince had escaped, and the rest could only surrender their weapons. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng looked grave. Did they really win? the day the third prince didn't die. The fate of the Ji family couldn't be changed. Because of the third prince's sudden action, many people on the crown prince's side were killed or injured. The Ji family's secret guards also suffered heavy casualties. This battle was considered a close victory. Emperor Yu fell into a deep coma, and the Empress declared to the public that Emperor Yu had fallen under the spell of a demonic Taoist and fell into a coma after taking a life-extending drug. Therefore, it was decided to demolish the Protectorate Temple. At the same time, the Empress also declared to the public that the poisoning of the third prince was a fake, and that he had collaborated with the demonic Taoist to disrupt the imperial court, and that his crime should be punished, and that he had now absconded, and ordered the whole country to search for the demonic Taoist and the third prince. The court of large and small matters temporarily by the crown prince to take care of. Prince's next thing to do is to clear the remaining party of the third prince. When the news came out, the people of Shengjing were in an uproar. Overnight, the sudden change of wind and clouds in one night. It is really saddening. Su Yu was saved, but the person never woke up. The third prince escaped and Emperor Yu was in a coma. Ji Tranquility felt that it was time for Ji Yushu's leg to heal. In the morning, the family gathered again, talking about last night's shocking scene. Ji Tranquility, however, was huffing and puffing. I really didn't expect the third prince to jump over the wall. Luckily, the crown prince's martial dragon guards have been keeping an eye on him. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Ji Lifeng said, I guess the reason why the third prince doggedly jumped over the wall is not because of Su Yu. There must be another secret that we don't know about. What could it be? Ji Lifeng asked Ji Yushu with a curious expression. The latter, however, shook his head. No matter what, the third prince lost. The crown prince has a nationwide manhunt for him. He doesn't dare to show up. Or at least, he won't show up openly. Now we just need to get rid of the third prince's remaining party, and we won't be afraid. After hearing Marquis Ji's words, Lady Ji held a different attitude. You guys shouldn't forget who he was saved by. Since that black mist dared to take over Master Ci Feng's body, there's no guarantee that it won't take over someone else's body. With the state master around for a day, the third prince is a variable, and the Ji family will not be able to escape this calamity of having their family copied. Upon hearing this, several people's faces became grave. Because of this matter, they didn't dare to have any slackness. After having breakfast, Ji Lifeng went out. He was going to have everyone in the dark pavilion to track down the movements of the state master and the third prince. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Ji Yushu went back to her study. The lotus leaf painting from the day before was still on the table. Thoughts instantly returned to the scene of her holding that painting last night. A flash of pain that even he himself could not detect flashed across his brows. Duan Muyi woke up only to hear that the third prince had forced his way into the palace. She hurriedly ran to the main courtyard towards Duan Muxiang to inquire about the situation. Father, is there something wrong with the Ji family? Duan Muxiang smiled gently. It's fine. The Ji family has made a great achievement in this palace change. Duan Muyi breathed a huge sigh of relief. She hadn't had that dream recently. It was thought that everything was moving in a good direction, although she didn't know why some of the plots didn't match up. As long as the Ji family was fine, she was relieved. With a happy event on the horizon, she could also embroider her wedding dress in peace. Chapter 139. There's still a chance. Hearing that Dark Yin wanted to see her, Su Yaqing put down everything in her hands and came to the Yulian at the first opportunity. She couldn't wait to push open the door. And sure enough, she saw Dark Yin sitting at the table dressed in black. Su Yaqing immediately sat opposite him. Dark Yin, you're looking for me. Su Yaqing was full of smiles. Ji Lifeng poured water for her as he said. The third prince failed to force the palace and escaped. And Emperor Yu is in a coma. I need the whereabouts of the third prince. Upon hearing this, Su Yaqing nodded without asking for a reason. I will personally take care of this matter. Don't worry. After explaining the situation, Ji Lifeng wanted to leave, but he saw Su Yaqing take out an exquisite dagger. Smiling, she said to him, This is your favorite dagger. I found it for you. Here. Su Yaqing handed the dagger to Ji Lifeng. Ji Lifeng didn't take it but said, Keep it. I can't use it right now. Su Yaqing froze for a split second and looked at Ji Lifeng fixedly. Is it convenient to reveal what you've been doing lately? She was curious about what he had been up to recently. Ji Lifeng thoughtlessly said. It's not convenient. Just do your part and you'll be fine. Su Yaqing was a little uncomfortable as she heard the detachment in Ji Lifeng's words. They were obviously so close. Why did he always have a detached attitude towards her? He had done so much to help her. Was his heart really so cold that he couldn't keep it warm? Not knowing what came to mind, Su Yaqing smiled on her face. She would not give up. Because they had been born and died together. Alright. I'll leave first. Contact me again if there's anything. You might as well keep this dagger. It was hard for me to get it. Su Yaqing said no more, and got up to leave first. Ji Lifeng looked at the dagger on the table and thought. It wasn't that he couldn't give Su Yaqing anything from Dark Yin. On the contrary. He didn't want Su Yaqing to disrupt his life either. Therefore, he wanted to tell her the truth after this incident. With this thought, Ji Lifeng got up and left the inn, completely unaware that all of this was in the eyes of the State Master. The State Master dressed up as a Taoist priest and traveled the streets to spy on the news. Inside the broken temple on the outskirts. As soon as the State Master approached, he saw Bei Hongyuan waking up. Finally awake. Let's go. I'll lead you to meet someone. Seeing the State Master, Bei Hongyuan's first words were, Have you found a way to deal with the Ji family's fury? No. But it's coming soon. Follow me first. The State Master didn't care if Bei Hongyuan would follow, and took the lead to walk out of the broken temple. Bei Hongyuan followed. The State Master led him to a cave outside the 10-mile forest and signaled him to go in. Bei Hongyuan half-heartedly walked inside. When he saw the lone wolf lying on the ground, his face changed violently, and he quickly went forward. Lone wolf. Lone wolf is really you. The lone wolf on the ground reddened his eyes, not expecting that he would be able to see Bei Hongyuan again. Master, my subordinate failed your trust. My subordinate deserves to die. No, don't say that. This is all the Ji family's fault. It's good that you're fine. Bei Hongyuan shed tears for the first time in his life. Great. He was not alone. He still had brothers. Bei Hongyuan knew that it was the State Master who saved Lone Wolf. Turning his head to him, he sincerely said, Thank you. Without saying anything, the State Master stood in the cave and waited for the two to finish speaking. In the inner room, Lone Wolf was very sad after hearing the third prince's words. Bei Hongyuan held his hand and said, Don't worry. We still have a chance. As long as we kill the Ji family and the crown prince, everything is up to us. As long as Emperor Yu remained in power, he had a chance to win. Lone Wolf believed in him because history books were written by the victors. The State Master waited for the two of them to finish speaking before he walked in and said, Third prince, you actually still have a chance. And that's the second prince. I can make you become the second prince to take the throne in name only. Then the second prince will vindicate you and finally give the throne to you. Now, all that needs to be done is to find that booklet in the Dark Pavilion and erase the second prince's stain on it. We can't let the Ji family catch any bit of the second prince's handle. Only then can the name be justified. Hearing this, Bei Hongyuan's eyes lit up. This method was much safer than the one he had. Therefore, the next object to focus on was the Dark Pavilion. Because Bei Hongyuan was wanted, the group of three could only hide in the cave. Later that day, the State Master went to see the second prince. When the second prince learned that the third prince had failed to force the palace and was wanted, he laughed his head off. Ha ha ha. The oldest three didn't fight the crown prince even after all his machinations. What does that mean? It means he's stupid. No. It's not that the third prince is stupid. It's that the Ji family knows too much. The Ji family has a bogeyman descending to disrupt all of the third prince's plans. The Ji family? Fury Star. Aren't you a demonic Dao? Why can't you deal with the district Ji family? Don't compel this prince here. This prince is not a stupid old third. The gate is over there. Please. The second prince knew in his heart that the State Master wanted to use him, and did not want to cross paths with him. The State Master, however, said without haste, You don't have to be so hostile to Lao Na. Lao Na just wants to tell you that the Ji family knows all about Jizhou. In the case of knowing that the Jiang family and Princess Xian are wrongly accused of throwing did not open their mouths to defend you. Can you want to know the reason? The second prince's brows loosened a little. He heard the State Master add, Because the Ji family knows that you have no chance of winning. It doesn't want to bet on you guys. Now that the third prince is lost, you can completely overturn the case for the Jiang family. And in doing so, You can get out of the sovereign's palace. As long as people are out. What plan can't be implemented? Also, everything you've done in the past to buy off the Dark Cabinet is recorded in a book. You must find that book and destroy it. Without any stains, you will have the ability to compete with that position. Lao Na will find a way to make the Holy Emperor wake up. And seeing that you've made a mark, are you still afraid that the position won't be in your hands? The second prince coldly grunted. You've said that a bogeyman has appeared in the Ji family. And you still want to use me to get into this mess. Don't worry. Lao Na has already counted. The Ji family furies are only targeting the third prince. The second prince didn't want to believe the state master. But he really wanted to get out of the sovereign's palace. Allow me to think about it. The state master left without looking back. Walking away so dryly. The second prince opened his mouth. Mu Mansion. Lady Ji brought Ji Tranquility to the Mu Mansion to visit Elder Mu. The old man's spirit didn't look as good as before. And in his heart, he probably hadn't figured out Mu Cheng's matter yet. Because of Qi Yun's proximity to the third prince. The Qi family's official rank was lowered by 3 levels. This is already in the face of the Dr. Mu. Otherwise, also fell in the Wu Liang two families, like copying the family's fate. Mu Yun doesn't go back to the Mu residence to steal her son. Yu is now being personally led by Elder Mu. Mrs. Ji puts Ji Tran on the cot and brings him along with Yu. Instead, she went into the cookhouse, wanting to personally cook for Elder Mu once. She remembers that Elder Mu's favorite food was the sweet cakes made by Lady Mu. Ji Tranquility rolls around on the cot, straight onto Mu Yu's body, crushing him and making him wail. I didn't do anything to you. Why are you crying? It looks like I'm bullying you. I don't know if it's Yu who hears it. Staring at her with a pair of big eyes. Chapter 140. Healing Ji Yushu's leg. What are you staring at? Stare again, and dig out your eyeballs. Ji Tranquility looked at Mu Yu fiercely, straight away scaring the man to the point of wailing. Okay. I won't scare you. How petty. You just know how to cry. Ji Tranquility is bored and plays with her little fat feet. After waiting for a little over half an hour, she sees Mrs. Ji come out with a tray of pastries. Wow. What is it? It smells so good. It's a pity I can't eat it now. Ji Tranquility turns her head and sees Mu Yu sitting up with great effort. The corners of his mouth were dripping with saliva. Eat. Yo. The little guy can talk. Father, I heard Enshioha say that you've been eating less recently. I guess it's because your palate is bland. Come and try this. This is your favorite sugar cake. Elder Mu sits listlessly next to the rocking bed, concealing all of Mu Yu. He holds Mu Yu in his hands. With a downcast expression, he says, the Qi family has been demoted. I'm afraid Mu Yun hates you even more. Qi Yun is nowhere to be found. Mrs. Ji has never mentioned Qi Yun's matter. She was afraid of breaking Master Mu's heart. Just a few days ago, Ji Lifeng had the outgoing Qi Yun taken away, giving it to an honest farmer's family. I believe that the family will treat her well. It is better than following the third prince and living a life without a name. Before leaving, Ji Lifeng also left her some silver. This was already the best ending for her. But she couldn't say anything about it. However, it didn't matter if she said it or not now, because the third prince was no longer in disguise. The poisoning case 6 years ago was also unimportant. The fact that things had come to this point was also something she had not expected. However, that booklet still had to be found. The third prince's crimes must be made public, and he must not be allowed a single chance to fight back. Father, the whereabouts of the third prince is unknown. My daughter is afraid that she will be detrimental to you. So you should move to the Marquis residence. It's also good to have a caretaker. You'll still be able to see Yu every day. Hearing this, Elder Mu pondered. After a long time, he nodded. Good. You don't have to run both ways. Mrs. Ji was happy. She thought she would have to spend a lot of time persuading him. But in the end, Elder Mu agreed very quickly. All right then. My daughter will go down and make arrangements. You will live in the Ji mansion from now on. There's no need to return to Jizhou. Daughter also doesn't need to worry. Lady Ji carried Ji Tranquility back to Ji mansion and immediately had people vacate the courtyard. Then had people come to Mu mansion to move things. The Mu mansion is left empty. Empty for Mu Yu to grow up and establish a residence. As Ji Lin Feng's wedding day approaches, the wedding stickers have already been issued, waiting for the day to arrive. Big brother, what's wrong with my eyes that keep jumping? Ji Lin Feng came to the green bamboo courtyard early in the morning. rubbing his throbbing eyelids. Ji Yushu teased him. Jumping is good. Jumping for wealth. How come I heard it's jumping for calamity? Blah blah blah. What nonsense. You're about to become a groom. How can you say such unlucky words? Ji Yushu was busy reprimanding him. Ji Lin Feng heatedly smiled. When is big brother going to get married? I see that you and Su Yu are a perfect match. Ji Yushu's face sank. Talking nonsense again. Ji Lin Feng thought that Su Yu had not woken up yet. So he sighed. It's also true. It's still a toss-up whether Su Yu will wake up or not. Let's go. Let's go to Wutong Courtyard. Little sister said yesterday that she would cure your leg today. Thinking about this matter, the two people's hearts were overwhelmed with anticipation. Yesterday, on her way back from the Mu Mansion, Lady Ji picked up a book of medical techniques. It was full of spells on how to cure poison. She then wondered if she should give Ji Yushu's leg a try. Ji Tranquility then had a flash of insight, and thought of taking this opportunity to let Ji Yushu stand up. Unbeknownst to him, this was a deliberate attempt by Lady Ji to bring up Ji Tranquility. When the two of them arrived at Wutong Courtyard, breakfast was already prepared on the table. Elder Mu hadn't moved over yet, and it was still a family of 4, plus Ji Tranquility on the cot. Mrs. Ji mentioned this matter again right at the table. Sure. My mother researched all night yesterday and said that there is a medicine that can cure old poison. For mother wants to give it to you to try. Ji Lin Feng acted very excited. Do you really want to try it, mother? Big brother has injured this leg for more than 2 years. Can it really be cured? If it really heals, the wedding banquet 3 days from now will definitely shock the jaws of all the guests. Ji Yushu didn't know what came to mind. Her eyes reddened. Not wanting to be seen, she only focused on stuffing her head and picking up her meal. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji glanced at each other and said, Sure, don't hold too much hope, lest you be sad when the time comes. Don't worry, father. My child knows in his heart. The excited, heartfelt voice of Ji Tranquility on the side traveled into everyone's ears. It won't be sad. I won't let Big Brother be sad. If it wasn't for the fear of Emperor Yu's scorn, Big Brother would have stood up a long time ago. Big Brother is too pitiful. Sitting in a wheelchair for as long as 2 years. It's hard to resolve my heart's hatred without thwarting the third prince. Ji Tranquility angrily squeezed her milky fists. However, it was good now that all of the third prince's plots were revealed to the people. Ji Tranquility felt that if she were to write all of this into a book, the title would be, After the Whole Family Reads My Heart. They are addicted to collapsing plots. After dinner, the underlings were busy moving things to the Mu Mansion. For her part, Mrs. Ji began to learn from the book and bought the required herbs for people to boil. The whole family stayed in the house, their hearts excited, but they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Ji Tranquility was also very excited, because she hadn't seen Ji Yushu stand up yet. He should be very tall. Yushu's big brother deserved the best woman in the capital. Ji Tranquility was glad that Emperor Yu had fallen. This time was when Ji Yushu was in his prime. Standing up again, he would surely be able to regain the favor of the talented women. Ji Tranquility was so excited, imagining which girl her big brother would choose. Somehow, Ji Tranquility's face suddenly flashed across Su Yu's mind. Su Yu was still in a coma, and it was said that the Empress was dragging her sick body to keep watch over her bed, night after night. She hoped that the person would wake up earlier. The Crown Prince became very busy after taking charge of politics. Xian Wan will also be on the side to assist him. Some ministers have already petitioned for the Crown Prince to ascend the throne. Emperor Yu has fallen, and even if he wakes up, he will be a confused tyrant. The Crown Prince thought this preemptive method was really inappropriate and unfilial, fearing that it would attract rickets. This matter is also shelved. Frozen in thought, the medicine had already been boiled, just waiting for Lang Liang to give Ji Yushu to drink. The book says that this medicine is quite miraculous. Drinking it once will show its results, Mrs. Ji said excitedly. Ji Tranquility deflated her mouth. Mother, you've been tricked. There's no such magical prescription. Although I can't explain why the mall's elixir is somewhat effective. It can't be found in real life. But it's okay. This book that mother picked up is just the thing to help me. After waiting for a little while now, the medicinal soup had already cooled. Lady Ji busily signaled Ji Yushu to drink it. The family looked at Ji Yushu with immense excitement. Ji Yushu drank the medicine into his mouth in 3 or 2 gulps. It wasn't bitter. Instead, it was still a bit sweet. He knew that Lady Ji had boiled him herbal tea, but it was also bitter. It wasn't like he hadn't drank it before. He thought that the sweetness came from his little sister's elixir. Ji Yushu finished the medicinal soup in one gulp, starting the time without feeling anything at all, and slowly getting a feeling. How does it feel? Marquis Ji couldn't wait to know the answer. Yes, big brother. Stand up and walk a couple of steps. Let us see. Ji Lin Feng said, and went to help Ji Yushu. The expression on Marquis Ji's face was both excited and worried. Worried about rejoicing in vain. Chapter 141. Duan Muyi meets Su Yiqing. Don't move Wait for big brother to get used to it. This medicine has just been ingested and is still in the attraction stage. Coupled with not having stood up for a long time. The muscles in the legs aren't quite used to it yet. We'll fall down. Hearing this, Ji Lin Feng didn't dare to help. He was busy asking Ji Yushu how he felt. Only to see Ji Yushu's eyes slightly reddened as he said, Yes, there is sensation. He used to have no sensation. But now, he feels warm and cozy. Mrs. Ji was delighted. It seems to still be attracting the medicinal properties. Wait a little longer. This wait was noon. Feeling that it was about time, Ji Yushu tried to stand up. A tall image was directly reflected into Ji Tranquility's eyelids. Wow. So big brother is so tall. He can't be 1.9 meters. Right? When she was sitting, she felt that Ji Yushu was very tall. This time standing up is ridiculously tall. Can you take 2 steps? Marquis Ji was also very excited. In the past, he wouldn't have dreamt that there was still a time for his boss's legs to get better. Now, seeing him stand up, it was like a dream. But was it not a dream? The Ji family's fate was rewritten by Ji Tranquility's arrival. Ji Yushu took 2 steps forward with Ji Linfeng's assistance and didn't feel any discomfort. Just as he wanted to speak, he saw Lady Ji burst into tears. He busily stepped forward to comfort. Mother, don't cry. My son should be happy to stand up. Ji Tranquility was also touched to the point of crackling. Oh, big brother is too considerate. I'm so lucky to be reincarnated into such a family. The Ji family members were thinking. How could they think that Ji Tran's arrival wasn't lucky? In the afternoon, the entire Ji family went out to personally pick up Elder Mu at the Mu family's entrance. The moment he saw Ji Yushu, Elder Mu's face was filled with shock. And then he cried old tears. Good. Shure has finally stood up. Grandfather has no more regrets in his life. I'm afraid that the biggest regret in his life is that as the head of the Imperial Hospital, he has cured countless people, but he couldn't cure his own grandson. The family followed with red eyes. Mrs. Ji clenched her lips to hold back her tears. Get in the car, father. Let's go home. The sound of going home again spoke to the old man's heart. After everyone got on the carriage drifted away. Just like this, Elder Mu brought his grandson Mu Yu to live in the Ji family. There were still 3 days to go before Ji Linfeng and Duan Muyi's wedding day. And everyone in the Ji family was joyfully cutting happy characters and hanging red lanterns. After Elder Mu arrives at the Ji family, he listens to Ji Tranquility and Mu Yu giggle every day, his whole body glowing. The old man is afraid of being alone, so he should be accompanied more often. On the same day, the news that Ji Yushu was able to stand up spread, saying that Lady Ji had obtained a medical book from somewhere and cured Ji Yushu's leg that had been crippled for more than 2 years. It caused many people to marvel. On the 9th day of May, Go Yuan hurriedly walked into Ji Lin Feng's courtyard. Second Duke, Miss Su said she has something important and wants to see you. Ji Lin Feng was trying on wedding clothes and said without looking back. Go see her and ask her what's the matter. I'm not available for these 2 days. After these 2 days, I will naturally go see her. There would also be a clear explanation of the matter with her. Hearing this, Go Yuan turned around and left. Yu Lian, Pavilion Master can't come to see me? Su Yiqing, dressed in black, stood quietly by the window. Her brows were sunken, not knowing what she was thinking. Go Yuan was also dressed in black. And when he met with Su Yiqing, he was a member of the Dark Pavilion. In the Ji family, he was naturally the Ji family's Dark Guard. Go Yuan truthfully replied, Yes, Pavilion Master has something very important to do these 2 days. He will definitely go to the Vice Pavilion Master personally after he is busy these 2 days. There are some things that the Vice Pavilion Master will try to deal with if he can. What if I say that I have discovered the 3rd Prince's trail? What? Where? Go Yuan was a little agitated. Such a big event. Can't you notify the Pavilion Master to handle it? Do you think you can catch the third prince and the demonic path? Su Yaqing's voice was low and hoarse. Go Yuan heard something from her words, but was unable to distinguish it for a moment. Then the vice pavilion master will first order his men to follow them. And after these 2 days have passed, the pavilion master will personally bring his men forward. Hee. Is that matter really so important that even the third prince's matter can be put aside? What's the point of hiding it from me, when you're also a member of the pavilion? Su Yaqing finished her words, and turned to look at Go Yuan. She looked straight at him, and made him feel weak. Go Yuan's eyes flickered as he pretended to be calm and said, Yes, it's a big matter. In any case, there is no delay. Deputy Pavilion Master, go back first. I will come back to contact you after 2 days. After saying that, Go Yuan was unwilling to stay any longer. Turning around, he descended the stairs. Su Yaqing, on the other hand, did not leave, but instead landed her gaze on top of the splash of silhouette on the street. At this moment, Duan Muyi was walking on the street with her maid Jiqiu. Duan Muyi knew that Ji Lifeng liked to eat Su Ji's pastries, so she wanted to buy some herself. Tomorrow would be so busy that they wouldn't even have time to eat. Miss, let's cover up a bit. There is no young lady who is about to get married and is still wandering on top of the street. It would be unseemly to be seen. Only then does Duan Muyi take a handkerchief and block her face. You're right. Let's leave after we finish shopping. We still have to go back and try on the wedding clothes to see if they fit. Hee. Miss has tried it on 10 times. It will definitely fit. The two of them talk and laugh as they walk forward. Duan Muyi, who had bought pastries and returned, bumped into a girl dressed in black. Sorry. This young lady. Duan Muyi looked towards Su Yaqing. The latter was sizing her up fixedly. Duan Muyi met Su Yaqing's line of sight, and in this instant felt that she had seen it somewhere before. Where had she seen it before? Had she seen it before? Or had she not? She was somewhat unable to tell. But there was just a very wonderful feeling lingering in her heart. Seeing Su Yaqing not say anything, Duan Muyi smiled at her and turned sideways to walk out. Su Yaqing stood at the entrance of Su Ji's shop with her back to Duan Muyi just like that, neither entering nor retreating. Jiqiu, did you feel that the woman in black was so strange? Duan Muyi, who had walked out a long way, asked Jiqiu. Jiqiu frowns. It is a bit strange. Just now Miss apologized with her. She was so rude, not even giving a single support. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that she looks like she knows us. And I also seem to know her. But again, I can't search for memories of her in my mind. But miss, this person, we really haven't seen before. Haven't seen it before? Duan Muyi whispered. After thinking for half a day, she really didn't think of where she had seen her before. But the feeling she was given was really not very friendly. Duan Muyi kept this matter in her heart, thinking of informing Ji Lifeng about this tomorrow. Let him look into it. It was really because of that dream that made her heart not quite at peace. Even if the third prince didn't have the same ending as in the dream. But the person didn't die. She still couldn't feel at ease. Especially with that prison sentence for Ji Lifeng. Her heart was not at ease. The Ji family was busy as their happy event approached. World son Bei Hengjin wanted to come and play with Ji Tranquility. But he was locked into the courtyard by consort Xin. Mother consort. The adults are busy. And Sister Tranquil is not busy. Why are you locking up, child? He didn't see little character again these days. And he knew it was because Ji Tranquility had a new love. It was that little guy named Muyu. The two of them had become playmates. Where was there a place for him? No. He was Tranquil's sister's childhood friend. Chapter 142. Thought of the reason for the escalation. Princess Xian Wang locked Bei Hengjin in the house. And the latter didn't use much effort to run out and go straight to Ji Mansion. After taking 2 steps, Xian Wangfei suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask Bei Hengjin. Jiner, how did one of you know about the matter of a spy in the mansion? Xian Wangfei stood in the doorway and asked Bei Hengjin. But when she didn't wait for a response, she knew something was wrong. Pushing open the door and seeing no one inside, she knew that people had run away. This brat, all said Ji family shall not be empty, or ran away. Tomorrow we'll go to congratulate. Can't you wait even 1 day? Consort Xian Wang counted on her lips. But on her face, she was happy. She actually likes the youngest of the Ji family. If her son can really play with the youngest of the Ji family, it would not be a bad thing. Come on people. Go to the Ji residence to wait for the world son. Play tired to receive back. Yes. The subordinate answered and went. G Mansion. Beihongjin didn't use the main gate and directly came in over the wall. The person was spotted by Yin Zheng just as soon as he poked his head out. Yin Zheng smiled before going to report. When Beihongjin hits G Tranquility is still arguing with Mu Yu. Look at you. You have to be so little. You can't grow fat like this. And look at me. A thief couldn't even hold me if he wanted to steal it. Mu Yu can't understand what G Tran is babbling about. But it's curious just the same. People. Mu Yu is a few months older than G Tranquility. So it's not surprising that he can talk. G Tranquility said in a bad mood, People, what people? I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? I'm telling you to eat more in the future and grow fat. Only happy people understand? Mrs. G, who is busy at the side, looks at G Tranquility with amusement. Except for them. Other people can't hear her heart. Mu Yu doesn't pay any attention to her even if she says her mouth is dry. With a twist of her head, Lady G caught a glimpse of the sneaky Beihongjin. Young world son. Are you alone? Come in quickly. Lady G beckoned towards Beihongjin. Beihongjin ran in with a smile. I want to take Tranquil Sister out to play. Beihongjin was not polite at all. Directly stating his words. G Tranquility nodded furiously. Okay. I just want to go play as well. Let's go shopping. There's a lot of delicious food on the street. Although I can't eat it right now. It's still good to take a look. The corner of Beihongjin's mouth twitched. Fat like this, and still thinking about eating. You'll become fat when you grow up. But he liked it. Lady G ruthlessly refused. No way, little Sheetsy. You're all still young. You can't go out to play. You'll meet bad people. Beihongjin sighed. Then, I want to play with Tranquil Sister alone. Then you go inside and play. Lady G uneasily urged. But don't hug her. After saying that, she went out. She still had a number of things she hadn't finished. After going out, Lady G was still uneasy, and called for Xiao He to watch the three little ones. Beihongjin approached the cot, and glared at Mu Yu with an unhappy face. Obviously he doesn't want to see Mu Yu. And as a result, Madame G gets the wrong idea and goes out herself. Beihongjin just sat next to him, and glared wide-eyed at G Tranquility. Didn't you come to play with me? Why don't you stop being bored? It's not just to brush off your presents. Is it? Beihongjin smiled faintly. He really was just here to brush up his presents. Accompanying her as she grew up. Accompanying her every day to be happy. Before, he was just curious about her. Nowadays, the day he didn't see her was a hard day. Therefore, it was okay to want to run to the G Mansion every day, unable to hug and brush up his presents. In this way, there was one more him in her life. The one who accompanied her every day as she grew up. Seeing that he really didn't have anything to say, G Tranquility talked about her own past. Stinky boy. Do you know? I was reincarnated with memories. My past life was in a very distant place. It could be a parallel time and space to here. It's also possible that Shengyu Kingdom will be our place thousands of years from now. That means I come from a world called the future. A country with thousands of years of cultural heritage. So we people there know a lot of modern technology. But there are also places that are not comparable to yours. We fight not in close combat, but across many states and counties. We can also fight across the sea. It's even easier to destroy a country in the blink of an eye. I'm telling you, our soldiers are especially powerful. The more G Tranquility shouted, the more excited she became, shocking Beihongjin with wide eyes. Was there really a weapon so powerful that it could destroy a country in the blink of an eye? What was an atomic bomb? What was a missile? What is nuclear? What was hydrogen? And what about shells? Shockwaves. The more they talked, the less he understood. There was even an urge to go and take a look. Beihongjin stared at G Tran with two bright eyes. And when G Tran returned to his senses, it startled her. What is this brat doing looking at me like that? It can't be that he can hear my heart. Right? How could it be? It must be an illusion. The brat does have some unusual skills. But it's not so powerful that he can hear her heart. With this thought, G Tranquility continued to scream again. Getting more nostalgic the more she screamed. Finally speaking of her dependent grandmother. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Even wanting to cry. Wow. Wahoo. As a result, she really cried? Not G Tran. But Mu Yu was crying. Because he wet the bed. Ah! Come and hug me. Stinky boy. He wet the bed. It stinks. I don't want to sleep with him. Without waiting for Ji Tranquility to finish, Beiheng Jin had already picked her up. Especially that sentence about sleeping together made his face already twisted. Lady Ji had put the two together for ease of care. Muyu was still crying somewhere. Perhaps because he wasn't too comfortable peeing on his body. Xiao He comes in as soon as she hears the cries. She brings in a nappy, and then in front of Beiheng Jin and Ji Tranquility. She is about to take off Muyu's trousers. Beiheng Jin's face changed slightly, immediately turning around while holding Ji Tranquility and covering her eyes. Shitsi master. You can put Miss on the bed. Don't drop her. Xiao, he was afraid that Beiheng Jin would doze someone off and touch her. Ji Tranquility also said no. At this point, she didn't want to sleep in a bedwetting. It stank. Hearing that Ji Tranquility disliked Muyu as much as he did, Beiheng Jin was in a good mood. Ji Tranquility saw Beiheng Jin and suddenly remembered what she had figured out a few days ago. She had been wondering how the Golden Finger Mall was upgraded. She felt like there wasn't a bit of foreshadowing. It was upgraded whenever she wanted to. It wasn't until yesterday that she figured it out. Both upgrades seemed to be related to Northingjin. The first upgrade was to help Princess Sienna escape a disaster. The second upgrade seemed to be coming back from the palace. She remembered that it was the Empress' birthday banquet. She had used Beiheng Jin to give the Empress an antidote to poison. With this association, she thought that the system's upgrade was related to Beiheng Jin. It seemed to have been upgraded by saving someone close to him, in order to save up enough points to bring the State Master to justice as soon as possible. She was anxious. Now that she had figured out the reason for the upgrade, she would be able to get them all upgraded, and then save up enough points as soon as possible. Thinking as she did, Ji Tranquility's heart was thrilled. Let me think. What else is going to happen next in the Xian Wangfu? Since it's only going to be upgraded if we save the people around Northingjin. Let's start with the people around him. The Empress counts as someone close to him. Right? The Crown Prince counts too. Right? Chapter 143. On the day of the big day, someone died. Hee hee. It seems like I've saved the Crown Prince. It was at the full moon banquet. But there's no upgrade. It's really strange. Could it be that brothers don't work and have to discuss seniority? Ji Tranquility expressed that she couldn't figure it out. Forget it. It's better to think about what's next. The matter of the Xianwang mansion. Right? Beiheng Jin had been listening carefully to Ji Tran's heart, not missing a single word. The fate of the Xianwang mansion was at stake, so he couldn't afford to be sloppy. I remember that after Princess Xianwang fell into a coma, the Xianwang mansion had been tracking down clues, and as a result, it even allowed him to find out. But now, the third prince has been defeated. All the plots have collapsed. What should have happened, and what shouldn't have happened, can't happen anymore. Huh? Next up is Beiheng Jin. Thinking about this, Ji Tranquility suddenly remembered that she had previously agreed to return a life preservation talisman to him as a token of appreciation. But the life preservation talisman had a time limit. If you gave it in advance, you wouldn't be able to use it then. If you give it then, you don't know when something will happen to Beiheng Jin? AI. What a headache. Forget it. Forget it. You can come here every day from now on. Beiheng Jin. If anything happens, I'll be able to know in advance. If you don't come one day, something is definitely wrong. Beiheng Jin smiled. So he was worried about him. Well then, it's settled. He'll come every day from now on. On the one hand, he could accompany her as she grew up. And on the other hand, he could also brush his presence in front of her. Let her know how good he is, so that when she grows up, she won't be able to fit anyone else in her eyes. That sentence he said at the Queen's banquet wasn't something he just said. It was true. He would marry Tranquility as his consort when he grew up. Lady Ji came back and was shocked to find Ji Tranquility being held by Beiheng Jin and was busy picking her up. Beiheng Jin seemed like he hadn't hugged him enough and couldn't let go. Madame Ji was a little bit in tears and laughter. Little son, you're still young. I'm really afraid that you'll drop Sister Tranquil. She's too small. A fall will result in a very serious injury, understand? Beiheng Jin looked like she was trying to break up him and Ji Tranquility. And he really wanted to laugh. Beiheng Jin stayed at the Ji mansion for a day and did not go back until it was almost dark. In the evening, the family sat at the dinner table talking about understood security issues. Elder Mu was also there. Tomorrow is crowded. In order to capture the third prince, I have asked the Crown Prince to send people. And the Duanmu mansion side has also sent manpower. The crown prince is also eager to capture the third prince. So naturally he is happy to send people. The family discussed this matter until half the night before going back to sleep. And G Tranquility seems to be in poor spirits. Early to go to sleep. Dave Hookyuan brought back news that found the hiding place of the third prince. Su Yaching agreed to follow the third prince first. Tomorrow if the third prince made a move, Su Yaching would definitely give him a signal. With this thought, everyone went to sleep. The sky is dry. Be careful with the fire and candles. The night watchman who beat the night watch listlessly sang and drank as he beat the night watch. He didn't even notice a man in black flashing past behind him. A family because the heart hangs on the matter. All did not sleep much. About the Chin hour in the middle of all people on the rise. The lights and colors were on. And it was very lively. G Tranquility was also woken up. But she knew that Mrs. G must not have the time to hold her. Not crying and staring with a pair of eyes. Until the day will be bright only busy free to come to dress her. The G family had something to do. And she was able to wear a big red happy dress with 2 little chirps tied on. It was very cute. In a moment, the groom is going to pick up the bride. G Tranquility very want to go to see the world. They want to ask Ji Yushu to bring her along. Big brother cuddle. Seeing Ji Yushu coming over, Ji Tran smiles and extends her little fat hand. Ji Yushu was too tall and could be seen at a glance standing in the crowd. Hee hee. Being hugged by big brother is to see farther. Today's G mansion is so beautiful. It's like you're celebrating the new year. No. It's even more lively than New Year's. When big brother goes to receive the bride in a while. Can you bring me along as well? I also want to go to welcome the bride. Ji Yushu thought that the security in the mansion had already been arranged by him, as if it was a brick wall. So he thought that nothing could go wrong. So he nodded his head. Sister, do you want to go see the bride? If you want to go, in a while big brother will bring you along. G Tranquil head nodded like a wave drum. Yes. Big brother is so nice. Thinking that there will be a lot of ladies who will come today. And that they will see big brother, who is so handsome. G Tranquility's heart is thrilled. With so many people coming, there would always be one who would look at big brother. Right? Ji Yushu doesn't know what's in G Tran's mind. And smiles as he rubs G Tran's head. At this moment, the bridegroom Ji Lin Feng should have put on his wedding clothes. Ji Yushu held Ji Tran and walked towards Ji Lin Feng's courtyard. Before he reached the courtyard, from afar, he could hear the laughter of Ji Lin Feng's buddies. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that the first one among us to get married would be you. The master who is out of tune. Yes. It's really unexpected. Lin Feng brother is with us to say how to know Miss Duanmu. You say it. We guarantee not to laugh at you. Ha ha ha. Saying on his lips that he won't laugh. He was already laughing before people even opened their mouths. Ji Yushu approached with G Tranquility in his arms. The crowd of teenagers greeted. Grand Duke. Grand Duke's leg is really healed. Lady G's medical skills are truly renowned. A crowd of people echoed the speaker's words. And some were even thinking that they had to have their own little sister come to the G mansion more often. What if she falls in love? The first 2 years the reputation of the Grand Duke had spread. And in the past 2 years it looked like the person had become even more stable. Second brother. G Tranquility saw Ji Lin Feng in a big red wedding dress and wowed in shock. Today's second brother is so good looking. The most handsome boy in the entire capital. Ji Lin Feng is embarrassed by G Tranquility's compliments. Seeing that the auspicious time for welcoming the bride was about to arrive. A group of teenagers began to coax. Let's go. Welcome the bride. The bride will be as beautiful as heaven. When it was time to welcome the bride, the Ji family beat gongs and drums. And firecrackers burst out. Ji Lin Feng was wearing a big red flower on his chest. Riding on a high horse. He looked even more magnificent. Behind him was a group of brothers. All of whom were close friends of his in the army. The group of people traveled to Duanmu Mansion in great numbers. Ji Yushu instructed Yin Zheng to take Ji Tranquility with him and follow the large procession. On the streets, there were many adults and children waiting to collect sweets. Especially children. The procession walked slowly because there were too many children and they were afraid of accidents. I didn't want to. But there was still an accident. A child bouncing in the middle of the road didn't know what was going on. And before Ji Linfeng's horse could get to him, the person collapsed. A woman suddenly rushed out and cried out, Murder! The G family's horse scared my son to death. Today was a happy event for the G family. And this woman was so incapable of reading things that she opened her mouth to yell that the G family had killed someone. With the woman in front of them. The bridal party had to stop. What happened? The uninformed people in the back asked suspiciously. What happened? Why did it stop? Big brother, quick. Let's go to the front and take a look. The subordinates of the G mansion in the front rushed forward to check if the child was alright. As a result, they found that the person was really dead. Chapter 144. I am Suyak in awe. Second Duke. The person is dead. G family subordinates reported to Ji Lin Feng. What? Ji Lin Feng rolled over and dismounted, walking towards the woman. Ji Yushu first nodded towards someone in the crowd before carrying Ji Tranquility forward, seeing a child lying on the ground who was not known to be alive or dead. A woman was crying her heart out beside her, screaming under her breath. The G family killed someone. The G family's horse scared my son to death. Knowing that today is the big day of the G family, this woman is still so shouting. Clearly come to pick a fight. Or trying to stall for time. Not good. This woman will not be trying to stall for time. Second brother, go first. Did something happen at the Duanmu residence? Hearing this, Ji Yushu did not know what came to his mind. His eyes moved slightly, and he opened his mouth to call out to Ji Lin Feng, who was almost walking to the woman's front. Second brother, you go first. Don't miss the auspicious time. Leave this place to me. Ji Lin Feng nodded his head, remembering Duanmu in his heart. He turned to leave. The woman was just about to make a move when she saw Ji Lin Feng turn around, and had to withdraw her movement, making a very sad appearance. She cried and choked in a pitiful manner. Ji Yushu's eyebrows moved and he carried Ji Tran to Xiohe, who was in a hurry to come forward. He went forward to check on the child's condition. Ji Lin Feng rolled onto his horse, and from the rest of his eyes, he saw that many of the people in the crowd had been taken down by the Ji family's secret guards. The worries that had arisen in his heart because of the women's disturbance dropped quite a bit. He had to admit that his elder brother was more attentive than he was. And he saw that there were also the Crown Prince's Willem guards not far away. 2 of them were heading this way. As Ji Lin Feng left, many of the candy collectors also followed. But of course, there were also those who stayed. Those who stayed were the young girls, who were charmed by the handsome Ji Yushu. At this moment, the young girls all had peachy eyes. Is this the Ji family's eldest son? Ji Yushu? He's too good looking. Isn't he? It would be great if I could fall into the eyes of the Ji family's Grand Duke. The women chattered, their focus all on Ji Yushu's body. Nowadays, Ji Yushu stood up. The confident look between her brows was even more charming than before, and her dark blue eyes were as seductive as ever. Ji Yushu approached the woman with a smile at the corner of his mouth, lifting his robe with one hand and crouching down while quickly fastening the bowl of the woman's hand that wanted to move. Using his arm, he blocked the knife in the woman's hand. In a low voice, she warned, your men have all been taken down. If you make a move now and injure the people, you can't afford the charge. Ji Tranquility's eyes were sharp enough to see the flash of cold light. My God, what did I see? Is that a knife? Big brother, be careful. Ji Tranquility twisted around with some anxiety. Uneasy as hell. The woman hadn't wanted to return alive today. After hearing Ji Yushu's words, her first reaction was that her purpose had been seen through by Ji Yushu. However, she was puzzled by the fact that she was acting alone today and did not have any backup. She really didn't understand the meaning of Ji Yushu's previous words. She thought that if she couldn't kill Ji Lin Feng today, she could also kill Grand Duke Ji Yushu. At that moment, she pushed Ji Yushu away with all her might regardless, and viciously stabbed towards Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu's reaction wasn't slow either, lifting his foot to kick the person out. The 2 martial dragon guards, who hurriedly came over, immediately stepped forward to detain the person. The crowd of women screamed in fear when they saw the dagger that fell out. But in a split second, the person was detained. Immediately, some of the martial dragon guards stepped forward to drive the people away. It was only after the people were driven away that Ji Tranquility saw a number of men in commoners' clothing kneeling on the ground. Each of them glared angrily at Ji Yushu. These people aren't all in league with the women, are they? My goodness. Did Big Brother know early on that there were women blocking the road on the street? Ji Yushu wanted to say that he did not know that a woman would suddenly appear. But preparations were made, and if there were no surprises, he would be able to take down the 3rd prince today. In Ji Yushu's opinion, this woman is in league with those who pretend to be people and hide in the crowd. Ji Yushu got up to pick up the knife on the ground. Inadvertently, he saw the Dark Pavilion logo on the knife. His face changed drastically. No good. The people from the Dark Pavilion knew about Ji Lifeng pretending to be Dark Yin. Grand Duke, have you discovered something new? Seeing that Ji Yushu's face did not look right, Lin Jun, the new vice commander of the Forbidden Army, went up to ask with concern. Seeing Lin Jun, Ji Tranquility's brows frowned. Who is this person? Born with thieving eyes. Doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Nothing. I still need to trouble the vice commander to take care of things here. Ji Yushu finished speaking and turned around to take Ji Tran from Xiao He. As soon as Ji Tran heard the words Lin Jun, she screamed in excitement. I go. What kind of eyes does the crown prince have? It's not easy for a Zhang Shiju to die. And this is arranging for a villain to take over the vice commander's position. Ji Tranquility was so anxious that she went to pull Ji Yushu's clothes. The latter was about to say something, just as someone hurriedly ran in and said, It's not good. Grand Duke, Miss Duanmu has been abducted. Hearing the subordinate come to report, Ji Yushu rushed over without stopping. Grand Duke, I'll go too and see if I can help. Lin Jun followed quickly with a portion of his men. When a few people arrived, all the guests of the Duanmu mansion ran out in fear, and the guards of the mansion backed the people up protectively. The surroundings were filled with officials and soldiers. Surprisingly, the crown prince was also there, and after seeing Ji Yushu, the crown prince nodded a few times unnoticeably. Ji Linfeng's body seemed to be injured, and he was fighting against a man in black. What the man in black was holding in his hand was none other than the bride with a covered head. Put her down. Come at me if you have anything to do. Ji Linfeng was anxious as he saw the knife a few points closer. Second sister-in-law is being held hostage? Oops. 1,000 precautions or something happened. Why is the third prince so difficult to deal with? I thought that the third prince would make a move against the Ji family, but I didn't think that he would make a move against second sister-in-law. What can we do about this? Ji Tranquility was in a hurry. Ji Yushu, for fear of accidents, did not pass Ji Tranquility to Shioha this time, but instead protected her in her arms. After all, there were more than just the third prince's people here today. When Su Yaqing saw Ji Linfeng protecting Duanmu like this, the hatred in her heart was already almost too much to suppress. She violently tugged at the face scarf above her. Ji Tranquility saw her crying. No way. She's from the Dark Pavilion. Why is she crying? It can't be that she likes the women of Dark Diffusion. Right? This? What kind of thing is this? Ji Lifeng had already guessed in his heart that it was Su Yaqing, but he couldn't admit that he was Dark Yin at this time. So he said in a cold voice, This girl. I have no grudges or enmity with you. Why are you hijacking my madam? Hearing the word madam, Su Yaqing directly broke her defenses. The tears in her eyes flowed even more fiercely. Did he think that pretending he didn't recognize her would be enough? Dark Yin, do you really not recognize me? I'm Su Yaqing. It's Su Yaqing who has loved you for years. She was still making her final struggle. I remember the year we first met. You had only just joined the Dark Pavilion. At that time, you were only 8 years old. Still a brat. But you were very resourceful and ran so fast. It's just that there was hostility in your eyes. And you looked at everyone with hostility. When the crowd heard about the Dark Pavilion, they exclaimed in shock, Oh my god! She's from the Dark Pavilion. How did the Ji family mess with the Dark Cabinet? Chapter 145. Duanmu is held hostage. Su Yaqing didn't care about the comments of the bystanders, and continued to talk about the past with tears in her eyes. At that time, when I saw you grabbing food with the dog, I gave you the only steamed bun in my hand. Do you know that at that time, I had already been starved by the pavilion master for 2 whole days. I kept making noise about going home, but instead of releasing me, the pavilion master locked me up and starved me for 2 days. It was only later when I agreed to join the Dark Pavilion that he gave me a steamed bun. But I turned my hand and gave it to you. Then later, I saw you trying to survive in a fierce tiger cage to survive. I thought you would be eaten by the tiger. But you succeeded. Succeeded in standing out. And I followed your example. Learning from your example in everything I did. Gradually, I feel that I can't leave you anymore. Su Yaqing cried so hard that her hand holding the knife kept shaking. Ji Linfeng, however, had red eyes. He knew it was Dark Yan's will that still survived. He seemed to feel Su Yuqing's sadness. Enough. Ji Linfeng roared. I'm not Dark Yin. I'm not him. This roar directly caused the consciousness that Dark Yin had managed to gather to dissipate into nothingness in an instant. Su Yuqing felt for a moment that she saw Dark Yin's shadow. She wanted to step forward. But soon, she saw Ji Linfeng's eyes on the angry eyes. Please let go of my lord's wife, or my lord will kill you. Hearing this, Su Yuqing froze for a long time before saying, You haven't even been married yet. And you're calling her madam? Your behavior will not change the way this Gongzi addresses her. So quickly release her. This was to tell Su Yuqing that he would not change his mind. Not until death. Su Yuqing laughed and cried at the same time, loudly questioning Ji Linfeng. You are clearly Dark Yin. The Dark Yin I love. Why have you become the second prince of the Ji family again? Tell me. Tell me exactly why. She clearly saw Dark Yin's shadow from him. And in a split second, it disappeared again. She couldn't figure out why this was. Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng was silent for a moment before saying, I've always been the second prince of the Ji family. It's the girl who recognized the wrong person. The Dark Yin that you know. This prince doesn't know. You're lying. Did you kill him to disguise yourself as him to get close to me? Su Yuqing hissed loudly at Ji Linfeng. Her mind was also in a mess. It must be this. It must be this. Su Yuqing went crazy. And at this time, Lin Jun slowly approached towards the crown prince. Ji Linfeng clenched his fists and said, This prince has killed many people in his life, and doesn't know if there is the dark diffusion you speak of. Hearing this, Su Yuqing was so angry that she lost her mind and directly stabbed down towards Duan Mui. You killed the person I like. So I'll kill the person you like. Let the rest of your life be spent living in the pain of losing a loved one like I did. Dark Yan's mission was to infiltrate the Ji family to steal the roster. And it was likely that he would die at the hands of Ji Linfeng. Determining this fact, Su Yuqing lashed out and stabbed down towards Duan Mui. Ji Linfeng flew forward, desperately trying to save Duan Mui even as he put his life on the line. At the same time, Ji Yushu moved. Lin Jun moved. And the crown prince hooked his lips in a smile and also moved. Several parties moved at the same time. Let a crowd of guests, who are afraid of the fish in the pond want to escape, but also want to watch the fun do not know who in the end to watch. Ji Tranquility, who was already somewhat confused. The bride was stabbed by Su Yuqing in retaliation and collapsed on the ground. The red cover was blown away by the wind, revealing Jiqiu's face. This scene stunned everyone's jaws. Ji Linfeng pounced on Jiqiu's body. His eyes reddened. Duan Mui. You can't die. I won't let you die. There's little. He wanted to say that he had his little sister here and wouldn't let her die. But after seeing the face under the red cover, for a moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Ji Yushu threw out the flying dagger hidden in his sleeve and stabbed Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was also a ruthless person, and immediately pulled out the flying dagger from the blood and flesh and stabbed towards Ji Linfeng. But at the last moment, she hesitated. He wasn't Dark Yin, but he had the exact same face as Dark Yin, and she didn't want to hurt him. Yin Zheng stepped forward and tackled Su Yuqing, whose heart was ashen. Su Yuqing thought that with Duan Mui dead, he would definitely live in pain for the rest of his life. As a result, she inclined her head to see that it wasn't Duan Mui, and her entire body froze on the spot. Why? Why wasn't it Duan Mui? She came today because she wanted to kill his beloved in front of Ji Linfeng. If he admitted that he was Dark Yin, she would believe him unconditionally. But his heart and eyes were full of Duan Mui. She knew in her heart that she was living in self-deception. But why? Why did it come to this? That day, she found the third prince outside the first-line cliff. She wanted to bring people to take him down directly. But she heard him say that Dark Yin was dead, killed by Ji Linfeng's sword. He said that Dark Yin was born exactly like Ji Linfeng. Ji Linfeng had disguised himself as him after killing Dark Yin. She was furious at the time because she loved Dark Yin too much. In order to seek justice for the third prince's words, she wanted to ask him out to ask for clarification, only to find that he was happily preparing for his marriage to Duan Mui. The important thing in his mouth is the marriage with Duan Mui. Her dark diffusion is gone, killed by someone who looks very much like him. In fact, she should be happy because the man she had loved for years did not reject her love. He just left and went far away. Dark Yin, you actually like me, right? Your previous rejection was to protect me, right? If you don't answer, it's a tacit acceptance. Oh. Su Yaqing was talking crazy nonsense. She was escorted away by Yin Zheng. Lin Jun was tackled by the crown prince's men, and his entire body was in a daze, completely unaware of when he was exposed. The crown prince stood with his arms folded, as if he could see Lin Jun's confusion, and expressionlessly solved it for him. I did not see that you were third brother's person. The person who made me wary of you was the Grand Duke of the Ji family, because he found out that you and Zhang Shijun are from the same hometown. Of course, the fact that you are from the same hometown does not expose you. But before Zhang Shijun was executed, you had met him once. Everything today, except for that woman, was in the Grand Duke's calculations. The only point that was surprising was that the one holding Duan Muyi hostage wasn't the third prince, but Su Yaqing of the Dark Pavilion. Now, it seemed that the person who had just hidden in the crowd was not in the woman's gang. The only one who was truly in the group with the woman was this Su Yaqing. The woman's appearance had allowed them to capture the person arranged by the third prince ahead of time. Hearing this, Lin Jun was confused. But, just now, Ji Yushu clearly showed shock. He clearly didn't know about our plan. He didn't act like that. Did he fool you? Lin Jun froze. This Ji Yushu was really good at acting. He didn't see it at all. He thought that he was really surprised that Duan Muyi was kidnapped. Thinking about this Duan Muyi, Lin Jun was even more confused. Their people stayed in the Duanmu mansion the whole time, but they didn't know when Duan Muyi had changed. Could it be that this Duan Muyi also calculated that they were going to make a move? Originally, they decided to let Liang Ruer hold Duan Muyi hostage. But I don't want to hold Duan Muyi more than them. There is also the Dark Cabinet of Su Yaqing. Chapter 146. Won't hear my heart. Right? The doubts in Lin Jun's heart could not be answered anymore. And the Crown Prince ordered everyone to be arrested back to the heavenly prison. With Ji Tranquility there, Ji Qiu indeed couldn't die, but because of her injury she passed out. Lady Duanmu had fainted from fear because Duan Muyi was taken hostage. And when she woke up at this moment, hearing Duanmu Xiong say that it wasn't Duan Muyi but Ji Qiu, she burst into tears. Ji Qiu is a child who understands things. We have to ask the best doctor to treat her. Don't worry. The Grand Duke has already ordered someone to carry her to the Ji mansion. With Lady Ji there she will be fine. Ji Qiu, as the accompanying maid, should have followed her to the Ji family. So it was good? With Ji Qiu as a loyal maid taking care of their own precious daughter. They were also relieved. Ji Lin Feng looked at his big brother with a confused face, waiting for him to solve the confusion. Instead, he heard a familiar voice from not far away enter his ears. Lin Feng. Ji Lin Feng raised his eyes and saw Duan Muyi, dressed as a maid, standing nicely on the steps. At this moment, his nose was sore. He stood up and slowly went forward. And when he approached Duan Muyi, he violently hugged the person. Are you injured? Smelling the scent of blood on Ji Lin Feng's body, Duan Muyi's face changed as he said that he was about to push him away. However, he heard a wang voice from above his head. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. He cried out. It wasn't him who cried. It was Dark Yen who cried. Ji Lin Feng comforted himself. Duan Muyi raised her hand and slowly landed on his waist, giving him silent comfort. All right. So many people are watching? All the guests outside looked at the tightly hugging duo. Ji Lin Feng was a head taller than Duan Muyi. The onlookers couldn't see Duan Muyi's reddened little face. They only saw Ji Lin Feng's tall body blocking the person. Ji Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly and said, Do you know how afraid I was of losing you at that time? Ever since listening to his little sister's heart, he had decided that Duan Muyi was his destined wife. After he was imprisoned, Duan Muyi had been unfailingly devoted to him. She even hugged his corpse and cried bitterly. She still didn't hold a grudge against her when he cold-shouldered her like that, just for fetching the paper kite for her. She then identified with him. In this matter, he was touched. Ji Lin Feng had too many doubts in his heart that he wanted to ask. But he also knew that now was not the time. What exactly is your relationship with Su Yaqing? Ji Lin Feng was about to say hurry up and put on the cover. It wasn't too much of a bad time at this point. Just then he heard Duan Muyi ask also this sentence. This matter is a long story. I'll tell you slowly when we pass the door. I have more news to tell you. Let's go. It's not too late to miss the auspicious time. I'll ride my horse and take you there. It's still not too late. But Ji Qiu? She will come along. She saved you. She is your savior. Our Ji family will treat her well. Hearing this, Duan Muyi was moved to tears. It's so good that she won't be living a life like that in her dreams where she spends the whole day wishing for her king's return. Ji Lifeng helps Duan Muyi to turn around and is startled by Ji Yushu, who is standing behind him at an unknown time. Ji Tranquility was being held by Ji Yushu, and at this moment was laughing her head off. Ha ha ha. Second brother has cried, probably too afraid of losing second sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Ji Tranquility mercilessly mocked her own second brother. The latter glared at Ji Yushu with a sad face. Taking large strides, he walked outside, holding Duan Muyi, who hadn't even put on her wedding clothes. She directly mounted her horse. Giddy up. Leaving in style. Not taking a single cloud with him. Ji Yushu. What's it got to do with him? It was clearly Ji Tranquility, who wanted to eavesdrop. The male children who followed behind to receive the marriage were wide-eyed. Lady Lu as the matchmaker was even more confused. Lu Qingyan as the bridesmaid is also at a loss. There were quite a few people on the female side who came to help her. But the result was that one or two of them were staring blankly at each other. In the end, it was Lady Lu who said, "Aya, the second son is so impatient to rush over. He must be afraid of missing the auspicious time. Quick, quick, let's rush over too." A crowd of people swarmed towards the Ji family. Ji Linfeng rode his high horse at a gallop and arrived at the Ji mansion in a short while. Lady Ji, Marquis Ji and Elder Mu who were waiting at the door were in a frenzy of anxiety. And when they saw that Ji Lifeng was escorting Duan Muyi, who was only covered with a red head, back, they were astonished and thankful at the same time. The thoughtful Mrs. Ji has ordered people to go to the ready-made clothes shop to buy ready-made wedding clothes. Although not as good as their own embroidered exquisite, but barely able to cope with, Ji Yushu was afraid that Mrs. Ji would be worried. So she had someone come back in advance to explain the situation. If it wasn't for the large number of guests over here, Marquis Ji would have wanted to go over and help. Even though they had too many questions to ask in their hearts, they knew that now was not the time to ask. They had to hurry up and pay their respects before they missed the auspicious time. Coming. Coming. The wedding clothes are here. The subordinates hurriedly bought the wedding clothes back. Lady Ji hurriedly had someone go down to help Duan Muyi change into it. While Duan Muyi changed into her empty clothes, Lady Ji helped Jiqiu treat her wounds and sent someone to wait on her. When Lady Lu and the others arrived, Duan Muyi's wedding clothes had already been changed, and the person walked out accompanied by the Ji housemaids. The groom immediately handed the red silk in his hand to Duan Muyi, accepting the words of praise from the ceremonial gentleman at the top. The first ceremony of the Jiali has been completed. A good marriage has been made. A pair of Mandarin ducks, happily married. May the two of them love each other and enjoy each other for a long time. Bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Send them to the bridal chamber. The ceremony is complete. As the ceremonial chants fell, a cheer rang out in the hall. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the bridal chamber. A crowd of fights dodged back, and the first male son of the first place of the hecklers scrambled to embrace Ji Lifeng towards the bridal chamber. The ladies of the women's group also embraced the two newcomers towards the bridal chamber. Ji Tranquility arched her R's and roared to go to the bridal chamber as well. Miyu also giggled and was carried by Lady Ji to follow. When Beihong Jin managed to find the time to look for Ji Tran, he saw her heading towards the bridal chamber. He immediately followed. As a result, the group of people arrived at Ji Linfeng's courtyard and were stopped by Lady Ji on the grounds that Ji Linfeng was injured. One person gave a big red seal of resentment and returned. Forget it. Forget it. Go drink. The group of gentlemen hooked their shoulders and left. Lady Lu, as the matchmaker was let in, said some auspicious words, and watched the two drink the FM radio before leaving happily. Her mission was successfully completed. Ji Tranquility forgot about Ji Linfeng's injury for a moment because she was so happy, and now she began to feel sorry for him. Second brother is injured. Mother, quickly see if he's seriously hurt? Ji Tranquility did not say anything, but Lady Ji also planned to show Ji Linfeng's injury. Duan Muyi's heart ached so much that she made a move to lift the cover, but was stopped by Lady Ji. Don't move, child. It's unlucky to lift the cover yourself. Luckily, Madam Broker checked that Ji Linfeng's injuries were not serious. It's just that there's a lot of blood flowing, and it's scary to look at. Lady Broker's red eyes put medicine on Ji Linfeng, bandage, and also warned him. In a while, the wine outside. Don't go to drink it. Buy your big brother to block it. lest you drink too much and open your wound. The one with the heartache will still be your daughter-in-law. Duan Mui under the cover reddened. Ji Lifeng only wanted to accompany his daughter-in-law now. And when he heard Mrs. Ji say that he didn't need to go and toast, he couldn't wait. Okay. Mother. Ji Lifeng glanced at his own Duan's daughter-in-law. His heart delighted. Lady Ji left. And the others followed. Rest well, a second brother. At this time you have injuries on your body. Don't do shy things that will disintegrate the wound. Ji Yushu, who was about to raise his feet to leave, stumbled and almost threw out Ji Tranquility in his arms. Adu, what's wrong with big brother? It can't be that he heard my heart. Right? Ji Tranquility went to look at Ji Yushu's face with a startled expression. The latter reacted quickly and immediately frowned. Just now, a mouse ran past and almost tripped me. Luckily I reacted quickly. Lady Ji. Ji Lifeng. So there was a rat. I thought big brother had heard my heart. Scared me a bit. Chapter 147. Here. Our whole family can hear my little sister's heart. After everyone had left, the house was quiet. Ji Lifeng looked at the covered Duan Mui, his heart blazing. Here. I'm going to uncover my head. Duan Mui, who heard ringing her ear, was even more nervous inside than Ji Lifeng. She answered in a low voice. Ji Lifeng's injury was in his left hand. The hand that uncovered his head was his right hand. It didn't affect his movement. Don't be nervous. Fang, I've already seen you. She did not cover her head in the Duanmu mansion just now, and was still dressed as a maid. Saying this, Duan Mui smiled lightly. Then you uncover it. Hearing this, Ji Lifeng no longer hesitates and picks up a corner with a pole. Then slowly lifts it off. The Duan Mui under the cover stunned Ji Lifeng. He thought that Duan Mui would simply change into her wedding clothes. But he didn't expect that she had also made up her makeup and put on a phoenix crown in such a short period of time. You're so pretty. Saying that, Ji Lifeng sat on his bum beside Duan Mui, then slowly moved up. Duan Mui's face was shy, not expecting that Ji Lifeng was about to kiss her here. He had to create an atmosphere. Right? What a big old man. How can he let her live with herself? Doesn't he know that girls have thin skin? Just when Duan Mui was thinking about it, Ji Lifeng suddenly came close to her ear and said, I'll tell you a secret. Our whole family can hear our little sister's heart. Ji Lifeng gently approached Duan Mui's ear, and as he spoke, a hot breath rushed straight to her ear socket. Just at this moment, there was no room for ripples in her heart, but rather her entire being was shocked by Ji Lifeng's words. No wonder what happened is so different from the dream. The reason for this is that you guys knew early on that the third prince was plotting against you. Duan Mui's eyes were filled with surprise. Exactly. Everything was known. From the time little sister wasn't switched, we had already begun to lay out our plans. The only thing that was unexpected was the variable of the state master. You should be curious as to how someone as high-minded as Master Ci Feng could be willing to be used by the third prince. There is another unknown secret in this. I will slowly tell you later. Then he heard Ji Lifeng say, A long time ago, I heard my little sister say that you would be my destined wife in this life. I purposely went to see you that night on New Year's Eve, but it seems that I didn't see you and recognize Liang Ruer as you. You won't blame me, right? Ji Lifeng looked at Duan Mui, who shook her head. How could she possibly blame him? The little teenager in her heart, who fetched the paper kite for her, would always be there. Duan Mui's eyes were tearful. She wasn't a crybaby, but for some reason today, she just couldn't help but cry. Then it's time to share your secret. My secret? Duan Mui was a little puzzled. Wasn't her secret that dream? What other secrets did she have? Ji Lifeng knew she had forgotten and gently knocked her head. Stupid. Your secret is why that person in the party was Jiqiu and not you. Duan Mui drifted off. Come closer. I'll speak slowly with you. The Ji family is a prestigious family in Shengjing. Not only are they valued by Emperor Yu, but this time, they also helped the crown prince repel the third prince's push for the palace. In the future, the Ji family would only be more heavily used by the northern Hung family, and would have a better chance of becoming Shengyu's first 100-year-old prestigious family. Therefore, at the Ji family's wedding banquet, all of the top officials in Sheng capital and their families came. The lively scene could be described as unprecedented. The Qi family also came. And before the banquet, Lord Ji warned Muyun several times not to play small tricks. Today's Ji family is not the same as the previous Ji family. The former Ji family has an empty marquee. No real power. In the current Ji family, the power lies with the Crown Prince. What the Ji family says, the Crown Prince will believe. It was just like one of the Crown Prince's most trusted subjects. I'm warning you. If you dare to cause trouble, there's no way you'll be able to sit tight in the position of Lady Qi. Muyun gasps and laughs. Qi Nanxing, what did you say when Yuan Heir was being looked at by the third prince? Now that the third prince has lost his power, and Yuan Heir is missing, you don't even look for her? Yuners matter. You don't need to care. Today's Qi family still want to be based in Shengjing, have to be peaceful. Qi Nanxing looked at Mu Yun's eyes full of warning. In his opinion, Qi Yun has already been dealt with by the Ji family. Looking further will only reveal more unpleasant things. It would also offend the Ji family. You don't think that the Qi family can hide away just because they are peaceful. The Crown Prince only cut your official position, that is all for the sake of my father's face. Still want to take this madam's position. I don't think you Qi Nanxing have the ability to do so. Mu Yun knows everything in her heart. Qi Nanxing's face was filled with anger. How could he not know that the Crown Prince was only letting the Qi family off the hook because of the face of Imperial Dr. Mu? Therefore, it had been tolerating Mu Yun's unreasonable behavior. We are on the same boat. If something happens to the Qi family, you won't be able to escape either. What's wrong with me just wanting to get my daughter back? Mu Yun was so angry that her eyes turned red. How many times have I said, don't look for Qi Yun? Why don't you look for it? You also think that Yuner is dead, don't you? You say it? Qi Nan's face blackened with anger, gritting his teeth and warning. Keep your voice down. I don't. I want to be loud. If Qi Yun is dead, then it's the Ji family's doing. It's the Ji family that killed my daughter. Mu Yun was in a corner of the Ji family's garden at this time. Saying this, and not suppressing her voice, caused many people who heard this to look sideways. Qi Nanxing's face was filled with panic. And without any further ado, he pulled Mu Yun to leave the Ji family in a hurry, and asked the maid to go and give Imperial Dr. Mu a tip-off. You said that Second Miss Fong said that Qi Yun was killed by the Ji family? It was Second Miss who gagged and said that. Master. Seeing Elder Mu's face look bad, the maid trembled and didn't dare to say more. Master Mu waved his hand for her to leave, and the latter exited in a panic, just in time to collide with Lady Ji, who came over. Isn't that maid Mu Yun's person? Is something wrong with Mu Yun, father? No. She's so good that she has the energy to start rumors. Seeing Elder Mu's sullen face, Lady Ji knew in her heart that it was Mu Yun who said something. Qi Yun's matter had not been told to him, because she was afraid of creating other misunderstandings. Therefore, they did not mention this matter either. Now it seemed that it had to be mentioned. Father, is it Mu Yun looking for Qi Yun again? Elder Mu nodded his head. Then he heard Lady Ji say, Father, do you know that Qi Yun is not the nobleman that the third prince spoke of? Upon hearing this, Elder Mu looked surprised. Lady Ji looked around, and eventually felt that it was not appropriate to mention this matter now. So she said, a little while last night, my daughter informed father of everything. And now that there are so many people, it's not very convenient. But my daughter has a word of advice in advance. This Mu Yun, if peaceful and self-respecting, is okay. If she does things that are detrimental to the Ji family's interests, my daughter will not let her go. Elder Mu nodded his head. If Mu Yun dared to do something detrimental to the Ji family, without Lady Ji's intervention, he would have settled her. The previous attempt to take Yura away had already upset him. Now it's still hard to see the situation. Chapter 148. The whole story. The Ji family banquet lasted until the end of the 10th hour before the family was able to rest. Luckily, the later matches were quite smooth. Ji Lin Feng was injured today, so he was probably sleeping at this moment. The family had long been sitting around the table, waiting for Ji Yushu, who was free. They were all very curious about today's events. Ji Yushu also knew that everyone was curious. After sitting down, he opened his mouth and said, for today's matter, I did make some arrangements last night. Because of the rush, it wasn't perfect. But fortunately, there were no major slip-ups. The matter is like this. Last night, I thought about it, and felt that the Ji mansion is already a brick wall. The third prince will not be able to find an entry point for a while if he wants to make a move. So he will lock his eyes on the Duanmu mansion. Therefore, last night, after you guys went to bed, I changed into my night clothes and went to the Duanmu mansion. I was afraid that too many people would know about this matter and mess up the show. So I only looked for Duanmu. To keep her safe, I had her disguise herself as a maid and follow the welcoming party to the Ji family. I originally thought that the one who hijacked Duanmu would be the third prince. But I didn't think that the variable Su Yaqing would appear. How did you find out about the Lin army? Marquis Ji asked the question in his heart. Ji Yushu said honestly. It was during the time when you were preparing to make a move against Zhang Shijun. Father. After Zhang Shijun's defeat, the third prince would immediately try to find a way to bring in people. At that time, he secretly reminded the crown prince that no matter who recommended who to the throne, so that he would directly agree, and then secretly observe its movements. This matter was forgotten because the third prince suddenly jumped over the wall. Ji Tren followed the melon for a day, and was exhausted at this moment. When she was about to fall asleep, she heard Ji Yushu talk about today's plan and forced up a little spirit. So Big Brother has long since found out that Lin Jun is the third prince's man. No wonder the crown prince's martial dragon guards are also present today. I'm afraid they're here to take him. Isn't Su Yaqing tracing the third prince's trail? This matter of Dark Yin being born like his second brother. I'm afraid that he was the one who said it. Then he wanted to borrow Su Yaqing's hand to hold second sister-in-law hostage. Where did he know that second sister-in-law was Jiqiu? That woman was probably arranged by Su Yaqing to buy her time. The appearance of the woman directly alerted the eldest brother to arrest the person the third prince had arranged in the crowd in advance. It was probably this group of people who were preparing to make a move on the crown prince. Lin Jun thought he had lurked well. That's why he wanted to be taken by surprise. The piece of blood jade on the empress is still being worn. So the third prince fought this idea. Even if he couldn't kill the crown prince, he could still injure him, and then irritate the empress. Marquis Ji said. Sure. You were right in not informing us of this matter in advance. Especially the second one. If you knew in advance that the person under the cover was Jiqiu, you would definitely not have tried your best to save her, thus allowing the other party to see the cracks. Ji Yushu was afraid that Ji Lifeng wouldn't be able to act out before informing him. And the reason for bringing Ji Tranquility along was to prevent him from having an accident. Luckily, in the end, there was no major accident. However, it was a pity that the third prince was not captured. Instead, he saw a woman who looked like Liang Ruer. Thinking of this, Ji Yushu said, wasn't the Liang family copied and exiled? But today Yin Zheng saw Liang Ruer. Either this Liang Ruer escaped or the third prince saved her. Liang Ruer was loyal to the third prince. And if the third prince lost, Liang Ruer would definitely help him take revenge. Hearing that nothing more important was said behind her, Ji Tranquility was relieved to fall asleep. Lady Ji saw her sleeping before she looked at Master Mu, who was deep in thought, and said, Father, my daughter can now tell why she knows that Qi Yun is not the nobleman of the third prince's life. Because the real nobleman is the Lu family's third young lady. Lu Yi. Elder Mu frowned. Why are you so sure? Lady Ji said with a grave expression on her face. It all has to start with Tranquil Child's birth. So Lady Ji informed Elder Mu about being able to hear Ji Tranquil's heart. In the future, they were the ones who would be living together. They would also often confer on things together. If they hid it from him, it would create a suspicion. Once a suspicion arose, it would be easy to be taken advantage of. What? The third prince was poisoned 6 years ago by his own design? Elder Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Heavens! The third prince was only 10 years old at that time. And he had such a mind? Lady Ji continued. This matter is absolutely true. Father, this is definitely abetted by Qin Guifei. The Jizo matter is what Qin Guifei used to make Bai He's name right. Once Bai He becomes a miracle doctor, the third prince's illness can be justifiably improved. Because we knew the whole story in advance, we stopped it. That's why noble consort Qin was defeated. It was only then that she turned against consort Xian and the second prince. In order to nail the third prince to the pillar of shame completely, we must find evidence that he was deliberately poisoned. Let him never turn over. There is one more thing to tell you. It's that Dark Yin is dead. Killed by the State Master. He was actually a sliver of Wendy's divine consciousness. This matter sounds a bit bizarre. But it's true. The dark clouds on the day Fenger was born were an ominous sign, attracting filth. Then, there was Dark Yin. Dark Yin kidnapped Tranquility, because he heard Tranquility's heart. Thinking that she was a divine being, he wanted to take it for himself. This was something she only figured out later, with Tranquil's failed transfer. Dark Yin's discovery. It was only gradually that the plot deviated from what Tranquility had called it from her mouth. We guessed that after killing Dark Yin, the State Master had his body taken over by that filth. What he wanted was probably the entire Xingyu. That's why he made an agreement with the third prince. The third prince probably doesn't know yet, thinking that the State Master is genuinely helping him. The third prince did all this for the throne of Xingyu, and he has formed an obsession with the throne. Easily won't give it up. All we have to do is kill the third prince. Father, the third prince now regards our Ji family as a natural enemy. We can't afford to slack off for even one day while he's around. Qi Yun didn't die and was sent away by us. Qi Yun is also extremely ambitious and can easily be used by the third prince. Right now, Mu Yun hates the Ji family to the bone because of Qi Yun. It would be easy for the third prince to take advantage of her. Therefore, Mu Yun cannot stay in Shengjing. If she still wants to live, leaving the Qi family now is the best. If she refuses, then we'll have to deal with it our way. Lady Ji was giving Elder Mu face by saying this. After all, she didn't know how much Elder Mu loved Mu Yun. Also, Father should know that Aunt Su is a member of the Qin family. Lady Ji reminded Elder Mu. After thinking for a long time, he heard Elder Mu say, seeing as she hasn't committed any major mistakes yet, let's leave her alive. In order to preserve this bit of father-daughter love between them, then let Mu Yun fake her death and leave Shengjing forever. The Qi family can't stay because Qi Nansheng secretly has dealings with the Liang family. For fear of being a variable, the Qi family has to be removed. Qi Yushu proposed. Everyone thought that it was Qi Yun who was favored by the third prince. But in reality, it was Qi Nansheng who rubbed his hands together. Qi Nansheng was not satisfied with the position of Minister of War. Chapter 149. Toast Tea. Shijia Village. Bei Heng Yuan dressed as a peasant brown man, standing in front of the window. Did you get the booklet? The State Master told him that there was a booklet in the hands of the Dark Pavilion, which recorded all of the Dark Pavilion's transactions with them over the years. Master, the people from the Dark Pavilion said that Dark Eagle lost the booklet a long time ago. There's also the fact that the Lin army lost. Liang Ru, dressed in black, knelt on the ground, her face full of guilt. Bei Heng Yuan closed his eyes, and a sense of powerlessness arose from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, things would not go well. Liang Ruer went up in heartache, wanting to pacify him, but eventually gave up. She said, "Don't worry, Master. The State Master has been looking for a way to get rid of the Ji family's bogeyman. Sooner or later, we will return to the palace. Didn't you always say that history books are rewritten by the victors? But that was in the case of finding the booklet. Do you know what was recorded in that booklet?" Without waiting for Liang Ruer to speak, the third prince continued. That recorded a poison that the Qin family bought in the hands of the Dark Pavilion 6 years ago. That poison is exactly the same kind that was in Father's cup. If the Ji family finds it, even if Father Emperor wakes up, he will no longer trust me. Therefore, until the pamphlet was found, Emperor, you could not wake up yet. Thinking of his identity, Bei Heng Yuan's face showed eagerness. Isn't there still the State Master? We can control His Holiness. Ah? Liang Ruer was anxious. It was only at this time that she was startled to realize the importance of that booklet. The State Master said that he wouldn't dare to act rashly until he got rid of the Ji family furies. Then who exactly is the Ji family fury? If she knew, she would have spelled out this life to slaughter him. Bei Heng Yuan shook his head, his face full of disheveled color. You send someone to sneak into Shengjing to look for the pamphlet. And in addition, pay attention to the movements of the second prince. Yes, subordinate will retire first. Liang Ruer answered and retreated, walking 2 steps and returning back, taking out a box of pastries in her arms, and placing it on the table before turning to leave. How could he who was used to living in a privileged life be used to eating the food here? Therefore, every time she went out on an errand, she would bring him back some of Su Ji's pastries. Seeing the pastries on the table, Bei Heng Yuan didn't dislike it and took a bite, which was followed by a second and third bite. He hated sweets. But now, people change. Early the next morning, Duan Mui woke up early. Ji Qiu was still recovering from her injuries. So Lady Ji sent Ji Li over to serve her. Both had the word Ji in their names. Ji Li handily combed a woman's hair sideburns for Duan Mui, and prepared a set of smoky cloud butterfly dress. Calm, but not lose vitality. After changing, Ji Li then assisted her at the side to dress Ji Lin Feng. Be careful. Don't touch the wound. Duan Muyi reminds Ji Li of this. It warmed Ji Lin Feng's heart. How good it is to be married. So that there's someone beside him, who is always warming up to him. Now that big brother's leg is better. He needs to hurry up and urge him to find a sister-in-law like him to have someone to keep him warm all the time. Let's go. Go greet mother. There's still tea to be served. Duan Muyi smiles and reminds him of this. Yes. 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 There's still tea to be served. All at your mother's command. Ji Linfeng called this mother unusually smoothly, and even enjoyed himself for a while alone. Ji Li snickered from the side. Second Duke and second young lady are so affectionate. The smile at the corner of Ji Linfeng's mouth had not been suppressed since he woke up. Duan Muyi's face was filled with the shyness of a first-time wife. Helping Ji Linfeng walk outside. A courtyard of waiting subordinates saluted towards Duan Muyi. Greetings, second young lady. Seeing this formation, Ji Linfeng is startled. Who told you to come? I don't like so many people serving. An old woman at the head is an old man in the mansion. Stepping forward and respectfully saying, it was madam who asked us to come. Now, there is more second young madam in the courtyard. Since we can't let the second son's temperament come as before. If you don't want us to come, you will tire the second young lady. Hearing this, Ji Linfeng only dawned on him. Then he said, good. Then all stay. Listen to the second young lady's arrangements. Don't slack off. If this prince knows that someone is secretly giving the second young madam a hard time, this prince will never be lenient. We are all handpicked by madam, and we do not dare to offend our superiors. Sister Su said. Hearing this, Duan Muyi's heart was filled with emotion. When the two of them arrived at Wutong Courtyard, everyone was there except Ji Tranquility and Muyu. Today happened to be Marquis Ji's day off again. At the top, on the left is Marquis Ji. On the right is Lady Ji. The first position at the bottom is Elder Mu. And the second position is Ji Yushu. All four of them were smilingly looking at the two newcomers who came in. Tea had been prepared by someone earlier. Seeing that Duan Muyi was a bit constrained, Ji Linfeng pulled her hand, as if to say, don't be afraid. My parents and brother and grandfather are all the best people to trust. Duan Muyi was actually not afraid. But there was just some inexplicable nervousness. Just as the two of them were about to receive their teacups, Ji Tran's heartfelt voice came into the ears of several people. Sister Zuo, hurry up. Today's second sister-in-law will come to offer tea. Such an important event. I can't miss it. Quickly. Quickly. As the youngest sister-in-law, I can't drink second sister-in-law's tea, but I can witness this important moment. Ji Linfeng pulls Duan Muyi, who is ready to kneel down in front of him. The latter has a puzzled look on her face. Isn't it a tea ceremony? Ji Linfeng whispered in her ear. Little sister is awake. Wait for her. Ji Tranquility woke up? She didn't hear the cries. Ah? Then something came to mind, and her eyes widened in surprise. Not long after, Ji Tran's giggling sounded in her ears. Hey. 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 It came just in time. Sister Xioha, don't go over. We'll just stand here and watch. Second sister-in-law is serving tea, so don't disturb her. Zuo couldn't hear Ji Tranquility's heartfelt voice. And holding on, she headed up to the top, ready to pass Ji Tranquility to Lady Ji. The latter smiled and said, I'm not available here, and Xioha will hold it for a while. He froze, only then realizing what a stupid thing she had done. She had acted completely subconsciously, thinking that the young lady had risen without seeing Lady Ji to cry. It turned out that the person had never cried. They even laughed and giggled happily. He hugged Ji Tranquility and stepped back, looking at Duan Muyi kneeling to offer tea to Marquis Ji at the top. Father, please drink tea. Good, good, good. From now on this is your home. If Lao Air dares to bully you, you just go straight to the top and hit. No need to be polite, Marquis Ji said after taking a shallow sip from the teacup. And after finishing, gave Duan Muyi a very thick red seal. Ji Linfeng's face was full of smiles, and did not get angry because of that sentence of direct hand-to-hand combat. In other people's homes, the man is the sky, and the woman can only live in dependence on the man. Their family is not the same. The men all love their daughter-in-law. Even those underlings have been influenced by the Ji family. All of them love their daughters-in-law and don't take concubines, favoring the one and only. Duan Muyi's heart was filled with emotion, because all of this is not what was dreamt of, but unity and love. Mother, please drink tea. Duan Muyi reddened her eyes. Lady Ji seemed to have guessed what she had thought of and followed suit with red eyes, saying 3 good things in a row. AI. Good, good, good. In the future, we'll all be a family. And my mother will definitely treat you as if she were her own. Said. Mrs. G will hand a pair of ancestral bracelets back down, one to Duanmu to wear. The other is reserved for the eldest daughter-in-law. Chapter 150. Going to the palace to give Su Yu a consultation. Ji Tran was so moved by this scene that she followed suit and reddened her eyes. Oh! Wonderful! Seeing the loving appearance of second brother and second sister-in-law. They definitely won't go down the same old path as in the book. This time, everyone must be fiercely happy. After offering tea to the 2 current family members, he then turns to Elder Mu's side. Grandfather, please drink tea. Elder Mu reddened his eyes and said, An excellent child. Fengmer's nature is so jumpy that he needs to have such a calm daughter-in-law to control him. Lastly, there was Ji Yushu. Big brother, please have some tea. Ji Yushu didn't say anything, and after taking a shallow sip, he gave more red seals than Marquis Ji, who told him to have dozens of shops in his hands now. There was so much money that he couldn't use it all. Duanmu didn't forget that there was another Ji Tranquility. She walked towards Ji Tranquility and called out to her little sister. Then she took out the prepared red seal and stuffed it into Ji Tranquility's hand. Ji Tranquility's face was full of smiles. Hee. I have one too. Thank you, second sister-in-law. I love you the most, yo. After the quiet tea, the family gathers for breakfast. Ji Tranquility then deadpans and nestles in Duanmu's arms, thinking about how Ji Lin Feng said that the family could hear Ji Tranquility's heart. She was very curious. What would it be like? Was Ji Tranquility speaking with the voice of her heart? Speaking in a milky voice about big events? Thinking about it made the picture a little weird. She also knew where some of the plot was going through her dreams. But with the change in the Ji family, a lot of the plot had changed. It became completely different from the dream. So that being said, she couldn't be sure what would happen later on. And she guessed that Ji Tran couldn't be sure either. This led to the fact that there would be a lot of unexpected events. While Duanmu was thinking, over here, Ji Yushu and Marquis Ji were talking about yesterday's events. When he heard that there was a possibility that the third prince would start with the Qi family next, the Ji Tranquility at his arms then made an indignant expression. Shi Nansheng was born to be a greedy person, easily compelled by the third prince. That's why the Qi family must be gotten rid of before it can be done. At this moment, Ji Tranquility's milky ferocity gave Duanmu a dumbfounded look. Elder Mu was also looking at her with a rare face, while the little one was still unaware, clenching his little meaty fist and waving it. Let Muyun go and accompany Qi-Yun to suffer. Staying here will be bad sooner or later. Even though Muyun didn't do anything against the Ji family in the original story. But we can't say for sure in the future. Duanmu really wanted to know what Ji Tranquility was saying at this moment. Just by looking at her like this, she knew it wasn't anything good. Duanmu almost didn't hold back from revealing herself. And Ji Lin Feng immediately hugged the person over. What's second brother doing? I'm lying in my second sister-in-law's arms and I'm fine. Why are you hugging me? Do you think I'm jealous because I stole your daughter-in-law? Look at you. I know that second sister-in-law likes me more. You have to step aside. Ji Lin Feng's heart clouded over. That was before. Now I can rear my daughter-in-law. You have to step aside. It's a pity that Ji Tranquility couldn't hear his heart. Or else, she would have been so angry that she would have wailed. Ji Tranquility in Ji Lin Feng's arms twisting and turning. Is not to give him a hug. In the end, Ji Lin Feng had no choice but to carry it back to Duanmu, only to stop Ji Tranquility's antics. Or fragrant soft second sister-in-law hugging comfortable. Second brother is a big old man. He doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. I'll tell you. Second brother doesn't know how to hold a baby. And last time, he threw me into the bushes and scratched my face. Thinking of that incident, Ji Tranquility's face was filled with aggression, tooting her little mouth. So pitiful. Ji Lin Feng who heard the heartbeat. Luckily Ear couldn't hear his little sister's heart. Otherwise his good image would have been ruined. Ji Lin Feng just felt thankful. But he didn't want Ji Yushu to take this matter up. Second brother, I remember that some days ago you threw your little sister into a flower bush by mistake, causing her to be injured. Big brother thought that was because you didn't know how to bring up a child. Mother even teased you at the time, saying that after you get married, she'll let you have a few more and bring them up properly to grow in experience. Ji Lin Feng's eyes widened. This, This was clearly what his little sister said. When did it become what mother said? His good big brother was the one who knew how to promote birth talk. Duan Muyi's small face reddened. This just got married and it's hypnosis. Elder Mu picks up. It's necessary to have a child early, so that Feng'er will know how hard it is to be a parent. Ji Lin Feng. Hearing this, Ji Tren thought of Duan Muyi who married into the Ji family in the original. Because of Ji Lin Feng's coldness, Duan Muyi has never been able to conceive a child. Until the Ji family's accident, Duan Muyi did not leave any offspring for the Ji family. She even died in the middle of the road with him. Thinking of this, Ji Tranquility's heart was sad. The third prince didn't die. And the state master calculated that the second brother still has a prison sentence. So, I think the matter of having a child should be on the agenda. Ji Lin Feng. Why are you talking like he's about to die with the world? Not knowing what came to mind, Marquis Ji's heart was a little worried. A few people had just finished eating when an underling came to report. Marquis. Madam. There are people from the palace, saying that they are asking Madam to come into the palace to see Princess Yu. Lady Ji nodded, and had Zuho carry Ji Tranquility out with her. If the Ji family hadn't been busy with happy events these past few days, the matter of giving Su Yu a medical consultation wouldn't have been delayed until now. The Empress also knew that the Ji family was busy with happy events, and didn't let anyone come to invite them. Instead, she asked Master Mu to come to the palace to see her once. The result is that Su Yu subconsciously does not want to wake up. These days, the Empress accompanied by the bedside day after day, personally cared for. The result is still did not wake up Su Yu. The hatred in her heart was too deep, and she no longer wanted to wake up. Lady Ji also realized this. But she wanted to take Ji Tranquility to try. Ji Yushu suddenly remembered redrawing the painting that she was going to give to Su Yu. Then he said in an urgent voice, Mother! Wait! I have something for Princess Yu. Ji Yushu felt that Su Yu should be a person who liked paintings. Otherwise she would not have treasured that painting. Ji Yushu brought the painting and handed it to Lady Ji, who lifted the curtain. Did Big Brother send a painting to Su Yu? What's the painting about? Ji Tranquility had a curious face. Lady Ji was also a little curious. So she opened the painting. The painting was of peach blossoms in full bloom. On top of it, there were several people, the most prominent of which was Su Yu in a tattered shirt. Ji Tranquility's small eyes lit up. Isn't this the peach blossom garden where Big Brother and Su Yu first met? The painting is so divine. Ji Tranquility was filled with the fact that Ji Yushu's painting skills were good. Lady Ji, on the other hand, was intent on another layer of meaning. Perhaps she was overthinking it. The carriage traveled all the way to the palace, and the forbidden soldiers guarding the entrance to the palace were replaced with the Gu family's martial dragon guards. The people in the palace were all dragon guards. When they were almost at Fengyi Palace, Ji Tran saw Bei Hongjin looking this way from afar. When he saw the palanquin, Bei Hongjin's eyes lit up. Sister Tranquil. He flew towards Ji Tranquility, shouting as he ran. Sister Tranquility. You've finally come. Waited for me to die. Waiting for me to do what? Ji Tranquility's dark eyes were wide open. With a mysterious face, Bei Hongjin pulled Lady Ji's clothes and brought her towards Fengyi Palace. Chapter 151. Ru Qiao's Identity. The Crown Prince rarely came to Fengyi Palace because he had to deal with matters in the imperial government and became very busy. In order to facilitate the care of Su Yu, the Empress directly placed the person in the side hall. When Lady Ji arrived, the Empress personally came out to receive her. See you, Empress Mother. Quickly, don't salute. This palace has already troubled Lady Ji many times. It's really too much. The Empress saw that Lady Ji was about to kneel and hurriedly held the person up before that. What is the Empress saying? Serving the heavenly family is what we subjects should do, Lady Ji politely said. The Empress was mindful of Su Yu, so she guided Lady Ji towards the side hall. Ji Tranquility was carried by Xiaohe. So Bei Hongjin pulled Ji Tranquility's little fat hand and followed her in. Ji Tranquility wanted to shake it off, but did not do so for a moment. When she was about to curse, her attention was pulled all the way over when she glanced at the pale Su Yu on the bed. Su Yu is so pitiful. Just after she was born, her mother was killed. After that, she has been raised by an enemy and even recognized a thief as her father. How could she accept it after learning the truth? I guess this is also the original reason why she is unwilling to wake up. If I save someone from waking up today, the one who wakes up will probably suffer even more. Her mother is dead, And the father she has been longing to find is not happy with her. Being alive is the greatest torture for her. After that incident, only Qin Zhouyang died in the Qin family, and the others escaped when the crown prince ordered his men to go and capture them. But they couldn't escape for long, because the crown prince had already issued a nationwide warrant, including the third prince. Sooner or later they would be brought to justice. The only chance for the third prince to turn his life around now lay with Emperor Yu. As long as he controlled Emperor Yu, everything before could be overturned. Even the matter of forcing the palace could be said to have been done to save his life. As for Ji Tranquility, she didn't want Yu Di to wake up so soon. Emperor Yu was a suspicious man. If he learnt that Ji Yushu's leg had healed after he had been in a coma for only a few days, it was bound to cause him suspicion. Therefore, it would be difficult to have both sides of the story regarding whether Emperor Yu woke up or not. Just as her thoughts reached here, Ji Tranquility heard a cry coming from her. She looked over and realized that it was a courtesan who had been following the Empress around. At this moment, she was crying with considerable pathos. Yu, wake up. Your mother and I are more than just from the same hometown. We also have a particularly close bond. Therefore, it is also considered half of your family. You quickly wake up. Don't fall asleep. You still have me, the Empress Mother, and your uncle. Lin Xiaoxing wanted to come with him, but because foreign men were not allowed to enter the harem, Marquis Ji did not let him come. Hearing the words of the courtesan, Ji Tranquility was suddenly blessed. Lin Xiao's fellow countryman? Isn't it called Ru Qiao? My God. I remember. This Ru Qiao is the third prince's person. She fell in love with one of the third prince's sidekicks. Oh yes. That secret guard was Wu Lao Air. Isn't he dead? My goodness. She's not trying to avenge Martial Elder. Is she? Lady Ji, who heard Ji Tranquil's heart, was struck by lightning in her heart. Heavens. There was actually such a large tumor beside the Empress. Lady Ji looked at the blood jade hanging on the Empress' waist. This person's intention would not be here. Right? But now? How could she give the Empress a reminder? Lin Xiaoya's daughter was 18 years old, and it was obvious that this fellow villager had stayed by the Empress' side for even longer than that. The Empress was a polygamist. Surely she had already treated this person as a sister without words. It's also possible that this person is the one who sent out a lot of news about the third prince. What should we do? How to let the Empress know that the person beside her is unreliable? After saying so, would the Empress believe her? After all, she couldn't produce evidence either. While thinking about her thoughts, she took Su Yuyu's pulse and found that apart from the two broken fingers that could not be retrieved, the injuries on her body were basically almost healed. The main reason for not waking up was still a heart condition. Lady Ji sighed, and was just about to say that Su Yuyu's heart disease was too heavy, and that she had to let her wake up on her own. If she doesn't wake up, she will probably just sleep for the rest of her life until she gives up. In her afterglow, she saw a painting held in Jidong's hand. She remembered Marquis Ji saying that Su Yuyu had fallen into a coma without even letting go of a painting, and that painting was still painted by her own De Lang. Did she appreciate the painting? Or did she appreciate the owner of the painting more? At this moment, Lady Ji had a bold idea. So she leaned down and whispered in Su Yuyu's ear. Princess Yuyu, I heard that Daong said that you are extremely fond of paintings. So he urged me to send you one. Lady Ji did not care whether Su Yuyu heard it or not, finishing this sentence to herself under the Empress' shock. Ji Tran frowned with a small frown, looking like she couldn't understand why her own mother said this. When she raised her eyes, she was shocked to see Su Yuyu's little finger move. Moved. Mother! I saw Su Yuyu's finger move. Lady Ji's heart was shocked beyond belief when she heard this. Shocked that it was all guessed by her. Su Yuyu was not appreciating the painting, but rather appreciating Ji Yushu's person. During that time, Ji Yushu was intentionally approaching Su Yuyu, but did not expect it to become an obsession in her heart. After knowing the reason, Lady Ji knew how to awaken Su Yuyu. And the Empress on the side of the eye also saw Su Yuyu's fingers move, and was pleasantly surprised. This palace seems to have seen Yuyu's fingers move? Lady Ji smiled and nodded. The Empress' heart burst with excitement, thinking that it was because Lady Ji mentioned the painting in Su Yuyu's ear. She said, It seems that the opportunity for Yuyu to wake up is the painting. This palace will let someone go and open it. At this time, Bei Hung Jin suddenly spoke. Imperial Aunt, Sister Yuyu does not necessarily like folk paintings. Oh. This painting was painted by Ji family's big brother himself. thinking that Su Yu had been living in the Ji family before entering the palace. It was only at this time that the Empress suddenly remembered something. Her face was all smiles. It seems that my family's Yu's love life has begun. After thinking clearly, the Empress laughed unceasingly. Then thinking of her 2 broken fingers, her heart became hard again. The Ji family's eldest son was so bright that he couldn't look at the disabled Yu. In the past, when his legs were not well, he could still make do. Now that his legs are better, he can't make do. Can he? It would be unfair to the Ji family if they were forced to marry. So this matter, still have to talk about you and me. After the Empress sighed, she said, in the next few days, I'd like to trouble Mrs. Ji to bring in another pair of paintings. I think it's Yu who extremely appreciates the Grand Duke's paintings. The Empress spoke extremely subtly. How could Lady Ji not hear it? But a marriage with the palace was not a small matter, and she had to take all aspects into consideration. Therefore, in this matter, she couldn't make a decision either. If Daling is also interested in Su Yue, then this matter will be another story. If not, she could not help. Afterwards, the Empress let Ru Qiao personally take care of Su Yu. While she led everyone out to the main hall, Lady Ji glanced with some concern at Su Yu lying on the bed. Then she heard Ji Tranquility's heartfelt voice come through. Ru Qiao is now the 3rd prince's only eyes in the palace, and is targeting the Empress. He shouldn't be able to make a move on Su Yu. Lady Ji, who heard this, did not lower her heart. No matter what, letting such a tumor around was more or less a worry. Coming to the outer room, Bei Hung Jin winked at the Empress one after another. This scene was seen by Ji Tranquility. Hey, Bei Hung Jin, what kind of crooked ideas are you playing again? Chapter 152. Bei Hung Jin's asinine ideas. When a few people arrived at the main hall, they saw the Xian Wangfei, who had just come in. The Prince Xian's consort and the Empress have a good relationship. Usually nothing will come to the palace to sit, accompanied by the Empress to chat to relieve boredom. But recently, because of the rectification of the 3rd prince's remaining party in the palace, she came less. Greetings, Princess Xian. Lady Ji bowed towards Princess Xian, who was busy smiling as she helped the person up, and said, Lady Ji, please rise quickly. Bei Hung Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw Xian Wangfei. He had clearly seen her go out when he left. So how did she come to the palace at this moment? However, her arrival would not affect the decision in his heart. The Empress, however, was in no hurry and instead gave a slight nod towards Princess Xian. Lady Ji's eyebrows moved slightly, and her heart guessed that today was more than simply diagnosing Su Yu. The palace staff brought up tea and snacks one after another. The Empress took a sip and then talked about yesterday's events. Yesterday, after the incident, the palace only heard the Emperor's son mention the plan with the Grand Duke. It really made this palace pinch a sweat. Fortunately, you guys took the first step to have Miss Tuanmu pretend to be a maid. Otherwise, after, Your Highness, speak carefully. Lady Ji suddenly interrupted the Empress. The Empress froze for a moment and said with a light smile, It's not a problem. We're all on our own here. Lady Ji pursed her lips, and the Empress was one who knew how to read words and colors. See Mrs. Ji, so look. We'll leave a heart. No longer mention yesterday's matter. Yesterday, although the Ji family wedding banquet had a little accident, but the good thing is that there is the layout of the Grand Duke. Did not let the 3rd prince to take advantage of the opportunity. It's just a pity that no one was caught. Thinking of this, the Empress suddenly thought of what the Crown Prince said to her last night. The Crown Prince's original words were, Empress Mother, don't you think that the Ji family is too much of a godsend in this matter of Lao San? The Ji family gives my son the feeling that no matter what Lao San is going to do next, the Ji family has a plan to deal with it. It's as if the Ji family knows every step that old 3rd will take next. Regardless of how the Ji family knew about the 3rd prince's ambitions, the Ji family was on the Gu family's side now. Wasn't it? She wouldn't do something to chill the hearts of loyal subjects like Emperor Yu did. Besides, the Ji family was full of loyal subjects who loved the country, so there was no reason not to trust such loyal subjects. After thinking about this, the Empress was in a good mood and even wished that Emperor Yu would just sleep for a long time. It wasn't that she was hard-hearted, but she had to think of the more than 200 members of the Gu family. That day, she had heard clearly that Emperor Yu had threatened to put everyone to death. He had been poisoned by the State Master and had become incapable of recognizing his 6 relatives. When she mentioned the Ji family's eldest son, The Empress thought of the second thing that she had invited Lady Ji to today, and this matter was related to Beihing. The Empress smiled and said, Lady Ji, the Grand Duke's leg has healed. I wonder what his plans are. The Empress asked Lady Ji about this. 3 years ago, when Ji Yushu's leg wasn't injured. It was when he was in high school. And in the same year, he was given the rank of 3rd grade imperial historian. At that time, Emperor Yu was very optimistic about Ji Yushu, because he was a rare talent in literature and martial arts among that class of students. The articles he wrote on governing had a great influence on how he ruled the country. So he made an exception and gave the high position of the 3rd grade. Perhaps it is because of this, only to be suppressed by the 3rd prince. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger, a truth that the Ji family understands very well. A year ago, Mrs. Ji asked Ji Yushu the same question. If one day, can stand up again, will still in the dynasty as an official? At that time, Ji Yushu's answer was, Mother, trees attract the wind. Yes, a big tree attracts the wind. Wasn't the Ji family attracting the wind? When they were being blown to the brink of collapse, tranquility appeared. If it wasn't for her, the Ji family would have fallen. Thinking of these things, Lady Ji's heart was clogged up. Then she said, in reply to the Empress, It seems that my canine son is hooked on business. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed through the Empress' eyes. Everyone had seen how big Ji Yushu's ambitions were back then. It seemed like that incident had hit him hard. But being in business didn't affect his teaching awe. Thus, the Empress smiled and spoke. It's like this, Jeaner. This child admires the literary talent of the eldest son, and also admires the second son's high level of martial arts. So this palace would like to ask the 2 sons to be Jeaner's teaching husband. I wonder what Mrs. Ji thinks. For fear that Lady Ji would not agree, the Empress hurriedly added, in order not to trouble the 2 gentlemen to run both ways, Jeaner can go to the Ji family to learn. This latter sentence was the real purpose of Beihing. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, everyone including Princess Xian was shocked. Dare this brat run to the palace today with this idea in mind? Was he afraid that she wouldn't agree and then directly centralize the Empress? Consort Xian Wang looked at Beihing somewhat helplessly. If others don't know, does she, as a mother, still not know what he has in mind? It's just that he wants to use this reason to go to the Ji family every day to see the youngest of the Ji family. Fearing that Lady Ji would be embarrassed, Princess Xian wanted to open her mouth and say something. Then she saw the Empress winking wildly at her and realized the Empress is also playing this idea in her heart. This is to see the youngest of the Ji family. Right? As the saying goes, no one is left behind. Early to plan for their own families. I don't know what to think of Xian One-Face snickering. This matter, my wife still have to go back to discuss with the family dog's son. Lady Ji's words had just fallen, when she heard Ji Tranquility's urgent heartfelt voice come. It's good to let Beihing worship his 2 older brothers as his teachers. In this way, I'll have more reasons to spit on him, and then save up more points to deal with the state master. There's also the matter of Beihing not surviving past the age of 7, which makes me feel a little panicky in my heart because I don't remember the specifics of the situation at that time. If something really happens to Beihing after a year, then I won't get any points, and the mall will be useless. So no matter what, I can't let something happen to Beihing. Mother must oblige. It turns out that the so-called points in her daughter's mouth are related to Beihing. So this matter must be accepted. Thinking of this, Lady Ji revealed the bottom of the story. Daolong mentioned some time ago that he wanted to set up a school. It's just as well. It's not a bad idea to have Shitzi Jin come and grow his experience. Then it was a no-brainer. Hearing this, the Empress and Beihing both smiled. Very good. Very good. Ru Qiao in the inner room also raised her ears sideways to listen, completely unaware that Su Yu lying on the bed had already woken up. She was staring at her with an open eye. When Ru Qiao finished listening and turned back to her body, Su Yu closed her eyes again. Lady Ji sat for a while longer before leaving the palace, leaving Princess Xian and the Empress to chat. Jeaner, go play outside. Mother Consort and your royal uncle and have some business to talk about. Okay, Mother Consort. Just in time, Beihing could go out to see Ji Tranquility off. By the time Beihing chased him out, Lady Ji had already boarded the sedan carriage. Beihing followed behind and sent the 2 of them straight to the palace gates to sit in the Ji mansion's carriage. Beihing watched from afar as the Ji family's horse moved away. The corners of his mouth were filled with a smile that he couldn't suppress. Soon, he would have a reason to go to the Ji family every day. On the other side of the prison, Ji Lifeng carried Duanmu to Shutian Mansion after Lady Ji left. The person imprisoned in the innermost part was none other than Su Yaqing. Chapter 153. Child has not thought about it. Ji Lifeng made some silver to let the jailer retreat. Came to the innermost dimly lit cell door to stand beside. Opened his mouth Su Yaqing. His voice was emotionless. Su Yaqing turned her head numbly. Saw that it was Ji Lifeng. And turned her head numbly again. Ji Lifeng seemed to have matured a lot in this moment. He wanted to talk to Su Yaqing about the matter of Dark Yin. Doing so might make her more sad. But more than that, it would become a thought in her mind. And he wanted to tell her that Dark Yin wasn't killed by him. Listening to him, he said, Dark Yin died. Died in Jizhou's stony mountain. He looked exactly like me. The first time I saw him was that night on New Year's Eve. He kidnapped my sister. I could have killed him. But because I realized the extreme resemblance to me, I went soft. After that, he took advantage of his resemblance to me and traveled to Jizhou with the Ji family in my disguise. He was a good man and protected the Ji family along the way. Grandfather always regarded him as a member of the Ji family. Then, later, he was killed by the master of the state and died on Mount Stony. Don't you think about revenge? Because the state master is something you, an ordinary person, can't deal with. The people we're dealing with now are none other than the state master and the third prince. Ji Lifeng looked at the motionless Su Yaqing and wondered how much she believed. Continuing, he said, You disband the Dark Pavilion. Distribute enough silver money to them. Then let them leave. And you will also leave Shengyu. Go to the Northern Kingdom or the Southern Kingdom. Just don't stay in Shengyu. Yes, Ji Lifeng wanted to release Su Yaqing. This was the last thing he could do for Dark Diffusion. The third prince would probably come back for Su Yaqing and use her again, as long as she left Shengyu in order to save her life. Su Yaqing tilted her head away, not letting Ji Lifeng see the tears in her eyes. Think about it. I'll come back to see you in a few days. After saying that, Ji Lifeng turned around and left. Only when Ji Lifeng walked out of the mansion jail did Su Yaqing let out a loud cry. Dark Yin. Dark Yin. When Ji Lifeng returned to the Ji mansion, Lady Ji was talking about being a husband to Being Jin. The family was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Father, how do you feel about this matter? Ji Yushu kicked the question to Marquis Ji. Marquis Ji, on the other hand, landed his gaze on Lady Ji. Smiling faintly, he said, But let Madam make the decision. He guessed that his own daughter should have given a plan. In Marquis Ji's opinion, there was nothing that his daughter didn't know. Bai had recorded it in the history books. Without waiting for Lady Ji to speak, Ji Lifeng, who walked in, immediately objected. I don't agree. I'm exhausted from training new recruits every day. But I have to teach a child who has only just started martial arts. I'll die of exhaustion. Just kidding. He just got married and still wants to cultivate more affection with his petite wife. How could he possibly waste his precious time on an outsider? Ji Tranquility hemmed and hawed, mercilessly exposing him. Second brother is trying to spend more time with second sister-in-law. Right? Oh, what's the point of saying such a grandiose thing? Being exposed? Ji Lifeng's old face turned red. Where Ji Tranquility couldn't see, he glared at the yawning Ji Tranquility in a very aggrieved manner. Ji Tranquility had forced herself to switch on her sleeping self in order to watch Duanmu toast the new tea. This moment is sleepy as hell. Listening to a few people chatting and falling asleep. When Ji Tranquility fell asleep, Lady Ji had Zuho carry her to the cot. Only then did she talk about Ji Tranquility's opinion. That what points in my daughter's mouth are obtained from Shitzi. So I think it's better to agree. The daughters also said that Shitzi won't live past the age of 7. When Duanmu, who was carrying tea over, heard this, she suddenly remembered the scene in her dream. She said in a deep voice, Yes, Shitzi will die before his 7th birthday. The crowd was astonished when they heard this. Then has the murderer been found after that? Marquis Ji asked busily. Elder Mu was also in the main hall. And he had learned from Lady Ji that Duanmu had also dreamt of what happened to the Ji family. Therefore, hearing Duanmu say such words at this moment did not come as a shock. Instead, he was shocked at the cause of Being Jin's death. What do you mean by death? Everything has a cause and effect. Did the Xian Wangfu offend someone? Could this matter have been done by the third prince? Elder Mu voiced his speculation. Duan Muyi shook her head. The picture is a bit hard to remember. So I don't know if it was the third prince. Knowing that something will happen to someone, but not knowing who the murderer is. This is undoubtedly not a headache. So, it's better to agree to this matter. On one hand, we can secretly observe who Bei Hengjin will be feuding with. Secondly, we can get more points. Marquis Ji decided. Duan Muyi and Elder Mu couldn't understand what points were. But as long as it was something beneficial to Ji Tranquility, or the Ji family, they were all willing to do it. Thus, the matter was finalized. After it was finalized, Lady Ji had someone deliver a letter to the palace, and also delivered one to the house of Xian Wang. The Ji family could think that the Empress and Princess Xian Wang intended to facilitate this matter. But it didn't matter. After all, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Soon, the Xian Wangfu side received the news that the Ji family agreed. The Crown Prince mentioned his intention to arrange an official position for Ji Yushu, which was rejected by Ji Yushu. His answer was the same as Mrs. Ji. He liked doing business. The Crown Prince was saddened in his heart. As far as he was concerned, Ji Yushu not only had outstanding talent, but his character was even more praiseworthy. It was impossible not to be sorry. He knew that Ji Yushu was more haunted by what happened back then. The day to pay respects to the master was quickly finalized. Just 3 days later, once the news spread, it did not cause much surprise. This was because on the day of the Empress' birthday banquet, some people had already sniffed out some hints. Bei Hengjin worshipping his master was fake, and approaching the youngest of the Ji family was real. Of course, envy was certain. The youngest of the Ji family has been pampered by the entire Ji family since birth. She had also been favored by the Empress on more than one occasion. So she thought that her life would certainly be extraordinary. It was only after dinner that Lady Ji remembered Ru Qiao's matter, calling out to Ji Yushu, who had walked to the end. The Empress's personal palace maid Ru Qiao is the third prince's person. I don't know how to remind the Empress to draw attention to it. Does Shure have a good method? The moment Ji Yushu heard this, he knew that this matter was heard from Ji Tranquility's mouth. This matter will have to allow me to think about it. Well, Ru Qiao's relationship with the Empress is not ordinary. So I reckon that the Empress will not believe it easily unless she personally sees her delivering the news outwards. Lady Ji analyzed. Ji Yushu was taking this into consideration. I know, mother. You sleep early? After saying that, Ji Yushu got up and prepared to leave. Lady Ji suddenly remembered the painting and spoke. Sure. What do you think of Su Yuyu as a person? Ji Yushu did not understand why Lady Ji suddenly brought up Su Yuyu. Lady Ji smiled. Mother asked. Mother, my child now only wants to go into business and pave the way for the future Ji family. Nothing else has crossed my mind. Seeing the smile on his own mother's face, Ji Yushu captured that meaning. Lady Ji only sighed. All right. You go back first. I'll go see if Jiqiu is awake. Chapter 154. Jiqiu woke up. Jiqiu, as the second young lady's accompanying maid and lifesaver, is a first-class maid as soon as she arrives, and is equipped with a separate room. In the room, Duan Muyi held Jiqiu's hand, tears slipping from her eyes. A whole day had passed and Jiqiu had yet to wake up. She was a little worried. Don't worry, second sister-in-law. Jiqiu will wake up. Ji Tran sleeps from midday until almost dark. And when she wakes up, she has been clinging to Duan Muyi. And after dinner, she follows along to see Jiqiu. At this moment, Duan Muyi placed her on the bed just so that she could reach Jiqiu. Therefore, Ji Tranquility thought that she should use her points to exchange for a healing talisman, so that Jiqiu could recover faster, so that Duan Muyi wouldn't have to worry. So Ji Tranquility waved her little fat hand and clicked on the golden finger mole. See points only more than 3,000. From 10,000 is still missing a long block. It's just a matter of saving people first. Ji Tranquility will exchange the talisman paper pad on the body of Jiqiu, quietly waiting for her to wake up. At this time, the sound of Lady Ji's conversation with someone resounded from outside. It sounded like Lin Qiushan. Madam, I would like to ask, Yuyushi? Ever since Lin Qiushan was Su Yuyu's uncle, Marquis Ji said that he would not allow Lin Qiushan to do any work, and that he would just live in the Ji family peacefully. When Su Yuyu wakes up, he will give him some silver to set up a residence. But Lin Qiushan did not agree. Said he was hired in to do work. Freeloaders might as well leave. The Ji family had no choice but to allow him to continue his work. Qin Zhouyan died. Qin Guifei also died. Qin family next to other people will be arrested sooner or later. There were also the relevant people who perfunctorily tried the case back then, who had long since been ordered by the crown prince to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. A few days ago, Lin Qiusheng personally went to the heavenly prison to identify the several parties involved back then. At that time Lin Qiusheng was crying out. He waited for this day for 18 years. It was only at this moment that the wronged souls of the Lin and Zhou families were able to dissipate. Now, the only person Lin Qiusheng couldn't let go of was Su Yuyue. If Su Yuyue doesn't wake up, he will live in pain. He only hated that he did not protect her that day. Don't worry. The person will wake up soon. When she wakes up, this madam will centralize the empress to let your uncle and nephew meet. Many thanks, Madam Ho. Lin Qiusheng knelt down, with red eyes like Lady Ji. Lin Qiusheng did not expect to meet the Ji family. Much less did he think that this matter would be cleared up so quickly. He had been racking his brain daily on how to approach Su Yuyue and make her believe that everything he said was true. He was too afraid that Su Yuyue would not believe him and would tell Qin Zhouyan about the incident. And he would be retaliated by Qin Zhouyan. Fortunately, he met the kind-hearted Ji family members, who helped him take revenge. Don't. You're about to break me. Get up. Mrs. Ji was busy helping the person up, instead of helping Lin Qiusheng. It would be better to say that Lin Qiusheng had helped the Ji family. In this matter, it was considered mutual redemption. Lin Qiusheng treated the Ji family as the nobles in his life and treated everyone in the Ji family with respect. And everyone in the Ji family was grateful to him. It wasn't impossible to walk around as friends in the future. If he wanted to do his part for the court, Marquis Ji could also get him a small position in the court. Thinking of this, Lady Ji wanted to seek his opinion in advance. Does Brother Lin want to stay in Shengjing all the time? You are considered Duke Yuyu's only relative and her uncle. If you want to, I'll go talk to the Marquis. As you know, Princess Yuyue has not yet established herself in the palace, so she will need someone to help claim her. And you are the one who can give her backing. Of course, the Empress Mother will also take care of her. If this matter were to be raised by Princess Yuyue, it would be inevitable for bystanders to speak ill of the princess. And it would be more convenient for the Ji family to raise it. Hearing this big brother from Lady Ji's mouth, Lin Qiusheng was touched inexplicably in his heart. Now, Su Yuyue's only relative is him. As maternal uncle, can't leave before she has a good footing. After thinking about it, Lin Qiusheng once again knelt down towards Lady Ji. Many thanks to Madam Ji. Lady Ji's hands were quick to support the person. Get up. Don't move and kneel. As Princess Yuyue's uncle, your status is high. Lin Qiusheng didn't feel superior because of this matter. If he hadn't met the Ji family, he might have been a dead man. And Su Yuyue would spend her life recognizing a thief as her father. Until she died, she would not know how her own mother died. Thinking of these, Lin Qiusheng's heart thanked the Ji family even more. Hearing this, Ji Tranquility heatedly smiled. In an instant, he saw Ji Qiu open his eyes. Duan Muyi was inexplicably surprised. Ji Qiu, you're awake? Great. Ji Qiu, you scared me to death. Tears are still hanging from the corners of Duan Muyi's eyes. Miss, don't cry. As long as Miss is fine, everything is worth it, Ji Qiu says with a small pale face. Hearing this, Duan Muyi's heart is saddened inexplicably. The night before, when she heard that there was danger, she didn't even think about it, and came forward to say that she was willing to pretend to be her. Even if there was danger, she didn't hesitate for half a second. Duan Muyi sniffles, seriously saying thank you. Ji Qiu, thank you. Looking at the master and servant duo, who were as close as sisters, Ji Tranquility was also happy for the two of them. She was even happier for Duan Muyi for finding such a good maid. Mother! Mother! Ji Tranquility's eyes are sharp as she sees Lady Ji enter the house. And she instantly dances with joy. Duan Muyi hears the sound of footsteps and turns her head to see that it is Lady Ji. She is about to get up and salute, but is held down by Lady Ji. Since the person has woken up, just keep her company. Ji Qiu is your benefactor, and also the benefactor of our Ji family. I've already discussed this with the Marquis, and when Ji Qiu is better, we'll help her out of her slavery. The descendants will be able to take the examination. In Shangyu, people with slave status were not allowed to take the entrance exams, and even if their qualifications were good, they could only serve the nobles. after taking off their slave status. Not only could they take the exams, but they could also buy farmland and mansions, and live a free life. Upon hearing this, Duanmu excitedly thanked Lady Ji on behalf of Jiqiu. After a few more minutes of chatting, Lady Ji left with Ji Tran in her arms. Duanmu did not intend to stay any longer, so she left with Lady Ji. Returning to her room, Duanmu doesn't see Ji Linfeng, so she asked Xiaoqi, one of the young servants who often serves him. Xiaoqi, where is the second prince? The second prince is at the treasure pavilion with the eldest prince. The treasure pavilion was one of the Jiang family's properties, and it sold women's jewelry. It could be said that all the jewelry used by the ladies of Shengjing City came from the treasure pavilion. Duanmu nodded and sat down at the table to wait. After waiting for about half an hour, Ji Linfeng came back, his arms bulging. His face even smiled into a flower. Here, guess what I bought for you? Duanmu's face is full of little girl-like shyness. Is it a gift for me? Just now Xiaoqi said that he had gone to the treasure pavilion, so he thought that he had gone to get a gift for her. Bao's hinged by our daughter's home things. Think Ji Linfeng want to give her gift is not hairpin, is a kind of jewelry. Ear is so smart. This gift guarantees that you will like it. Ji Linfeng excitedly took out the item in his arms. When Duanmu sees what he took out, she is a bit teary-eyed. Chapter 155. Returning to the door, Ji Linfeng actually gave Duanmu a dagger. He also said, "You take this for defense. This is something I purposely asked my big brother to have customized. Don't underestimate her. The sharpness of this dagger cuts iron like mud. You also had a dagger sheath made for it to prevent it from cutting you." Duanmu froze for 2 breaths before accepting the fact that Ji Linfeng had given her a dagger. It was thought that he was worried about her safety. Of course, I don't want you to be able to use her. Ji Linfeng embraced Duanmu into his arms. It is said that men who become married change. And at this moment, Ji Linfeng has changed, becoming a few points more mature than before. He said, "Before the third prince is caught, any danger may arise. So, you take this for defense." Duanmu nodded. "Don't worry. I won't go out is all. Just stay at home with mother and tranquility." Soon, it was the day that Duanmu returned to the house. Early in the morning, Lady Ji prepared generous gifts for Duanmu's return. Letting Ji Linfeng accompany Duanmu back together, Ji Tranquility felt that returning to the door was new and preferred to follow along. There was no other way. So Lady Ji let Zuho carry her along, for fear of Ji Tranquility starving. The Western milk bottle that Bei Hung Jin sent last time came in handy. Lady Duanmu knew that today was the day of her return, so she brought a group of people to greet her at the door early. Among them was also Jun Fu. Reminiscing back to 4 months ago, he had only just met the Ji family. In less than half a year, he had become related to the Ji family, when really, the world was unpredictable. Coming. Master and Madam, Miss and Andy are here, pulling a whole cart full of gifts. Miss Ji family is also in the car. The subordinate, who ran out to inquire, ran back with a big smile on his face. A large family immediately tidied up their clothes and greeted the Ji family's carriage. Not long after, 2 luxurious carriages were seen heading this way. The carriages had the Marquis logo on them. The crowd could really see it, because her granddaughter had married into the Marquis family. Old Lady Duanmu's entire body was glowing. Her waist was no longer sore, and her back was no longer hunched. The whole day hanging on the lips is to let Mrs. Duanmu and Ji family more to move. Mention a little bit of Duanmu to their own son's official position up a little bit. This position has been sitting for 4 years. Should have been changed. Mrs. Duanmu should Duanmu old lady's request. The whole day to her face look. But not too much. She knows that Mrs. Duanmu has such in-laws as home-in. Can no longer be rubbed like before. Seeing the 2 carriages stop in front of her, Lady Duanmu immediately went forward to greet them. The first to jump down was Ji Linfeng, who greeted the people of the Duanmu mansion one by one. Grandmother, father, mother, cousin Jun Fu. Only after receiving a response did he turn to help Duanmu, who was holding Ji Tranquility. This is the Ji family's youngest. Isn't it? Born so cute. Old Lady Duanmu wanted to hug Ji Tran. Ji Tranquility, however, was very resistant. Don't. This old Lady Duanmu is very snobbish. Give her a bit of color, and she could open a dye house for you tomorrow. I'm not going to let her take advantage of the loophole. Old Lady Duanmu saw Ji Tranquility's resistance, and withdrew her hand slightly embarrassed. In the back, Jilin Feng slammed his fist on Jun Fu's chest. And Jun Fu knew that this was Jilin Feng's way of greeting him. But this really made him a bit overwhelmed. Good boy. Why haven't you come to me for a drink lately? Jun Fu smiles helplessly. Little Sheng doesn't have the same kind of leisure as Second Duke. Little Sheng has to prepare for the autumn examination in 4 months. Jilin Feng knew that this year's top scholar was not Jun Fu. So he packed his bags and said, "Don't worry. You will definitely get high school this year. Don't forget to prepare a banquet then." Duan Muyi in front of her smiled lightly. She knew that Jun Fu would be in high school. But she wouldn't say anything for fear that he would lose himself. She had known since she was a child that the Jun family had a cousin who was particularly diligent in his studies. Moreover, she also knew that Jun Fu already had a favorite family. What she was worried about now was that after high school, Jun Fu would have a lot of official ladies looking at him. And then, how should he cope? While talking, the crowd had already arrived at the front hall. There were maids serving tea one after another. Ji Lifeng and Duan Muxiong chatted about some of the things they did in the military camp, with Jun Fu accompanying them to the side. Duan Muyi, on the other hand, was called away by Lady Duanmu, saying something about the whispers of a woman's family. Old Lady Duanmu also had the sense to go down. Daughter, tell me honestly, how does Jilin Feng treat you? Do the two of you share a room? The three of them came to the gazebo and sat down. Duanmu did not expect Lady Duanmu to ask this question as soon as she arrived. How could she answer? Moreover, she was still holding an exceptionally understanding Ji Tranquility in her arms. Ji Tran looked at the two of them with an innocent look. Aya, how embarrassing to ask such childish words as soon as you arrive. But I can also understand a mother's worry that her daughter will not do well in her husband's house. Lady Duanmu didn't wait for Duanmu to answer. But from her reddened face, it could be seen that the two were already together. Then she smiled and said, Daughter, Mother has to mention one thing to you. As a wife, if you want to hold on to your husband's heart, one is to grab his stomach, and the other is to give birth to an heir for the Ji family at an early age. Another thing is to be generous. Even if you know that Jilin Feng wants to take a concubine, instead of getting angry, you have to help him organize it. Understand? Ji Tranquility idly played with her little fat feet. Don't worry. My second brother won't take a concubine. Father set up rules for the two of them earlier. There are no common rooms. How could there even be a concubine? Duanmuyi's face was filled with a happy smile as she said, Mother, don't worry. Lin Feng won't take a concubine. He promised me. Lady Duanmu, however, was unimpressed. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? The Marquis family is a prestigious family in the capital. There are many people who want to flatter the Ji family. Even if he truly likes you, he can't escape a political marriage. Do you understand? Duanmu didn't say anything. She hadn't dreamt of this. But that was because the Ji family would soon be in a state of collapse. Everything that was happening now was different from the dream. And she couldn't tell what would become behind it. Ji Tranquility saw Duanmuyi's worried and anxious face. Aya, second sister-in-law is overthinking not. You have to believe that second brother only loves you alone. Don't cause unnecessary misunderstandings to come. The two of them chatted in the gazebo for a while before Lady Ji got up. Let's go. Go see your grandmother. She has something to say to you. Thinking of old Lady Duanmu. Both of them had a bit of a headache. How could Duanmu not know what old Lady Duanmu was playing in her heart? When Duanmu arrived at the door of the old madam's room, she heard the old madam's laughter before she even went in. Io, this Ji family is really generous. Look at it. It's all gold. Quickly, buy it if it's pure gold. Lady Duanmu and Duanmu were speechless, and were about to push the door in when they heard the old lady's next words come. I thought that ear would be able to sit in the position of the Marquis's main mother when she married over. I didn't expect that crippled Grand Duke to stand up. Old madam, be careful what you say. The old sister next to her anxiously reminded her. The face of Ji Tran who heard this outside the door was so colorful. Chapter 156. Kidnapped? This old woman can't be cursing my eldest brother's leg to never get better. Right? Sure enough. It's a thing that can't be upstaged. In the original story, there was a mention of old Lady Duanmu, saying that she was the one who brought up Duan Muxiong. Duan Muxiong followed him to Shengjing after he joined the civil service. In his bones, he is a vain and greedy, and does not have much education. If she continues to be so mouthy, Duanmu Xiong will sooner or later get into trouble. It was no longer possible for Duanmu Yi to retreat. She glanced down at Ji Tranquility, who had an unhappy face. Although she couldn't hear the little one's heart, she knew that she must be angry at this moment. There was no chance that she would go back and say it to the Ji family. Lady Duanmu pushed the door in, her face not looking too good indeed, thanks to the fact that there were no Ji family members here. If they had heard it, they would have underestimated her. Mother, your behavior is really this if the Ji family hears about this. How will people look at us? Lady Duanmu's face was filled with the old madam's inability to rise to the occasion. Old Lady Duanmu was most disgusted by her appearance. She scornfully glanced at Ji Tran in Duanmu Yi's arms, and said in a bad mood, "Where can the Ji family hear this? Don't tell me this child can understand what we say, and relay it to the Ji family. Duanmu Yi, regardless of whether Tranquil can hear it or not, please ask grandmother not to speak out of turn in the future. I'm sure grandmother understands the truth that trouble comes out of the mouth." Being lectured by her own granddaughter, old Lady Duanmu's face couldn't bear it, and she was about to have a fit right away. But she still held back, smiling in an extraordinarily fake manner. What Ear said is true. Who would have trouble with gold? Old Lady Duanmu was about to order her subordinates to receive all the gifts sent by the Ji family into her own small private vault. She was interrupted by Duanmu Yi's voice. "Mother, these things were specially handed over by Lady Ji to be delivered to you. If they were to be handed over to grandmother, when Lady Ji asks, my daughter would not be able to give an account." Duanmu Yi wildly winked at Lady Duanmu, who instantly understood. This was Duanmu Yi helping her. The old madam loves money so much that the day before yesterday, the congratulatory gift for Ear's wedding was taken away by the old madam for most of it. She informed Duanmu Xiong of this matter, only to be met with the words, "There's nothing wrong with putting it at mother's place. When the time comes, she'll take it out." Heh. Waiting for her to take it out is even more annoying than taking her life. In that case, then my mother will order someone to receive it to the treasury. Come on, people. The old madam was anxious. How could Lady Ji say such a thing? She still cares what other people's families do with the gifts she sends to them. Duanmu Yi smiled. She doesn't care. But I'm different. I'm now the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. Lady Ji is afraid that I will be wronged at home, so she has to care. Old Lady Duanmu understood at once. This was clearly a defense against her. Ear is truly a good tactician. This has only been married off for a few days, and has become so quite calculating. The smile on Duanmu Yi's face remained unchanged. Doesn't grandmother always say that a daughter who becomes a family will change? Ji Tranquility giggles, and claps her little fat hands to cheer for Duanmu Yi. Second sister-in-law is mighty. I guess I haven't been rubbed down by this old woman on ordinary days. In the end, the things were all taken away. The old lady wanted to play hard to get, but then she shouted that dinner was ready. It was lunchtime in a while. By the time a few people arrived, Ji Lifeng was already seated at the table. He took Ji Tranquility from Duanmu Yi and whispered, "Is my little sister naughty? Second brother, you're the one who's naughty. Your whole family is naughty." Ji Lifeng snorts out a laugh when he hears this. It was only then that Ji Tranquility was shocked to realize what had been said. I'm not naughty. I'm well-behaved and cute. People love me. Flowers bloom. I'm a little fairy from the sky. Ji Lifeng can't even suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the Duanmu family, they also followed suit and were happy. It seems that Ji Lifeng truly loves Duanmu Yi. He even helped clip the dishes. Duanmu Xiong's face was filled with smiles. He pulled Ji Lifeng to drink several cups in a row. Ji Lifeng is very capable of drinking. And after drinking with Duanmu Xiong, he also drank 3 cups with Jun Fu, calling him cousin with every mouthful. Duanmu Yi had her subordinate warm the milk for Ji Tran. I don't know if it was because she hadn't seen such a thing as a milk bottle before. She didn't hold it steady for a moment, and it all spilled out, spilling onto Duanmu Yi's dress and Ji Tran's feet. Ji Tran immediately wailed, "My rice? Oh, I can't eat any more, Going to be starved to death, Ji Lifeng was furious and said angrily, "How do you do things?" Ji Lifeng, this anger, well, originally lively atmosphere at once dispersed, replaced by tension. Who didn't know that the youngest of the Ji family was the heart of everyone in the Ji family? This knocked the milk down. Ji family's youngest shall not be hungry to cry. Duanmu Yi angrily glared at the maid, and found that it was an eye. Thinking that it was a maid from one of the other aunt's yards, she didn't think much of it, and only said angrily, "Madam, this maid is as insolent as can be. Send it to be bought. Yes. Lady Duanmu was also furious. Doing things in such a fussy manner. What kind of behavior is it? It might offend the Ji family. The maid was sold. Ji Linfeng can't be too gripped. So he had to let Duanmu hold Ji Tran to wipe the milk on his feet. Duanmu also had to go down to change. Here. Go quickly. Come back, and we'll be leaving. If I starve my sister, mother will skin me. This was not Ji Linfeng telling lies. Who in the imperial city didn't know how favored Ji Tranquility was. Of course Duanmu knew. So he hurriedly went down, walking to the outer room. The other maid who was born on the other side came up. Miss, let the slave girl hold it. Miss has been holding it for half a day. No need. Tranquil child recognizes life. Duanmu notices the maid's face and frowns. Which courtyard's maid are you? Why did you come to the main courtyard? The maid respectfully said. The slave girl is the new maid bought by madam. Called Susia. How come I haven't heard my mother mention a newly purchased maid? Duanmu muttered as she walked towards her own courtyard. In Ri courtyard, everything was the same. It is cleaned daily. Duanmu raises her foot and steps into the house. Oblivious to the fact that the maid behind her takes out a handkerchief from her sleeve and slowly approaches her. Ji Tranquility suddenly felt a pang of panic. It's not going to happen. Is it? My heart is beating like crazy. No, no, no. I have to do something? I feel like the situation isn't right. Ji Tranquility was being held by Duanmu's back. Just in time to see the two men hiding on the beams of the room. She was about to raise her voice to remind Duanmu when she saw the maid behind her suddenly cover Duanmu's mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn it. This is actually a trap. The security of the Duanmu mansion is doing too much not to be inverted. Ji Tran cries out in a wah 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 trying to alert the people outside. But she hears. Humph. Dead girl. There's no one in Ri courtyard right now. No one will come to save you even if you cry your throat out. The maid who had said this was still feeling amused. What was she doing saying this to a child who was only a few months old? It's not like she could understand. Ji Tranquility sighed in her heart. There were still two hiding on the beams. If she shot the maid down, they would definitely not let her go. Just, let's see where these people are going to tie her and Duanmu up. Who is the mastermind behind this? After the maid shot on dazed Duanmu, she quickly covered Ji Tran's mouth and nose. In a matter of moments, the handkerchief dyed with ecstasy covered Ji Tranquility's face. Ji Tranquility stared with a pair of dark, glowing eyes that quickly, slowly closed. The maid lowered the fainted two to the ground. And two men dressed in the Duanmu residence's house guard costume on the room's beams immediately jumped down. Quickly get the people out of here. The two people are missing. It will soon cause second Prince Ji to be alerted. This is the voice of the maid. Chapter 157. Just kill one of me. Please don't hurt Tranquil. The maid thought that Ji Tranquility had fainted. But in reality, the little one was pretending. Just in the moment when the maid covered over the party, she managed to exchange a defense talisman. These people had gone to such great lengths to blend into the Duanmu mansion. Presumably not for the purpose of killing. In this way, Ji Tranquility let go of her heart. One had to know who the master behind it was before they could deduce their purpose for doing so. Ji Tranquility felt herself being picked up, and then jumped out of the Duanmu mansion in a few leaps. He then boarded a carriage and drove all the way towards the city gates. Ji Tranquility thought that the carriage would be stopped by the city guards for an inspection. But it turned out that the carriage sped all the way out of the city. Even if the guards didn't stop it, there wasn't even a sound of pursuit. It was evident that someone in the garrison had mutinied. Ji Tranquility wanted to leave some marks along the way. But she had small arms and legs, and was stuffed inside the carriage. So anything she wanted to do was useless. She could only secretly pinch Duanmu to make her wake up faster. When her second brother found out that she and Duanmu had disappeared, he would have to go crazy. With the defection of the third prince, the things behind really cannot be prevented. At this time in the Duanmu mansion, Ji Linfeng and Jun Fu were drinking a cup of wine. Next to them, Lady Duanmu muttered, "Ear has been gone for half a day. It's about time she came back." Right? The drunken Ji Linfeng heard this, and wondered what came to his mind. The drunkenness on his face was gone in an instant, replaced by panic. A feeling of uneasiness quickly raced from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He got up in an uproar and ran outside, just in time to collide with a maid who came to report in a panic. The maid was knocked 3 meters away by Ji Linfeng. She directly fainted. Oh no! Something's wrong. Duan Muxiong seemed to realize that something was wrong and followed suit, running towards Ri courtyard. Behind them, Lady Duanmu along with Jun Fu and the old madam followed in panic. As a result, just as they arrived at Ri courtyard, they heard Ji Lin Feng's loud roar. Ah! Ji Lin Feng went crazy and searched all over Ri courtyard. Not even a shadow of a person, but found an old woman's body. He knew in his heart that something had happened, and he blamed himself in his heart. With a loud roar, he flew out of Duanmu mansion and slashed one of the horses bolted to the carriage. Giddy up, chasing towards the city gates. Duan Muxiong was also in a hurry. Gone. Two big living people just disappeared out of thin air from Duanmu mansion. If Ji family's youngest has a long or short life, our entire Duanmu family is finished. Hearing this, old lady Duanmu's eyes rolled over, and she fainted. Old madam. Old madam. The maid panicked and held a fallen old madam. Lady Duanmu was so panicked at this point. Where did she care about her? Master, you quickly send someone to notify Marquis Ji, so that Marquis Ji can bring people to chase after him all. If eldest Duke Ji has another accident, we are even more to blame. Oh no! You personally go to the Ji family. Lady Duanmu was so anxious that she wiped her tears. She actually didn't know when the thieves entered the mansion. It was all her fault. Her momentary negligence. Ever since Duanmu had married into the Ji family, she had removed the maids and maids from Ri courtyard, leaving only a cleaning Wan Wu. Thinking of this, Lady Duanmu rushed into the side room. Sure enough, on the floor, she saw the Wang granny spitting blood from her mouth. And the person was already dead. Lady Duanmu was momentarily furious, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth before she fainted on the ground. Madam, madam. The two maids scrambled to help the person towards the house. Duan Muxiong rolled over and dismounted from his horse, stumbling towards the Ji mansion, with an anxious look on his face. Quickly notify the Marquis and the Grand Duke. Miss Ji. No. Is missing. The concierge's face changed drastically. Ignoring the stumbling Duan Muxiong, he ran towards the main courtyard. Soon, the Ji family members, who had learned of the situation, rushed out. Yin Zheng, order people to prepare horses. Marquis Ji's face was iron blue, and his brows were even more murderous. Ji Yushu, who followed closely behind, also had people prepare horses, for fear that it was a ploy to get rid of the tiger. Ji Yushu left Go Yuan and Lu Ma behind to protect Lady Ji. Sure. Lady Ji called out to Ji Yushu with tearful eyes. Ji Yushu looked towards Lady Ji and comforted her. Mother, little sister's good fortune will help her. She'll be fine. Besides, she's not an ordinary child. Lady Ji's tears still broke the levee. Even though Tranquil Child is not an ordinary child, but she is only 6 months old now. Ah? Can she run at 6 months? Can she cry out for help? If her Tranquil Child were to die, how would she survive? Marquis Ji ordered a full 30 men to rush outside the city. It would be hard not to let people know about such a big gesture. Prince Xian's mansion. Prince Xian sat up in shock. What? The youngest of the Ji family has disappeared? And the Duanmu residence missing? Quickly, gather people and horses and leave the city. This matter should be hidden from the world sun first. The men and horses quickly assembled, and all of them sped towards the outside of the city. The crown prince in the eastern palace had also learned of this news, but he didn't gather his men at the first opportunity. Instead, he wondered if this matter was the third prince's way of getting rid of the tiger. The crown prince rushed to the Gu family and found his uncle Guishan to explain the situation. Then Guishan brought some of the martial dragon guards to search the city. Whether it was inside or outside the city could not be spared. He, on the other hand, led the people to surround the palace as if it were a bronze wall. When the empress heard that the youngest member of the Ji family had disappeared, she was as anxious as a fire, chanting, Bodhisattva blessing. Bodhisattva blessing. But don't let anything happen. Xian Wang wanted to hide it from Bei Heng Jin. But as a result, Bei Heng Jin still knew about it and rushed out of the royal residence despite Xian Wang concubine's obstruction. Quickly stop Shitzi. Bei Heng Jin's body style was extremely fast as he grabbed the long sword in the hands of the guards on the side and disappeared into the line of sight of Xian Wangfei with a few rises and falls, leaving Xian Wangfei dumbfounded. Her Jiner. Is her martial arts this powerful? Waking up, Duan Muyi found herself in a carriage, her hands and feet tied. At her feet lay Tranquil Child, who was not awake. At this moment, Duan Muyi was horrified. She angrily stared at the woman in black sitting at the door of the carriage. Who are you? Why did you kidnap us? And what did you do to Tranquil Air? The woman in black completely ignored Duan Muyi. Duan Muyi cried anxiously, calling out for Tranquil Air over and over again. Tranquil Child, wake up. Don't scare me. Wake up, okay? Tranquil Child. Duan Muyi leaned over and used his head to touch Tranquility. The result was still motionless. Anxiously, Duan Muyi cried out in pain. Tranquil Air. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's me who caused you harm. Duan Muyi knocked his head against the ground, crying to the extreme. Duan Muyi thought that something had happened to Ji Tranquility, and roared at the woman in black across the room, who was calm and collected. Do you know that she's the young lady of the Ji family? And if she has any troubles, you dying 10,000 times is not enough to be spared. The man in black was upset by Duan Muyi's crying and said fiercely, All right. The person isn't dead. It's just that the medicine is a bit heavier. Hearing this, Duan Muyi suddenly stopped crying. But the tears in her eyes still can't stop flowing. Who are you? Why do you want to kidnap us? If you want money, no matter if it's the Duanmu family or the Ji family, they will give it to you. Even double it. If you want life, just kill one of me. Please don't hurt Tranquil. She is still just a child. Doesn't know anything. Duan Muyi knelt down towards the woman in black. Sincerely. Chapter 158. I'm sure Jilin Feng is the bogeyman. Duan Muyi might not have heard it, but Ji Tranquility had already heard it. And the voice of the man in black was none other than Liang Ruer. Was today's kidnapping Liang Ruer's own initiative, or was it authorized by the third prince? She did not know. Liang Ruer was a smart one. And when she arrived at the crossroads of 5 Mile Slope, she arranged for 3 carriages to run wildly in 3 directions, to confuse the pursuers behind. The first to catch up was Jilin Feng, chasing the right direction with a surge of intuition, while Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu, who came up behind him, caught up in 3 different directions. Jilin Feng chased out 10 miles in one breath, and finally saw a fast-moving carriage not far ahead. Stopped the carriage in front. He didn't know if there was Duan Muyi and Ji Tranquility inside, but he didn't want to miss any of them. At this moment, his heart was very anxious because he hadn't heard Ji Tranquility's heartbeat. And he was afraid that Ji Tranquility had already been poisoned. The carriage didn't stop because of Jilin Feng's angry roar. Instead it ran faster. Liang Ruer lifted the curtain, deliberately letting Jilin Feng see the tied-up Duan Muyi inside. Lin Feng. Tranquil Child was poisoned and hasn't woken up until now. Duan Muyi's eyes are filled with hot tears. Ji Tranquility is too small. Where can she withstand this poison? What if? She was really scared. She didn't dare to think any further. Seeing the worry on Jilin Feng's face, Duan Muyi's murderous intent crossed her mind, and she vigorously slammed towards Liang Ruer. In the end, she was still a little girl. Where is the opponent of Liang Ruer, who has learnt martial arts? Liang Ruer easily knocked Duan Muyi to the ground with a single-hand strike. Here. Jilin Feng clenched his horse's belly and wanted to charge up. Liang Ruer, however, smiled contemptuously. If eldest Prince Ji is not afraid of hurting Miss Ji and Miss Duanmu, feel free to do it. Liang Ruer lifted the curtain wider so that Jilin Feng could see the 2 people inside clearly. In Liang Ruer's opinion, the Ji family's bogeyman was none other than Jilin Feng, because after she went to the Ji family to look for him in the past, she was struck by lightning when she came back. So who is the bogeyman if he is not the bogeyman? Her purpose today was to lure Jilin Feng out and then get rid of this baneful star. Jilin Feng's martial arts was very high, so he couldn't be moved easily. But that person wasn't necessarily so. Duan Muyi was collapsed on his side on the carriage, just enough to block out Ji Tranquility, who was not waking up to the world behind him. Ji Tranquility stole a glance at Liang Ruer with her false eyes, only to see Duan Muyi's back. In this way, it was more convenient for her to act. Ji Tranquil's face was filled with a treacherous smile, and her little fat hand quickly clicked on the maul to exchange the explosive charm. Humph. You want to hit second sister-in-law, right? In a moment, this young lady will blow you up, regardless of whether or not this matter is related to the third prince and the state master. I have to prepare an explosive talisman for both of them. If this matter can wipe out the third prince in one fell swoop, the fate of their G family will be completely rewritten. In the end, G Tranquility spent more than 2,000 pieces and exchanged a full 30 of them. If you can't use it all, you can return it. And you're not afraid of wasting the talisman paper. So it's better to have more of it ready, in case you don't need it. After all this, G Trent also gave Duanmui a chapter of short-term amnesia talisman. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to explain after blowing those people up. She simply let her forget. Hearing the hoofbeats outside, G Trent anxiously shouts at Ji Lin Feng. Second brother yo. You quickly go back and shout for people. Liang Ruer is most likely trying to take us to see the third prince. Then we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. Don't worry. With me here, I won't let anything happen to second sister-in-law. Unfortunately, Ji Lin Feng couldn't hear these words, so Ji Tranquility could only be anxious. However, he didn't know that Ji Lin Feng, who heard Ji Tranquility's heart, was ecstatic. Great, great, little sister is fine. Thus, Ji Lin Feng wanted to turn around and go call someone. However, Liang Ruer's purpose was originally him. How could he let him go? Ji Lin Feng, are you trying to abandon your wife and sister? Liang Ruer picks up a bag of water sacks from the carriage, unscrews the bottle, and pours as much water as she can on Duanmui's head, forcing her to forcefully wake up. You stop. Ji Lin Feng was so furious that he couldn't help but make a move. As for Ji Tranquility, when she heard Liang Ruer's rampant laughter, she actually couldn't help but want to make a move. But she held back. Second sister-in-law, bear with it. As long as Liang Ruer brings us in front of the third prince, I'll be able to find a way to kill him. Hearing this, Ji Lin Feng forced down the anger in his heart. Liang Ruer laughed out loud and said to the awakened Duanmui, Look, Miss Duanmu, your likable husband Fang was actually trying to abandon you all. Liang Ruer wanted to create a suspicion between the two. But what she didn't know was that they had 2 lifetimes of love. How could Duanmui believe her bullshit? Ji Lin Feng was afraid that Duanmui would misunderstand. And even more so, he was afraid that Ji Tranquility couldn't deal with the opposite 3 on her own. He could only continue to follow. The speed of the carriage was not slow. Ji Lin Feng followed all the way, but did not dare to make a move. If Liang Ruer really wants to bring to the third prince, then more bizarre state master, the odds are hard to predict. Just when Ji Lin Feng wanted to make a move, the voice of the state master suddenly appeared in front of him. You, miss, the state master is coming. The horseman opened his mouth to alert Liang Ruer. When Ji Tranquility heard this, her heart was suddenly excited. The state master had come, and the third prince had also come? But soon, Ji Tranquility thought of a dilemma. If I use an explosive talisman to blow these people up, such a bizarre scene shall not be taken as a demon by second brother Ah? I can let my second sister-in-law, who is close by, hug me. But what about my second brother, who is far away? Oops. Looks like this method won't work. Ji Lin Feng wants to say, little sister Ah, you despite the boldness of the bomb. What you do is reasonable. At this moment, how much Ji Lin Feng wanted Ji Tranquility to hear his heart as well. But it was not to be. Liang Ruer's eyes lit up. Quickly stop. After the carriage stopped, Liang Ruer jumped off the carriage and excitedly said to the state master, My lord, I've lured Ji Lin Feng over here, and this person is definitely the bogeyman you're talking about. The state master wrinkled his brows and angrily rebuked Liang Ruer. How dare you take the liberty of luring the Ji family here? Do you know that doing so will spoil your master's big event? Liang Ruer, however, felt that this was helping the third prince, and she joyfully said, Didn't you say that everything can be reversed as long as we deal with the Ji family's bogeyman? This person must be the Ji family's bogeyman. In Liang Ruer's opinion, there was no doubt that Ji Lin Feng was that bogeyman. Are you saying that Ji Lin Feng is the Ji family's bogeyman? A flash of a color in the state master's eyes that made it imperceptible. Why are you so sure? Because I went to the Ji family once 3 months ago, and when I returned, I was struck by a lightning incident. It was as if that thunder had locked onto me, and no matter where I fled, it was in hot pursuit. This matter is so bizarre that it cannot be explained. After hearing the state master say the matter of the Ji family having a bogeyman, I then associated the matter, and I'm sure this person must be Ji Lin Feng. Liang Ruer spoke with unusual excitement. If it was a suspicion before, now, the state master was already certain that the G family's fateful star was actually the G family's youngest. That child who had just been born half a year ago. The lightning strike that Liang Ruer had encountered was most likely this little girl playing a trick on her. Suddenly, the state master learnt one thing from his body's memories. That was that more than 8 months ago, Lady G had gone to the Protectorate Temple to have her fortune told. At that time, what Master Ci Feng said was that the G family would have a great calamity in 2 months. 2 months later was when the youngest of the G family was born. Now, it seems that the catastrophe was resolved with the birth of the youngest member of the G family, and then associating it with the little one's weirdness. This bogeyman is undoubtedly the G family's youngest. Chapter 159. A woman who is ruthless is even afraid of herself. After thinking about all of this, the state master had a look of horror on his face. You? How did you lure people here? It mustn't be what he thought. Last time he had already suffered a loss at the hands of that little girl. He did not want to meet up with her again until he could find a way to deal with her. Liang Ruer saw the horror on the state master's face and thought that he believed her words. Then he wrung out the bound Duan Mui. Seeing that it wasn't G Tranquility, the state master let out a sigh of relief. Since the little one hadn't come, it wasn't impossible to kill a Ji Linfeng first to collect some interest. Then kill this person, the state master said in a cloudy manner. In the next second, he heard Liang Ruer order her men. Go and carry down that doll from the car. Doll? The state master's heart trembled. And he had already made plans to run away. In the end, he saw his subordinates carrying down a doll that he didn't know whether it was alive or dead. And it was the youngest of the G family. The state master who wanted to escape saw G Tranquility's closed eyes. His heart stored a trace of luck. Surprised, he asked, "What happened to her?" Ji Linfeng's gaze kept falling on the state master's face. He knew that the state master was a bad one to deal with, so he didn't act rashly. But seeing the panic on his face was a little unclear. He seemed to be somewhat afraid of Ji Tranquility. Suddenly, Ji Linfeng remembered that the state master had sneaked through the Ji mansion at night. He had also exchanged hands with Ji Tranquility. Could he have seen something? But judging from Liang Ruer's behavior, this state master seemed to be hiding something from her. What exactly was the purpose of the state master? Ji Linfeng couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Liang Ruer said, "Don't worry, state master. The little one isn't dead yet. She's just been poisoned by my ecstasy. We can take her back and raise her, and use her to threaten the Ji family in the future." Liang Ruer felt that she had done a great thing for the third prince this time, and that the third prince would definitely think highly of her because of this matter. She didn't see the state master's even more horrified face. Grandma. It was too late for him to hide. But Liang Ruer even wanted to keep the little one by her side. If she wanted to die, he would not accompany her. However, right now, the little one is in a coma. Is it possible to? The state master slowly walked towards Ji Tranquility and asked Liang Ruer again with an uneasy mouth, "Are you sure that she is in a coma after being poisoned?" Liang Ruer can see that the state master seems to be very interested in Ji family's youngest. So she said, "Yes. The amount used is that of an adult. It's not possible. It's possible that she won't wake up." Hearing this, Duan Mui went crazy with anxiety and struggled to hit Liang Ruer. He was slapped down by Liang Ruer's hard slap. The veins on the back of Ji Linfeng's hands were exposed. The way he looked at Liang Ruer was as if he was looking at a dead person. After the state master heard this, he became bold. He then took a big step forward and raised his palm to slash down towards Ji Tranquility. Kill her first. A face full of viciousness. Ji Linfeng's heart was in his throat. And Duan Mui even shouted, "If there's anything come at me, she's still a child. Linfeng, save Tranquil Child. Quickly go save Tranquil Child. Don't mind me." Under the struggle, Duan Mui dropped a dagger from her arms. After seeing that dagger, her heart lit up with great hope. Liang Ruer, who was preparing to step forward to stop the state master, did not see this side. She wasn't worried about Ji Linfeng making a move either. For one thing, there was the powerful state master. And secondly, Ji Tranquility was still in their hands. Just right now, she didn't want the state master to kill Ji Tranquility. "State master, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to carry this person back and raise her? You must not make a move against her. This person is of great benefit to the third prince." The state master Jia laughed strangely. "He. Kill her first and we'll." As a result, before the words were finished, The entire person was fixed, unable to move. Do it, second brother. G Tranquility opened her eyes in the blink of an eye as the State Master approached her and slapped the fixation talisman on the State Master. Eeyore shrieked in alarm for Ji Lin Feng to make a move. Ji Lin Feng did move and slowly approached towards the carter. The man holding G Tranquility had already been immobilized. So, at this point, he couldn't move either. In this way, he also avoided him throwing G Tranquility out. Liang Ruer only felt that the State Master wanted to raise his hand to kill G Tranquility, and hesitated after hearing her words. Liang Ruer did not know what the babbling G Tranquility was expressing. She didn't bother with the suddenly awakened G Tranquil in the first place. Instead, she went forward and wanted to ask what the State Master meant by those words. It was also this one move that cost her life. State Master, what did you say? What do you mean by killing her first? Can a child like her still threaten our grand plan? Liang Ruer saw that the State Master was not moving. He then reached out and pushed him, resulting in the latter directly falling to the ground. Liang Ruer was shocked. State Master? How? She couldn't say the words that followed because G Tranquility had also given Liang Ruer a fixation charm. G Tranquility took advantage of Liang Ruer's inattention to rummage through the mall for a long time, eventually finding a replacement for the explosive charm. Granted, it would also arouse suspicion, but the fixation talisman was a bit more rationalized than the bizarre explosion talisman. At the same time, Ji Lin Feng raised his sword and flew in, directly attacking towards the cart driver who hadn't been hit yet. Help, Miss Liang. The cart driver alone was no match for Ji Lin Feng and shouted for Liang Ruer to help. As a result, he was stabbed to death by Ji Lin Feng's sword. At the same time, Duan Muyi's sword also stabbed into Liang Ruer's back. At this moment, Duan Muyi did not look like a young lady with no hands. Turning anger into motivation, drawing out the bloodied knife, she screamed and stabbed again at the man holding G Tranquility. The man fell, revealing Ji Lin Feng behind him, who had also stabbed the man. Ji Lin Feng is extremely fast as he catches G Tranquility and looks deep into Duan Muyi's eyes. Hiya. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu rushed over, and when they saw that the three were fine, the tightly taut strings in their hearts finally retracted. God knows how anxious and worried they were just now. There was also a horse that fell to its death halfway because it was pushed too fast. Here. Duan Muyi, who was in extreme shock, fainted. Ji Lin Feng held G Tranquility with one hand and caught the fallen Duan Muyi with the other. Ji Yushu rolled over and dismounted from his horse, flying over to pick up the chattering G Tranquility. Quickly get a rope to tie up the State Master. No. The State Master is very capable. Even if he's tied up now, he'll still run away. Right now, we have to find a way to drive him out of Master Ci Feng's body. But I don't have enough points. How can I drive him out? It's better to just capture it back first. When the fixation talisman is about to expire, give him another one. And so on and so forth. But there's a serious problem is, what if the Crown Prince wants to take the State Master away? I wouldn't be able to put a stasis talisman on him. No matter what needs to be done, let's tie the person up first. Marquis Ji personally went forward to tie up the State Master with a rope. Ji Yushu asked Ji Lin Feng if he was injured. There are no injuries. Just now, the State Master suddenly didn't move, giving me the chance to save him. Eeyore also used the dagger I gave her to sneak attack Liang Ruer. That's how we managed to get out of danger. Ji Lin Feng slowly spoke about the events. Ji Yushu lifted Liang Ruer's face scarf as soon as he could and realized that it was indeed Liang Ruer, and then instructed the men who followed behind him. Come over here, all of you. Take care of this place, and then bring back the bodies of a few people to the Shuntian Prefectural Court. Chapter 160. Be a shrunken head turtle forever. Second brother didn't suspect why Liang Ruer didn't move? After all, Liang Ruer has kung fu in her body. Second sister-in-law Buor lady can sneak attack successfully? G Tranquility frowned with a small frown. I was worried earlier that the exploding talisman was not easy to explain. But now it's fine. Second brother directly thinks that it all makes sense. How is this? Everything is as if it's taken for granted. And just now, the first thing that second brother wanted to kill was not Liang Ruer, much less this man holding me, but that car driver who wasn't under my control. Shouldn't the normal situation be to save the hostages first? He was good, very relieved to be on this side, and went directly to deal with that car driver. If this two people were not controlled by me, my second sister-in-law and I, wouldn't we be dead? Is it that second brother didn't think of this? Or is it that second brother was too confident that Liang Ruer wouldn't kill me and my second sister-in-law? Or is it that second brother himself knew that I had moved against the two of them? Only then did he feel relieved to deal with the chef? I don't know what came to mind. G. Tranquility was startled. My God. My second brother wouldn't be embracing the use of that legendary penetrating eye. Right? G. Tranquility inclined her small head, staring at her dark and shiny eyes. Seriously sizing up Ji Lin Feng. Second brother, quickly let me see. Is it a see-through eye? Marquis Ji Yushu. Ji Lin Feng. The pressure was given to Ji Lin Feng all of a sudden. Ji Lin Feng had a headache. He didn't have a brain like Ji Yushu's. Where could he make up a reason? And it had to be reasonable. Without a trace. Ji Lin Feng patted Ji Yushu, signaling Ji Yushu to think of a way. If he didn't explain clearly, G. Tranquility wouldn't want to sleep tonight. He was heartbroken. At the same time, he kind of complained if G. Tranquility was thinking too much. Who cares if it doesn't make sense? If they don't think it's weird, then it's fine. But do they have to ask for clarification? Did he show any doubt just now? He only felt that his own mother is powerful and domineering. Okay. What kind of young lady is as decisive as his wife? Sheng Jing really can't find many. Ji Lin Feng had a face of pride. Ji Yushu lightly coughed twice, and opened his mouth to ask Ji Tranquility's question. Ji Lin Feng stammered for half a day and said, "It's probably because the state master suddenly collapsed and scared Liang Ru." So she reacted half a beat slower, allowing Ear to take advantage of the situation. And big brother, don't underestimate women. A woman is sometimes so ruthless that even she herself is afraid. Marquis Ji thought to himself. This explanation barely passes. That's true. I'm sometimes so ruthless that even I'm afraid of myself. Besides, second sister-in-law was bent on saving me just now. Perhaps she was pushed to the brink, and that's why she exerted her superb fighting strength. From now on, I must be good to second sister-in-law, who has never killed anyone. To save me, she killed Liang Ru. This will cause a great shadow on her psyche. Second brother must properly channel second sister-in-law Yo. However, how does second brother know that women are ruthless enough to scare even themselves? Speaking as if he knows women very well. Hey, I am now hating the Qin Hai more and more. If it wasn't for the Qin family's accident, second brother would still be in that group of women at the Hongyuan right now. Much less this smooth marriage to second sister-in-law. Ji Tranquility waved her little fat fist indignantly. His little brows were even more furrowed. His mouth was also full of words. It was all words cursing Qin Hai. Ji Lin Feng, who had his scars reopened, only felt his heart ache. Ji Yushu and Marquis Ji tried to hold back their laughter, not daring to show a hint of having heard those words. Ji Yushu then analyzed with Marquis Ji about why the state master suddenly collapsed to the ground in order to change the topic. Why the state master and Liang Ruer suddenly didn't move. The two of them were of course able to guess that it was Ji Tranquility who had made the move. However, the matter also had to be analyzed to dispel the doubts in Ji Tranquility's mind. Father, my child believes that the state master's sudden immobility may be due to the fact that he has taken over Master C.I. Feng's body. And it is not yet a good fit. Shuer's analysis is reasonable. We have to think of a way to save Master C.I. Feng. This person is bizarre to the extreme. And even more so, he cannot be taken away by the Crown Prince. If he wakes up, it will be detrimental to the Crown Prince. Marquis Ji said. The Crown Prince is bound to ask about this matter. How are we going to reply then? If we tell the truth, the Crown Prince will not necessarily believe it. Ji Yushu said with a solemn face. Marquis Ji thought for a moment. Not necessarily. Upon hearing this, Ji Yushu looked shocked and turned his head to look. Father, you mean to inform the Crown Prince about Master Sifeng's body being taken over? That's right. We have to let the Crown Prince have a mental preparation. Master C.I. Feng has never asked about court matters. Why would he suddenly agree to the third prince being the state master? This matter, there is no room for him to disbelieve. But if the Crown Prince asks how we knew about this matter, what to say? My child guesses that the Crown Prince already has misgivings in his heart about us knowing too many of the third prince's secrets. And if he were to tell the Crown Prince about such an arcane matter, mustn't he suspect our intentions? Marquis Ji was also in trouble for a moment. Just as a few people were thinking about things, one of the guards suddenly screamed miserably. G Tranquility snapped his eyes over to see a cloud of black mist running away towards the distance. A few people's faces changed drastically. The state master has fled. What a surprise! He actually broke the power inside the talisman. It seems that during the time he disappeared, the national master's skills have progressed quite a bit. The guards died, spitting black smoke from their mouths after their deaths, terrifying the others. They all said that the state master had learned evil arts, demon paths. It's not strange to learn some of these unorthodox arts. After thinking about it, the guards are not so afraid, packed up to go back. And Marquis G's father and son's 3 faces are all gloomy. It was so hard to catch the state master actually let him get away. G Tranquility, on the other hand, was thinking that he had to accumulate enough points as soon as possible to exterminate this person. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Tomorrow was the day that Bei Hengjin came to the G mansion to study. By putting someone under your nose, you can discover more of his flaws and spit them out effortlessly. Ji Lifeng carries the fainted Duanmui onto the carriage. Ji Yushu also carries G Tranquility onto the carriage, driven by Marquis G himself. At the intersection of 5 Mile Slope, when he met up with his subordinates, who were splitting the road, there was also King Xian's Gu family's martial dragon guards, who arrived behind him. Marquis, is everything alright? King Xian and Gu Yishan exited at the same time to ask. My canine son caught up in time. Nothing serious happened. Marquis G didn't mention a word about the state master's escape. That's good. The group of people protected the carriage in the middle and slowly marched towards the city gates. The people gathered around the city gates were buzzing about it. This time, for the disappearance of the Ji family's youngest. Even the crown prince's close guards and the Xian Wang house's personal guards had been mobilized. It could be seen how favored the youngest member of the Ji family was in the eyes of the prince and the crown prince. Hearing these murmurs, Gu Yishan directly ordered the bodies of the 3 to be hung at the city gates as a warning. The Ji family knew that this was done to show the 3rd prince. Since they couldn't find anyone, they would be shrinking turtles forever. Chapter 161. Bei Hengjin did not return. The news that the youngest of the Ji family had been safely retrieved quickly spread throughout Shengjing, and all those who cared about Ji Tran were relieved. Mrs. Ji paced back and forth in front of the door. The handkerchief in her hand was crumpled by her. She heard her subordinates anxiously report. Madam, the master and the gentleman have found Miss. And Miss is fine. The second young lady was surprised and fainted. Hearing this, the tears that Mrs. Ji had held back from flowing finally rolled down. Go. Go where? Qingtian Street now. The subordinates all wept with joy. God protects. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. After about an instant's stick of effort, Marquis Ji drove his carriage and stopped at the entrance of the Ji mansion. Everyone rolled over and dismounted, protecting the people on the carriage as they came down. Lady Ji was helped by her subordinates to go up and receive G Tranquility, who was spitting water bubbles from Ji Yushu's hands. Mother! Mother! Don't cry. Don't cry. Daughter will be fine. It will only be someone else who will be fine. My daughter is awesome. Hearing this, Lady Ji's tears flowed even more fiercely. Her daughter was different, but also a plagued one. Why is mother crying even more fiercely? It's because she's too worried about me. Isn't it? Oh! Seeing mother-in-law cry makes me want to cry too. Whoa! Lady Ji tightly hugged G Tranquility and softly coaxed. Don't cry. Don't cry. My daughter must have been scared. Turning her head, she sees Ji Lin Feng carrying the fainted Duan Mui off the carriage. So she asks, Ear can be fine? It's fine, mother. Just a shock. Just wake up. Lady Ji nodded and carried the person towards the house. Prince Xian and Gu Yishan both left after slightly arching their hands towards Marquis Ji. The family heads towards the inner room. Lady Ji follows Ji Lin Feng to his room, takes Duan Mui's pulse, and is relieved to find out that she really did pass out from the surprise. Duan Mui's cheeks were a little swollen. Mrs. Ji prescribed some medicine for Ji Lin Feng to put on her, so that the swelling subsided quickly. Seeing Lady Ji wanting to speak, Ji Yushu said, Mother, let the second brother properly accompany his sister-in-law to rest. Let's go outside to talk. Lady Ji nodded her head before the few people headed outside. It was sitting at the stone table outside the courtyard. Ji Yushu recounts things one by one, and where there are gaps, G Tranquility fills them in with her heart. Liang Ruer is probably counting on the fact that second sister-in-law will be returning to her mother's home today. And that's why she set all this up early. Liang Ruer's true purpose is to lure second brother there. She suspects that all of the third prince's failures are due to the appearance of a bogeyman in the Ji family that is not favorable to him. After thinking about it, she felt that this bogeyman was second brother. That's why she wanted to lure someone out, and then have the state master make a move to kill second brother. And naturally, my second sister-in-law and I didn't want to stay because we were from the Ji family. This elimination of 3 people is quite a heavy blow to the Ji family. After the last incident, I guessed that state master calculated that I was the Ji family's bogeyman, which is why Fong tried to kill me in the first place. They didn't expect me to be a fake herbalist. Then, they surprised the state master with a fixing charm. What puzzles me is that the state master didn't seem to inform the third prince and Liang Ruer about this. Otherwise Liang Ruer wouldn't have suspected that the Furies were the second brother. What is the purpose of the state master doing this? He acted like he was genuinely helping the third prince, but actually left a backhand. The third prince is also really stupid, being fooled by the state master without even knowing it. But none of this is what we have to worry about. The only thing we should worry about right now is the state master. After calculating that I am the Ji family's bogeyman, he will definitely find a way to deal with me. I'm still only 6 months old, so I'm fine if I'm close. But I'm no match if I'm not. If he goes after the rest of the Ji family, what should I do? The 3 of them who heard these words had solemn faces. The nerves of the day were tense. And Ji Tran was a child. So it wasn't long before they couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Not long after Ji Tranquility fell asleep, the housekeeper hurriedly came to report. "Marquis, madam. It's bad. The world's son learnt that Miss is missing and ran out to look for her despite his family's objections. To this day, he hasn't returned." "What?" The 3 sat up in shock. "Quickly, gather men and horses and search the entire city." Marquis Ji sent word at once. This night, the entire palace was lit up, and the inside and outside of Shunjing City was even more torch-intensive. After several hours of searching, there was still no sign of Beihongjin. In the latter half of the night, Ji Tranquility was suddenly awakened by a dream, only to hear that Beihongjin had not returned until now in order to find her. That dream just now. That dream was in a cave. There was a large sarcophagus in the cave. When she was about to go closer to look, the sarcophagus suddenly closed, and she didn't even see what was going on inside? It couldn't be that Beihongjin was sealed in the sarcophagus. Right. What to do? What should we do? We have to inform father and mother about this dream. Lady Ji, who was guarding the bedside, had waves of shock rising in her heart and was busy getting up to go outside. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. It was Duan Muyi who came over, joining Ji Linfeng. "Mother, is Tranquil Child all right?" Duan Muyi remembered Ji Tranquility as soon as she woke up and hurried over. Lady Ji's face was filled with anxiety because of Beihongjin's matter. "It's fine. It's just that. Mother, don't worry. I'll have Lin Feng go along to look for it. Shizi's lucky man will be fine." Duan Muyi knew in her heart that these comforting words of hers wouldn't do any good. What kind of person was Beihongjin? The entire Beihong family can't afford to touch him. And this is because the youngest of the Ji family is in trouble. I can imagine what kind of consequences the Ji family will bear in the future. Even if they didn't pursue the matter, all of the Ji family would live in pain for the rest of their lives. Ji Linfeng was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table, startling Ji Tranquility. Lady Ji pulled Ji Linfeng outwards, her mouth reprimanding. "What's wrong with you? You're scaring your sister." "Mother, Child didn't mean to do it. Child is really angry at the third prince. How dared he even take advantage of a child?" The duo's voices became more and more whispered. Only then did Lady Ji whisper to Ji Linfeng, "Take people to the caves to look for them. Don't let go of all the caves in the vicinity. If you see a sarcophagus inside, you must open it and take a look." Ji Linfeng's face showed shock. "Little sister said that?" "Yes. You quickly take people there. And by the way, inform your father and big brother about this, so they can look for it in the caves. Be quick." "Good. Child will go now." Ji Linfeng turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, he felt that he was slowing down and directly used his light power. Lady Ji looked anxious, and only slowed down when she entered the house, and said, "I asked Fenger to go look for it as well. I'm wondering if Shizi could have hidden in a cave, because it was too dark to make the journey." It's possible, Mother. The countryside is infested with wild beasts at night. Hiding in a cave is the best choice. Great. It's naturally good that Mother could think of this. Soon we will be able to discover the sarcophagus from the cave and find Beihongjin. I just hope that it will be quicker. But don't be suffocated inside. Lady Ji was really sweating for Beihongjin. Because she was worried about Beihongjin. Ji Tran could not sleep. This wait was a night. Every second day. After dinner, there was still no news waiting. Even all of the Ji family members, who had gone out to look for someone, had not returned. It was also heard that Princess Yen had cried herself to sleep several times. Chapter 162. Ru Qiao poisoned the crown princess. After eating breakfast, Ji Tran could not bear to sleep. The first time when she woke up, she asked, Mother, Mother, have you found it? Has Beihongjin been found? Lady Ji had no way of answering. But her heavy face already told Ji Tran the answer. Ji Tranquility froze. Can't find it. Why can't I find it? Where exactly did Beihongjin go? Is he alright? Ji Tranquility was a little scared in her heart. If something happened to Beihongjin, her golden finger would become a decoration. No. Something can't happen to Beihongjin. I won't allow anything to happen to him. Beihongjin, where the hell are you? Where are you? Ding. Spit successfully. Points increased by 100. Total 3,300. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Tran's small mouth slightly opened. A great joy ensued. The points are still valid, which means that Beihongjin is still alive right now. Lady Ji was also happy to hear this. As long as the person was still alive, there was hope. At noon, Ji Lin Feng came back and brought back bad news. All the caves in a 100-mile radius have been searched. Not a single clue. Ji Lin Feng wondered if it was because his little sister's dream didn't work this time. Ji Tranquility herself wondered if her dreams were wrong, based on the previous 2 times. But why couldn't they find it this time? Or was it that the sarcophagus had been moved before they could find it? 3 more hours passed. And Ji Tranquility was worried about Beihongjin's safety. Then she started the spitting mode again. Where the hell are you? Beihongjin? Have you been kidnapped, or are you deliberately hiding? You're really worrying people. Ding. Trolling successful. Points increased to 3,400. Ji Tranquility secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If a person is still alive, there is hope. In the dream, I just saw the sarcophagus. But when I went closer to look, it suddenly closed. I didn't see if there was a Beihongjin inside. If Beihongjin was really in the sarcophagus, it wouldn't take 3 hours for him to suffocate and die. But now, the points are still valid. Could it mean that Beihongjin is not in the sarcophagus at all? Then what is this dream telling me? Ji Tranquility expressed that she could not figure it out. Lady Ji faintly and unnoticeably nodded towards Ji Linfeng, who nodded and left. On the way, she ran into Duan Yi, who was carrying fruit. Duan Yi gave an orange to Ji Linfeng and urged him, "Be careful in everything." Good. The two of them looked at each other for a while before Ji Linfeng left. Because of Beihongjin's disappearance, there were obviously a lot more patrolling soldiers on the streets, as well as martial dragon guards. Prince Xian had searched outside without eating or drinking for almost a day, and Princess Xian was sent by the Empress to pick her up in the palace. The Empress was afraid that she wouldn't be able to think straight. On Yin, don't worry. Jiner the child is not like other children. He's been smart since he was a child. He'll be fine, the Empress said with red eyes. I don't know if she was comforting herself or Consort Xian. Half a day later, she didn't hear Consort Xian Wang reply, and when she inclined her head to look, she realized that the person had fainted on the ground at some point. She was alarmed. Someone, quickly summon the imperial physician. The palace people hurriedly helped the person to lie down on the noble consort couch. The Empress couldn't stop wiping her tears. Ru Qiao, who was standing behind the Empress, moved her eyebrows, not knowing what she was thinking. Just as the imperial doctor arrived, the maid from the side hall hurried out. Empress, Princess Yu has woken up. The Empress was happy. But right now, she couldn't leave. She was worried about Princess Xian. Only when the eunuch said that Xian Wangfei was not in any serious trouble did she feel relieved and said to Ru Qiao, "Ru Qiao, you take care of the Wangfei. This palace will go and take a look at you." "Yes, Your Highness." Ru Qiao's respectful appearance. No one would have thought that she was bold enough to try to make a move on Princess Xian. Even when she learnt that Su Yu had woken up, she wasn't that excited. As if she hadn't heard. In the inner room, Su Yu woke up and was being helped by two palace maids to sit on the bed. Her face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood. She had actually woken up a long time ago. But she seemed to have discovered something even more interesting. Empress Mother. Hearing this address, the Empress felt a pain in her heart. Silly child. You should call this palace Mother. From now on, you will be this palace's child. With this palace around for a day, it will be able to protect you for a day. The tears in Su Yu's eyes slid down silently, shivering her lips, and called out, Empress Mother. Ai. Good boy. The Empress cried and laughed again. Su Yu saw that the Empress was not followed by Ru Qiao by her side, and after a moment's thought, she decided to tell what she saw that day. Empress Mother. Come closer. Yu has something she wants to tell you. The Empress was surprised for a moment before coming closer to Su Yu. After hearing Su Yu's words, her eyes widened incredulously. She said, Empress Mother, that day when Lady Ji came to see me, I became conscious. Later when you guys went out to talk about things, I woke up and saw Ru Qiao secretly writing a letter, furtively handing it to a eunuch. Thinking about the fact that Ru Qiao didn't show much excitement after the palace staff said Su Yu had woken up just now. She and Lin Xiaoyu were not only from the same hometown, but also very close. When she heard the news of Su Yu waking up just now, she seemed to be lost in thought. I don't know what came to mind. The Empress suddenly got up, hurriedly walking outside. Actually saw Ru Qiao was feeding water to the fainted Xian Wangfei. There was no one else in sight. Seeing the Empress suddenly appear, Ru Qiao panicked, and the cup in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. Your Highness. The slave girl was feeding water to the Wangfei. Your sudden appearance startled the slave girl. After saying that, Ru Qiao knelt on the ground and was about to pick up the cup. The shock on her face was just right, would only make people think that she was startled because of the Empress's sudden appearance, not because of a weak heart. Is that so? Did the imperial physician say to feed water? Even if you want to feed water, shouldn't you wait for the princess to wake up? The Empress looked at Ru Qiao with a somewhat stern gaze. The imperial physician did not say to feed water. It is the slave girl who saw that the princess's lips are a bit dry, so she wanted to moisturize the lips for the princess. Ru Qiao pretended not to see it and reached out to pick up the broken cup. After hearing the Empress' next sentence, she froze. Do you have a ghost in your heart? Or do you really want to feed water to the Wangfei? The Empress came before Ru Qiao and condescendingly examined her. The might revealed in her body was enough to engulf Ru Qiao. Ru Qiao's heart panicked, but her face was trying to maintain her composure, busy waving her hands. No. 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 Your Highness has misunderstood. The slave girl is sincerely feeding water to the princess, and has no other intention. Please also be clear about it. Your Highness. Ru Qiao borrowed the clothing to block the Empress' line of sight, slowly reaching out to pick up a piece of porcelain. Someone come. Go and ask Imperial Doctor Hu to come over. Thinking of what Su Yu said, the Empress' face turned cold, and she suddenly shouted out harshly, Ru Qiao! With a cry. She was very accidentally cut on her fingertips by the porcelain shards, and blood flowed straight into the remaining water stains on the ground. Ru Qiao looked a little flustered, but the right amount of blood on the hands are dripping into the water stains in the shards, already indistinguishable from blood or tea. The Empress must have known something. Otherwise she wouldn't have suspected her of poisoning the crown princess for no reason. It was Su Yu who woke up just now. She went in and came out with anger shortly after. Could it be that Su Yu said something? Didn't Su Yu just wake up? No matter what, today she cannot be allowed to check that the tea is poisoned. Chapter 163. Ru Qiao's death. Ru Qiao pathetically knelt on the ground and said, Your Highness, the slave girl is loyal to you. How could she possibly harm Princess Yin? The slave girl was really just feeding water to the princess. Ru Qiao pinched her bleeding finger, her face full of despair at being wronged by the Empress. The Empress did not know that Ru Qiao deliberately cut her finger because of the suspicion in her heart. She would not be as sympathetic to her pitiful appearance as before. Dr. Hu soon came. The Empress asked him to check whether the remaining water stains in the cup were poisonous. The result was that the check was not poisonous, and the Empress frowned. Then check the princess is poisoned. As a result, after the Hu eunuch checked, there is no sign of poisoning. Then what was Ru Qiao panicking about? The Empress was unsure. Was Su Yu lying, or did Ru Qiao really do something? One is Lin Xiaoya's daughter. One is with her nearly 20 years a personal palace maid. She should believe who? Thinking over it again and again, The Empress chose to believe Su Yu, trying to impress Ru Qiao with her years of master-servant love. Ru Qiao, what have you honestly done to the Crown Princess? If you were instructed by someone, this palace will definitely spare you for the sake of years of master-servant love. Your Highness, the slave girl was really just worried about the princess before feeding her water. As for disrespecting the princess, if the slave girl had 10 guts, the slave girl wouldn't dare to do it. Doesn't your Highness still trust the slave girl? The cup of water and the body of the princess were not checked for signs of poison. Ru Qiao's heart had the backbone of sophistry. The look was even more pretentious. Even if you are really feeding water to the crown princess this time, then what about the secret letter you wrote the day before? Both of them raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw Su Yu being helped into the main hall by the palace staff. She was dressed in plain clothes. Her face was pale, and she was that weak. Ru Qiao, who heard this, was taken aback in her heart. So it turned out that Su Yu woke up a few days ago. She also saw the letter she handed out to the third prince. Ru Qiao was a smart one. Made a terrified look and sophisticately said, that was a family letter. That was a slave girl's letter to her family. In the past, the slave girl also often wrote this matter. The Empress Dowager is aware of it. On the contrary, why did Princess Yu deceive the Empress Dowager, waking up and still pretending to be unconscious? Su Yu did not know that Ru Qiao was so clever with her words and sneered. You really wrote a family letter. What do you see here? Su Yu took the letter Ru Qiao wrote that day out of her sleeve and shook it open, approaching the Empress to let her see it clearly. It reads, Beihing Shurzi wants to worship the two Ji family dukes and intends to marry the Ji family. After reading it, what could the Empress not understand? This was what she had talked about with Lady Ji that day. Boldest Qiao. You actually betrayed this palace in earnest. You say, is this time the world son's disappearance related to this matter? Is it the work of the third prince? Where exactly is the third prince? If you don't give an honest account. Not to mention you. Even your relatives far away from home can't be spared. This was the meaning of executing all 9 clans? Her favorite husband had already been killed by the crown prince. The child in her womb had been miscarried because of the Empress. Her parents had also died of illness a year ago. Where did she have any family? Ru Qiao's face turned vicious, picking up the porcelain pieces on the ground and storming up, forcing herself towards the Empress. Poisonous woman. You wicked woman. You killed my entire family. I will kill you to avenge my dead child. The Empress was shocked as she watched the maddened Ru Qiao pressing towards her. And as she got closer, she closed her eyes in despair. In her ears, she could only hear a pft sound rang out. The Empress panicked, but she did not feel any pain coming from her body. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Su Yu who was holding a bloody shard in her hand. Her own hand was also cut by the shard. As for Ru Qiao, her hand covered her neck, and she collapsed on the ground in immense pain. Yu, how are you? At the critical moment, it was Su Yu who saved her. She saved her twice. Yu, good boy. You saved Mother Empress twice. The Empress fiercely stood up and embraced Su Yu. The latter's heart was moved beyond measure. This was probably the feeling of being cared for. In just a month's time, she had met 2 people who were willing to treat her with sincerity. She suddenly seemed to have found the meaning of living, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Ru Qiao still have a breath in. The queen, full of anger, asked her, Ru Qiao, this palace simply do not know you have a husband and child. And how can kill them? You still misunderstood this palace after all. Ru Qiao was bleeding from the corner of her mouth as she cried and laughed. Misunderstanding? Ha ha ha, misunderstanding. The slave girl's husband is the Wu family's Erlang. And it was the crown prince who killed him. And you, with your own hands, killed my child. That day, you will not eat a bowl of hot soup reward to slave girl. Slave girl, drink after the child is gone. It was you. It was you. It was you who harmed my child. Ru Qiao vociferously hissed towards the Empress. The Empress was a little stunned. She seemed to recall the events of that day, but she had let her drink the soup because she truly wanted to care for her at that time. How could she have known that the symptom of her discomfort at that time was that she was pregnant with a child? Your husband is Wu Lao heir? The Empress' face was filled with disbelief. That meant Ru Qiao had betrayed her long ago. The Empress laughed coldly in her heart. If this palace had known that your husband was Wu Lao heir, I would not have kept you. Ru Qiao fumed and tried to pounce on her, but was kicked down by the Empress. Men, drag them out. She would not allow anything unfavorable to the crown prince to appear. Not even a maid who had followed her for several years. Ruqiao died. And the eerie smile before she died gave the empress the creeps. When Princess Xian woke up, the empress was uneasy. So she recalled the imperial physician to come for a consultation. And the results were still fine. This made the empress wonder in her heart. Su Yu hung her eyes and stared at the tea on the ground mixed with Ruqiao's blood, turning to ask Princess Xian if she felt any discomfort in her body. Princess Xian had a blank look on her face before she listened to the empress talk about what happened just now. After hearing it, she was stupefied like that. Princess Xian, does your body feel unwell? Su Yu uneasily asked again. Xian Wanfei turned back only after a long time, fearfully saying, Is there any news about my Jiner? No news yet. Seeing her in such a state, the empress replied back, her next sentence wanting to say that she should relax. The crown prince will definitely find Jiner. Who knew that before the words could leave her mouth? Princess Xian shouted shrilly. No news yet. Why is there no news yet? Are you all dead men? Why don't you go find my Jiner? The suddenly out-of-control consort Xian startled the empress, and Su Yu. A burst of palace people were also so frightened that they didn't also support their voices. Onion. What's wrong with you, Onion? The empress went forward to care for Princess Xian, only to be pushed to the ground by Princess Xian. The blood jade on her body fell out at once. Consort Xinwang's gaze was deadly as she stared at the empress, who fell to the ground, seemingly treating her as an enemy as she stepped forward. It's you. You're the one who captured my Jiner, aren't you? Seeing that Consort Xinwang was about to pounce towards the empress, Su Yu was quick to knock the person out. Chapter 164. The young world son is in danger. Consort Xinwang fell to the ground. The empress was filled with panic, and Su Yu picked up the piece of blood jade that fell out, holding it in her hand. She looked at it. After looking at it for a while, her face became deep as she said, Empress Mother, Yu thinks it's better to have someone go and ask Lady Ji to make a trip to the palace. Just because the two imperial physicians didn't see a problem didn't mean there wasn't one. Ji Mansion. Ji Tranquility had just woken up from her nap. As soon as she woke up, she turned on spitting mode to check if Beihing Jin was still alive. Hearing the system broadcast an increase of 100 points, Ji Tran let out a huge sigh of relief. There are points. Beihing Jin is still alive. Seeing Lady Ji's worried face, Xiao he advised from the side, Lady, don't worry. A child of 6 years is exactly the time when they are happy to play. Maybe Shitzi ran out to play. If she had said that other children at this age were playful and did not return home, she would have believed it. But Beihing Jin was different. He was different from ordinary children. He had the ability to argue in a way that ordinary people could not. He could not be judged by the eyes of a child. At this time, Ji Lifeng came back to report the news. He said that Ji Yushu had found a child's footprints on the edge of the cliff, and that he was not sure if they were Beihing Jin's or not. However, Xian Wang had already brought people down the cliff to look for them. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu also went. The people found a deep, cold pool at the bottom of the cliff. Mrs. Ji's heart seized with pain. If really in the cold pool, how can there be alive? Just at this time, the housekeeper hurried to report. Said Princess Xian Wang was stimulated by the state is not good. Want to ask Mrs. Ji into the palace to see. Mrs. Ji was blaming herself for this incident. As soon as she heard that Xian Wanfei was not well, she immediately picked up Ji Tranquility and couldn't even change her clothes and followed the palace staff out of the door. Delayed to find Northingjin. Ji Tranquility is also very anxious. This could end of a person in the end where to go. Could it be that he was really captured by the third prince and wanted to use Beihing Jin to threaten Xian Wang? If that was really the case, before getting in touch with Xian Wang, Beihing Jin would be fine. The fear was only that it hadn't fallen into the hands of the third prince, but into the hands of a murderous villain. A small half-hour later, the palace men welcomed Lady Ji to Fengyi Palace. The entrance to the palace was guarded by many courtiers. Lady Ji entered the palace and unexpectedly saw Su Yu. Su Yu greeted Lady Ji. Lady Ho. Lady Ji nodded her head and said, It's good that Princess Yu has woken up. Your uncle worries about you from time to time. Please also ask Madame Ho to bring a message to Uncle for Yu in a while. Just say that Yu will go to see him when she is free. Lady Ji answered. Only then did Su Yu lead her towards the palace. The Empress was guarding Consort Xian's bedside. As Su Yu walked, she talked about what happened just now. Hearing it, Ji Tranquility was surprised. Consort Xian's sudden loss of control is extremely similar to the Empress's symptoms in the original Ah. The Empress was stimulated because of the Crown Prince's accident before she lost control and found Emperor Yu. But now, the poison in the blood jade has no effect on the Empress. In the third prince's opinion, the Crown Prince's delayed accident was unable to stimulate the Empress. So he wanted to start with Princess Xian. It was evident that what Ru Qiao had fed Consort Xian Wang just now was the drug that caused people to hallucinate. Want to let the princess to stimulate the queen, thus achieving his desired goal. What the third prince doesn't know is that the Empress is not affected by the poison in the blood jade. This plan was doomed to fail. Now that Ru Qiao has been exposed, no one will be able to deliver the news. Perhaps the third prince thought it had succeeded. Madam Ho, please take a look at this. After saying that, Su Yu handed the Empress piece of blood jade to Lady Ji. Lady Ji was more than familiar with this blood jade. Isn't this the piece of blood jade given to the Empress by the third prince? Why is it in Su Yu's hands? What was Su Yu doing handing this blood jade to her mother? Could it be that she could tell that there was something wrong inside? As soon as Ji Tranquil's heart dropped, she heard Su Yu say, I suspect that there is something in this blood jade that causes people to hallucinate. It was because she had seen it before in the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Lady Ji's heart rejoiced. She was unable to find a reason to say that there was something wrong with this piece of jade. And here it was. Thus, Lady Ji seriously examined it. After a long time, she pretended to be shocked and said, There is indeed a problem. The red liquid in here is phantom poison. When the Empress heard this, she turned her head violently and met Mrs. Ji's even worried face. This is the Emperor's birthday gift to the palace. The implication of the words was, how could something said by the Emperor be poisonous? Could it be that the Emperor wants to harm her? Before Lady Ji could open her mouth, Su Yu on the side spoke in a condensed voice. Mother, this piece of jade I have seen in the Qin family. At that time, Qin Zhou Yang said that this is something that was sent in tribute from the Northern Kingdom, saying that it was to be used for. Suddenly, Su Yu looked towards Ji Tranquility. The next sentence then said to be prepared for the Ji family's youngest. At this time, the Empress suddenly remembered that the Ji family's youngest had entered the palace once, not long after she was born. And at that time, Qin Guifei wanted Lady Ji to enter the palace to check the third prince's pulse. She gave her a piece of blood jade. Afterwards, it was unintentionally broken by Beiheng Jin. Thinking of this, the Empress' face was filled with incredulity. Fortunately, it was broken by Beiheng Jin at that time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then, after this palace has been wearing it for so long, why is there no sign of poisoning? The Empress asked suspiciously. Lady Ji picked up. It has to be worn around for a certain amount of time. And there is also the fact that the person who has been poisoned by this poison has to be subjected to a certain amount of stimulation before he or she can do so. After saying that, Lady Ji dropped her gaze on Princess Xian on the bed. Then she said, Today, Princess Xian's symptoms are somewhat similar to being hit by the phantom poison. The general situation cannot be checked. And if this is mixed with blood, it cannot be checked for toxicity either. Hearing this, the Empress came to a realization. No wonder Ru Qiao cut her finger. The purpose of which is to not want to let Doctor Who check out the poison. Good deep mind. The Empress was so angry that her face turned blue. Her purpose was to stimulate An Yin. And then An Yin took action against this palace under controlled circumstances. And then, thereby make this palace also suffer from the effects of the phantom poison. If not for Yu's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Empress flung her wide sleeve, her heart churning with anger. Lady Ji wanted to say that even if Su Yu did not make a move, she would still be fine. As early as the day of her birth, Ji Tranquility had already removed this hidden danger for her. Lady Ji went up to take Princess Xian's pulse. And it was true that she could not see any signs of poisoning, just as the other two imperial physicians had diagnosed. But Ji Tranquility would strike. She knew that this poison could not be seen on the surface. And with Lady Ji's medical skills, she could not solve this poison. So, taking advantage of the time when Lady Ji was placing the needle, Ji Tranquility stepped in. Mother, let my daughter come to your aid. Lady Ji's brows moved as she placed her own needles. Ji Tranquility saw the bloodless Princess Xian for a moment of heartache. If it wasn't for her disappearance, Beiheng Jin wouldn't have run out of the mansion to look for her. Not to mention, he wouldn't have disappeared because of it. Thinking of Bei Hung Jin, Ji Tranquil couldn't help but mutter, Bei Hung Jin, where the hell are you? Your mother consort has fallen ill because you've disappeared. Come back quickly. I'm also worried about you. Ding. Received points 50. What? Ji Tranquility was shocked. Only 50 points. Which meant that at this moment, Bei Hung Jin was in danger. Chapter 165. Redeeming a giant teleportation talisman. 10 miles outside of the Imperial City. There was a cliff that was high, steep, and out of sight. There are many naturally occurring caves on the waste, both large and small. The caves are surrounded by layers and layers of white mist, blocking people's vision down to the ground. So Marquis Ji and others did not find the caves here. Bei Hung Jin, who had disappeared for a whole day, was in one of the caves. Bei Hung Jin was locked inside a sarcophagus, and after a certain period of time, he would be pulled out for air to prevent him from suffocating and dying. The person who did all this was none other than the State Master. At this moment, sitting cross-legged on the ground, the National Master's face was full of impatience and impatience. He was not sure why he could not seize Bei Hung Jin's body. Yesterday, he had forcibly broken the fixation talisman that was sealed on his body, causing his body to be damaged. Therefore, he had to be in the process of refining a new body. His luck was good. He had just escaped not too far before he met Bei Hung Jin, who was out alone. The little guy saw him and struck without saying a word. Not to mention, his kung fu wasn't weak. If it was before, he might have fallen into his hands. However, the current him was not an ordinary person. Just as the State Master was once again attempting to strip his soul to take over Bei Hung Jin's body, a kind and heavy voice resounded in his mind. Gu Rong, don't make any more killings. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. It is you who are not as skilled as General Ji. No one else is to blame. Furthermore, the Northern Kingdom is weak, and was never Shang Yu's opponent in the first place. So, tens of thousands of my Northern Kingdom's generals deserve to die? Gu Rong yelled at the air. He knew that it was Master Ci Feng's voice. He had seen him more than once, and he had told him to go reincarnate more than once. But he still had to take revenge. To kill Ji Shaoshan to avenge the soldiers who died in battle. Master Ci Feng's voice sounded again. When two armies fight, deaths and injuries are inevitable. What you want is not to avenge the dead generals. You are unwilling to lose to Ji Shaoshan. The true thoughts in Gu Rong's heart were revealed, and the look on his face became vicious. So what if I am? I'm going to force my way into this brat's body right now. This brat has close dealings with the Ji family. He is also going to worship the two dukes of the Ji family. Getting close to Ji Shaoshan couldn't be simpler. Wrong. It's all thanks to the Ji family's youngest that you can continue to stay on Earth. You're simply no match for her. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gu Rong's face was filled with fear as he stood up from the ground in a prancing manner. Master Ci Feng's words rang in his mind. You were supposed to be reincarnated on the 5th day of the 11th month last year. But due to the arrival of the Ji family's little missy breaking the reincarnation channel, you stayed behind. If you don't leave again, you will dissipate into the world forever, with no chance of reincarnation. Gu Rong was shocked. So shocked that he couldn't slow down for a long time. He was able to stay because of the Ji clan's youngest? Wasn't it because he had too many grievances and resentments? He was Gu Rong, the Duan king of the Northern Kingdom, who led his troops to fight Ji Shaoshan at the border. In the end, he died on the battlefield. He died, but not completely. He became a soul that could float anywhere. Perhaps his hatred with the Ji family was too deep. He came to the Ji family. He succeeded in sucking out a wisp of the Ji family's second son's soul and lived in his likeness. He repeatedly wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ji Lin Feng and then live in the Ji family as him. But he never succeeded. He even made himself lose his memory. It wasn't until 16 years later that he remembered everything. But at this time, he met Master Ci Feng. He actually tried to slap him to death. But fortunately, he reacted quickly and took over his body, which allowed him to survive. Now, he told him that he was supposed to reincarnate on the 5th day of the 11th month. That day happened to be the day that the Ji family's youngest was born. What is the youngest of the Ji family? That he can break the reincarnation channel with his own strength? Ci Feng told him the answer. Because Ji family missy has merit. Not only was there merit from her grandmother in her previous life, there was also her own merit. Under the double merit, the Buddha's light was boundless. Since then, she could travel across the world without any obstacles. Ha ha ha. What merits and virtues are added to the body are all bullshit. Would this king lose to a milquetoast child? If I can't seize Beihing, this king will kill him and turn the two families against each other. He knew that the moment his soul came out, Ci Feng would make a move against him. If he succeeded in seizing Beihing's body, Master Ci Feng would have many scruples if he wanted to kill him. If he failed to take over his body, what awaited him was a life of 9 deaths. The fact proved that he couldn't enter Beihing's body. And in response, he had a bold guess that Beihing was not a normal one like Ji family's youngest. Kill him. Kill Beihing. At this moment, Gu Rong only had this one thought. He raised his large hand and transported his strength towards Beihing to grab him. His speed was very fast. Beihing was in a coma again. So how could he avoid it? Just as the state master's large hand was about to snap onto Beihing's neck, Beihing's entire body suddenly disappeared. The state master was shocked. Where is he? Where is he? And in the cold pool below the cliff, Ji Linfeng, who had just emerged, was almost not smashed to death by the sudden fall of water. After a moment of shock, Ji Linfeng was furious. Let me see which ungrateful one tried to smash me to death. Someone fell down. Quick! Quickly fish the person up. Ji Linfeng dived into the water again, and his ears heard many people jumping into the water again. Only after he pulled the person down did he realize to his surprise that it was Beihing. My God! It's the little Shitzi. Still breathing. Ji Linfeng hurriedly picked the person up and swam towards the shore. Found it. Shitzi found it. Quickly pull the prince up. Marquis Ji hurriedly ordered his men to pull the Xianwang up. And when they found that Beihing was still breathing, the group of people breathed a huge sigh of relief. Especially the Ji family, who wanted to cry. If they couldn't find anyone else, the two families would have to turn against each other. AI. This child, Beihing, does things with complete disregard for the consequences. Marquis Ji looked up at the steep and unseen cliff. The person seemed to have fallen from above. The footprints on the top of the cliff had been there before this, and it would be unlikely to say that he had just fallen from the top. What happened? We still have to wait for the person to wake up to find out. Beihing hit the spot, and everyone escorted the person away from the bottom of the cliff. Only after the people had finished leaving did the figure of the state master appear at the bottom of the cliff. His face was full of gloom. What the hell was going on in the party? Ji family's little missy was no match. Is this brat a formidable character as well? Master Ci Feng said that Ji family's little missy had a double merit added to her body. So what's with this kid? Fengyi Palace. Once again hearing the system say increase 100 points, Ji Tranquility's lifted heart finally let go. Saved. Northing is saved. Just now, she had spent a full 1,000 points to exchange for a teleportation talisman. The reason why this teleportation talisman was expensive was because it could teleport remotely, and it could also specify the target to be teleported to. Time waited for no one, so she decisively chose to exchange it. Then she silently recited Beihing in her heart. As for where she was teleported to, she had no idea at this point. However, since the points had returned to 100, it meant that Beihing was safe at this time. Chapter 166. This matter is really something you've overthought. When the news of Beihing being found came into the palace, Princess Xian woke up just in time and cried into tears with joy. Seeing that the person was fine, Lady Ji hugged Ji Tranquility and excused herself. As a family member of a heavy minister, she could not stay in the palace for too long, so as not to cause gossip among the onlookers. When Lady Ji left, Princess Xian watched her back for a long time. When the person completely walked out of the room, she spoke to the Empress. Both of Jiner's accidents were related to the Ji family's youngest. At those words, the Empress froze. It was because there were other meanings in Princess Xian's words. Su Yu went out to send Lady Ji away, and at this moment, there were only two people in the room. Consort Xianwang and the Empress. On Yin. This matter is all a coincidence. You also know that the third prince has not yet been found. And in the end, it's still our Gu family that has dragged Ah Jin into this. There's a saying going around that the Ji family has produced a bogeyman. Princess Xian eyed ahead, her words exiting her mouth making the Empress somewhat unfamiliar. She was probably too afraid of something happening to Beihing, so she was interested in believing these has-beens. The Empress smiled, took Consort Xianwang's hand and said, On Yin, let's put aside our status. We are sisters. to be the best of bosom friends. Believe this, palace? This statement must be that the state master intended to do so. You should not believe it. Only after a long time did she hear Princess Xian say, I did not believe it. But right now, Jiner's 2 accidents were because of Ji's youngest. And I found that since Ji's family gave birth to Ji Tranquility, Jiner has also changed. In the past, he wasn't very talkative, and he kept a deep face all day long. But now, Jean air in the face of Ji family youngest reveals a childlike innocence that should be there. Is that not good? Didn't you always say that you wanted Jiner to act like a normal child before? Now that he's become a bit more normal because of the youngest of the Ji family. And yet you, the Empress, really didn't want to see any animosity between Princess Xian and the Ji family. In her opinion, both of these things were caused by Beiheng Jin himself. Princess Xian didn't speak anymore. Her heart shadowed over this. So much so that she didn't quite want Beiheng Jin to go to the Ji family to pay his respects. She was really too worried. Even if the matter of the Furies was false, it was a fact that something had happened to Beiheng Jin. As a mother, the first thing she had to do was to protect her child. Compared to these dangers, she would rather have Beiheng Jin remain as he was before. She also didn't want to believe those words in the streets. But she was powerless when she thought of all the events that had happened in recent days. At nightfall, Xian Wang returned with Beiheng Jin in his arms. But it wasn't Xian Wang's mansion that he returned to. It was the Ji family. Xian Wang wanted to ask Marquis Ji to show Beiheng Jin why the person hadn't woken up. Marquis Ji and those who had gone out had returned. All of them were nervously guarding the door. After a little more than half an hour, the sound of Beiheng Jin's voice came from the inner room. I encountered the state master, and was captured by him inside a cave in a broken cliff wall. When King Xian asked him how he escaped, Beiheng Jin himself could not tell. It was because he was in a comatose state. It was me who saved you, Beiheng Jin. You owe me another favor, And next time, I hope you won't mindlessly come out to look for me. At least bring your guards with you. Doing brainless errands like you. You'll die sooner or later. Whether or not this incident is a calamity in your destiny, I don't know for now. But what I want to say is that next time, don't be so reckless. I don't have that many points to exchange for teleportation talismans. I still have to save it to deal with the state master. Beiheng Jin understood. So it was Ji Tranquility who saved him with the teleportation talisman. He said he was going to save her, but ended up being saved by her instead. Relieved that the person had woken up, Xian Wang hugged Beiheng Jin and bid farewell to all the people of the Ji family, adding, the worship of the master will be held on another day. Marquis Ji personally sent the people out of the house. Only after Ji Tranquility had gone to bed did the family sit around and talk about today's events. Lady Ji first said, Ru Qiao is dead. Today Ru Qiao took advantage of Princess Xian's fainting to poison her, using hallucinogenic poison. Her purpose is simple. The Crown Prince has not had an accident to stimulate the Empress. The third prince could not wait any longer. So she let Ru Qiao take the opportunity to do it. I'm thinking that Ru Qiao's real target might be the Empress. Just has not been able to find the opportunity to start. Which turned to the second to Princess Xian Wang to start. There's one more thing. Su Yuyu has woken up. I should say that she woke up 3 days ago. The same day I entered the palace to give her a consultation. She saw Ru Qiao writing secret letters to the third prince. That's why the Empress took the person down. This is also considered an unintentional favor to us. Hearing the news of Su Yuyu's awakening, a flash of light flashed in Ji Yushu's eyes. Fleetingly, Marquis Ji said, Ru Qiao, the hidden danger in his heart, is considered to be removed, and the next step will depend on the third prince's next move. Right now, as long as we get rid of the state master, the third prince is actually not difficult to deal with. Father is right. The third prince, as long as the matter has been exposed, catching him is a matter of time. The trickiest thing is still the state master. Ji Yushu picked up the conversation. Duan Muyi was medicating Ji Linfeng. On the way back, Ji Linfeng fell down the hill very carelessly, cutting a few small slashes on his arm. Duan Muyi was so distressed that she shed tears. She didn't see the corners of Ji Linfeng's mouth that were about to pull to the back of his ears. Hee hee. It feels so good to be cared for by a daughter-in-law. Ji Linfeng turned his head to meet Ji Yushu's eyes that were looking over and gave him a provocative look. Ji Yushu looks at him like he's retarded. Ji Linfeng. A person would have thought that he was injured on purpose. A person whose martial arts are so high that even the great inner guards are no match for him would wrestle? Only the concerned Duanmu would fall for it. A few people finished talking and went to sleep. In the past few days, everyone hadn't had a good rest because of Ji Tranquility and Bei Hongjin's matter, and they had been scared for 2 nights. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end. Xian Wang Mansion. After Bei Hongjin was settled, Consort Xian Wang pulled King Xian into the study to talk about the Ji family's bogeyman. When King Xian heard this, he frowned tightly. This matter is obviously a conspiracy of the State Master. An Yin should not believe this. I don't believe it since. But don't you think Jiner has changed a lot? Your ladyship is really concerned. How old is the youngest of the Ji family? A 6-month-old baby. What can it do to Jiner? Princess Xian disagreed with Princess Xian's statement. In the past, he had thought that she was a very considerate and kind person. But he didn't know that she still believed in such sophistry. This made him very unhappy in his heart. Princess Xian still wanted to say more about worshipping the master. But unbeknownst to him, the sleeping Bei Hongjin suddenly barged in. With an expressionless face, he said, Mother Consort, you can't talk about Sister Tranquil like this. Bei Hongjin was dressed in a thin lining and stood in the doorway somewhat angrily. Consort Xian was heartbroken for her child and busily went over to tug the person into her arms. However, he was dodged by Bei Hongjin, only to hear Bei Hongjin say in a deep voice, Mother Consort, do you know that Tranquil's sister saved your life? Upon hearing this, King Xian stood up from his chair. In fact, he had several questions in his mind that he wanted to ask. But he felt that those questions were a bit unbelievable. He thought that at this moment, Bei Hongjin would help him solve his puzzles. But he did not want to. But he only said, Mother Consort, you only need to remember that Tranquil's sister saved your life. And you don't need to know anything else. Because this is a secret between Tranquil's sister and I. The Ji family will never harm us. And I, too, will not harm Tranquil's sister. Also, there's no need to choose a date for the master worship. Tomorrow is quite good. After saying that, Bei Hongjin left, leaving behind 2 people who were dumbfounded. What exactly was their secret? Your Highness, this matter is really something you're overthinking. Princess Xian sighed. All right. When it's true, it's me who's concerned. Chapter 167. Jilin Feng is the real bogeyman? Master, Ru Qiao is dead. In the latter half of the night, Lone Wolf told Bei Hongyuan the news he had inquired about. And he stood like this for the entire night. Lone Wolf also stood with him for the whole night. The key failure of the plan this time was on Su Yuyu. They forgot that Su Yuyu had actually seen the blood jade. With Su Yuyu's timely reminder, Mrs. G's timely antidote, this is what defeated the plan. Now, the only thing he didn't understand was that wanting to cure the illusory poison was by no means something that could be done easily. Dozens of cherished medicinal herbs were needed. Why? Why did Lady G detoxify the illusory poison with just a handful of silver needle techniques? He didn't believe that someone's medical skills were so high that they could cure the poison without the need for herbs. Was there an ulterior secret in this? Bei Hongjin's disappearance was something they didn't know about. But it had to be said that Bei Hongjin's disappearance was a good opportunity. Ru Qiao also saw this opportunity. But she, including them, did not expect Lady G to be able to cure the illusory poison. It seemed that there was no poison or disease that could be difficult for Lady G. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lady G to have medical skills that were superior to those of Imperial Dr. Mu. If Dr. Mu could not do anything about the illusory poison, how could she be able to solve it with just a handful of silver needles? Then why did she say she couldn't do anything about the third prince's illness? Was she really powerless, or did she not want to save him? Why did she not want to save him? So many questions lingered in her mind, unable to be answered. Has the State Master not returned yet? Bei Hongyuan's words were somewhat feeble, without the same winning stance as before. The entire person also looked several years older. He was only 17 this year, but he gave off the impression that he was in his 20s. Bei Hongyuan took a deep breath, his black pupils full of confusion about the future. Without finding that bogeyman of the Ji family, he was unsure of anything he did. Back to my master. The State Master has gone to see the second prince. After saying that, Lone Wolf looked around and stepped forward to say in a low voice, Master, my subordinate thinks that the State Master is hiding something. Just as the words were finished, there was a commotion from outside the courtyard. It was the state master who had returned, only to see him stride into the courtyard, his expression incomparably somber as he said, "Third Prince, I can be certain of who the Ji family's bogeyman is." Upon hearing this, Bei Hung Yuan looked towards him. A strange color that the state master could not easily detect flashed in his eyes, waiting quietly for the state master's next sentence. "It's Ji Lin Feng." Bei Hung Yuan frowned, seemingly disbelieving. The state master continued, "Liang Ruer told me one thing before she died, and that was that she had once gone to look for Ji Lin Feng, and was struck by lightning when she returned to her house. This is enough to show that Ji Lin Feng is the bogeyman. Moreover, that thunder seemed to be psychic, locking on to Liang Ruer alone. So it is evident that Ji Lin Feng's ability is not small." It was unknown whether Bei Hung Yuan believed or disbelieved. In any case, the look on his face was hard to argue. The state master was afraid that Bei Hung Yuan didn't believe, then opened his mouth. "The third prince can think about the causes and consequences of the Jizhou matter. At the beginning, Jizhou accident. No one to the human matter on the association. But then the prince went to Jizhou to cure the epidemic. Ji Lifeng also followed. After he went, someone found something fishy. Lone Wolf thought carefully. It was really like that. Ji Lin Feng didn't follow along to Jizhou at that time. The person who went was Dark Yin. Then he followed the crown prince, and everything changed after he went. There is also the matter of the Lin family and the Wu family. It seems that all of them are related to this Ji Lin Feng. Don't look at him at first glance, but he always manages to avoid crisis. For example, on the night of the last Sea Festival, he sent someone to assassinate Ji Lin Feng on the road that he had to pass through. But it turned out that this kid didn't even go that way. Another example is once in the Yiheng courtyard. Originally wanted to let Xiao Hong assassinate him. As a result, somehow, he fought with someone else. Now that I think about it, every time he was assassinated, he was able to skillfully avoid it. If he hadn't foreseen it in advance, how could he have dodged it? The lone wolf fully believed the words of the state master, and was certain in his heart that Ji Lin Feng was the fury that had repeatedly messed up their plans. Now that they knew who the baneful star was, it would be good. As long as they got rid of Ji Lin Feng, they would still have a chance to redeem themselves. The third prince thought that the state master might have other purposes, but it was impossible to hide from him on the matter of dealing with the Ji family's furies. Therefore, he believed in the fact that Ji Lin Feng was the furies. Then he instructed Lone Wolf to kill Ji Lin Feng no matter what the cost. Or was there still a Suya Qing and the Dark Pavilion? Just start with those two. Thus, the state master's intention was to first release the fact that Ji Lin Feng was the furious star, and the third prince acquiesced. Once this news was spread, it instantly caused a sensation in Shenjing City. Have you guys heard? Ji Lin Feng is a fatal star. Whoever stays with him will surely suffer. False. How can there be such a thing as a bogeyman? Even if there is, it's still affecting one's own luck. What does it have to do with us outsiders? You don't understand this, do you? There's a kind of bogeyman that is specifically for outsiders, and doesn't have the slightest effect on one's own family. It's called a reverse bogeyman. The crowd of people watching were full of sighs. There is this saying? Early in the morning, the streets were all talking about this matter. Some people didn't believe it, and secretly followed Ji Lin Feng to the barracks. As a result, something happened. 9 of the 10 men in Ji Lin Feng's barracks were sick and on leave. The remaining one stepped on dog shit and broke his leg. It was said that Ji Lin Feng was walking right next to him at that time. This time, it had to be believed. The youngest son of the world was close to the Ji family, and it was because of Ji Lin Feng's influence that something happened. It was said that he nearly lost his life because of the rumors spreading about this matter. It caused Ji Lin Feng to be forced to take a leave of absence. He didn't have to go back to the military camp in January. Ji Lin Feng returned home in a hurry. Duan Muyi hurriedly went up to Care. What's wrong with you? Why did you come back? Didn't you say there are new recruits to train today? No more. The new recruits were given to someone else. The battalion commander gave me a month's leave. Because he was angry. Ji Lin Feng's tone was bad. Duan Muyi didn't take it to heart either. What's going on? Why did they give you a month's leave for no reason? Only then did Ji Lin Feng tell Duan Muyi what he had heard. Hearing Duan Muyi's brows furrowed into a ball, simply a load of nonsense. This is clearly someone doing this on purpose. This you still believe? Ji Lin Feng's brows furrowed into a ball. Of course I don't believe it. But others believe it all. Even the battalion commander believes it. It simply pisses me off. What can we do about this? We'd better go find father and big brother to discuss it. Right? Didn't you say that Tranquil sister is smart? How about we go listen to her opinion? That's the only way. Ji Lin Feng was pulled outside by Duan Mui with a belly full of anger. Wutom courtyard. Marquis Ji came back from the court and also heard some of these rumors. And at this time, he was speaking to Lady Ji and Ji Tranquility. Ji Yushu went to the treasure pavilion early in the morning and was not at home. This matter is presumably released by the State Master. But why do I feel strange? That day in the State Master's eyes, he clearly saw killing intent towards me. In his heart, he was afraid to guess that the so-called bogeyman was actually me. Why did he say it was my second brother? What exactly is the State Master's intention? Marquis Ji and Lady Ji glanced at each other. And in their hearts, they couldn't guess what the State Master was playing at. It was reasonable to say that he was now on the same side as the third prince. But it also felt like he was counting on the third prince. Could it be that he wanted to abandon the third prince as a pawn? The third prince has the ability to hold back for 6 years. Visible is not a good thing. Who is whose pawn is still uncertain. Ji Lin Feng came over just in time to hear this heartfelt comment from Ji Tran. Chapter 168. The male and female main characters meet without knowing each other. So the real bogeyman is little sister? The master of the country is the evil star, specializing in destroying other people's plans. Is a proper big bad guy. If it wasn't for the master of state's interference, they would have taken down the third prince long ago. Where else would there be so much shit? Although he knew that the so-called baddie in the State Master's mouth was not himself, but his little sister. But he was even more upset in his heart what was going on. What exactly was the purpose of the State Master's move? Why did he say that it was him, and not his little sister, who was the bogeyman? Of course, if it is him, the little sister is relatively safe a lot. But do not know the purpose of the master of the country to do so. The heart always hanging. Thinking about it, the family didn't come up with a clue. Inevitably, they were a little annoyed. Marquis Ji pondered for a long time and only came up with a conclusion. I think it is possible that the next target of the State Master and the third prince is Fenger. Firstly, they will use public opinion to pressure us. Then what other tactics will be used? We can't guess at the moment. But don't forget that Fenger still has a prison sentence yet to be lifted. The State Master had said at the Empress' birthday banquet that Ji Lin Feng would have a prison sentence in the future. In the eyes of the onlookers, this was a complete fabrication out of nothing. But they knew that Ji Lin Feng would really have a prison sentence. Therefore, in recent days, Ji Lin Feng had acted very carefully. Thinking of Ji Lin Feng's prison sentence, Duan Muyi's eyes were filled with worry. At 6 o'clock, the Xian Wang house handed over the invitations. The family glanced at each other and busily went out to greet them. It can't be that Beijing Jin has come to pay his respects. Right? Is he in such a hurry? Yesterday, because of saving Northingjin cost me a full 1,000 points. That is the most expensive one in the mall. I now think about it all feel like a pain in the neck. It would be good if I could come to worship the master as soon as possible. Hearing Ji Tranquility's words, the family's hearts didn't dwell on Prince Xian's last night's sentence of paying respects to the master on a later date. Bei Heng Jin's status is honorable. Where does the Ji family dare to really accept his rituals of paying homage to the master? Nothing more than a cup of tea. Ji Yushu is not at home. Marquis Ji hurriedly sent his housekeeper to call people back. And at this time, the treasure pavilion welcomed a special guest. Lu Yi, the third miss of the Lu family. Miss, the things that come out of this treasure pavilion are the most famous and unique in style in the entire Shengjing. Lu Yi's maid, Yer, walked inside on Lu Yi's arm. Lu Yi looked around at the decor of the treasure pavilion and the array of heads and other jewelry in the cabinet. Most of them were gemstones. Although the styles were not as good as the modern ones, they were unique at this time. Lu Yi picked about 5 items and then asked the junior to wrap them up. Seeing that Lu Yi didn't even look at the price, the second assistant knew that he was a big customer and went to prepare the gift box happily. Ji Yushu was checking the accounts in the backstage, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Lu Yi looking around. His heart and mind moved slightly. Turning his head, he handed Xiao Er a golden plaque. He asked him to give it to Lu Yi. There weren't many of these golden plaques, and they were the symbol that the treasure pavilion used to distinguish its identity. In other words, the person who possessed this plate could not only get a discount, but also had the power to prioritize. If 2 people looked at a piece of jewelry at the same time, the one with the golden plaque would have priority. From Ji Tranquility's heart, she learned that this person was not the real Lu Yi, but someone from another world. It was thought that both his insights and mind were beyond their reach. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sit on the throne of the Empress. Such a person could not be offended even if they could not befriended. Miss, please keep this token. This is our young proprietor's meaning. Junior respectfully handed it over. Lu Yi's maid, Yer, was thrilled to see the plaque. Miss, quickly take it. Treasure Pavilion's gold medals are rare. As far as the slave girl knows, there are less than 10 in the entire Shengjing city. Lu Yi was not as excited as Yer showed. She raised her jade-like little hand to receive the sign in the hands of the junior. In a flash of lightning, an image appeared in her mind, making her feel that the golden plaque in her hand was déjà vu. However, she was certain that it was the first time she had seen this item. And even more so, the first time she had entered the treasure pavilion. But why the feeling of déjà vu? Lu Yi didn't want to understand on her first watch. But she still took the sign in. The smile on her face was soft. Thank your young proprietor for me. Perhaps it was because she consumed a lot today that she got the young proprietor to treat her differently. Lu Yi thought as she did. She did not know that the young proprietor of Treasure Pavilion was Ji Yushu. After sending out the cards, Ji Yushu no longer looked at Lu Yi more than once. Without Ji Tranquility's voice, the two families were destined to be opposites. With nothing to cross paths. Not to cross paths, but not to offend either. After Yer paid the money, the two of them came out directly from Treasure Pavilion. Yer poked fun at Lu Yi along the way. Miss, do you think the young proprietor of that Treasure Pavilion has his eye on Miss Ah? Don't be so mean. If he really has a crush on your young lady, why doesn't he send it up himself? Lu Yi scolded Yer. The latter, however, felt that she must have a crush on her own young lady. Or else what was the point of sending a golden plaque for no reason? If it was said that she had consumed more. There were many nobles who had consumed more than her in the past. And yet, they didn't get a golden plaque. Obviously, that young proprietor was different to his own young lady. But if he really liked his own young lady, what about Duke Xiong? Yer followed behind with a tangled face. Without looking at the road, she accidentally crashed into a man's arms. The man was quite tall, but his expression was very cold and handsome. Yer couldn't stop apologizing to the man. But the man didn't even look at Yer, but instead landed his gaze on Lu Yi, who was walking in front of him. He didn't know Lu Yi, but just a moment ago, when he was on the wrong side of her, he felt a heartache, a pain of losing something precious. But it seemed that he hadn't seen this woman in his memory. Yer, what are you staring at? Still not quick enough to follow. Lu Yi walked a few steps without hearing Yer's twittering, so he knew that this dead girl didn't follow. Turning his head, he saw that the little girl was staring at a handsome-looking man. Lu Yi's face was reflected in Bei Heng Yuan's black eyes, only to see him frown slightly. There was a bit of familiarity, but he simply couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Perhaps it was just that he hadn't rested well these days, and his body was a little unwell. Bei Heng Yuan shook off his head and turned to leave. Yes, the man who had stopped was none other than Bei Heng Yuan. But at this time, he had gone through some disguise, and Lu Yi did not recognize it. Miss, that man was born so handsome just now. He kept staring at you. All right, hurry up and go. The medicine shop will be busy in a while. The voices of the two were getting farther and farther away. And Bei Heng Yuan was also getting farther and farther away. This scene was coincidentally seen by Ji Yushu, who was preparing to go home. He stared at Bei Heng Yuan's departing back for a long time. Finally, hooking his lips, he left. In the middle of the road, he met the housekeeper who hurriedly came to look for him. Grand Duke, the young son of the world has come to pay his respects. The Marquis asked you to return quickly. Oh! Bei Heng Shitzi came to pay his respects so soon? Ji Yushu was astonished. Chapter 169. Bei Heng Jin worships his master. Bei Heng Jin was coming to the Ji residence to pay respects to his master. And the crown prince, who was the witness, also put down the important matters at hand and hurriedly rushed to the Ji residence. Ji Yushu rushed back just in time to meet the crown prince getting out of the carriage. I have met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Ji Yushu went forward and saluted towards Crown Prince Bei Hengmo. Seeing Ji Yushu, the Crown Prince's brows slightly relaxed. Stepping forward to help Ji Yushu in vain. Grand Prince, please rise. Ji Yushu made a pleased gesture to indicate that the crown prince should go first. But the crown prince walked side by side with Jiyushu. While lowering his voice, he said, "I still have to thank Lady Ji for removing the poison for the imperial ant. If it wasn't for Lady Ji's miraculous hands, the Queen Mother would have been afraid of it. The matter of the blood jade, I have already found out. It is the third prince from the Protectorate Temple for the Queen Mother. He wanted to harm the mother, but knew that the mother would not accept. So he asked the father to be the villain. Father did not know his intentions, thinking that after Qin Guifei's accident, the third prince would hold a grudge against mother, and wanted to use this piece of jade to ease the relationship between the two." Jiyushu listened carefully. He wanted to say that even if Ruqiao really gave the poison to the Empress, nothing would happen to the Empress. He was still relieved that his little sister had taken action, just as his mother had analyzed. The person Ruqiao really wanted to strike was actually the Empress, but was slow to find the opportunity. It just so happened that Princess Xian was in a state of confusion because of Bei Hongjin's matter and fainted. So she sought this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. She did not know that Su Yu would wake up at this time, and also knew about the blood jade. Mrs. Ji went along with the story, and confirmed that the blood jade was poisonous. The Empress naturally didn't think that Emperor Yu was trying to harm her. So she asked the Crown Prince to investigate. And it turned out that the blood jade was a ploy by the third prince. The Crown Prince added. The second prince came out and intentionally approached Lin Qinghui, the third young lady of the Lin family. The intention is simple. It is to join forces with the Lin family. The second prince was now weak. The only way to seek external assistance was first and foremost. However, he, Bei Hengmo, was in power now, so the second prince could only do useless things. Jiyushu pondered for a moment and said, "Your Highness, don't forget that there is still a state master in the dark who is watching intently. It is hard to guarantee that this person won't be able to see the wind and turn the helm." At these words, the Crown Prince froze for a moment, then smiled. Still, the Grand Duke is well thought out. It's just a pity that he didn't go from literature to business instead. It's really a loss of a great general. Thinking of the Empress's instructions, the Crown Prince laughed and said, "I heard the Empress say that Sister Yu was the one who got the Grand Duke's paintings to wake up. I think the Grand Duke's painting skills are even more exquisite than before. I don't know if it is possible to send a piece to loan." Mentioning Su Yu, Jiyushu's expression seems to have no fluctuation. But in fact, his heart trembled for a moment, then said, "Superbly dare not be. Just these 2 years have nothing to do. Then draw a picture. And over a long period of time has grown a little. If the Crown Prince like, I will order people to get a picture. That's too much trouble. Why don't I personally go and pick one?" As the Crown Prince said this, a crafty light flashed in his eyes. Seeing Jiyushu's hesitation, the Crown Prince laughed. The Grand Prince won't be reluctant to part with it. Right? No. The Crown Prince can pick whichever one he likes, Jiyushu said generously. The Crown Prince laughed and answered. The louder he laughed, the more Jiyushu felt that he had a ghost in his heart. But for a moment, he couldn't figure out where his intentions were. So he half put the matter down. When the two of them entered the hall, Marquis Ji was chatting with Prince Xian. Lady Ji and Princess Xian were also chatting. Bei Hongjin, who was teasing Ji Tranquility on the side, glanced at Princess Xian from time to time, with a hidden warning in his eyes. He didn't want his own mother consort to have that kind of idea. Even if the youngest of the Ji family was really a fatalist, it was still someone he wanted to protect for the rest of his life. He would not allow others to have the slightest prejudice against her, not even his own mother. Xian Wangfei came to the Ji family today is a little embarrassed. That day she and the Queen's words led her think back to some of the shame of Lady Ji. She really shouldn't have had that kind of idea. When you think about it, Bei Hongjin's 2 accidents were both caused by himself. With Ji family youngest has nothing to do with. It was really her concern that made her confused. So today to pay tribute to the master, she specially for this selected a very heavy gift to pay tribute to the master. 1. To have a guilty heart. 2. To thank Mrs. Ji that day's life-saving grace. After meeting each other, everyone sat down in turn. Ji Lifeng and Jiyushu sat in one place in a serious manner, waiting for Bei Hongjin to come forward to greet them. Xian Wang smiled and opened his mouth. In the future, Jiner will have to rely on the 2 gentlemen. Jiner was 4 years old when she opened her monks, and began to practice martial arts in the same year. So she already has some foundation. Jiner is a child with a somewhat misbehaved character. I'm afraid I'll need to put in some extra effort. Hearing this, Bei Hung-jin took a step forward towards Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng and bowed, saying, I can endure hardship and I am not afraid of it. I only want to learn real skills. I also asked the two gentlemen not to be concerned about my status as a worldly son. He originally wanted to worship Marquis Ji as his master, but thought that Marquis Ji was a bit busy and didn't have much time to stay in the mansion. The Grand Duke would be different. He would be in the mansion often. And in that case, he would be able to see his tranquil sister every day. Hearing Bei Hung-jin's words, the people in the room all looked shocked. He was only 6 years old. It was quite rare for a 6-year-old child to be able to say such words. Indeed, a human child. Those who don't know think that this boy has had his body taken over by an adult. Looking at his sincere appearance, I guess he really wants to learn the skill. Big Brother's literary talent. In the whole Shunjing city only a handful of two brother well. Although the text cannot. But in the learning martial arts is really very able to suffer. If you want to learn Kung Fu well, you have to know how to suffer first. This is essential. Ji Yushu with a smile on his face said, Shitzi should think clearly. Once the success of worship, there will be only teacher and student. There is no ruler and subject. I hope that Shitzi will not be offended if there is any offense. Bei Hung-jin's face was filled with determination as he returned. I will not blame. Father and mother consort will not blame even more. And I also ask the two gentlemen not to take my status into consideration. I will also be obedient. At those words, Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng smiled, nodding heavily towards the two men at the top. As long as the magisterial king looked down on them, the two of them would be obliged to do so. Seeing that both parties had no opinions, the crown prince announced that the worship had officially begun. Bei Hung-jin was in the end a royal person. Where did the Ji family dare to receive his obeisance? So it was only necessary to serve a cup of tea. After drinking the tea, the matter was thus concluded. Next, they discussed the time for Bei Hung-jin to come to the Ji family to study every day. Bei Hung-jin had already thought about it. He picked the easiest time to see Ji Tranquility. That is, in the morning at 6 o'clock to learn the knowledge of literature, and in the afternoon at 9 o'clock to follow Ji Lifeng to learn martial arts. At this time, Ji Tranquility was awake. The crowd had no objection to this. After paying respect to the master, the crown prince sat down for a little while before saying that he wanted to get up and return to the palace. Ever since Emperor Yu fell into a coma, he had been busy with his daily business. The chances of meeting Lu Qingyan were much less. Ji Yushu personally escorted him, as he had not forgotten that the crown prince was going to his place to pick out a painting. The crown prince was led by Ji Yushu to the green bamboo courtyard, and was very fond of the furnishings in the courtyard. The courtyard was large. Starting from the entrance, there was a path paved with green stones. Both sides of the path were full of lush flowers and plants, and the east and west sides were full of green bamboos. There are also many vines with small purple flowers in the area bordering the middle courtyard, which is very pretty and refreshing. Chapter 170. Prince wants to rub and Ji Yushu and Su Yue. He sometimes envied Ji Yushu, and even more so, he envied Ji Yushu for being born in the Ji family. Not only could he freely choose who to marry, he could also choose to do what he liked to do. Jude remembered that his previous ambition was to fight for the country and serve the court. But now, he wanted to go into business. And Marquis Ji and Lady Ji never forced him to do anything. They didn't seem to need him to fight for any glory for the family. They just wanted their two children to be happy. And it was different for him. He couldn't help himself since he was born, carrying the glory of the Gu family. The Gu family's everything. He can't afford to slacken off. In the eyes of others, he is the crown prince of all people. They also envied him for having 3 palaces and 6 courtyards in the future, and even more so for sitting on the dragon chair overlooking the civil and military officials, and the hundreds of millions of people in Shengyu. But no one knows that what he really wants is to live a simple life. Sometimes he really wanted to stop and really look at the world's prosperity. This was a simple thing for others, but it was very difficult for him. The prince followed Ji Yushu to his study, which was surrounded by his paintings, each of which was comparable to the work of a god, whether it was the creativity or the spirit or the handwriting on the paintings. They were all absolutely beautiful. After a round, the crown prince chose a painting that Ji Yushu thought was the last thing he would choose, and that was his own portrait. Without waiting for Ji Yushu to ask anything, the crown prince hurriedly left with his men on the pretext that he was busy with official business. Xian Wang did sit for a while longer. He didn't leave until almost noon. See you later, Sister Tranquil. Bei Hengjin waved his hand towards Ji Tranquility, his face full of springtime complacency. He added, in order to learn the skills early, I'll come in the afternoon. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji intentionally cried and laughed, as both of them could see that Bei Hengjin's move was a drunken one. Ji Tranquility deflated her mouth. This brat can't be a martial arts nerd as well, right? What's the point of selling himself so hard? Only after sending off the Crown Prince and the Xian Wang family did the Ji family loosen up, arranging their future plans in detail. Feng, don't go out in recent days. I suspect that the next target of the State Master and the third prince is none other than you, Marquis Ji said with a worried face. Thinking about this matter, Ji Linfeng and Duan Muyi's faces were both anxious. Duan Muyi had dream images in her head, as if she had experienced it all over again, and was even more worried than Ji Linfeng. Bei Heng Jiao is crazy. But there is still a Bei Heng Yua. There is still a Bei Heng Jin Ah. There are dangers that cannot be prevented. Returning to the palace, the Crown Prince did not rush to attend to his official business, but went to Fengyi Palace. When the Crown Prince arrived, he was seeing Imperial Doctor, who giving medicine to Su Yuyu's hand. The Empress beside him was crying into tears. Her heart ached for Su Yuyu, because her hand was broken because she saved her. She blamed herself in her heart. Ah, you. Does it hurt? It's all Mother's fault. Where did Su Yuyu see the Empress shedding tears? So she said. Isn't it just missing 2 fingers? It doesn't matter. The more Su Yuyu spoke lightly, the more sad the Empress felt in her heart. She was like a puppet with no sense of pain, no matter if she was sewing up a wound or applying medicine. She didn't even blink. Did she even know how important 2 fingers were to a girl? From then on, she couldn't hold a needle, couldn't hold a sword, and was equivalent to an invalid. Who would be willing to take an invalid as a wife? The Crown Prince, who also thought of this, was a little hesitant, because he did not know Jiyushu's feelings towards Su Yuyue. If he did so, would he push Jiyushu into the abyss? His intention for the painting today was to rub the two together, but it didn't seem right at the moment. The two saw the Crown Prince, who stood at the door hesitating to enter, and the Empress spoke. The Emperor's son is back? The Crown Prince had no choice but to walk into the hall with the painting. Before he could speak, the Empress added, the painting in your hand wouldn't be the one that Grand Duke Ji gave to Ayu, would it? Because a painting was given to him last time. It was natural for the Empress to think so. Su Yuyu's face flushed, and she slightly inclined her head. The Crown Prince originally wanted to say no, because now that Jiyushu stood up, it was not certain if he could look at Su Yuyu. But after seeing Su Yuyu's expression, he was somewhat unable to speak. Yes. Yes. Hearing this, Su Yuyu's heart fluttered. The Empress' face was even more surprised. Quickly bring it over to this palace to take a look. What painting has been sent this time? The Crown Prince keenly captured this word again, and busily asked, Empress Mother, Jiyushu has also sent Sister Yu paintings before? Yes. Just a few days ago, when I was giving Ayu a medical consultation, the Empress said, as she took the words and looked at it, seeing that it was Jiyushu's portrait. In her heart, she immediately felt that Jiyushu was also interested in Su Yuyue. Otherwise, how could he send such a painting? Su Yuyu secretly glanced at the painting and saw that it was Jiyushu's own portrait. Her heart was in turmoil, thinking that she had to return the same gift to do so. She had received several paintings from him. The Crown Prince smiled, suddenly feeling that his idea was very good. In his opinion, Jiyushu must be interested in Su Yuyu as well, but was just too shy to speak. Therefore, his idea today was also considered a favor to him. Thus, the Crown Prince smiled and spoke. Sister Yu, since the Grand Duke gave you the painting, why don't you give him a gift back? It's also considered a gift. Su Yuyu was exactly what she wanted. So she nodded her head and agreed, and lowered her eyes to see her bandaged palms. In a flash, the blazing heart cooled halfway. It's better to forget about it. If a rumor were to spread, it would be detrimental to the Grand Duke. She did not want rumors to spread that the jade-like Grand Duke Ji was entangled with a disabled woman. The Empress' face stiffened and she wanted to convince Su Yuyu, but she gave up when she saw her face full of sorrow. But in the afternoon, Jiyushu still received a gift from the palace. The eunuch who delivered the gift said that it was Princess Yu giving him a return gift. Jiyushu was a bit confused. He hadn't said a gift, so how could he receive a return gift from her? After thinking about it, He thought that it was the same painting that he had asked his own mother to bring to her last time. Bei Hung Jin came to Ji Mansion accompanied by Xian Wang. After delivering it, King Xian left on the grounds that he had official business to attend to. Reassuredly, he handed Bei Hung Jin over to Ji Linfeng. The first lesson Ji Linfeng taught was to make Bei Hung Jin squat on the horse stance, saying that it was to lay a foundation for labor. He also personally stood by his side to supervise. Ji Tranquility wanted to spit on Bei Hung Jin, but she also screamed for Madame Ji to hold her and watch Bei Hung Jin practice. After squatting for a while and feeling tired, when Bei Hung Jin saw Ji Tran arrive, he immediately felt an inexhaustible spirit and strength. All of this was seen in the eyes of Lady Ji and Ji Linfeng, but they did not say anything. Ji Tranquility smiled cheekily and pointed him out. Crooked. Crooked. Bei Hung Jin, your steps are crooked. Where can you practice martial arts like this? Aya. It's only been a while, and you're already sweating. How can you do it? You have to practice well, so that if you are in danger in a year's time, you'll be able to save yourself. Don't be lazy. Practice hard. I'll show you my playground later. It's beautiful. Bei Hung Jin listened to all these in his ears, and his heart was sweet and happy. Chapter 171. Su Yaqing is rescued. After a night of fermentation, the matter of Ji Linfeng being a bogeyman had already been spread around. Even the subordinates of the Ji Mansion were taking a detour when they saw Ji Linfeng. Throughout the day today, he was urging Bei Hung Jin to squat his horse steps. After finishing, he personally sent Bei Hung Jin back. Only then did he realize that the outside world had spread the word about him so badly that if he looked at him more than once, he would choke to death on a drink of water. Ji Linfeng sent Bei Hung Jin back with a black face the entire time. And on his way back, he met the second prince on the way back in a good way. Second Prince Ji? It's been a long time. I wonder if I could have time to drink a couple of cups. Second Prince Bei Hengxing was dressed in an ink-colored brocade coat. He seemed to have matured quite a bit after being locked up for months. Ji Linfeng's face was full of teasing as he said, Second Prince should have heard the rumors in the streets. Right? Do you still want to buy me a drink like this? Hearing about the second prince's end from his little sister, he expressed his sympathy. But right now, he was released. But the third prince was suffering. I don't know how the situation will change behind him. I heard that the second prince is now close to the family of Tai Fu Lin. So I think the reason why the Lin family turned against the second prince needs no explanation. Last time Lin Qinglan stepped on the Lu family on the throne, the result of stealing the chicken cannot etch the rice. The Lin family probably have anger in their hearts. Otherwise they wouldn't have agreed to approach a second prince who had just been released from the sovereign's palace. No matter. This prince has something he wants to ask second Prince Ji. Second prince wouldn't want to give face. Would he? The second prince's face was smiling. But that smile did not reach his eyes. His identity was still the second prince even if he had only just been released from the sovereign's house. The second prince did not expect that Ji Linfeng, a very unruly person, would not give face to him as a prince at all. I'm sorry. You and I have different positions, so drinking will be excused. After saying that, Ji Linfeng left. The second prince looked at Ji Linfeng's back as he left, his face full of sinister. Ji Linfeng did not expect that it was only a matter of saying one sentence. This matter had been used by someone with an intention to exploit it, saying that the person the Ji family really supported was the second prince. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so eager to meet up with the second prince as soon as they came out. If the crown prince heard this, how would he feel? It depended on whether the crown prince believed it or not. The family took advantage of their meal to analyze the pros and cons of this matter. The second prince's intention is to make the crown prince suspect the Ji family's intentions. But rest assured, the crown prince is not stupid. How could he not see the second prince's intentions? Ji Yushu also analyzed. I've asked the crown prince to be wary of the state master abandoning the third prince to join the second prince. One must know that the state master is from the northern kingdom. He will definitely not truly side with either the third prince or the second prince. The two will only be used by him. Marquis Ji complimented Ji Yushu for being well thought out, and also complimented Ji Linfeng. Fomer has become a lot smarter lately, and has a bit of the appearance of a teacher. Ji Linfeng scratched his head and smiled. His face was filled with, if I had been praised earlier, I should have been smarter. Look at how godly second brother is. A morning meal was finished amidst the laughter of the crowd. The morning was Ji Yushu's teaching time, so there was nothing for Ji Linfeng. He remembered Su Yaqing in prison. What? You said that Su Yaqing was rescued as early as the day before yesterday? Why was no one informed of this matter? Does the Crown Prince know about it? That person came precisely with the Crown Prince's handwritten metaphor to set the person free. Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng instantly felt that something big was wrong. He was afraid that Su Yaqing would go to the State Master for revenge. Where would she be a match for him? Damn. Ji Linfeng cursed and hurriedly left. And what Ji Linfeng was worried about still happened. Su Yaqing searched for several days, and finally met Lone Wolf, who was out scouting for news on the outskirts of the city. Without saying a word, she attacked towards Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf snorted coldly. Miss Su is really an ungrateful person. What do you mean? Su Yaqing's moves were deadly. But Lone Wolf's kung fu wasn't weak either. Heh. Miss Su wouldn't think that the Crown Prince would really let you out. Right? Su Yaqing frowned. You're the one who faked the prince's hand metaphor to get Shun Tianfu to release him? It's not too late for Miss Su to know. Lone Wolf stopped his hand. Su Yaqing naturally stopped her hands as well. With a cold face, she said, So what if you let me go? I can still come out without you guys. You're talking about Ji Linfeng's promise to you. Right? Hee hee. If he wanted to save you out, he would have done so long ago. Why would he keep dragging his feet? He's simply been lying to you all along. And you pathetically believed it. To tell you the truth, Ji Linfeng is Dark Yin. And Dark Yin is Ji Linfeng. Perhaps you will think that this matter is incredibly bizarre. But I can tell you that this matter is just as bizarre as you think. Dark diffusion is just a strand of Ji Linfeng's divine consciousness, which was drawn away by the State Master with a secret technique to live as his likeness. Now, Ji Linfeng is fused with dark diffusion, and his memories also include your existence. Therefore, he lied to you. The Lone Wolf finished what he knew in one breath, then dropped his gaze on the shocked Su Yaqing. Regardless of whether Su Yaqing believed it or not, Lone Wolf said again, the State Master must have a way to separate the two of them again, which means that it will still allow you to see Dark Yin, on the condition that Ji Linfeng is captured before he can do so. This thing only you can do, because Ji Linfeng has a guilty conscience towards you. He will believe you. Su Yaqing was half-hearted. But when she heard that the State Master had a way to let her see Dark Yin again, she was possessed to try, because she missed Dark Yin so much. I can believe you once, she said. The Lone Wolf nodded. So he brought Su Yaqing along to meet the State Master. The meeting place wasn't the Sher family village, but another village. The State Master had waited there long ago. Seeing the State Master, Su Yaqing's fists hanging in her sleeves tightened, then quickly loosened. To make me believe, I'll have to see that Lord State Master is really this capable, Su Yaqing said. The State Master's face was grim, with no trace of the immortal style that Master Cai Feng should have. Only to see the State Master slightly raise his hand. A black smoke sprang out from his sleeve, turning into a small white rabbit in the blink of an eye. Su Yaqing was surprised, thinking that this was simply not something a normal person could do. But she believed it, believing that the State Master had this ability to be able to separate the dark diffusion from Ji Linfeng's body. However, he said, the dark diffusion that comes out needs a physical body to attach to. So a physical body suitable for him must be found in advance. Of course, Ji Linfeng's body is the most suitable. In that case, Ji Linfeng must die. If she had to choose, Su Yaqing would of course choose Ji Linfeng. It was because he was the one who resembled dark diffusion the most. In the next few moments, Lone Wolf and Su Yaqing discussed the specific details of luring Ji Linfeng. Ji Linfeng will send Beiheng Shitzi back to the Shitzi mansion every afternoon. It's best for us to strike at this point in time. At that time, you'll ambush here, and I'll lead an ambush outside the city to receive them. The State Master then. The Lone Wolf called out for half a day, but looked up to find Su Yaqing wandering off, not listening to him at all. Miss Su isn't thinking of backing out. Is she? No, not really. I was thinking about how feasible your plan is. What if Ji Linfeng doesn't send Beiheng Shitzi? It would be better to capture Beiheng Shitzi to lure Ji Linfeng out. Unallowable. The State Master spoke out against it right away. Chapter 172. I have 5,000 points. The State Master hadn't forgotten that Beiheng Jin was just as bizarre and incomparable as the Ji family's youngest. There was more to lose than to gain by arresting him. In this matter, the State Master did not tell the third prince. So the Lone Wolf looked at him uncertainly. The Lone Wolf had always felt in his heart that the state master was hiding something from the third prince. Now that he saw him reacting so vehemently, his heart was even more unhappy. Can the state master tell us the exact reason? Last time you kidnapped someone away. Why did you later release them? Facing Lone Wolf's questioning, the state master could only say, in short, this Beiheng Jin is not an ordinary person and cannot be moved. When the state master said that he could not be moved, Lone Wolf was even more skeptical. Then why did the state master say why he could not be moved? You can't tell me that Beiheng Shitzi is also a bogeyman. This Xiangjing is really interesting. Two bogeymen appearing at once. The state master knew that Lone Wolf was beginning to suspect him, and laughed coldly. Don't forget that your life was still saved by this state master. Lone Wolf's heart choked. If he didn't have this relationship, he would have made a move on him long ago. Lone Wolf coldly did not say anything. Only then did the state master slowly say, we are now on the same boat. Harming you and the third prince will not do the state master any good. Even if there are some things that I have hidden from you for the time being, it is still for your protection. If not, would I have made the mistake of desperately trying to save the third prince from the palace? With the Ji family as the bogeyman, we don't have any chance of winning. So we must get rid of this bogeyman first. The Lone Wolf pondered for a long time, thinking that the state master had a point, and temporarily put aside his preconceived notions in his heart, discussing the fact of how to lure Ji Linfeng out. Su Yaqing's eyes moved as she picked up a cup of tea and took 2 sips. After half an hour, it was finally discussed, and the next step was action. On this side, Ji Linfeng brought the news of Su Yaqing being rescued back home. Pei's Beiheng Jin had just finished reading, and couldn't wait to find Ji Tran, who was being held by Mrs. Ji in the gazebo watching the koi carp. The koi swam as merrily as she could, and her little palms clapped as merrily as she could. Hee hee! Look at how happily the koi are swimming. I wish I could turn into a koi and be carefree. Hearing this, Lady Ji expressed her disbelief. Wasn't she carefree at this time? Everything was covered by them, and there was still a tall man to hold the sky down? Tranquil sister, I've come to find you to draw. He was influenced by Ji Yushu to draw a portrait as well. It would be nice to keep it to look at when he grows up. Ji Tranquility was still happy to do it. Just don't know how good this kid is at drawing. Alright, you draw it. Seeing Ji Tranquility nod, Lady Ji hugged her, and sat leaning against the fence. Ji Tranquility babbled, but you have to draw me a bit cuter and thinner. Beiheng Jin looked at Ji Tran's chubby face, and actually didn't know how to put down her brush. She wanted to draw a thinner picture, but she was born this fat. So how could he draw her? Would she cry if the drawing was not good? The hesitant Beiheng Jin didn't dare to draw for a moment, for fear that Ji Tranquil would cry. At this moment, Xiao He came over with Mu Chung in his arms. When Mu Chung sees Ji Tranquility, he struggles to come over and sit with her. Ji Tranquility can't stand him a bit. This brat, I've scared him to tears, and he's not afraid of me. Fine. Draw together. Beiheng Jin was not going to do it. He was not willing to draw for Mu Chung. After much hesitation, Beiheng Jin put down his brush. 1 hour later, the painting was displayed. Laughing, Ji Tranquility leaned forward and back. Ha ha ha. Actually painting Mu Chung as a fat pig. This is too good looking. Isn't it? And then look at the little doll next to him. It's not fat when you compare it like this. There's no harm without comparison. Seeing Ji Tranquil laugh, Beiheng Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Ji Tranquil would cry because he drew her as too fat. And after having a comparison, she wouldn't feel fat anymore. Mu Chung seemed to have been infected by Ji Tranquil's laughter and followed suit with a giggle. A look of complete unawareness that he had been painted as a fat pig. Where does Mrs. Ji not know that Beiheng Jin hates Mu Chung and deliberately paints people like this? As if Mu Chung was his love rival. It was funny to think about. Beiheng Jin's drawing skills weren't that good, and he still had to practice. Other than being able to tell that it was a person and a pig, the rest of the drawing was simply unimpressive. Mother! Mother! Child has something to say. Come quickly. Ji Linfeng pulled Lady Ji away in a fiery manner. Only after walking a few steps away did he lower his voice and say to Lady Ji, Mother! Su Yaqing has been rescued. I told her before that Darkian died and was killed by the state master. Could she have gone to seek revenge on the state master? Ji Tranquility was being held in Lady Ji's hands, and when she heard this, she froze for an instant. This third prince is really capable. This is how he was able to save the person. One can only say that there are hidden lines of the third prince in Shun Tian Fu. The third prince and the Qin family have been laying out for 6 years, and I'm sure that his people have long been distributed in all parts of the dynasty. Wanting to pull out all of them in a moment is really a bit difficult. Suya Qin seeks revenge on the state master for sure, but she is no match for the state master. Suya Qin still had use value for the third prince. Therefore, Suya Qin won't die for a while. Let me think about how the third prince will convince Suya Qin to use her for him. Only before did the third prince deal a death blow to Dark Lord. Suya Qin won't be able to trust him anymore. Unless Ji Linfeng and Lady Ji were taken aback as they both thought of a possibility at the same time, which was that the state master wanted to separate Dark Yin from Ji Linfeng's body. The obsession in Suya Qin's heart right now was dark diffusion. If she wanted to separate dark diffusion out, Ji Linfeng was a breakthrough. Therefore, Ji Linfeng was in danger. Is this what the state master had in mind when he released the fact that second brother was a bane? Then in order to separate the dark diffusion, one would have to kidnap second brother. So, second brother is in danger. Hiding is not an option. We can use this matter to seriously injure the state master again. Last time, I was going to use the explosive charm, but I'm afraid it's not easy to explain. This time, hey, there, exchange a delayed explosion talisman. Wait for the state master to have it before exploding. At those words, Ji Linfeng and Lady Ji exchanged glances. Result? Oops. There's no such thing as a delayed explosion house. It's because I thought too simply. Ji Tranquility had a discouraged look on his face. At noon, Ji Linfeng did not send Bei Hongjin back to the royal residence. He just had someone go back and bring word just to say that he would leave Bei Hongjin to have his meal at the Ji residence. Bei Hongjin begged for it. After eating, Bei Hongjin took a book and read it to Ji Tranquility, shaking his head. Knowing one's faults, one must change them to be able to forget them and talk about their shortcomings. Ji Tranquility deflated her mouth. 1,000-character essay? I also know it. Heaven, Earth, Xianwang, Universe, Flood, Sun, Moon. Bei Hongjin, who had heard the heartbeat, stared wide-eyed, his face full of incredulity. And for fear that Ji Tranquility would see the end of the story, he raised the book higher to block the shocked look on his face. To him, Ji Tranquility was simply an omnipotent being. There was nothing that she couldn't explain. How could he miss such a wonderful person? In the middle of his thoughts, Ji Tranquility had already read. Z Father serves the king and says that strict and respectful filial piety should be done to the best of one's ability. Lady Ji, who was holding Ji Tranquility, had her hand shaking, her excitement somewhat obvious. Hee. What is mother thinking about? It just shook a little. Did she think of something scary and get scared? Mother, don't be afraid, oh. Daughter will protect you. Soon. I have almost 5,000 points now. It won't be long before I can deal with the state master. Once the state master is dead, the third prince is not far away from death either. Chapter 173. Invite Miss Lin out. After knowing the next plan of the state master and the third prince, Ji Linfeng acted carefully every day, even sending Bei Hongjin back to the house with Ji Tranquility. With Ji Tranquility around, the danger factor was much smaller. The state master in the shadows was scared like a mouse when he saw Ji Tranquil and Bei Hongjin. As long as the duo was around, he didn't even let Suya Qing or Lone Wolf make a move. Because Ji Linfeng had been carrying Ji Tranquility with him, the state master couldn't find a chance to strike. The days just settled down all of a sudden. But they all knew that this was the precursor to a storm. Before coming up with the best plan, the Ji family's side didn't dare to take any chances. The days went on like this. Day by day, Ji Tran's biggest task right now was to eat and sleep. Bei Hongjin came to the Ji family every day at regular intervals to study, stayed for lunch, and then went on to learn martial arts in the afternoon. There is one more Bei Hongjin on the dinner table, and the family is a bit intimidated to discuss important matters. In the end, he was still a royal, so he was a bit uncomfortable. As a result, he looked at Bei Hongjin, who looked as if this was his home, and did not have the slightest intention of being formal. While eating, he kept asking, "When can Tranquil Sister eat? I want to feed Tranquil Sister." "No, you don't want to. You'll choke me to death." Ji Tranquil glared fiercely at Bei Hongjin, who was not angry at all. In order to teach Bei Hongjin to be a good person, Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng had both worked hard. They couldn't wait to pour all the bitterness they had suffered into him. Bei Hingjin was also competitive. Like he had said before, he was able to suffer, and was not afraid of suffering. These days, no matter how tired the training, how tired the reading, have not screamed a bitter. On the contrary, he was also joyful. Ji Yushu had said that Bei Hingjin was a good reader. A piece of writing only needed to be read twice before he was able to answer correctly. Ji Lifeng also praised Bei Hingjin for being very dry as well. It basically didn't require him to worry too much. Of course, the words praising him were not said in front of him, lest he develop a proud and arrogant nature. At first, Princess Xian thought that he might not be used to it, and was worried that he wouldn't be able to endure the hardship. This was because martial arts teachers had been hired before, but they just weren't serious. Within a few days, he was pissed off. Ever since the husband was replaced with the two Ji family dukes, he has been very active in everything he does. Even the rice can eat 2 big bowls more. The words also increased. Will Tranquil Sister still come to watch me practice my sword today? Bei Hingjin didn't need to squat in horse stance to practice sword practice because of his good foundation. Sword practice? I do have a set of sword techniques that I want to teach you. But unfortunately, I can't speak. When I can talk, I'll teach you that Taiji sword technique. It's very powerful. Bei Hingjin's eyes lit up, and he took these words to heart. Don't forget. Teach me the sword technique when I can talk. After I practice it, I'll use this sword technique to protect you. Bei Hingjin thought as such in his heart, and ate an extra bowl of rice, because he was happy. Ji Lifeng was in charge of teaching in the afternoon. So Ji Yushu went to the shop. Miss Gong, let's go to that treasure pavilion to take a stroll. Palace maid Xiaoling pointed at the treasure pavilion not far away and said. Suyu followed the direction of Xiaoling's finger, and looked over just in time to see Ji Yushu walking towards the shop. Her heart and mind moved slightly. The Empress saw her moping, so she gave her a token to leave the palace to let her come out for a break. Suyu thought that she hadn't seen her uncle Lin Qiuxing for a long time, so she accepted the token. She thought that she would stroll around for a while before going to the Ji family to visit Lin Qiuxing. Not wanting to, would run into Ji Yushu here, then go for a stroll. Suyu pursed her lips and raised her steps towards the treasure pavilion. When she entered the treasure pavilion, she did not see Ji Yushu's figure. It was thought to have gone up to the first floor. The shop was large, divided into 2 floors. The shelves were filled with a wide range of jewelry, and there were 6 or 7 runners. Suyu's clothes were not considered flashy, but with the attitude that the visitor is a guest. She warmly greeted them. What kind of jewelry does Miss need? Our jewelry here is the most complete in the entire Shengjing city. We can also customize it for the young lady. You can also take the style to be customized. After listening to Xiao Er's introduction, Suyu happened to see a nice-looking jade pendant. So she asked Xiao Er to take it down for a look. She wanted to give this jade pendant to her uncle Lin Qiuxing. Xiao Er removed the item, and Suyu was reaching out for it when she didn't want to stretch out another hand next to her. Wow! This jade pendant is so beautiful. No matter the color or workmanship, it is first class. Suyu looked towards the visitor. She did not recognize it, but the palace maid Xiaoling recognized it and whispered to her. Princess, this person is the daughter of the Lin Taifu. Her name is Lin Qinghui. Previously, she was just a small concubine daughter, but since her mother was raised to be a flat wife, this daughter has also risen through the ranks. She was even fawned over by the second prince. Just as Xiaoling finished speaking, he heard Lin Qinghui say, Xiao Er, this jade pendant this young lady wants. Wrap it up. Xiaoling was now Suyu's maid. Where could she see her own master suffer from this anger? So she voiced out a reminder. This young lady. The jade pendant was my young lady's first favorite. It should rightfully go to my young lady. Lin Qinghui turned her head and looked Suyu up and down. Lin Qinghui didn't know Suyu, but from the way she was dressed, she was just an average small family. Adding to the fact that she was expected to become the second prince's consort, it was inevitable that her heart would be higher. Is that so? Have you paid this young lady? If not, then this piece of jade is now this young lady's. Miss Lin is so unreasonable. Xiaoling was furious. As soon as Lin Qinghui heard this, she knew that these two were aware of her identity. Knowing her identity and still daring to compete with her, they really did not put her in their eyes. Lin Qinghui's face turned sour. Which mansion's young lady are you? Say it out, so that this young lady can have a long look. The maid who followed behind Lin Qinghui doggedly puffed out her chest, and scorned Xiao Ling. Speak up. Is the gate of the house too low, and you're too embarrassed to say it? If you're too embarrassed to say it, then hurry up and gray out. My young lady is generous not to bother with people like you from a small house. Su Yu originally did not want to argue with her more, but saw that she was looking at her with great contempt. And the maid was even more condescending. There was unhappiness in her heart. In a deep voice, she spoke. It doesn't matter which family I am a young lady. What matters is that as a big girl, you should have the most basic upbringing. If in the past, someone who dared to speak to her like this would have turned into a cold corpse long ago. But right now, she didn't want to cause trouble for the Empress Dowager. Lin Qinghui frowned. You mean I have no upbringing? Do you know that my family's father is the reigning crown prince? The crown princes. The crown princes what? I did hear that the crown prince gave the Lin family's young ladies a book of female commandments some time ago. I wonder how well the Lin family's ladies have learned it. I'm sure the crown prince has daily supervision. Right? Xiao Ling defiantly sneered back. Dead girl. When the master speaks, where do you get to interrupt? Song. Slap her mouth for me. Lin Qinghui spoke in anger. Su Yu closed her eyes. She really didn't want to cause trouble. But this woman somewhat owed a beating. Lin Qinghui's maid lifted her slap toward Xiao Ling. But she was lifted to the ground by Su Yu. Get lost now. And you can still have a life. Otherwise, you threaten this young lady? Oh, what an eye-opener. A young lady from a small family dares to why. Come on people. Invite Miss Lin out. No one is allowed to set foot in the treasure pavilion in the future. Ji Yushu's calm and powerful voice suddenly resounded at the stairway. Chapter 174. Am I so fat? Ji Yushu, dressed in dark green robes, slowly walked down the stairs. His gaze kept falling on Su Yu's body. Seeing that she looked good, his heart was pleasant for no reason. Miss Su. Long time no see. The fact that he did not call her princess was the greatest respect for her, because she knew how unashamedly this princess position of hers came about. Hopefully, in his eyes, she would always be the same Miss Su who studied ink for him. Grand Duke. Long time no see. Su Yu nodded her head towards Ji Yushu in response. Her heart slightly warmed. When Lin Qinghui heard Ji Yushu's words, she was so angry that her face turned blue. Grand Duke Ji. Even if this person is your friend, you don't have the sense to push your guest out. Furthermore, this jade pendant is my item since I paid the silver first. Is this how you do business? The Ji family had two shops that were open to the public. One was the medicine shop Ji Shan Tang at the beginning, and the other was this treasure pavilion. Upon hearing this, Ji Yushu's face remained unchanged. Miss Lin should not know the rules of the treasure pavilion. The holder of the gold medal has the right of preference. As long as the item has not been taken out of the shop, it has the right to be chosen. Furthermore, as the proprietor of the treasure pavilion, naturally you have the power to choose your guests. Lin Qinghui gasped and laughed. Does she have it? If she had, she would have taken it out long ago. Ji Yushu immediately pulled out a golden plaque out of his sleeve and handed it to Su Yu in front of Lin Qinghui. There it is. A rare courteous manner appeared on his face. Those who knew him knew that Ji Yushu was angry. Lin Qinghui was simply about to vomit blood from Ji Yushu's whole operation. She had the second prince on her back and wasn't afraid of the Ji family at all. But right now, she had to admit her defeat. Let's go. It's fine if this treasure pavilion doesn't come in the future. Wait. It seems that Miss Lin hasn't paid yet? Ji Yushu's face remained unchanged. Looking at Lin Qinghui steadily, looking at the latter's heart, she panicked. I didn't buy anything. Why would I still need to pay? Because your impolite behavior disturbed the shop's guests. Do you think you should pay the silver? Ji Yushu learnt Lin Qinghui's unreasonableness thoroughly. But what happened to being very relieved? Su Yu hung her head, the smile at the corner of her mouth widening. Lin Qinghui was about to say, not to pay. Then he heard Ji Yushu say, if you don't have silver, this prince doesn't mind sending people to the second prince to ask for it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghui's face went red and white with anger. In that case, wouldn't her dream of being an imperial concubine go down the drain? Lin Qinghui gritted her teeth and asked, how much? Ji Yushu looked at the money bag in her hand. In an exasperated tone, she said, it's at least 180 taels. But seeing as you can't take that much either, just leave all the silver in your hand. Lin Qinghui indignantly glared at Su Yu and threw the silver to the second in command. Turning around, she left in a furious and incomparable manner. Su Yu was a little surprised. In her eyes, Ji Yushu was a gentle, calm, and introverted person. But today, he is somewhat mercenary. Thoughts just fell. Su Yu heard Ji Yushu's command, Mu-san. Take these silver to the Hall of Supreme Goodness. Tomorrow when the porridge is given, add a chicken leg to one person. Shishan Tang's kanji? She once had the honor of going there to drink a bowl of kanji. It turned out that the good deed of the Hall of Supreme Goodness was initiated by him. She remembered that at that time, his leg was not well. Even he, who had contracted a disability, had a heart for the people, while she, an able-bodied person, was full of hatred. In his body, she saw many things that she had not seen before, such as responsibility, such as hope, such as longing. He is like a bright moon, illuminating every step of her way forward. Su Yu was lost in thought, and for a moment, she looked at Ji Yushu's gaze with some infatuation. It was only when Ji Yushu coughed lightly that he woke her up. He took the lead to open his mouth to break this awkward atmosphere. Miss Su, go to Ji residence to sit. Your uncle misses you. Su Yu originally had the intention of visiting the Marquis residence. It just so happened that Ji Yushu mentioned it. So she complied with the favor. It may be necessary to trouble the Grand Duke. Su Yu's small face was so hot that she did not want Ji Yushu to see it. So she turned around and lifted her feet to go outside. Ji Yushu took the wrapped jade pendant and followed. Miss Su, this jade pendant you are going to. Su Yu turned her head violently. Her red face slammed right into Ji Yushu's eyes. This reddened even more. To give. Miss is to give it to Grand Duke Ji. Today was supposed to be a visit to the Ji mansion. Xiaoling said it for Su Yu. Su Yu was simply too late to stop it. She had intended to give it to Lin Qiusheng. But now it was good. The misunderstanding was big. Ji Yushu's heart swam for no reason. However, he who was good at managing his expression did not show it. Su Yu saw that Ji Yushu's face did not change. Not even a little bit of joy. Her heart was very bad. He should not like this piece of jade. Right? Or maybe he didn't like the person who gave him the jade. Su Yu's complexion was gloomy. On the way to Ji house, she bought some snacks for Lady Ji, and also bought some knickknacks for Ji Tranquility. It could be said that she bought gifts for everyone in the Ji family. There was also Lin Qiusheng. She had purchased a mansion for Lin Qiusheng a few days earlier, just waiting for Lin Qiusheng to finish working on the Ji family's business and live in it. In the future, she would be able to visit him often. The two of them entered the Ji mansion together. Hearing that Su Yu had arrived, Lady Ji was busy having someone go and summon Lin Qiusheng out. During this time, Lin Qiusheng had been busy with the paradise, with him supervising at all times. The Ji family was very relieved. At this time, Ji Tranquility was watching Bei Hengjin practicing his sword with great interest. And when she heard that Su Yu had bought her a lot of knickknacks, she was so happy that she danced around. It's really good that the current Su Yu stands on a line with the Ji family. In the original, after Su Yu's uncle died, she hated the Empress even more. Even after regaining her identity, she has always been against the Empress. What's more, she even purposely sent a beauty to Emperor Yu, and then had that beauty blow in Emperor Yu's ear, so that Emperor Yu would loathe the Empress. In front of Emperor Yu, Su Yu acted like a good girl, but behind her back, she didn't know how many people she had killed. It should be painful for her now to learn that the person who has been nurturing her is her enemy. And the 2 fingers she lost. I wasn't there at the time and failed to save her in time, causing her fingers to never grow back. Even if I was there, if I had saved them, I wouldn't be able to explain it. Right? No matter how high Mother's medical skills are, it's impossible for them to be high enough to regenerate someone's fingers in a short period of time. That wouldn't be strange if it didn't arouse the suspicion of the onlookers. Ji Tranquility drooped her head, her mood quite heavy. Bei Hengjin seemed to sense her unhappiness and stopped practicing with his sword, hopping over and running to take her little meaty hand. Snap! With a click, a small wooden sculpture was shoved into her hand. Ji Tranquility looked down and saw that it was a small wooden puppeteer. It instantly came to life. Is this carved? It's exquisite. Not to mention it's really nice to look at. Huh? Why does it look like me? Round face. Chubby little hands. Well, it can't really be me. Can it? Do I look this fat? So in the eyes of a stinky child, I turned out to be this fat, ah? Oh! Unhappy. Very unhappy. So fat. Can I still wear those nice clothes? Ji Tran immediately cried in anger. Bei Hung Jin, who originally wanted to tease Ji Tranquility with a wooden sculpture. Chapter 175. The Ji family is worth trusting. Bei Hung Jin's hands were busy coaxing. Tranquil sister is not crying. Is it because you think it's not pretty? Then throw it away. I'll carve you a new one tomorrow. Saying that, he went up and tried to take the puppeteer away from Ji Tranquil's hands, but was gripped to death by Ji Tranquil. On her lips, she said that she was too fat to like it, but she was grasping it and wouldn't let go. Bei Hung Jin had a helpless look on his face. Alright. It looks like the only way is to carve a fatter one. Lady Ji also softly coaxed Ji Tranquility. Good daughter. If you don't like this puppet, let your father recarve a good-looking one tomorrow. I don't dislike it. It's just too fat. Ji Tranquility deflated her small mouth, secretly deciding in her heart that she should eat less in the future. In this empty space, the underlings invited Lin Qiusheng, and Lady Ji welcomed everyone to the front hall guest room. Lin Qiusheng looked at Su Yu's two broken fingers and burst into tears. Yu, it's all Uncle's fault. It was Uncle who failed to protect you. Lin Qiusheng transferred all his indebtedness to Lin Xue to Su Yu's body. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Lin Xue luring the men in black away, he wouldn't have been spared. Thinking of the tragic situation at that time, Lin Qiusheng could not help himself for a moment and cried very sadly. Su Yu just listened on the side, accompanying him to shed tears together. During this time, Su Yu thought a lot. At first, she really wanted to die. Her mother was killed by her enemies, while she recognized a thief as her father for 18 years. She really couldn't accept this fact. Ji Tranquility seemed to empathize, and also reddened her eyes. There is no one more unbearable than Su Yu. She recognized a thief as her father for 18 years. And during these 18 years she thought of killing the Empress to take revenge all the time. Now she was told that the one who deserved to die was the Qin family that had nurtured her for 18 years. Where did she accept it? Some time ago. The reason she didn't want to wake up was probably here. Waking up, she would have to face such bloody pain. It would still be really hard for someone with a weak heart to bear. Lady Ji's heart sighed. How is this not a lesson for them? If Ji Tranquility had been successfully switched in the first place, everything would have begun a cycle towards that road of no return. Ji Yushu entered the lobby with a return gift, and his heart clenched when he saw Su Yu's sadness and tears. How much pain was in her heart. He could feel it. In these 18 years, there was no love but only hate in her heart. And now, all that was left was self-blame. This will only make her suffer more. Ji Yushu went forward and handed Su Yu a pair of calligraphy and painting in her hand, and signaled her to open it and take a look. Su Yu took it in her hand and slowly unfolded it. The painting has bamboo, water, light, and a woman in black with her back to the bamboo. The woman carrying a sword in her hand, wearing a bamboo hat on her head, quietly looking at the bamboo not far away. And with the text, "Forgive yourself is the best relief." This painting Ji Yushu painted a few days ago. Su Yu liked painting. Then is his confidant. After seeing the painting, Su Yu has deep feelings. He wants her to be like the bamboo in the painting. No matter how the wind and the sun are standing, he wants her to be like the painting of the stream chasing back and forth, cheerful and brave. And he is the beam of light that hits her through the green bamboo, strong and full of life. Su Yu's heart was sad. He wanted to illuminate her path, while she wanted to be alongside him even more, because that way, she would not feel afraid. Big Brother looked at Su Yu as if he was looking at a confidant, while Su Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. I thought the two would rub some sparks of love. Ji Yushu was stunned and averted his gaze. Sitting down next to Ji Lin Feng, Su Yu talked about buying a mansion for Lin Qiusheng, and said that she would ask the crown prince for an official position for Lin Qiusheng. At this time, Lady Ji said, Princess Yu has yet to gain a firm foothold in the palace. If you do this, it may cause people with an ulterior motive to take advantage of you. Su Yu's brows deepened. So she asked Lady Ji what she would do. She only had Lin Qiusheng as a family member. How could she be assured of letting him go back to his hometown? Was she a princess who couldn't even protect her own uncle? Before Lady Ji could say anything, Marquis Ji's voice resounded from outside. Princess need not worry. I have already found a good job for Brother Lin in the city defense. At these words, Su Yu's heart was thrilled. Marquis Ji smiled and said, "Some time ago, we thought of letting Brother Lin stay in Shengjing. The princess has not yet gained a foothold in the palace, and there will be many inconveniences in acting. So without your consent, we made an errand for Big Brother Lin. Please don't blame the princess." Su Yu was so moved that she was about to cry. "What is Lady Ji saying? You guys are helping Yu. How could I possibly blame you? It's too late to thank you. This time, if she did not meet the Ji family, where could she meet her uncle Lin Qiusheng? Much less learn the truth about the Lin Zhou family back then. The Ji family was her Su Yu's benefactor." Lady Ji smiled. They were sort of redeeming each other. Now Lin Qiusheng has his own mansion and an official identity as a true Shengjing person. Lin Qiusheng was very touched. Marquis Ji said, "Since the mansion has been bought, let's choose an auspicious day to move in. Feast some more guests in the name of the Lin mansion." Lin Qiusheng lowered his eyes. Lin Xue didn't have a formal identity. It was always a bit of a misnomer. But now that Emperor Yu hadn't woken up, the matter of identity could only be dragged on like this. At this time, Su Yu also thought of this problem. Because her own mother hadn't been appointed as a consort, it was more or less embarrassing for her to be in the Lin family. It's just. Now she is also a princess no matter what. No one dares to look down on her in front of her. Moreover, behind her there is an empress and the favored Ji family. No one would dare to say anything. After that, it was time to choose a date for the banquet. Because of the establishment of the matter, Marquis Ji asked Lin Qiusheng to put down his work and follow Su Yu to take a look at the newly purchased mansion. Lin Qiusheng nodded and agreed. And when he left, he thanked Marquis Ji and Mrs. Ji again. He said, "If there is anything I can use in the future, please ask the Marquis and the Marquis wife." Lin Qiusheng, owe my life to the Ji family. Brother Lin, please rise quickly. Whoever meets this matter will not stand by and watch. It's a kind of fate that my son was able to meet Princess Yu in the Peach Garden. Lin Qiusheng was once again in old tears. The two must have had a different kind of fate in their past lives. Otherwise it would not have allowed the two to meet and get to know each other in the Peach Garden. Su Yu and Lin Qiusheng left the Ji mansion. When they reached the halfway point, Lin Qiusheng paused in his steps and suddenly lamented. Yu, the Marquis and the Marquis wife are both kind-hearted and worthy of deep friendship. If one day something happens to Uncle, you remember that the first person to look for is the Ji mansion. Remember? Su Yu's heart trembled for no reason. Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? With me here, I will never let anything happen to you. Right now, the only person who was a threat to them was the third prince. So this third prince must die. Su Yu noticed Lin Qiusheng's despondent face. Her heart snapped. And she said urgently, "Uncle, you're the only family member I have right now. You mustn't do anything stupid." Chapter 176. Quickly apologized to Princess Yu. Lin Qiusheng did not want to let Su Yu worry. Face pretending to be relaxed. "Uncle also only have you as a relative. How can you possibly do something stupid? Uncle's greatest wish now is to protect you. And that is to fight for a name for Lin Xue." Hearing Lin Qiusheng say this, Su Yu's lifted heart dropped quite a bit. "Let's go, Uncle. Let's go to the mansion now and take a look around. Then go to the Rensico market to buy a few maids and clean up the mansion. We'll throw a housewarming banquet in a few days." The first one to be invited was the Ji mansion. Lin Qiusheng smiled and left side by side with Su Yu. He had never dreamt that he would still be able to have a mansion of his own in Shengjing, and he would be able to settle in Shengjing City. The two walking side by side were bumped into by Lone Wolf, who had entered the city in disguise, and a stern color flashed in the latter's black eyes. The Qin family had nurtured Su Yu for 18 whole years. It was impossible that they would just make a trousseau for someone else. Qin Zhuoyang's death was all due to Lin Qiusheng. So both Su Yu and Lin Qiusheng had to die. The Lone Wolf thought briefly and decided to follow the duo. Su Yu led Lin Qiusheng around 7 times and finally came to an alley on West Street. The current Taifu also lived in this West Street. As Su Yu passed by, she happened to meet Lin Qinghui, who was returning from shopping. Lin Qinghui was angry with Su Yu. At that moment, she stopped the person with a bad tone. "Stop!" Su Yu turned her head and saw that it was Lin Qinghui. Her eyes moved slightly. "What? Not convinced?" Lin Qinghui gasped and laughed. She was more than unconvinced. She simply wanted to use her power to oppress people, alright. Humph. A young lady who doesn't even dare to declare her lentil. How tall can she be? It's hard to calm my heart if this young lady doesn't teach you a good lesson. After saying that, Lin Qinghui raised her hand and struck towards Su Yuyue. Unwilling to do so, Su Yuyue had martial arts in her body, and raised her hand one step ahead of Lin Qinghui, and slapped Lin Qinghui's face. The slap caused Lin Qinghui to take 3 steps back. Lin Qinghui stared at her beautiful eyes in disbelief. You? Really? It hurts this young lady's hand. Su Yuyue shook off the bowl of her somewhat sore hand. These words directly forced out Lin Qinghui's shrewish image. This miss wants you to die. Lin Qinghui was furious and turned her head to go into the mansion to call someone. As a result, she ran into the second prince, who came out. Lin Qinghui was like a furious lion, and then instantly softened into a little sheep the moment she reached the second prince. Second prince? Someone is bullying Huir. Lin Qinghui, whom Bei Hingxing had taken the initiative to accost in order to bring the Lin family together. Lin Qinghui was willing to do so in order to become the imperial consort, even if she knew that Bei Hingxing was deliberately approaching her. Lin Qinghui's pitiful appearance did not cause the second prince to like her. On the contrary, it was still somewhat disliked, because in his heart there was no lady that could compare to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan raised her hand to show the style of everyone, while the Lin Qinghui in front of him was not even worthy of one of her fingers. But he needed the support of the Lin family. So, superficial work he would do. Thus, the second prince forced himself to hold back the unhappiness in his heart, and made a show of trying to stand up for Lin Qinghui, as he angrily said, "Bullying you is bullying this prince. So whoever it is will have to die." Lin Qinghui's heart rejoiced as she walked briskly towards Bei Hingxing, while pointing behind her with her backhand. "It's her. It's..." Lin Qinghui was a little confused, because where was there someone behind her? Lin Qinghui raised her skirt and ran out of the gate. All she saw was Su Yuyu's back. Bei Hingxing was also curious as to who on earth dared to bully Lin Qinghui despite knowing that he was friends with the Lin family. And what he saw was a woman's back. "Hey! Stop!" Lin Qinghui shouted towards Su Yuyue. Su Yuyue turned back. Her contemptuous and incomparable eyes did not fall on Lin Qinghui's body, but on second prince Bei Hingxing's body. At this time, Bei Hingxing also saw Su Yuyu's face, and his eyes snapped deeper. Murmuring lowly, "Bei Hingyu?" Lin Qinghui didn't hear the second prince's low murmur, and directly asked the subordinates in the residence to bring Su Yuyue in. Bei Hingxing spoke in a cold voice. "Does Miss Lin want to commit a crime from below?" "What?" Lin Qinghui was puzzled. The dislike in Bei Hingxing's eyes made Lin Qinghui see it clearly. The latter's heart was extremely unhappy, but because of Bei Hingxing's status, she didn't show it. Hearing Bei Hingxing say, "That's Jade Princess Bei Hingyu," Lin Qinghui heard it clearly, and opened her small mouth wide in shock. "It's the daughter of that palace maid who had no name until her death?" Su Yuyue in front of her suddenly stopped in her tracks. Others might not be able to hear what Lin Qinghui said, but she seemed to forget that she was not an ordinary woman. Su Yuyue turned back, a pair of good-looking phoenix eyes tinged with the light of anger. "Say it again if you are capable." A tiny minister's daughter dared to disparage her mother consort in front of her. So what might be said in places she couldn't see? Su Yuyue turned towards Lin Qinghui, startling her. But because Bei Hingxing was there, she stood bravely at her original position again, without a bit of self-consciousness of saying something wrong on her face. Lin Qiuxing knew, since he knew that Su Yuyue was a cold-blooded killer. If she wasn't afraid of causing trouble for the Empress, where would she be so condescending? Lin Qiuxing wanted to advise Su Yuyue not to be impulsive, but when he thought that the person the other party was disparaging was his own sister, a wave of evil anger ran up. If Lin Qinghui was spared this time, anyone could step on Su Yuyue in the future, regardless of whether she was favored or not. She was ultimately a member of the heavenly family. Disrespecting her was disrespecting the heavenly family. The foolish Lin Qinghui did not recognize this. Without flinching at all, she locked eyes with Su Yuyue. "Just say it. Your mother was originally a courtesan, and your appearance has stirred up the court and caused the storm clouds to fall. Do you think the Holy Lord will like you? Just wait. When the Holy Lord wakes up, he will be the first to punish her." Su Yuyue laughed at Lin Qinghui's stupidity, laughed at the second prince's unique vision. Hearing her say, "A small courtesan dares to presume to speculate on the holy will," truly not putting the heavenly family in her eyes. Does second brother think that such a woman is worthy of entering the door of the Beiying family? This This princess will make it clear to mother. It had only been a few days. Su Yu had established the majesty that a princess should have. Bei Hongsheng disliked Su Yu, and even more so, he disliked the empress. He also knew that the empress would not be on his side. But right now, it was indeed Lin Qinghui who was at fault first. In order to give Su Yu an explanation, he raised his hand and slapped Lin Qinghui. With an expressionless face, he said to her, "This is the punishment for your following offense. Why don't you quickly thank Princess Yu for not killing her?" Lin Qinghui's face was filled with incredulity. The second prince and the empress did not get along. This was known to everyone. Although the empress was still able to speak in the imperial court, she relied on the Gu family. But the Lin family is no worse than the Gu family. The Lin family has a lot of students in Shengyu, and the Gu family doesn't dare to offend them. What is he afraid of? Second Highness. You? Second Highness is right. Why don't you apologize to Princess Yu? Su Yu raised her eyes to look, and was met with a pair of incomparably sinister eyes. Chapter 177. Was it you who saved Uncle? Lin Taifu's gaze looked at Lin Qiusheng's heart thumped. Lin Qiusheng wanted to block in front of Su Yue, but was pulled away by Su Yue. Seeing that Lin Qinghui was dead set on not apologizing, she sneered. The Lin family's upbringing really lives up to its name. Hearing this, Taifu Lin thought of the crown prince's behavior last time and felt extraordinarily harsh. Hearing him say, the Lin family's upbringing is no match for Miss Su, who has recognized a thief as her father for over 10 years. The last few words, Taifu Lin bit down extremely hard. Su Yu met the slightly murderous eyes of Taifu Lin. Her heart similarly flooded with layers and layers of murderous intent. Lin Qinghui's heart felt incomparably happy. Like a victorious rooster, Lin Qiusheng was afraid that Su Yue would not be able to control the anger in her heart and do the inevitable and pulled the person away. Taifu Lin returned to his residence and directly called his men. Go and inquire about the purpose of Su Yu coming here. In addition, there is that Lin Qiusheng's information reported together. Yes, Taifu. The man answered and left. And the lone wolf, who secretly followed Su Yu, overheard the dialogue between Taifu Lin and his men. There was a calculation in his heart. After Su Yu and Lin Qiusheng left, Ji Tren fell asleep, until she was awakened by a dream late in the evening. Waking up, she found herself in Xiuhua's room. There was no one else in the room other than Sister Xiuhua and the sleeping Mu Cheng. Her chubby little hand wiped at her forehead and felt a large handful of cold sweat. It could be seen how terrifying the dream was just now. According to the pattern of previous dreams, this dream must also be telling her something? No. Have to go and take a look. Otherwise, Lin Qiusheng will really die under the black-clothed man's sword. Yes, she dreamt of Lin Qiusheng. Dreamt that Lin Qiusheng was stabbed to death in the mansion by a group of black-clothed men, and that his body was split up. The death was very tragic. By the time Su Yu arrived, the mansion was already on fire. Ji Tranquility could only use her cries to get her family's attention. He was embroidering a small garment for Ji Tranquility. When she suddenly heard her cries, she knew that she had woken up. Is Miss hungry? Let's go. Sister will take you to Madam. Hurry. Go find Mistress. And also find second brother. Ji Tranquility roared and arched forwards. In the room, Marquis Ji gently swept Lady Ji into his arms and leaned down to kiss her. In his head suddenly came Ji Tranquility's sharply roaring heartbeat. Sister, go faster, Otherwise Lin Qiusheng will die. Hearing that Lin Qiusheng was going to die, Marquis Ji and Lady Ji's faces changed at the same time, busy getting up and getting dressed. It must be that Ji Tranquility is dreaming of something again. Husband, you should quickly bring someone to take a look. Outside the door, he knocked on the door of the room, and the two inside glanced at each other, instantly understanding the meaning to be expressed in their eyes. The one who opened the door was Marquis Ji. Not waiting for Ji Tranquility to say anything, behind her, Mrs. Ji spoke up first. Husband, it's so late. Do you have to go out? Marquis Ji at the doorway said without looking back. Ever since Brother Lin left, this heart of mine hasn't been steady. It's better for me to go and take a look. Ji Tranquility's milky little face was filled with surprise when he heard this. So Daddy also had a premonition. True enough, father and daughter are connected. But Daddy has to bring more people with him. Just as Ji Tranquility's heartbeat fell, there came Lady Ji's slightly worried voice. You call up Feng'er as well as Yin Zheng and Go Yuan and the rest of them. I'm a little uneasy in the middle of the night. Yes. 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 Bring more people. Father must listen to Mother. It's best to bring Mother and I as well. In case Lin Qiuxing is injured. We'll be in time to rescue him. Marquis Ji left, not intending to take Lady Ji and Ji Tranquility with him. He did not want to risk his wife and children. Xiao He carried Ji Tranquility to Lady Ji and said with a smile, "Lady." The young lady should have woken up from hunger. Lady Ji nodded with a smile on her face. But she was worried in her heart. After feeding Ji Tranquility, both of them fidgeted and muttered in the room. What can we do if something really happens here? Lady Ji was also anxious. And when she saw that the person was late in returning, she sent someone to inquire. As a result, she heard that someone's mansion was on fire. Frightened, Ji Tranquility's small face went white and white. On fire. It can't be heaven. I dreamt that those people only set the fire after Lin Qiuxing was killed. Dads have rushed to the rescue, and there's still a fire? Lin Qiuxing couldn't have been killed. If Lin Qiuxing had died, Su Yuyue would have had to blacken. What will be done later is simply unimaginable. Hearing these words, Lady Ji was also shocked with a horrified look on her face. Imperial Palace? Su Yuyue was about to fall asleep when her mind was suddenly in turmoil. As if something was about to happen. Thinking of the sinister look in Tai Fu Lin's eyes today, her heart was in a panic for no reason. Come man. Come man. Hearing the call from inside the hall, the palace maid Xiaoling hurriedly put on her clothes and came over. Princess, what are your orders? Su Yuyu's voice came from within the hall. Xiaoling, I have some uneasiness in my heart. Have someone go to West Street to take a look. Yes, Princess. Xiaoling led the order to go down. About half an hour later, Xiaoling ran into the hall in a panic. Princess, it's not good. Lin house is on fire. What? Su Yuyu's mind was restless as she wandered around the house. Hearing Xiaoling's words, where could she sit still? Changing her clothes, she left the palace. As a result, when she arrived at the palace gate, she learned that the Forbidden Army had already left the palace. She was thinking of Lin Qiuxing in her heart, ignoring the Forbidden Army's obstruction, lifting a swipe and flying out of the palace wall. The Forbidden Army saw this, busy into the palace to report to the Empress. When Su Yuyu rushed to the Lin house, the blazing fire was burning brightly. The left and right neighbors were helping to put out the fire. Su Yuyu ignored the monstrous fire and insisted on rushing inside. She was pulled back by the neighbor. This lady. The fire is huge. Don't you want to die? Where are the people? Where are the people inside? Su Yuyu was very worried about Lin Qiuxing. The kind neighbor who fought the fire sighed and said, the people inside didn't run out. Just now I also heard a fight. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyu's face changed violently, pushing the neighbor away. She was about to rush inside, when she was grabbed by the person who suddenly appeared. Don't mind me. I want to go in and save my uncle. Su Yuyu did not look back and shook off the hands of the person behind her with force. After running not 2 steps, she was grabbed by someone again. Don't mind me. I want to save my uncle. Su Yuyu was about to go crazy in a hurry. Seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, she was desperate. I only have this one relative left. I can't live without him. Her uncle was her only spiritual support now. Su Yuyu cried, crying like a child. Su Yuyu struggled desperately. Ji Yushu swept the person up and confined her in his arms. He's fine. Ji Yushu's low and powerful voice resounded in Su Yuyu's ears. At this moment, she felt that this voice was like heavenly music. Su Yuyu slowly turned her head and met Ji Yushu's handsome and peerless face. Her entire heart trembled. Her tearful appearance was a very strong contrast to her previous wildness, but was truly beautiful. Uncle is really fine? Was it you who saved Uncle? She asked him in a trembling voice. Chapter 178. Princess, you have face how red? It was my father who saved Uncle Lin. Just now, my father suddenly felt uneasy, so he wanted to come and take a look. But then, he encountered a group of men in black forcing their way into the mansion. To be exact, Ji Tranquility had saved Lin Qiuxing. But he couldn't say it. Ji Yushu paused for a breath, then added, during the fight, he accidentally knocked over a candle flame, which caused a fire. Your uncle was slightly injured and fainted. He has now been sent to the Ji mansion, so you don't need to worry. Hearing that Lin Qiuxing was injured, the anger in Su Yu's heart soared. It was the Lin family that did this. It must be the Lin family. She offended Lin Qingwei today. And something happened at night. It must be the work of the Lin family. At this moment, Su Yu's heart was churning with anger, and she only had one thought: to find the Lin family to settle the score. If you go now, you can still get the stolen goods. Thinking about this, Su Yu immediately pushed Ji Yushu away and flew towards the Lin family. Ji Yushu did not check for one, and did not catch anyone. Don't go, Yu. Ji Yushu chased after him, but was still a step too late. For fear of something happening to Su Yue, Ji Yushu also scaled the wall and entered the Lin family. At this time, Tai Fu Lin had not yet fallen asleep because of the fire outside. When he was about to ask his subordinates to inquire which house was on fire, the sound of fighting came from outside. Master, there are thieves trespassing in the Lin mansion. The butler's urgent voice sounded outside the door. Tai Fu Lin was furious. What? Which ungrateful thing dares to trespass even in the Lin family? Take it down for me. Alive or dead? Yes. The butler answered and left. A number of people were called to surround Su Yu. Su Yu did not make a disguise. Her murderous appearance scared the crowd of officials and soldiers who surrounded her. She was carrying a long sword that was dripping blood in her hand, and her killing aura was fierce. None of you are a match for this princess. Call Lord Lin to come out. Ji Yushu hid on the roof without showing herself. The Lin family and the Ji family did not have an open conflict. If he showed himself, the matter would not be so simple. Therefore, it was best for him not to show himself when Su Yu was not in danger. When Lin Taifu was invited, there were already 5 corpses lying on the ground, all of which were Lin family guards. Seeing that it was Su Yu, the look on Tai Fu Lin's face was incomparably ugly. Princess Yu, what do you mean by this? Tai Fu Lin wasn't afraid of Su Yu at all. She had nothing more than a princess name on top. Princesses like her who had no family background would either marry a vassal or make peace with a neighboring country. As for the empress's maternal clan, the Gu family, it was simply impossible for her to tear her face off with the Lin family because of a courtesan's daughter. Su Yu landed her gaze on Tai Fu Lin, and the words that came out of her mouth did not have a trace of temperature. She said, if my uncle has the slightest accident, this princess will have the entire Lin family buried with him. Su Yu's words infuriated Lin Taifu to the point that his chest rose and fell violently. If something happens to your uncle, what does it have to do with our Lin family? Thinking of tonight's fire, Tai Fu Lin's face changed, and he dropped his inquiring gaze on the housekeeper. The butler gave a slight nod towards Tai Fu Lin. The latter then understood that tonight's fire was burning the newly moved-in Lin family. He had wanted to take action, but before he could put it into action, something had happened to the Lin family. Now, Su Yue was suspecting him because of what happened during the day. It was really infuriating. Your uncle's matter has nothing to do with us. Princess Yu is looking for the wrong person. Lin Taifu had a cold old face. Su Yu clearly did not believe his words and moved the long sword in her hand, saying, today is to give you a lesson. If you dare to make a move against my uncle again, next time it won't be as simple as 2 people. After saying that, Su Yu carried her sword and left. Where is the master of Lin Taifu to take a loss? Raised his voice and said, tonight's matter, this lord will definitely report to the crown prince. If the truth is found out, this matter has nothing to do with my Lin family. Princess, you must pay the price for tonight's matter. Su Yu did not turn her head back. Involving Lin Qiusheng, she would not be soft-hearted. Su Yu walked out of the Lin family and saw Ji Yushu not far away quietly standing under the moonlight waiting for her. Her heart and mind moved slightly, and she slowly walked towards him. When she got close, she said, thank you. Thank you for saving me and saving the Lin family. He had done so much for her. So much that she was no longer able to repay him. Ji Yushu's face softened. Let's go. Go to the Ji family to see if your uncle has woken up. The 2 of them walked side by side on the street. The hazy moonlight hit the 2 of them, as if it was coated with a faint layer of light. The moonlight was temperatureless, but tonight's moonlight made Su Yu feel warm. Very warm. Watch out. Ji Yushu swept Su Yu, who raised her feet, into a hug. Under the 4 eyes, there was a shadow of each other in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was a deer rampaging in the hearts of both of them, making one's face burn. The heart was even thumping. Right at this moment, an inappropriate voice interrupted the 2 who were looking at each other. The sky is dry. Be careful of the fire and candles. Ji Yushu's face showed a few embarrassment. Letting go of Su Yue, Only then did Su Yu, who was free, notice that there was a small pit under her feet. If not for Ji Yushu pulling her back, she would have stepped down. Let's go! Ji Yushu took the lead to break the awkward atmosphere, because the sky was a little dark. Su Yu was glad that Ji Yushu did not see her red-hot cheeks. This time, Su Yu did not walk side by side with Ji Yushu again, but was a step behind. The two small hands were twisted together in a complete little girl posture. It was a stark contrast to her previous cold image. Big brother, why did you just come back? Father and mother were worried sick about you and told me to go find. Running out, Ji Lin Feng saw Ji Yushu returning and said in a chastising tone. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Su Yu following behind him. Seeing Su Yu's cheeks red, he was shocked and said, "Why is the princess's face so red? It can't be from giving burns, right?" Su Yu had wanted to hide the fact that she was blushing, but as a result, she was blurted out by Ji Lin Feng, instantly feeling a little embarrassed. "Yes, it was scalded," Su Yu said incoherently, completely failing to see Ji Yushu in front of her shallowly hooked her thin lips. Ji Lin Feng thought that it was really scalded and said in a very concerned tone, "Is the princess all right? Do you want my mother to give you some medicine? My mother's medical skills are awesome. She's still a divine doctor." After saying that, Ji Lin Feng realized that Lady Ji's name as a divine doctor was earned solely because of his own little sister. In reality, his mother's medical skills were not much different from Dr. Mu's. Thinking of this, Ji Lin Feng's face flashed with embarrassment. "So you didn't see it?" Only she said, "No need. It didn't hurt." A group of 3 people came to the courtyard where Lin Qiusheng previously lived in the Ji family. Lin Qiusheng on the bed had already woken up and was currently saying words of thanks to Lady Ji. And Ji Tranquility was being held by Xiao He. Because Lin Qiusheng wasn't seriously injured, Ji Tranquility didn't make a move. Ji Tranquility sighed heavily. Fortunately, father rushed there in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Saving Lin Qiusheng is the same as saving Su Yu. It's just that I don't know. Which forces are these men in black? Is it the second prince or the third prince? Chapter 179. You disturb my sleep. Master, the crown prince is here. The housekeeper hurriedly entered the room to report. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu glanced at each other, both seeing a puzzled look on their faces. But soon figured out the key. At this point in time, there was already a palace ban. It must be that Su Yu heard about Lin Qiusheng's accident and broke out of the palace. The crown prince was uneasy, so he followed. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu personally went out to greet him. Su Yu thought about it and also went out. Brother, bring Tranquil along, can you? I also want to go and hear whether it was the third prince or the second prince who did this. Ji Tranquil fluttered for Ji Yushu to carry her. Ji Yushu had already walked outside. Ji Lifeng heard Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words, so he came over to hug Ji Tranquility and said to Lady Ji, "Mother, my little sister probably wants to go and join in the fun. Why don't I go and take a look in my arms?" "Go." "Oh yes. The night is dewy. Wear a thin cloak. Don't freeze your sister." "Good." Ji Lin Feng took the cloak from Xiao He and headed out. When he arrived, the Ji family members were saluting the crown prince. "See you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu simultaneously arched their hands towards the Crown Prince. And Su Yu also owed a bow towards Crown Prince Bei Hengmo. There's no need to pay much attention. I have already heard about tonight's incident. Sister Yu, do you have someone you suspect? The Crown Prince asked Su Yu. Things happen for a reason. Of course, the Crown Prince would not blame her for the fact that she left the palace without getting a word of mouth. He was aware of Lin Qiusheng's importance to Su Yu. Su Yu told the events of today's daytime once and for all. Speaking later, her face was so cold that she could condense ice. I have already killed 5 members of the Lin family just now, as a warning to the Lin Taifu, Su Yu said coldly. The Crown Prince was in the middle of contemplation. Both Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu did not speak, instead pondering how likely it was that Lin Taifu would make a move. Today, were there any other abnormalities when you went back? Such as being followed? Ji Yushu asked in a condensed voice. Su Yu shook her head. Didn't notice. After saying that, she looked at Ji Yushu and said, Does Grand Duke mean that it is the Lin family's doing? Not quite sure. But it doesn't rule out the Lin family. Even if Taifu Lin wanted to make a move, he wouldn't have chosen this juncture when he had just offended Su Yu. Isn't this a case of no silver in the ground? Su Yu is considered to have completely offended the Lin Tai Fu because of this matter. But it can't be ruled out that it was done by the second prince, who wanted to use the relationship between the two of them to completely make Tai Fu Lin feud with the Gu family. Of course, there was also the possibility of being followed by the third prince's people, as Big Brother had said, and then having the two families tear each other apart. He could then reap the benefits. This is a trick that the third prince is used to. Then start with the dead, Jiyushu said. Just now, during the exchange of blows, 2 men in black were killed. One could start from the identity of the two to investigate the identity of the person behind them. Just then, Go Yuan hurriedly came to report. Marquis, it's bad. The bodies are gone. Both are gone, Marquis Ji asked in a hurried voice. Go Yuan said with a look of self-condemnation. Yes, both are gone. I just turned my eyes to negotiate the effort. And the people are gone. It seems that the other party does not want us to know his identity, Marquis Ji analyzed. Who is it if not the state master? Go Yuan's martial arts are so strong that he has been able to sense the movements around him. And he didn't even detect the slightest scent. Other than the state master, there is no one else who can do it. Hearing this, Ji Lin Feng stepped forward and said, In this matter, apart from the state master who comes without a shadow and goes without a trace, no one is able to take the 2 corpses away from underneath Go Yuan's nose. Jiyushu concurred. I also suspect that it was the work of the state master. But there is another possibility that the state master defected to the second prince. What if he didn't defect? The crown prince said. After analyzing and analyzing, they just couldn't determine whether it was the second or third prince. Su Yu had a bright idea and spoke. Let Crown Prince Lin investigate this matter on his own. Tonight's incident, in order for him to join me, he will definitely try to find out the real murderer. The crowd heard this and found it very reasonable. Ji Tranquility happily clapped her little meaty hands in agreement with Su Yu's words. Fortunately, Su Yu is now on the Ji family's side. In this way, we have one less strong opponent. The crown prince left, calling Su Yu away. Su Yu took 1 step and turned back 3 times. I will come back tomorrow. She looked at Jiyushu and said. Jiyushu nodded towards her and wanted to say a few words of concern, but thought better of it, because it was too late. Everyone went to their own rooms to sleep. Lady Ji left a maid to take care of Lin Qiusheng and went to rest as well. Mrs. Ji did not give Ji Tranquility to Zuho again, but carried him back to Wudong Courtyard to coax him herself. Without a few coaxes, the sleepy Ji Tranquility fell into a deep sleep, thinking to herself, tomorrow she will have to sleep a little more to make up for tonight's sleep. As a result, it wasn't like that at all. Bei Hingjin came to the Ji mansion early in the morning in a flurry of excitement. Tranquil sister. Tranquil sister. Look at the puppeteer I resculpted for you. Bei Hingjin rushed into the room like a gust of wind, and Xiaohe was unable to stop him in time. Ji Tranquility woke up with a jolt. She was dreaming of gnawing on a chicken leg. As a result, she was woken up by Bei Hingjin's voice. Aha! Bei Hingjin, you're disturbing my sleep. Ji Tranquility babbled in accusation. Bei Hingjin's body and mind trembled, almost dropping the puppeteer in his hand to the floor. Lady Ji went to busy herself, and only Xiao He and Mu Cheng were in the room. Mu Cheng was crying in another cot, because of Bei Hingjin's sudden outburst. It also scared Mu Cheng awake. When Mu Cheng cried, Xiao He rushed to coax the one who was crying. Ji Tran did not cry or make any noise except for babbling and screaming accusations. The understanding Ji Tranquility saved Xiao He a lot of work. Ji Tranquility is the young lady of the Ji family, and the first thing that Xiao He coaxed was not Ji Tranquility but Mu Cheng, which made Bei Hingjin's heart very unhappy. At the same time, he was also very distressed by Ji Tran. Taking the small clothes on the side, he gave Ji Tranquility to wear. Bei Hingjin, you're not going to dress me, are you? You're still a child yourself? Can you wear it? Don't accidentally twist my little arm off. Bei Hingjin, don't worry. I'm not an ordinary child. Bei Hingjin gently lifted Ji Tran's little arm and put on one sleeve, then slowly went to put on the other sleeve. And then finally, he tied the straps. The entire process was too gentle for words. While wearing it, he also said to himself, Sister Tranquil, if I could, I would dress you every day. You're wishing for it. I don't want you to wear it. Ji Tranquility pulled her little arm off of Bei Hingjin's hand. The latter very patiently lifted her hand up again. Don't make a scene. Oh, you'll catch a cold in a while. Bei Hangjin's exit words were even softer than his movements. And Ji Tranquility did not move again for a moment. She thought of the fact that Bei Hangjin only had 7 years of life. And her heart felt pity. AI. What a good person. How could he only live to be 7 years old? Ji Tranquility looked at Bei Hangjin fixedly. He was wearing a crescent white shirt today, and did not wear a scrunchie that should be for this age, but instead had a high ponytail with the end of his hair wrapped around his headgear. A look of a young adult. Chapter 180. Is really a fool. No way. How can I only have 7 years to live? With you here, I will definitely escape this. Bei Hangjin thought as such in his heart. The person he identified with would only be for life. And in order to protect her, he would definitely live well. Ji Tranquility didn't even know that her heart was all heard by Bei Hangjin, and was still grieving there. When she came back to her senses, her clothes were also dressed. She also carried the person out of the cot. When Xiao had got to the present, the person had already been hugged by Bei Hangjin to carry out the door. Hey, little Shitsi, you are still small. Or let me do it. Xiao, he was afraid that Bei Hong not Jin will people fall. Want to take people over. Ji Gui inside Mu Chung cried more ferociously. Hug. Hug. Bei Hangjin had wanted to hug Ji Tranquility. And now that he heard Mu Chung crying, for the first time, he thanked him in his heart. Don't worry. I won't fall. It's not like it's the first time I've hugged. Bei Hangjin simply didn't want to pass Ji Tranquility on to someone else. Xiao he had no choice but to fold back and hug Mu Chung. Ji Tranquility babbled and explained. It's not the first time you've held it. But you don't have any experience in holding a baby either. Right? Do you know that you're twisting my armpits in pain? You have to hold it horizontally. Bei Hangjin silently held Ji Tran horizontally. Only then did Ji Tran feel a little more comfortable. Deflating his little mouth, he continued to impart his experience of holding a baby. I'll tell you, yo. Don't hold a few-month-old baby in the armpit as soon as she comes. She'll be uncomfortable. Also don't hold the head towards the sky for too long. Think about it. The light is so strong. It hurts your eyes. Okay? I don't know what came to mind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bei Hangjin's mouth. Xiaohui chased after him with Mu Chung in her arms. And when she saw the maid waiting at the side, she busily signaled her to come forward and take Ji Tranquility. Shitsi, give the young lady to the slave girl. Right? The maid said carefully, afraid of upsetting Bei Hangjin. Bei Hangjin hesitated for a moment or handed Ji Tranquility to the maid. Ji Tranquility giggled. He. You can't hold it. Can you? What's the point of showing off when you're a child yourself? Bei Hangjin suddenly remembered something and turned his head to run. Ji Tranquility was in disbelief. What is this kid doing in a panic? Xiao he also didn't know what he was going to do. He could only wait where he was. And after waiting for a short while, the person ran back. There was a small object in his hand. Here. Bei Hangjin shoved another puppeteer that he had carved overnight into Ji Tranquility's hand. Ji Tranquility carefully examined it. And the more she examined it, the more she felt it looked like Mu Chung. It was just that it was more than a star fatter than the man himself. When compared to this little fatty, the puppeteer that looked like her yesterday was instantly thinner. Ji Tran looked up to meet Bei Hangjin's somewhat dark circles under his eyes. This kid wouldn't have carved it for the night. Right? Ji Tranquility's truth was that Bei Hangjin had indeed recarved a puppet overnight. In comparison to this one, where would she still dislike herself for being fat? He would rejoice no matter how fat she was. Mu Chung seemed to like this puppeteer very much, arching his body and reaching over to grab it. Ji Tranquility was precious and hid the puppet behind her. Not giving. Mu Cheng's small mouth deflated and cried out with a wow. Struggling, he wanted the puppet in Ji Tran's hand. Ji Tranquility's eyes rolled and handed over the puppeteer in her hand. Just when Bei Hangjin thought that Ji Tranquility was going to give it to Mu Chung, she suddenly retracted her hand again. Mu Chung originally brought his hand over, but ended up taking it and crying even harder. Xiao he almost didn't hold it. Ji Tranquil giggled. Alright. I won't tease you. I don't like this puppeteer who looks like you. This time Ji Tranquility really gave the puppeteer in her hand to Mu Chung, and turned her head to ask Bei Hangjin to make another one anew. Since you have this craft, help me make another one. Will you? I want the kind where the head is square, the body is rectangular, the hands are pointy, and a wheel is made on the foot. Bei Hangjin. Who thought G Tranquility wanted a monster? If you really can't do it, why don't you make a matchmaker? G Tranquility was just talking when she looked up and saw Lady G and Suyuyu walking together. She was so happy that she flew up. Mother! Mother! G Tran opened her hands for Lady G to hug. Lady G crossed her 2 hands over G Tranquility's armpits and carried the person over. Beihongjin, who had just learned how to carry a baby, busily stepped forward to stop it. And G, it's not right for you to carry her like this. Sister Tranquility will be uncomfortable. Lady G was about to say that Beihongjin knew so much. G Tranquility then couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Just now, he was still saying that he doesn't know how to hold a baby. But he turned around and lectured my mother. The strength my mother uses is dexterity. Unlike you, who use brute force. Of course I'm uncomfortable. With a smile, Lady G held G Tran in a different position. And she complimented Beihongjin. Little Shitzi knows so much. Let's go and check on Big Brother Lin. He should have woken up by now. Lady G had just finished breakfast when she heard that Beihongjin had come. The current Beihongjin was already familiar with the G mansion, like he was in his own residence. A few people came to the room where Lin Qiuxing was, and saw that the person was getting off the bed. Suyuyu busily went forward to support the person. Uncle, your injuries haven't recovered yet. Getting off the bed will affect the healing of your injuries. Suyuyu had a worried face. Lin Qiuxing's heart was full of emotion. I'm only slightly injured. It doesn't matter. Suyuyu helped Lin Qiuxing back to the bed again. Seeing the cold soup medicine on the side, she picked it up and blew on it, wanting to personally feed it to Lin Qiuxing to drink. Lin Qiuxing stopped Suyuyu, saying, You are now a princess. You can't do this kind of thing. Let me do it myself. Suyuyu refused. Uncle, if you still recognize me as your niece, then don't say this. Lin Qiuxing was very touched. Suyuyu, without hatred in her heart, is really filial. Heaven has the virtue of good life. I hope not to torture this pair of uncle and nephew. In the original, Lin Qiuxing died a horrible death. And Suyuyu had always believed that the person who killed Lin Qiuxing was the empress. Whenever she thought of this, she was in great pain. So much so that she was crazy inside. Always wanted to bring death to the empress. Lady G sighed in her heart, hoping that, as her own daughter said, she would not torment this uncle and nephew anymore. Suyuyu sat at the head of the bed, feeding Lin Qiuxing medicine spoonful by spoonful. Lady G was sitting at the table holding G Tranquility, and Beihongjin was also sitting at the side, filled with G Tranquility's silhouette. G Tranquility played with her own little hands and hands, and when she raised her eyes, she met Beihongjin's soulful pupils. There were also dark circles under his eyes. Her heart actually felt some heartache. During this period of time, Beihongjin clung to her whenever he had time. It felt like he was truly jubilant. He even stayed up all night in order to carve a wood carving for her. What a fool! Beihongjin? Where is he stupid? He's not stupid at all. Okay. But it was Tranquil's sister who said it. So he'll be silly for once. As long as she was happy, it was fine. Thinking like this, Beihongjin made a face towards G Tranquil, and even spat out his tongue. It made G Tranquility laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Truly a fool. Hearing her own daughter's laughter, Lady G pursed her lips. Chapter 181. Found out that this matter is related to the Qi family. Because Lin Qiuxing was injured and living in the Ji family, Suyuyu ran to the Ji mansion every day. Every time she went back, Ji Yushu would send her a painting. She said, I love paintings. There are things in paintings that I couldn't access before, and it has changed my state of mind. So Ji Yushu sent her one of his paintings every day. During this period, the Lin family had more than once petitioned Suyuyu, saying that she had been adopted by the Qin family in the past, and had killed indiscriminately. Sooner or later, she would cause trouble. He also said that the fire on that day was not related to the Lin family. Suyuyu indiscriminately killed innocent people, and had already caused public anger. I hope the Crown Prince example checked this matter. The prince promised to investigate. But the premise is that the Lin family must find evidence that the Lin family did not do. In his heart, Crown Prince Lin knew that the reason why Suyuyu suspected them was because of Lin Qinghui. Before that, Lin Qinghui had offended Suyuyu and had an accident that night. Anyone would suspect them. If they wanted to find evidence that it wasn't the Lin family's doing, they would have to find the real murderer. Because the second prince was present at the time. The first person that Crown Prince Lin suspected was the second prince. Because of this, Crown Prince Lin and the second prince had a grudge. Lin Qingwei is looking at the imperial concubine dream to fizzle out. Heart anxious. Crying to Lin Taifu said, "Not the second prince did. Father, you think about it. The second prince is now on the same boat with us. He will only do this to our Lin family in the injustice. He cannot offend the Lin family before the big event." After thinking about it carefully, Taifu Lin felt that this matter was really as Lin Qinghui had said, and that the chances of the second prince making a move were not very high. When Taifu Lin heard that 2 thieves had died, he ran to the Shutian government office to ask for someone. He also wanted to start with the identity of the 2. But when Shan Tianfu told him that the 2 bodies were missing, Lin Taifu was furious. This was clearly an attempt to force the scourge onto the Lin family. Without evidence, the Lin family cannot be cleared of false accusations, but also cannot participate in the Suyue. Lin Taifu, not dead heart, has been secretly investigating this matter. The result really let him find out a little bit of clear halt. This matter is related to the Qi family. Lin Taifu actually found the day of the Lin family fire. Lin's back door, someone sneaky. That person with Qi's family dress. Regardless of whether the fire is the Qi family put, the man in black is not the Qi family sent. But if we find a witness, this matter has nothing to do with the Lin family. The fact that Su Yu killed someone will be established. Master Lin wanted to use the 5 dead servants to implicate Su Yu. By the time the news reached the Ji family, Master Lin had already filed a complaint, or in front of the civil and military officials angrily counted Su Yu's several sins. She said that she is extravagant, indiscriminate killing of innocents, treating the law as nothing. This Lin family is clearly want to use this matter to revenge before the Crown Prince sent that female commandments. He couldn't deal with the Crown Prince, so he took Su Yu. He was sure that the Gu family would not break face with the Lin family yet, so he was reckless. Crown Prince Lin doesn't think there's still a chance for the second prince to turn the tables. Does he? Crown Prince Lin isn't stupid. Since he dares to do this, he must have something to rely on. What could it be? Ji Tranquility thought for half a day, but did not recall what the leverage in Taifu Lin's hand was. Ji Yushu's sword brows were furrowed to death. He was also thinking about the Lin family's motives for placing their treasure on the second prince. Before Ji Yushu could think of anything, Ji Tranquility's heartbeat rang out again. Taifu Lin found out that the Lin family's fire was related to the Qi family. Could this matter have been done by the Qi family? The Qi family doesn't have a grudge against Lin Qiusheng, but it can't be ruled out that they were instructed by someone else. The person behind the Qi family is the third prince, which means that this matter was done by the third prince. A room full of people were gathered to eat tea. Today, Bei Hongjin had a rare day off from his duties, but he still came to the Ji mansion. The Ji family members, who heard Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words, were all in deep thought. Imperial Dr. Mu was silent for a long time before he spoke. "Didn't you say earlier that we should let Muyun fake her death and leave the capital? I see that this matter has to be put on the agenda." During this period of time, because he was too busy, he had forgotten about Muyun. Now, the person had to be sent away. Hearing this, Ji Tran frowned with a small frown. Muyun has to be sent away in a hurry to make it work. This Ji Nansheng is a restless person himself. Let me think about how to send people away. The Qi family's relationship is also quite complicated. After Muyun married over, she didn't have a good time because she only gave birth to one Qi Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that Muyun was a member of the Mu family, Ji Nansheng would have long ago raised someone else as his wife. I remember that Ji Nansheng had a very favored concubine, and this concubine gave birth to 2 sons for Ji Nansheng. The Qi family's old lady tried more than once to force Muyun to ask for her own hand in marriage. Muyun did not have any sons and originally wanted to pass one of them over to her name. In this way, this commoner son would also become the first son, due to elder Lady Qi's crossness, which angered Muyun. She was unwilling to pass on the son. Because of this, a conflict arose between Muyun and that concubine. The concubine had Qi Nansheng's backing on the one hand and old Madame Qi's backing on the other, so she was not afraid of Muyun. Now that Muyun doesn't have Qi Yun to rely on, her life in the Qi family is even more difficult. Now is not the time to worry about this. Now we have to find a way to send Muyun away. If I wasn't afraid that grandfather would be sad, I wouldn't want to worry about such a person. It would be better if she were dead. Who says otherwise? Lady Ji secretly sighed. On the surface, Elder Mu was not sad about Mu Cheng's death. In reality, he didn't know how many times he had been sad behind his back, having lost a son with high hopes. If another daughter died, how sad would he be? Lady Ji nodded her head in agreement. This matter must indeed be grasped. After saying that, she glared wildly towards Ji Linfeng. Ji Linfeng froze for a long time before reacting to what Lady Ji was trying to express. He busily said, "Mother, I previously found out that Aunt Mu had a beef with one of Qi Nanqing's concubines. Why don't we make use of this person?" Second brother's meaning is to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Ji Yushu immediately picked up. Yes. What does Big Brother think? Ji Linfeng hemmed and hawed as if asking Ji Yushu, "Big Brother, this play. How did I do?" Ji Tranquility was surprised. So second elder brother had earlier found out that Muyun had a problem with a concubine. That's great. Then we will use this person to make Muyun fake her death and leave. Since Tai Fu Lin has found out about the Qi family, the Crown Prince will naturally find out about the Qi family as well. So the Qi family will soon be out of luck. Leaving at this time is the best choice. All of the people were thinking this way. Thus, that afternoon, Ji Linfeng sent someone to follow this concubine of Qi Nansheng. As a result, he heard the good news that 2 days later, it was the birthday of the third son of the Qi family, the second son born from this concubine. This was an excellent opportunity. On that day, Su Yu left the palace without saying anything for fear of putting the empress in a difficult position. Ji Yushu, who got this news, was 2 days later. The empress thought Su Yu was just in a bad mood and went out for a break. Where to know? She has really left. Chapter 182. Muyun really died. 2 days later, the Qi family for the third son Qi Jun held 13-years-old birthday banquet. Because only a commoner son, the banquet was not grand, so only invited a few friends in the circle. Halfway through the banquet, something happened. Muyun, who had only drunk a cup of tea, fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, bleeding from the 7 orifices. At a glance, it was obvious that she was poisoned, because the Lin family fire was investigated to the head of the Qi family, Qi Nansheng, in order to clear the suspicion. These 2 days has been running, so today is not at home. The banquet is organized by the Qi family's old lady and Lu. The two saw Muyun fell to the ground. Qi old lady and Lu looked at each other, both from the eyes, to see the color of success. Turning to yell, "Oh my God! Madam took poison and killed herself. Quickly come someone to call the Lord back." Right at this moment, the high-pitched voice of an underling rang out from outside, "Madam Ho has arrived. Elder Mu has arrived." Because Elder Mu had asked someone to tell Muyun to bring Yu to Qi Mansion to look for her the day before, saying that Yu missed his aunt. In reality, he's here to collect the corpse. The Mrs. Ji carries Yu's son and accompanies Master Mu to the Qi Mansion at the right time, just in time to meet Muyun on the ground. Seeing Master Mu and Lady Ji both come, Qi old lady looks terrified. How did these two come to the Qi Mansion? She didn't receive the invitation. Right? What should we do? What to do? Old Mrs. Qi is a little flustered and drops her gaze on Lu. Lu steps forward and holds her hand. "Mother, don't panic. We are certain that Muyun killed herself by taking medicine because she missed Qi Yun too much. The two have no way of taking us." Old Madam Qi nods her head in panic. This is the only way. In her heart, she curses Lady Qi and Elder Mu for coming at a bad time. Not long after, the two were invited in by an underling. Old Lady Qi pretends to be calm and steps forward, saying, "In-laws, Muyun Qi. She took poison and killed herself." Upon hearing this, Elder Mu made a timely expression of surprise on his face. What? What do you mean my daughter took poison and killed herself? How is it possible for her to take poison and kill herself? After saying that, Elder Mu was busy squatting down to take Muyun's pulse. He knew that Muyun had taken the medicine to fake her death before this situation occurred, in order to make Muyun's death more realistic. The fake death medicine he used was very overbearing. In addition to being completely devoid of life, the person would also show symptoms of foaming at the mouth and bleeding from the 7 orifices. Of course, there is another poison that is very similar to this medicine, and in order not to make any mistakes, the medicine was purchased by Old Man Mu himself. Unexpectedly, however, he probed that Muyun's pulse had really stopped beating, and was not faking her death because she had taken the fake death pill, but was really dead. Elder Mu looked up towards Lady Ji in a daze, as he said in a trembling voice. Dead? The person is really dead. Mrs. G's face suddenly changed. She was busy crouching down to check. And got the same result. The person was really dead. What the hell is going on here? Elder Mu's figure swayed twice, as he couldn't stand. The medicine was purchased by him personally. And he knew very well that what he had bought was the fake death medicine. The symptoms were similar. Why did the person really die? Thinking of the similarity in symptoms, Elder Mu's face changed greatly. Suddenly looking at old Lady Chi. He was trying to use the relationship between the two to make Mu-yun fake her death and leave the house. Never in a million years had he thought that today, old Madam Chi would also take action against Mu-yun. Apart from this explanation, he couldn't think of any other. Old Madam Chi's heart was already flustered. And then when she met old Master Mu's harsh eyes, where else could she resist in her heart? Seeing that the situation is not right, Lu quickly steps forward and pulls the old lady behind her. He said to Master Mu, in these days, Madam has been in a bad mood and has been talking about finding Chi-yun every day. I see that she must have been unable to bear the blow and has no desire for life. That's why she chose this path. We are also very saddened by this matter. But please rest assured, Elder Mu, that we, the Chi family, will definitely give Madam a proper burial. Lu's words were so watertight that no one could pick out any faults. But she muttered one thing low. That is, Mu-yun would not be able to kill herself before she got her revenge. Lady Ji stepped forward and said, Yesterday, we had a letter delivered to say that we would bring you to visit our home today. Under these circumstances, do you think she would still kill herself? Mu-yun regarded the Ji family as her enemies. Before she saw the Ji family fall, how could she, who had been strong all her life, seek her own death? Lu's face changed in a few unnoticeable ways when she heard this. Because she didn't know about the delivery of the letter. If she had known, she would not have done it today even if she had been killed. In the past 2 days, she had been looking for trouble with Mu-yun, just wanting to provoke her, so that the later things would become logical. But now, the sudden appearance of Lady Ji and Elder Mu had disrupted all her plans. The panic in Lu's eyes was captured by Lady Ji. At this time, Madam Ji also guessed a general idea. They wanted Mu-yun to fake her death and leave the house. But they didn't think that today, Elder Lady Chi and Lu would be one step ahead of their people to strike at Mu-yun. It was estimated that old Madam Chi and Lu didn't know that they would visit the Chi mansion, catching them off guard. If today, the old lady doesn't make it clear, we'll have to ask the Crown Prince to decide. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince would be invited, where could old Madam Chi still hold her ground? And panically waved her hand. This matter has nothing to do with me. This old woman, everything is her intention. It's her. It's her. This poisonous woman who has been on taking the position of the main mother before laying her hands on Mu-yun. Shi Nansheng, who had just rushed back, heard this, and his entire being was bad. Then seeing Mu-yun on the ground, who was dead beyond death, he immediately slapped Lu in anger. You poisonous woman. What exactly did you do? Chi Nan was angry as hell. You could have done it earlier or later. But you had to wait until the 2 Jimu families came to his door. It's clear that you want to bring him to an unjust place. Right? Chi Nan couldn't get over his anger and angrily slapped Lu again. Lu was hit hard and screamed. Who let her sit in the position of the main mother and not let? What's wrong with me? Lu Lanhua. Being the mother of my son? What's wrong with that? If she had given up her position earlier, who would have laid hands on her? Blame it on her own bad fate. Old Man Mu, who heard these words, was dizzy for a while. Father. Lady Ji handed Yer to the maid behind her to hold, and busied herself with holding the unsteady Elder Mu. Mu-yun's behavior was displeasing. But after all, she was his Mu Chishan's daughter. How can one not be sad? Now that the matter has come out, Chi Nansheng knows that if he doesn't give Master Mu an explanation, he is afraid that his official position will not be protected. Therefore, Chi Nansheng's heart was hard. Ordered people to take Lu down. But it was up to Elder Mu to make the decision. Lady Ji said in a cold voice, It's only natural that a murderer pays for his life. She doesn't sympathize with Mu-yun, much less Lu. She just doesn't want Master Mu to be sad. Chi Nansheng understands that if Lu doesn't die, it's hard to get rid of Master Mu's heartache. So, making an appearance of being forced to draw his long sword, he stabbed Lu to death in public. Chapter 183. Suyu leaves the palace. After stabbing Lu to death, Qi Nansheng kneels down towards Elder Mu. Please also ask Lord Father-in-law to look at the fact that Lu is dead and spare the rest of the Qi family. At these words, Lady Ji's face changes several times. His words were well said. He was telling Lu's two sons that Lu's death was forced by Elder Mu, and indirectly by the Ji family, and that the Qi family was just a small squire's house. Although Master Mu had resigned from his post, he had the Ji family at his back. If he didn't stab Lu to death, it would be the entire Qi family that would die. For the sake of the Qi family, he had to kill Lu to give the Ji family an explanation. Lady Ji's heart laughed coldly. But then she thought that the Qi family is the third prince's people will soon be investigated, and there is nothing for her to pursue. Then she opened her mouth and said, Lord Qi is joking. The murderer has already been executed. This matter, we no longer have the reason to pursue. Please also ask Lord Qi to give my sister a good burial. This was the first time Lady Ji acknowledged the fact that Mu Yun was her sister. Her heart was full of emotions. Qi Nansheng seemed to be unconvinced that the Ji family would not pursue the matter of Mu Yun, looking at Lady Ji with an obscure expression. Lady Ji and Elder Mu came back, and all the people of the Ji family waited in the living room. Mother is back. Mother is back. Quickly say whether Mu Yun's matter has come to fruition or not. Ji Tranquility is being held by Duan Muyi, arching her buttocks to be held by Lady Ji. Lady Ji said heavily as she picked up Ji Tranquility. Mu Yun died. The crowd is shocked. How could the promised fake death be real? Ji Tranquility was also shocked. Dead? Isn't it a fake death? How did it really die? It couldn't be that Lu wanted her mother to be the sun's son and made a move against Mu Yun. Right? What's going on, mother? Ji Lin Feng asked with a worried face. Could it really be that Lu couldn't help but want to take the position of the mother-in-chief? As little sister had said? The saddened Elder Mu was helped to sit down by the housekeeper. Ji Lin Feng pursued Mrs. Ji to ask what had happened to the Qi family. How could the promised fake death be real? Duan Muyi thoughtfully poured a cup of water for Lady Ji and Elder Mu. Mother, first drink some water and speak slowly. Lady Ji took the teacup and drank the water before talking about what happened in the Qi family just now. The general meaning is the same as Ji Tranquility's guess. It's Lu's desire to sit in the position of the main mother, who couldn't help but move ahead of him. Now Lu's has paid for his life. Because of the Lin family fire, the prince will soon be investigated to the head of the Qi family. Along with the Qi family is the third prince's people. Regardless of whether this matter is not the Qi family due, the Qi family must be removed. A few people are talking. The palace came to the news. Marquis lady. It's bad. Princess Yu has left the palace. Ji Yushu's reaction was the strongest. He stood up from his chair in a heave. Sprinting outside, he walked to the door and seemed to remember something, suddenly turning back to meet the astonished gazes of the crowd. There's a ghost in Big Brother's reaction. It can't be that he likes Su Yu. Right? Ji Tranquility's eyes are full of astonishment. Ji Yushu's handsome face slightly reddened and lightly coughed twice to hide the embarrassment on his face. Turning his head, he sat back down again. It was him who was in too much of a hurry just now. Su Yu was no more than a pretentious lady of the house. Even if she was in danger, ordinary people were no match for her. Ji Linfeng's eyebrows moved, looking at Ji Yushu with a smile in his eyes. Big brother, are you trying to go find the princess? She's so powerful. Even if she encounters danger, it's only someone else who gets into trouble. The smirk on Ji Linfeng's face made Ji Yushu a little hungover. At this time, Ji Tranquility's heartbeat rang out again. If Su Yu really becomes my sister-in-law, it's not impossible. Su Yu is actually quite kind-hearted. The reason she left was mostly because she didn't want to cause trouble for the Empress and the Crown Prince. But what she doesn't know is that even without her presence, the Lin family would still find trouble for the Crown Prince. If the Lin family learned that Su Yu had left the palace and hijacked Su Yu in the middle of the road, they would be in trouble. Ji Yushu, who heard this, knew where to find Su Yu. If Tai Fu Lin wanted to kill Su Yu, why would Su Yu not want to kill him? A day passed quickly. Qi Nansheng, in order to clear the suspicion back and forth to Shuntian for Run, will be buried Mu Yun matter fully handed over to the Qi old lady to deal with. The result is not only did not clear the suspicion, but also lead to fire. Prince led Shun Tianfu in accordance with the evidence given by the Lin family to investigate the Qi family that's subordinate. The result is to find Qi Nansheng embezzlement of military pay. As the Ministry of War, corruption of military pay is a major offense. That evening, Shun Tianfu will evidence to the prince The prince summoned the Qi family overnight, and called Marquis Ji and Prime Minister Liu and Lin to listen. Inside the imperial study, the crown prince sits high above the dragon chair. The lower position is sitting in the position of Prince Xian. The rest of the people, in addition to the kneeling Qi Nanxing outside, are standing in the center of the hall. Shan Tianfuqi and adults will be the evidence to the prince. Duke de read in public. After reading, Qi Nansheng refused to confess. As long as he does not confess, the prince cannot now punish him. He wants to wait until the third prince turn the day. Qi Nansheng glared at Lord Qian and said angrily, "If you want to commit a crime, why not?" All the military pay he had embezzled had been given to the third prince, who would surely not see the death of the third prince. "Lord Qi, the evidence is in front of you. Do you think it's meaningful to argue further?" Lord Qian looked at Qi Nansheng with cold eyes, and grunted coldly in his heart, "The crown prince wants to do you. Even if you have 10 heads, they are not enough to chop. You are also stupid enough. The third prince has no room to turn over. Still dreaming of spring and autumn. In Qi Nansheng's opinion, as long as the state master is powerful enough, there is nothing he can't do. The current lurking is only for a better layout." Qi Nansheng added, "Evidence can all be forged. Besides, I'm not even sophistry. I just want to tell the facts. The facts are that not only did you embezzle military pay, you also tried to assassinate Princess Yu's own uncle, Mr. Lin, and then planted the evidence on Lao Fu. When Tai Fu Lin thought of the 5 people who died, he became angry. It was because those 5 people were the ones he had spent a great deal of effort cultivating. I didn't. Tai Fu Lin don't spit blood. As long as he didn't die, there was still a chance for his Qi family to turn around. So today, he would just bite the bullet and deny it." Qi Nansheng knelt in the middle of the great hall, staring angrily at everyone present. Tai Fu Lin was going to be laughed at by Qi Nansheng's shamelessness. "Someone saw someone from your mansion sneaking around the back door that night. Do you really think you can still fool around? That person was just dressed in Qi family attire. It doesn't mean that he was from the Qi family. Besides, the one who had trouble with the princess was Lord Taifu. I can also assume that it was Lord Taifu who deliberately slandered my Qi family in order to plant evidence." The crown prince's left hand lightly clasped the desktop. The light that flashed in his eyes was inscrutable. Qi Nansheng's corruption was perfectly fine to be convicted, but he did not want to be convicted. "Come on. First put the Qi family's male children in the dungeon, and confine the other female family members to the Qi mansion." Hearing this result, Qi Nansheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had a life, he would definitely wait until the day when the third prince turned over a new leaf. What Qi Nansheng didn't know was that he was destined to die in prison from the moment he entered, and his role was only to lure the third prince. Qi Nansheng was in prison, and Tai Fu Lin was dead set on Suyuyu. "Your Highness, the son of heaven commits the same offense as the common people. This is a rule set by the late emperor." The crown prince spoke in a cold voice. "This matter, wait for the princess to come back before discussing." Cold grunts from Tai Fu Lin's heart. Whether or not she can come back depends on her own skills. Chapter 184. Suspicion of usurping the throne. On this side, Marquis Ji had just left shortly after. Ji Yushu went out in her night clothes. Ji Lin Feng sees Ji Yushu sneaking out the door and can't help but snicker. The iron tree has finally blossomed. I have to follow to take a look. Ji Lin Feng put Ji Tranquility on her cot and turned around to go out. Ji Tranquility babbled and shouted, "I also want to go and take a look. Second brother, take me with him." Ji Lin Feng lifted his foot to go out. Ji Tranquility cried out, "Take me with you. I also want to go and see the fun. Second brother, take me with you. Can you bear to leave me alone in the house? What if I run into bad people again?" Ji Tranquility flopped around on her cot. Because Mrs. Ji had something to do, she gave Ji Tranquility to Ji Lin Feng to take her for a while. But Ji Lin Feng wanted to leave her alone on the cot and go out to watch the fun by himself. Ji Tranquility was so angry that she just wanted to grind her teeth. At 6 months old, she already had 2 incisors. The way she grinned and ground her teeth really made Ji Lin Feng laugh. "Sister wants to go. Right? Then you have to be good." Ji Tranquility's heart was overjoyed. "Of course I'll be good. I'll even protect you. You won't have forgotten that the State Master still wants to separate dark diffusion from your body. Right? If the State Master comes, I will still be able to protect you." Hearing this, Ji Lin Feng felt that bringing Ji Tranquility with him would indeed be safer. Thus, He carried G Tranquility out the door. He also thoughtfully left a note for Lady G. Not long after Ji Lin Feng carried G Tranquility out the door, a man in black silently scaled the wall and entered Ji Lin Feng's courtyard. Dressed in night clothes, Ji Yushu hid on a rooftop not far from the Lin mansion, and had just lurked down when he saw quite a number of black-clothed men flying out from the Lin family to hide around the Lin mansion. Lin Taifu knew that Su Yuyu had left the palace. He set up a dragnet fearing that he was waiting for Su Yuyu to lay a trap. If Su Yuyu was really tricked by this, Lin Taifu could completely describe her as a thief. Thinking about this, Ji Yushu's heart was a little anxious. Ji Lifeng held Ji Tranquility far away and looked at the closed doors of the Lin mansion. In a low voice, he muttered, "There's something unusual about the Lin family tonight." It gave him the feeling of a lion with its blood basin open, waiting for its prey to automatically come to its door. Hearing Ji Lin Feng's muttering, Ji Tranquility guessed, perhaps Lin Taifu is afraid that Su Yuyu will kill the door, and secretly arranges for quite a few people to protect it. Lin Taifu has taken more than one case against Su Yuyu these days, disturbing her to no end. The most direct way is to get rid of people, in order to eliminate future problems. For an assassin, the best way to solve a problem is to kill the other party. At this time, Su Yuyu, disguised as an old woman, was eating wontons at a wonton shop at the end of West Street. The wonton sellers were an old couple. Has been operating the wonton shop here for nearly 20 years. The flavor was renowned throughout Shangjing. Ji Lin Feng also often liked to ask a few friends to come here for a small sit. Su Yuyu waited for the time to come and ate 2 bowls of wontons because she had been sitting for a long time. The old two are very kind. On Su Yuyu sitting so little time, the old two have helped no less than 10 small beggars. Every little beggar finished eating the ravioli, then bowed towards the old two mouth. Mouth sincerely said, "Thank you Grandpa Yuan and Grandma Wu." The little beggars all know these two, so it can be seen that they have helped a lot during the plain days. Su Yuyu seemed to understand the purpose of the old couple being able to open a wonton shop here for 20 years. Su Yuyu felt that the soup was delicious, so she drank all the soup in the bowl. When she was about to get up and leave, a carriage drove in, and the person who came down from the carriage was none other than Tai Fu Lin, who had just returned from the palace. Tai Fu Lin was also a regular customer of this wonton shop. He had eaten for as many years as the shop had been open. "Old Uncle Yuan." The usual. Tai Fu Lin yelled towards old Uncle Yuan after he sat down. The latter nodded smilingly. Su Yuyu's hand hanging under the table moved, raising her eyes to see the 2 old mouths that were smilingly busy. She hesitated. Hee. Isn't that Tai Fu Lin? That old woman wouldn't be Su Yuyu in disguise, right? Looking at her gaze that looks at Tai Fu Lin from time to time, it could really be her. Ji Tranquility's sharp eyes saw the person sitting in the wonton shop. Ji Lin Feng followed Ji Tranquility's gaze, and it was really Tai Fu Lin. Was the old woman at the table next to her really Su Yuyu? At this time, if she wanted to make a move, it was perfectly fine. But why didn't she make a move? Ji Lin Feng was puzzled. Is sister hungry? Second brother is a bit hungry. Let's go over and have a bowl of wontons. While saying this, Ji Lin Feng raised his feet, and when he finished speaking, he had already walked outside the wonton shop. Ji Tranquility. Ji Lin Feng casually found a seat and looked up to see Tai Fu Lin looking over. A smile. Lord Tai Fu. What a coincidence. I also like to eat this place's wontons. The implication was, I came specifically for this bowl of wontons. So don't overthink it. Tai Fu Lin coldly ignored Ji Lin Feng. Because of the last time Lin Qinglong's matter, the Ji family had forced their way out and caused the Lin family to lose face in front of the many guests. So Tai Fu Lin had quite a few words for the Ji family. Ji Lin Feng was completely unconcerned about the attitude of Lin Taifu. After sitting down, he hugged Ji Tranquility with one hand and poured tea for himself with the other. Next to him, the corner of Su Yuyu's mouth twitched. Not sitting in so many seats, but preferring to sit at the same table with her. She even wondered if her identity had been exposed. Ji Tranquility spread a smile towards Su Yuyu. Let me see if it's Su Yuyu in disguise or not. Ji Tranquility was truly good looking. So after Ji Lin Feng sat down, Su Yuyu couldn't help but look twice more. Ji Tranquility took this opportunity to look her up and down, and finally opened her mouth wide in surprise. It's really Su Yuyu. Although her face is wearing a human skin mask, If you look closely, it's not hard to see that the skin color below her neck doesn't match the skin color on her face. There's also the fact that the 2 fingers she's missing are hard wounds. Suyuyu's injury was to her right hand, but she had never taken it out, even eating wontons with her left hand. Someone who used their left hand for a long time would move naturally. And she was clumsy. So clumsy that it looked like a child had just learnt to hold chopsticks. Ji Linfeng's heart actually felt some pain for her. He thought to himself, it would be good if Big Brother could really marry her. They wouldn't mind that she didn't have fingers. Instead, they would give her enough love and tolerance. Ji Tranquility deflated her small mouth. Suyu appeared here in this outfit? Most likely for the purpose of assassinating Lin Taifu. She had thought too simply. For Master Lin to be able to sit at the position of a Taifu. He is by no means someone as simple as this on the surface. If the Lin family was easy to deal with, would the Gu family still have any concerns? I'm afraid that they would have already allowed the Crown Prince to ascend to the throne. Ji Linfeng really wanted to compliment Ji Tranquility on the matter of the Crown Prince ascending the throne. The Lin family had the most opposition. The Crown Prince thought that the Ji family didn't know. But in reality, the Ji family had already known. Previously, a minister proposed that the Crown Prince ascend the throne. The Crown Prince refused in the name of being unfilial beforehand. In reality, it was because of the opposition held by Tai Fu Lin as well as his disciples. They said that on the day Emperor Yu fell into a coma, the Crown Prince did not call the imperial physician in time and was suspected of usurping the throne. Chapter 185. Life and Death Regardless. After eating the wontons, Tai Fu Lin got up and left. Suyu also got up and followed. She leaned on a walking stick, hunched over, and slowly walked towards the alley. Suyu was walking slowly behind. Her somewhat hunched figure was stretched out by the moonlight for a long time. Suyu inclined her head to look behind her at Ji Linfeng, who had ordered another bowl of wontons to eat, and was quite relieved. It seems that he did come for the wontons, and did not recognize her identity. 100 or so meters further ahead was the Lin mansion. Ji Linfeng changed his position, from which he could see what was happening inside the alley. He picked up his bowl and took a sip of soup. His eyes, however, were aimed at Tai Fu Lin's carriage in the alley. Ji Yushu, who was above the roof, had his heart lifted the moment he saw the Lin family carriage coming. The appearance of the Lin family carriage meant that Suyu would also appear. Suyu hadn't acted in the past 2 days, waiting for the right time, waiting for the time for Lin Taifu to go out. Now that she had managed to wait, there was no way she would give up. As the carriage drove by, Ji Yushu saw an old woman following behind her. The old woman was stooped, with a walking stick in her hand, and looked to be in her old age, not having returned home at this time. It was obvious that this person was not right. Ji Yushu looked at the old woman twice more, and it was these 2 glances that allowed him to see something. Suyu? Ji Yushu uttered in surprise. He suspected that the old woman was Suyu, thinking of the Lin family's hidden guards lurking around. Ji Yushu's brows flashed with intense worry. If Suyu made a move, regardless of whether it was successful or not, it would be impossible to get out in one piece. At this time, Suyu had already sensed more than one aura lurking in the shadows, and each aura was wrapped in a strong killing aura, all stronger than the last. If he made a move in this situation, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. After thinking about it, Suyu prepared to leave. Surrounding her, an old woman, within them. At the same time, a strong killing aura and suffocating oppression hit her straight in the heart. Tai Fu Lin's carriage was parked not far from the Lin mansion. Suyu made an appearance of being very scared and her figure swayed twice. The men in black glanced at each other and did not rush to make a move, but waited for an order from Tai Fu Lin. Tai Fu Lin did not have the intention to get off the carriage. Instead, his merciless voice came out from within the carriage. Kill them! It is better to kill them by mistake than to let them go. Hearing this, Suyu knew that Tai Fu Lin did not recognize her identity, but rather did not want to spare anyone who was a threat to him. The black-clothed man in the lead raised the bow, an arrow in his hand, and shot towards Suyu. Ji Linfeng at the entrance of the alley saw the scene and was distraught. Ji Yushu, who was crouching on top of the roof, had his heart in his throat. He knew that Suyu was going to be exposed. Just as the arrow was about to hit Suyu, she moved. Her hand grabbed the arrow and threw it towards the carriage. The arrow, that was infused with internal force, as if it had an autonomous consciousness, shot towards the Lin Taifu inside the carriage. Su Yu did not feel that this arrow was able to injure Taifu Lin, as she could see the extraordinary nature of the carriage driver. Sure enough, when the arrow was an arm's length away from the carriage, it was knocked down by the coachman with a raised palm. "Kill her," Taifu Lin ordered, his face grim and ghastly. A group of black-robed men fought with Su Yu. Even though Su Yu's martial arts skills were high, it was still difficult to defeat her with 2 fists. Ji Yushu no longer hesitated and flew down to join the fight with Su Yu. Seeing Ji Yushu appear, Ji Linfeng was quite relieved and slowly ate his wontons. The 2 old mouths of the wonton shop saw the fight over there, and were busy cleaning up the blocking mouth. "Young man, you should leave quickly. I'm afraid you'll be affected in a while. Besides, you're still holding a little doll," the woman kindly advised. Ji Linfeng, however, looked unconcerned as he pulled out his money bag and said, "I bought this table. You 2 leave first." The old couple sighed and only collected the money for the 2 bowls of wontons, then turned around and busied themselves with cleaning up the entrance. Just after tidying up, the 2 groups fighting approached. Ji Yushu escorted Su Yu to flee this way, because there were just too many black-clothed people. Trying to fight hard was impossible. Ji Yushu, who only wanted to protect Su Yu, didn't even notice Ji Lifeng holding Ji Tranquility and eating wontons. While fighting, he fled this way. The old couple from the wonton stall, fearing that they would be affected, were busy leading Ji Linfeng and dragging him towards the house. "Young man, quickly go into the house to hide." "Right." Where did Ji Linfeng want to go into the house to hide? He only wanted to join the fight to catch Lin Taifu off guard. He instantly wimped out after hearing Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words. "Wow, big brother came over. If he finds out that second brother brought me out to watch the fun, he shall not go back to be peeled off a layer of skin by father." Ji Linfeng thought about it, and eventually followed the second elder into the house to hide. Ji Linfeng looked through the doorway and saw 10 or so men in black surround Ji Yushu, and Su Yu in the middle. Su Yu and Ji Yushu were fighting against the men in black with their backs to each other. Su Yu had already guessed Ji Yushu's identity. Her heart was touched and at the same time a little worried. "This is a grudge between me and the Lin family. You don't need to care more. I'm worried about you." The phrase "I'm worried about you" caused a certain string in Su Yu's heart to completely break. Her nose soured and she said nastily, I'm not worth it." After pursing her lips, Ji Yushu said rather fondly, "You're worth it." Ji Tranquility smiled cheekily. Hee. Su Yu reckoned that she recognized her big brother's identity, and was so moved that she couldn't speak. Big brother is using his actions to show his feelings for Su Yu. Hee. Su Yu will soon become a big sister-in-law, I guess. In Su Yu's heart, there is also a place for big brother. When Ji Tranquil's heart sounded in Ji Yushu's ears, his heart snapped. He looked around and didn't see anyone, but he saw Master Lin, who was being protected by the carriage driver as he walked towards this side. He heard him say, "Who is your excellency?" "Just pulling out my sword to help when I see the road." Ji Yushu choked his voice and said, even if Taifu Lin guessed their identities, he did not dare to make a big deal out of this matter because he knew that assassinating a royal princess in the open was a capital offense. Today Su Yu was dressed as an old woman. She did not want to expose her identity. He was more than happy to play dumb. Lin Taifu negative hand. A grim smile. "If your excellency leaves now, I will not count your meddling. If you insist on refusing to leave, don't blame me for being ruthless." Oh, what a way to see injustice and pull out a sword to help. Lin Taifu was certain in his heart that Ji Yushu did not dare to expose his identity. If a person was accidentally killed by mistake in this situation, it would be none of the Lin family's business. Thinking about this, Lin Taifu gave a look and signaled his men to take action. He also didn't forget to put a hat on himself for supporting justice. Listening to him, he said, "These 2 tried to rob old Uncle Yuan of the Hanan shop of his belongings. And since this lord met this matter, he had to take care of it. Together, alive or dead." In the last sentence, Taifu Lin spoke extremely sinisterly. Chapter 186. Taifu Lin was seriously injured. After a short pause, the hands battled into a ball again. Su Yu also do not hide. Drew out the waist of the soft sword viciously stabbed at Lin Taifu. The coachman beside Master Lin is a Jianghu man. His martial arts is not inferior to Ji Linfeng. Su Yu then fought with this person. It was quite a struggle for one person on Ji Yushu's side to deal with dozens of people. TSK. What a life or death. Knowing that the old woman is Su Yu in disguise. And still talking about robbing other people's property. It is really shameless to the extreme. He is trying to use this as a reason to explicitly chop Su Yu to death on the spot. How ruthless. Ji Lin Feng also heard what Tai Fu Lin said, and was so angry that his fists clenched. Ji Lin Feng didn't want to hide anymore. Ji Tran's heartfelt voice Ji Yushu could likewise hear it. Therefore, at this moment when Ji Tranquility's heart sounded, Ji Yushu already knew. It was pointless to hide any longer. But, what about the little one in his arms? Take it along and kill it out? Just as Ji Linfeng's thoughts fell, Ji Tranquil's heartbeat sounded in his ears. Since this old undead is this shameless, then we have to be even more shameless than him. Kill! Second brother quickly kill out. I'm going to blow him up with an explosive talisman. Roar! Ji Tranquility roared anxiously, and arched his milky body, impatient to join the fight. As soon as Ji Lin Feng heard that there was something as good as an explosive talisman, he opened the door and rushed out without hesitation. Under his breath, he shouted, Aya, Aya, little master, I'm just going to the toilet for a while. How come we're fighting? Yeah, isn't this Master Lin? How did you get into a fight? Could it be Master Lin's enemies? Ji Lin Feng held Ji Tranquility dangling his arms as he walked over towards Tai Fu Lin. At a distance of about 3 meters, the carriage driver drew his sword and pointed it straight at Ji Lin Feng. It's better for Second Prince Ji to keep a safe distance. The car driver's face was flushed with a very strong coldness. Ji Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I really can't see that a small carter has such strong vigor. Tai Fu Lin coldly watched the battle in front of him. But he still drew out his mind to observe Ji Lin Feng. Only after a long time did he say coolly, This is not an enemy of Lao Fu, but 2 thieves. Recently, 2 thieves have appeared in Shengjing City. One Yin and one Yang, known as the Yin and Yang twin fiends. In my opinion, these 2 are the very same Yin and Yang twin fiends that keep the people awake at night. Ji Lin Feng. Ji Tranquility. The old fox is really an old fox. In order to make himself appear to be clear, even this kind of lie can be made up. Old undead. See if I don't blow you up. Ji Tranquility slid halfway, and found something more cost-effective than the explosive talisman, the Thunderbolt. Ah, there's actually such a good thing. The key only requires half the points of an explosive talisman. Hearing Ji Tranquility shriek, Ji Lin Feng's heart was delighted. If he didn't blow up Tai Fu Lin tonight, he would have to shed his skin. Ji Lin Feng was afraid that Ji Tranquility wouldn't be able to throw it, and moved forward as he spoke. He smiled and said, Isn't Lin Tai Fu's news lagging behind? How come I heard that they are 2 righteous people? They are known as the great benefactors of Shengjing. I see a resemblance between these 2. Therefore, I advise Tai Fu Lin to order his men to stop. This won't end well if it causes public anger. Where would Tai Fu Lin stop? He was certain that these 2 were the Yin-Yang twin fiends. Humph. The Yin-Yang twin fiends are extremely difficult to deal with. I advise the second prince to help out. Otherwise, the credit can be mine alone at that time. When Ji Lin Feng saw that Lin Tai Fu's killing intent was gone, the expression on his face tightened up, and was replaced by a look that made Lin Tai Fu feel chilled. He said, Since Tai Fu Lin insists on beheading the 2 great benefactors, then the consequences, you will have to bear them yourself. With those words, he glanced towards the right front of Tai Fu Lin. Tai Fu Lin happened to see Ji Lin Feng's look behind him, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that these 2 people still have accomplices? The car driver seemed to sense the danger as well, and made a false move to repel Su Yu. It is now. Ji Tranquility seized the opportunity to throw the thunderbolt in her hand, only to hear, boom boom boom. 3 explosions that resounded through the heavens rang out, followed by rolling smoke filling the air. Oops. There's an assassin, running towards the northeast, wearing a red suit. I saw that red-clothed assassin throw over a few small black balls. Ji Lin Feng shouted and pointed in the northeast direction. Over there. Over there. Geez, I'll go. That red-clothed assassin ran too fast. In the twinkling of an eye he was gone. TSK TSK TSK. It's too tragic. It's estimated to have been blown up. You guys stop fighting. Don't come over to protect Lord Tai Fu yet. Geez. It's too tragic. TSK TSK. Never seen someone so miserable. Luckily, That red-clothed assassin wasn't aiming at my lord. Or else my lord would be dead. Ji Lin Feng had a face of celebration. Plus gloating. Ji Lin Feng was the second son of the Ji family. And they didn't dare to make a move against him without Tai Fu Lin's order. Ji Yushu, who hadn't flashed his identity, was another story. When the smoke cleared, Ji Lin Feng saw that Lin Tai Fu was being pressed underneath the cart driver, and the cart driver's back was blown up with a big hole. My lord! My lord! The black-robed man in the lead repelled Ji Yushu with a sword and stepped forward to lift the dead cart driver off, revealing the black and gray-faced Lin Tai Fu underneath. According to the initial inspection, one arm was broken, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ribs were broken. People have died and fainted. How a miserable word. Ji Lin Feng holding Ji Tranquility back a few steps, laughing at the fun. He didn't even move his hand, so no one could do anything to him. Ji Tranquility laughed so hard that she was trembling. Ha ha ha. Deserved? That red-clothed assassin really did me a great favor. If we have the chance to meet in the future, I will definitely thank him properly. Although she did not see that red-clothed assassin, this red-clothed assassin could be considered a great favor to her. If not for his appearance, she was afraid that Ji Lin Feng would treat her as a monster. Ji Lin Feng smiled in his heart. His little sister was afraid that she would not have the chance to meet that person. Ji Yushu took the opportunity to pull Su Yuyu away. But he is worried that Ji Tranquility is in danger and pulls Su Yuyu to hide in another alley. When Tai Fu Lin was injured, where did the few men in black dare to chase after him? The leader of the black-clothed men stepped forward and made a salute towards Ji Lin Feng, saying, I would also like to ask Second Prince Ji to describe the height or appearance of the red-clothed assassin. The black-robed man in the lead was a beloved member of Tai Fu Lin, and he knew in his heart that if he didn't catch this man, Tai Fu Lin wouldn't let it go, or even take him out. Sorry, I didn't see it clearly either. After saying that, Ji Lin Feng hugged Ji Tranquility and left in a godly manner. It was a little bit of a shame that Lin Tai Fu hadn't been blown up. Ji Tranquility was still in good spirits, jumping around in Ji Lin Feng's arms. He. Lin Tai Fu was injured so seriously not lied down for a year and a half where to get up. Tonight, it's clear that Master Lin calculated that Su Yuyu would come, and only then did he set up dead soldiers around him. Thought he could take down the person, where no failed to take, not to mention he was also injured. This matter, he dared not report. Can only break the gums to swallow. Chapter 187. Catch the Thief. Seeing Ji Lin Feng holding Ji Tranquility and leaving safely, Ji Yushu only put down his heart. With one hand, he ripped off the black face scarf covering his face, turning his head to look at Su Yuyu, who was still dressed as an old woman. Su Yuyu raised her hand to remove the old woman's costume hood from her head and said, Thank you for saving me. She forced herself to be calm, not letting that affection in her heart show. Without waiting for Ji Yushu to reply, Su Yuyu had turned around and left. Ji Yushu's lips moved and suddenly reached out, pulling her in. At this moment, he wanted to face his inner thoughts head-on. He had never dared to look straight at his inner thoughts. In the beginning, his approach to Su Yuyu did have an element of utilization in it. But later, he didn't know anymore. He only knew that he was worried. Worried that she would have a bad time. Worried that she would have low self-esteem because of her fingers. When he heard that she had left the palace, he would be afraid. Afraid that something would happen to her. He thought that he probably liked Su Yuyu as his little sister said. He grasped her hand for a long time before he said, Yuyu, my heart pleases you. His voice trembled slightly as he exited. Most likely because he was afraid that she wouldn't dare to respond, or that the words of response would make him sad. What Ji Yushu didn't know was that Su Yuyu cried, shedding tears of emotion. Originally, he was pleased with her awe. The fear she had been feeling all along was simply redundant. She actually didn't really like painting. What she liked was the person who painted. At this moment, she didn't want to escape anymore. She wanted to tell him out loud that she had actually liked him a long time ago. He was such a gentle person. Such a considerate person. Something she had never seen before. He gave her warmth, like a beam of light, guiding her forward. Ji Yushu slowly stepped forward and embraced Su Yuyu, whose body was trembling slightly, in his arms, saying, The gift you gave me. I love it. From that moment, I decided that I will not marry you in this life. Gift? She did not send him a gift. Odds are that gift was sent by the Crown Prince in her name. She should thank the Crown Prince, who had made him see what was in his own heart, letting him make this bold decision. Suyu gathered her courage and suddenly turned around to hug Jiyushu's waist. Choking. Jiyushu, my heart also pleases you. Jiyushu smiled and embraced Suyu tighter. At this moment, the two people who shared each other's thoughts tightly embraced each other. Only after a long time did he hear Jiyushu say, "Go back to the palace. Go back to the palace and wait for me to propose marriage." Suyu buried her head into Jiyushu's embrace and nodded joyfully. At this moment, which part of Suyu had the appearance of a cold-blooded killer? In front of the person she likes. Her little daughter's manner is revealed. Oh! So touched and moved. It turns out that each other rejoice in each other. Just don't dare to say it. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Tai Fu Lin. Otherwise, Big Brother still doesn't dare to look straight at his inner thoughts. I also don't know how long this matter will have to drag on. When this heartfelt voice reached Jiyushu's ears, Jiyushu's face darkened. Ji Linfeng, on the other hand, was shocked and ran, while holding Ji Tranquility in his arms, as he transported his light energy. Finished. Finished. Caught eavesdropping. Hey hey hey. Second brother suddenly run what a... I have not heard enough. There's definitely a love kiss in the back. Ji Linfeng looked bitter. Little sister if you do not make a sound, where will I run Jiyushu thought that Ji Linfeng hugged Ji Tranquility, and went back to the Ji mansion. How did he know that this brat returned to eavesdrop again? Just now. He was so focused on confessing his love to Suyu that he didn't even sense that there were two other people on the roof. I blame Ji Linfeng for hiding too well. This kid. Let's see how he'll clean him up when he gets back. What's wrong? Suyu saw Jiyushu wandering off. So she asked. Nothing. Now that the palace gates are locked, you can stay at Ji Mansion tonight and go back tomorrow. Suyu nodded and walked side by side with Jiyushu. The sweetness in her heart was incomparable. When he was almost at the Ji Mansion, Jiyushu saw Ji Linfeng flying out of the mansion again in a panic. Under his breath, he shouted, "Stop!" The two looked at each other and followed closely behind. Whoa whoa whoa! Quick! Catch the thief! Ji Tranquility, who was being held by Ji Linfeng, pointed at the man in black in front with an excited face. This person's concealment is really high. So many secret guards in the Ji mansion didn't spot her. Jiyushu's face changed, looking at the figure of the person in black in front. It looked like a woman. Who could it be? And when did she steal into the Ji mansion? Second brother, has anything happened in the mansion? Jiyushu was worried about Lady Ji, but also worried that Ji Linfeng couldn't beat him. His heart was so torn. Just then, Marquis Ji and Inzheng also chased out. Jiyushu busily went forward and asked, "Father, what happened?" Marquis Ji said with a grave expression. Nothing. That person did not make a move. This made Jiyushu feel puzzled. Didn't make a move. Is it really just an ordinary thief? If it was an ordinary thief, there was no way Inzheng would not have noticed. The man in black ran away. Extremely fast. Ji Linfeng was a little discouraged. Then thought of Duan Mui in the house. He was busy holding Ji Tranquility, and turned his head. Ji Tranquility was almost dizzy from Ji Linfeng's winding. Who was that person just now? He was also too fast. Let me think. Who could someone with such speed be? It didn't take long to think about it before Ji Tranquility had a suspect in mind. Could it be Suyu Qing? Looking at the figure, it kind of looks like a woman. Suyu Qing? Damn it. Just now. She ran out from his courtyard. Thinking about this, Ji Linfeng's heart became even more worried about Duan Mui, bringing his speed to the extreme. Marquis Ji and the others saw Ji Linfeng flying back again, so they knew that the people had lost him. Go back first, Marquis Ji ordered. Ji Linfeng carried Ji Tranquility and landed directly into his courtyard. His heart was in his throat when he saw that the lights in the house were on. Just now, he wanted to go back to his own courtyard first. But then he saw a man in black flying out, and he chased after him without even thinking. Now that he thought about it, it was a real damn. He should have made sure that Duan Mui was safe first. Ji Linfeng kicked the door open and saw Duan Mui sitting in a daze on the edge of the bed clad in her lingerie. Ji Linfeng quickly steps forward and says with a worried face, "Are you alright?" Hearing the voice, Duan Mui raises her head and meets Ji Linfeng's worried eyes. "I'm fine." She looks strange. Ji Lifeng furrowed his small brows. What's wrong with second sister-in-law? It can't be that she's been possessed. Right? Ji Linfeng's heart trembled as he placed Ji Tran on the bed, grabbing Duan Muyi's hand and holding it tightly, trying to give her comfort. Is it really all right? Why do I see that you don't look well? Ji Linfeng asks again uneasily. Adu. Second brother yo. Are you going to cover me to death? Ji Tranquility on the bed stomped on her two short legs and struggled several times before turning her body over. Ji Linfeng glanced at her, seeing that she turned over on her own. He didn't step forward. Ji Tranquility, who had rolled over, crawled towards Duan Muyi, picking at her clothes. Hug me. Second sister-in-law hugged me. Picking and pulling for half a day. Duan Muyi didn't hug her, but was still fuming. Ji Tranquility's heart sank. It can't be that he's been hit by some kind of art from the state master. Right? My God. What kind of magic spell is it? How can I save myself if I don't know what kind of spell I've been hit by? Ji Linfeng, who heard Ji Tranquil's heart, was in a hurry. Chapter 188. Drink this cup of tranquilizing tea. Linfeng. I want to go to Ling'an Temple for incense. No need for you to go. I want to go alone. Duan Muyi suddenly raised her head and looked at Ji Lifeng with trepidation. Ji Lifeng had already peeled herself off and climbed onto Duan Muyi's body, who picked her up in a smooth hug. She felt Duan Muyi's entire body trembling. Second sister-in-law's body is shaking badly. What has happened? How can we solve it if we don't tell? Ji Linfeng guessed that something must be wrong with Duan Muyi, so she slowed down her tone. Good. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. It seems like Su Yaqing really threatened second sister-in-law with her family. Ji Lifeng also thought of this, and the Ling'an Temple was all the more reason to go. Duan Muyi shakes her head. No, you don't want to go. I'll just go alone. Second sister-in-law is really stupid. Su Yaqing's aim is exactly second brother. You going alone is just sending yourself to death. How can that be? Ling'an Temple is a bit farther away than the Protectorate Temple, and it's not convenient for you to be a woman without a family member to accompany you. Ji Linfeng insisted on going. Duan Muyi's heart became even sadder. She didn't mean to hide it from him. On the contrary, it was because she was worried that something would happen to him that she wanted to go alone. Seeing Ji Linfeng's firm face, Duan Muyi knew that he was determined to go. Not going. I'm not going either. Duan Muyi, who said this, seemed as if she had used up all her strength, leaning helplessly against Ji Linfeng with tears streaming down her face. Ji Tranquility sighed in his heart. Second sister-in-law is really too worried about something happening to second brother. This is the rhythm that she would rather give up her family to save her second brother. Ji Linfeng's heart says it's false to say he's not touched. So this Ling'an Temple is all the more reason to go. Go. Why not go? Let's go and beg the goddess of mercy for a child. Ask her to give a dragon and phoenix child. One like you and one like me. Ji Linfeng said with longing. Tears from the corner of Duan Muyi's eyes flowed down her cheeks, imagining a beautiful day like that. However, she didn't have a chance. She couldn't let her lover take the risk, and she didn't want to leave behind her loving parents. The only way was to leave together. Only then could the guilt in her heart be spared. Su Yaqing deeply loved Dark Yin, and was bent on calling Dark Yin out of Ji Linfeng's body. But was the state master's intention really just to call Dark Yin out? She sympathized with Su Yaqing, but she also wanted to protect her beloved. Even though Su Yaqing repeatedly guaranteed that she would take her life to protect Ji Linfeng from being hurt by the state master, she still didn't dare to let Ji Linfeng take that risk. Even more so, she wouldn't let anyone in the Ji family take this risk. The difference between reality and the dream world was too great. She had absolutely no idea what else would happen in the future. The goddess of mercy isn't spiritual at all, she said sullenly. Ji Linfeng smiled. How could it not be spiritual? My cousin's family's second aunt's third aunt's uncle's youngest nephew went to beg the goddess of mercy to deliver a child. And as a result, a pair of dragon and phoenix babies were really born. Duan Muyi snorted a laugh, knowing that Ji Linfeng was teasing her. The less Duan Muyi said, the more curious Ji Linfeng became. Second sister-in-law is sorry. If you don't say anything, I can only use some means. Ji Tranquility clicked on the golden finger maul and scratched the panel. Not long after, she found the Soul Surge talisman she wanted. Worried that the Soul Surge talisman would have side effects on Duan Muyi, Ji Tran also deliberately read the instructions. Fortunately, there aren't any side effects. After redeeming it, Ji Tranquility punched the Soul Surge talisman into Duan Muyi's body. After obtaining Duan Muyi's memories, Ji Tran was astonished. The lone wolf actually didn't die. He knew in his heart that he couldn't lure out his second brother, so he thought to start with his second sister-in-law. That's why he grabbed second sister-in-law's family. The person in black was none other than Su Yaqing, who told second sister-in-law that the lone wolf had captured her parents, and that if she wanted to save them, she would have to let Ji Lin Feng travel to Ling'an Temple alone. Su Yaqing repeatedly assures her that she is only conjuring up Dark Yin, and will not harm Ji Lin Feng. Su Yaqing has deep love for Dark Yin. No matter what method it is, she is willing to try. She was also unwilling to use such means to draw out Ji Lin Feng. However, she loved Dark Yin too much and wanted to see him again too much. Su Yaqing is a person tormented by love. She even disregarded her life for Dark Yin. The State Master promised her that she could call Dark Yin out, and Su Yaqing was convinced. But she also knew that Ji Lin Feng wouldn't fall for it easily. So she wanted to start with her second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law, who was also a woman, was very sympathetic to Su Yaqing's ordeal. But second sister-in-law also loved second brother, and simply did not want to put second brother at risk. Choosing one of the two, she chose second brother. Second sister-in-law is in pain in her heart. She feels that she is the one who killed her parents, and then wants to accompany them. Second brother must protect second sister-in-law. Don't let her do anything stupid. Ji Lin Feng closed his eyes. The hand holding Duan Muyi increased its force by a few points. He said in his heart, "Silly ear. Your husband. Have a great life. How could anything happen to me? Don't worry. I will definitely save aunt and uncle. The matter of going to Ling'an Temple. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Duan Muyi nodded and handed Ji Tranquility over to Ji Lin Feng, while he himself lay on the bed. Ji Lin Feng holds Ji Tranquility in one hand, and pulls the quilt over to help Duan Muyi cover her up. "I'll carry my sister to mother's place. You sleep first. I'll come in a while." Ji Tranquility wailed. No. What if you leave before you do? What if second sister-in-law does something stupid? Just in case, I'd better exchange a sleep talisman for second sister-in-law. Saying yes, Ji Tranquility tapped on the panel, and redeemed a sleep talisman for Duan Muyi. Sleep talismans were just ordinary talisman paper that required very few points. Only then did Ji Lin Feng hug Ji Tranquility and leave in peace. Ji Lin Feng was also worried about Duan Muyi, and had thought of asking Lady Ji to prescribe some sleeping prescriptions after he went out. Since Ji Tranquility thought of this later, it also spared him the trouble. Outside the door waited Marquis Ji and the others, as well as Su Yuyu, who had changed into women's clothing. Ji Lin Feng handed Ji Tranquility to Marquis Ji and signaled for the people to leave first. There was no such thing as a State Master in the original, and now everything has changed because of his appearance. It's disturbing to even think about it. After returning to Wudong Courtyard, Ji Tran went to sleep. Only then did Ji Lin Feng tell the crowd what he had heard from Ji Tranquility. The reason why the Master of State let Ji Lin Feng go alone was because he was afraid of Ji Tranquility. If Ji Tranquil went, it was very likely that the Master of State wouldn't show up. So this matter was really a bit tricky. Several people discussed how to go to Ling'an Temple for a full hour before they went to rest, because Ji Tranquility had seriously injured Tai Fu Lin and was not injured himself. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji did not chastise Ji Lin Feng much. They only asked him to discuss more with his family when acting in the future. Ji Lin Feng nodded his head and agreed. On the second day, for fear of arousing suspicion from others, Su Yuyu returned to the palace just as the palace gates were lifted. Did not inform the crown prince of Su Yaqing's matter. To Ji Yushu's meaning is that there are many people. For fear of spooking the snakes, Duan Muyi woke up a little late, and her expression was also exhausted to the core. Of course, Mrs. Ji knows what she is thinking. Concerned, she hands over a cup of tranquilizing tea. "Here. Mother saw that you didn't sleep too soundly yesterday. Why don't you drink this cup of tranquilizing tea?" Chapter 189. Rescue Lady Duanmu. "Thank you, Mother." Without much thought, Duan Muyi drank the tranquilizing tea that Lady Ji handed to her. After drinking it, the medicine hadn't taken effect so quickly. Lady Ji ordered someone to make a special morning tea for Duan Muyi, and everyone else ate it, except for her who got up late. Seeing that Lady Ji did not have the slightest intention of chastising her, but instead was extraordinarily concerned about her, her heart could not hold itself. Duan Muyi's heart was thinking about the matter of Ling and Temple, and was a little anxious. With an anxious face, she asked, "Mother, why haven't I seen Lin Feng? He wouldn't have gone to Ling and Temple alone." Right? She was afraid. Afraid that Lin Feng guessed something, and ran off to Ling and Temple alone. Duan Muyi was anxious in her heart when Lin Feng's figure appeared at the door. Lin Feng. Duan Muyi busily went forward and saw him in his usual attire, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. "Why don't you sleep more?" Lin Feng was not the only one behind him. There was Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu, as well as Ji Tranquility, who had just woken up. "I've already slept long enough. If I sleep any longer, the onlookers will talk about me." On Duan Muyi's face is a fake relaxed smile. Anyone could see how far-fetched her smile was. Alas, second sister-in-law must be having a hard time in her heart. Right? Between her family and her lover. She chose her lover. She feels sorry for her parents and doesn't want to live. Today, one must send over someone to keep a good watch over her. Never let her do anything foolish. Fang, listening to Big Brother's tone, is that he has guessed that something has happened to the Duanmu family. And it is estimated that he will be going to Lingyan Temple in a while. But if you don't take me there, where can I deal with the state master? How could my brothers bring me along in this situation where they know there is danger? No. I have to think of a way. The eyes of the 4 members of the Ji family flickered slightly. The reason they hadn't moved to Lingyan Temple until now was because they were waiting for Ji Tran to wake up. Then to see if there was a way to save her life. Fortunately, she did not let them down. Today, because something came up, Bei Hung Jin was allowed to study on his own. And the little guy was quite hardworking. He has been reading in his room, tapping on the golden finger to pick at it for half a day. Ji Tran decided to use a rebound talisman. Bounce all the damage that the other party hits on their body back to the other party's body. Ji Tranquility thought that the one fighting against the state master must be Marquis Ji. So he exchanged 2 talismans for Marquis Ji. 1 rebound talisman and 1 attack talisman. It was much safer that way. AI. With this, the points that were so hard to accumulate have been consumed by close to 1,000 more, leaving only 5,000 left. 5,000 short of dealing with the state master. Let's hope that we can seriously injure the state master this time. If only Master Ci Feng still had a little resistance left. Take advantage of the state master's serious injury to strike back at the state master and then escape his grasp. Thinking about this, Ji Tranquility felt that this method was completely feasible. But only if Ci Feng had the power to resist. Hopefully, everything would be as she imagined. After redeeming the talisman paper, Ji Tran first struck a rebound talisman on Ji Yushu, who was hugging her. It didn't feel much, but Ji Yushu's heart just felt filled with power. Her sister's love was power. Hug. Ji Tranquility couldn't speak yet, babbling and trying to express that she wanted to be hugged. She reached out towards Marquis Ji. Marquis Ji's face was full of doting on his daughter. Agu. Daddy's heart. Yo. Most joyful to Daddy. Yes? Yeah. Yeah. I love Daddy and everyone in the family. I won't let anyone hurt you all. I will do my best to protect you all. Hearing Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words, one heart was moved. Mrs. Ji's eyes were even more red. She was afraid that Ji Tranquility would see it and turned her face away. After Marquis Ji finished hugging, Ji Lifeng took the initiative to step forward. Father, let child also hug his sister. Fine. But don't fall. Otherwise, I'll have to break your legs. Marquis Ji handed Ji Tranquility to Ji Lifeng. Ji Tranquility smoothly punched the talisman paper into Ji Lifeng's body. After doing this, Ji Tranquility giggled. Ji Lifeng followed suit. Hee. My sister is really capable. Only 7 months, and she has grown 6 teeth. Ji Tranquility had opened her teeth not long ago. And she believed that soon she would be able to eat some soft and sticky complementary food. At 7 months, Ji Tranquility was already able to crawl on her own without falling over. 1 month earlier than other babies. Ji's family didn't find this so strange. After all, their family's daughter was different. The crowd passed around the hug for a while, and Ji Tran finally landed in Mrs. Ji's arms. Looking at such a loving family, Duan Muyi's heart couldn't be more sad. But she couldn't. She had killed her parents with her own hands. She could only live in pain for the rest of her life. Instead of that, it would be better to leave with her parents. Lin Feng. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you down. Thinking that she would be leaving soon. Duan Muyi's complexion was incomparably bleak. Even the silver ear soup held in her hands lost her appetite. Not long after, Duanmui became drowsy. She thought the reason she was sleepy was because she was too anxious last night and didn't sleep well. She struggled to shake her head to keep herself from falling asleep. She wanted to look at Ji Linfeng more, but her eyelids were heavy. The body was also starting to become limp. Seeing that Duanmui was not right, Ji Linfeng quickly stepped forward to support the person. Smelling the familiar sandalwood fragrance, Duanmui lightly called out, "Lin Feng, I can't bear to leave you." How could Ji Linfeng not know what was in her heart? And softly said, "If you can't bear to part with me, stay by my side and don't go anywhere. You have to trust your husband." It's not that Duanmui doesn't trust him. She loves Ji Linfeng too much and doesn't want to see him in even the slightest bit of danger. The moment her eyes closed, Duanmui seemed to realize something. It was that she was unable to react because the strong medicinal effect controlled her entire body and brain. Ji Tranquility was surprised. Has second sister-in-law been poisoned by ecstasy? Looking again at the faces of the crowd, Ji Tran understood. It turns out that they all guessed that Duanmui would have a mind to seek death because her parents were tied up. It's also true that second sister-in-law suddenly said she wanted to go to Ling'an Temple, and didn't say why. How could father and mother and brothers not guess it? So much the better. When second sister-in-law wakes up and Duanmu's parents are back, I hope Su Yiqing still has some conscience and doesn't lay hands on Duanmu's parents. After Ji Linfeng carried the person back to the courtyard, he worriedly said to Lady Ji, "Mother, Ear will be in your care. If we have an accident, please don't tell Ear so that she doesn't worry." Lady Ji slapped Ji Linfeng on the head. "Silly boy. Don't talk rubbish. With her daughter as a protector, how could there be an accident?" However, the words were said this way, but Lady Ji couldn't help but feel a little worried. After separating, several people rode to Ling'an Temple. They agreed that Ji Linfeng would go out alone to lure out the Master of State, and they would hide in the shadows. Even if the State Master detected them in the shadows, it didn't matter. If Ji Linfeng wasn't there, the Master of State would only take the enemy lightly. Thinking like this, several people raised their voices and shouted, "Giddy up!" accelerating their speed. Chapter 190. She's saying goodbye. Ling'an Temple. Ling'an Temple is located in the northernmost part of Shengjing City, while the Protectorate Temple is located in the southernmost part of Shengjing City. In the past, there were only a handful of people in Ling'an Temple, but after the Protectorate Temple was ordered to be demolished by the Empress, the number of people instantly exploded. No matter whether it is a dignitary or an ordinary citizen, they all gathered at Ling'an Temple. Unlike the Guowu Temple, Ling'an Temple has a long flight of steps up the mountain. The road up to Ling'an Temple was flat, with green paths on both sides. At this time, the carriages of all the houses were parked. Several members of the Ji family ran by at a fast pace, causing the passers-by who were resting on both sides to yell and curse. "Running so fast, are you rushing to reincarnation? Really? Splashing my lady with dust. Madam, that person behind seems to be the second son of the Ji family." A maid who recognized the Ji family's identity whispered. Lady Lin looked up and found that it was really Ji Linfeng. Her face sank. 2 months ago, if it wasn't for Lady Ji's interference, how could the Lin family lose face? Lose that bitch even more cannot ride to her head. Because of this matter, Lin Qinghui also has a marriage contract with the second prince. Although the second prince is not as good as the crown prince, it is many times better than the nerd that Qinglan married. The more she thought about it, the deeper the hatred for the Ji family grew in Lady Lin's heart. It seems that only a few men of the Ji family ran past in front of her, and they did not see Mrs. Ji. What are they doing running so fast up the mountain? Could something have happened? Let's go. Let's follow them over and take a look. Lady Lin ordered to move. The group of subordinates didn't rest either, packing up and preparing to carry the sedan chair. Marquis Ji and the others arrived at Ling'an Temple and hid in the crowd. Because there were more incense burners going up the mountain, it was not easy to be discovered when hiding in the crowd. Ji Linfeng led his horse slowly through the temple. The temple is very large. He did not know where the master of the country tied up the people. With so many people, the master of state probably won't show up. And the only one who will show up will be Su Yiqing. Ji Linfeng guessed right. From the moment he entered Ling'an Temple, his whereabouts were known by Su Yiqing. At this moment, Su Yiqing was standing quietly in the crowd. Her line of sight moved along with him, looking at Ji Linfeng's extremely similar silhouette to that of Dark Yin. The bottom of her eyes gradually became moist. As she watched, she actually saw Ji Lifeng as Dark Yin. Dark Yin. Long time no see, she murmured softly, slowly walking towards Ji Lifeng. Ji Lifeng felt the burning sight, and he guessed that the owner of the site must be Su Yaqing. He stood still and didn't move. Su Yaqing gradually walked towards him. She walked very slowly. She was afraid that this was all a dream, and the dream would be shattered when she came closer. She only wanted to take one more look at him. Dark Yin. I miss you so much. You won't ignore me, will you? Dark Yin never responded to her gestures of affection. She knew that he had deliberately acted in a cruel manner, and that he had actually always had her in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly saved her from danger. Hot tears slid down silently. Not far away from the dark diffusion is like a convergence of stars, illuminating this road between her and him. At the same time, he was holy. Radiance emanated from his body. Dark Yin. I'm coming. I don't want to leave you again. You'll wait for me, right? Su Yaqing's words were hard to understand. At this moment, the Ji mansion. Ji Tranquility saw the tearful Su Yaqing through the image mapped out by the crystal ball. My God. This isn't the right situation for her. And what do her words mean? Ji Tranquility was very curious as to whether or not the State Master would be able to separate the dark diffusion from Ji Lingfeng's body. So, just now when a few people were preparing to leave, she spent 500 points to exchange for this crystal ball that could see the picture. She pretended to be asleep and was placed on the cot by Lady Ji before Lady Ji went to take care of you. Only then did she have time to secretly watch the situation over there. The crystal ball had a piece of house paper attached to it, while Ji Lifeng also had the same piece of talisman paper attached to it. And through the transmission of the two pieces of talisman paper, this was how she was able to see the picture above. Seeing Su Yaqing's disheartened appearance, Ji Tranquility actually felt some heartache for her. Su Yaqing was a pitiful woman. She liked Dark Yin, but Dark Yin hadn't liked her. He only treated her as a partner to work with. Dark Yin disappeared for no reason. Her heart to his love has nowhere to vent. There is no place to talk about her pain. What did she do wrong? She is just a poor person who can't get it. Don't do anything stupid, Su Yaqing. Ji Tranquility lay on her cot and watched attentively, unaware that Bei Hung Jin had quietly slipped in and was hiding behind the screen. He saw the crystal ball she was holding in her hands and had a look of rarity on his face. Tranquil Sister had so many rare things on her. What kind of talisman paper? Pills. And now a crystal ball that would reveal a human form. What kind of person was she? Why could he hear her heart again? Did the two of them come from the same place in their last lives? Did they have a deep connection? He thought he himself was eccentric enough. But it turned out that Tranquil Sister was even more eccentric than him. For the heavens to let him hear Tranquil Sister's heart, there must be some other reason. For example, she was the fated person sent by the heavens to save their family. For example, she was the person he was destined to meet in this life. Thinking that he would marry her in the future made his heart feel as sweet as honey. Bei Hingjin's face was full of doting when he saw Ji Tranquility's small mouth smacking incessantly. His Tranquil Sister was too powerful, and he couldn't lag behind. Otherwise, how could he protect her? Ji Tranquility was seriously looking at the crystals. How did she know that there was a little guy standing not far behind her, on the other side of Ling'an Temple? Ji Lifeng, who had his back to Su Yaqing, kept his body stiff, and he sensed that Su Yaqing was close, not far behind him. Su Yaqing ignored the pedestrians coming and going around her. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with her Dark Yin. Dark Yin, turn around and look at me. Will you? If you look at me, only then will I feel at peace. Only then will I feel that I'm not living alone. Her voice was very soft, afraid that a little heavier would shatter this dream. Ji Lingfeng's body stiffened even more. He was not Dark Yin, unable to give him any promises. But after hearing her words, he wanted to pretend to be Dark Yin to give her a smile. More precisely, this was actually the answer that Dark Yin wanted to give her. Thinking like this, Ji Lingfeng did just that. He slowly turned around and met Su Yaqing's hazel tearful eyes, his heart fluttering. The hearts of Ji Yushu and Marquis Ji, who were secretly observing the movements over here, missed half a beat. Will she make a sudden move? Marquis Ji was a little worried. Shouldn't be. She seems to be treating second brother as a dark diffusion, Ji Yushu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Marquis Ji's eyebrows jumped. This can't be done. In that case, where will Duan Mui be placed? This was also what Ji Yushu was worried about. But looking at Su Yaqing's appearance, she wasn't the type of person who wanted to be stalked to death. She seemed to be saying goodbye. As soon as the thought popped up, Ji Yushu's intuition was incredible. Su Yaqing was bent on finding Dark Yin out. So how could she be saying goodbye? On this side, Su Yaqing met Ji Linfeng's gentle brows, and couldn't help but reach out her hand to hug him. Sorry. I have someone I like. The moment these words came out, Su Yaqing's dream was suddenly shattered by a mercilessly sharp sword. She woke up in an instant. Chapter 191. Third Prince. Do you know why you lost? Su Yaqing coldly looked into her eyes, raised her hand, and pointed her sword at Ji Linfeng's throat. You can't say this on behalf of Dark Yin. I want to hear him admit in person that he's always liked me. Su Yaqing wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes. Let's go. The State Master is already waiting at the Valley of Absolute Love. The Valley of Absolute Love was right at the back of Ling'an Temple, where there was an artificially chiseled mountain stone path leading to the bottom of the Valley of Absolute Love. Ji Linfeng stood without moving, and Su Yaqing knew that he had come today because he wanted to save Duan Muyi's parents. Not leaving? If you don't leave, do you know the consequences? Ji Linfeng knew that the consequence would be killing his parents-in-law. How could he possibly watch Duan Muyi live in despair and pain because of this? Ji Linfeng nodded his head a few unnoticeable times in this direction of Ji Yushu before he followed Su Yaqing away. Ji Linfeng stood on the hill and looked down, seeing that the valley was filled with flowers and plants of all colors, which was breathtakingly beautiful from afar. However, he did not see the State Master. Go down. Su Yaqing bellowed at Ji Linfeng. Ji Linfeng lifted his step and stepped onto the stone ladder while slowly walking down. Only when he went down to the desperate valley did Ji Linfeng see that someone was there. It was the State Master and the Lone Wolf, as well as a man clad in a black cloak. Where are my parents-in-law? Not seeing Duan Muyi's parents, Ji Linfeng's eyes sank slightly. Lone Wolf glanced at Su Yaqing and didn't answer Ji Linfeng's words. The State Master was afraid that if he delayed, the plan would change. Coldly speaking, he said, seal her bloodline. Several people surrounded Ji Linfeng. Su Yaqing didn't know what she was thinking, tightly pursing her red lips. Seeing that she was not moving, Lone Wolf quickly stepped forward to seal Ji Linfeng's acupuncture points. Without hesitation, the State Master stepped forward and covered Ji Linfeng's head with his large palm, making a terrifying lake of black mist continuously emerge from his large palm. Ji Linfeng's heart was scared, but thinking of the rebound talisman that Ji Tranquility had struck on his body, it slightly settled his heart. The State Master had attempted to extract Dark Yan's soul from his body, and due to the rebound talisman, had struck the force on himself. Instead of extracting dark diffusion, it had stripped away the connection with Master Ci Feng. Just as Ji Linfeng's thoughts fell, the State Master was crumpled away by an unknown force, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he smashed into a rock not far behind him. State Master? Lone Wolf stepped forward and helped the man up. The State Master pushed Lone Wolf out of the way and said, You go. Stab him. The State Master's brow color moved, wanting Lone Wolf to go forward and stab Ji Linfeng. He guessed that Ji Linfeng was protected by something on his body. This something of course came from that weird little milksop. Regardless of whether it was dark diffusion or Ji Linfeng, Lone Wolf did not want the two to live. Therefore, after hearing these words again, he immediately drew his sword and went forward. Must not. Su Yaqing stretched out her arms in front of Ji Linfeng. It will hurt Dark Yin. In her heart, she actually vaguely knew that it was impossible for Dark Yin to reappear, but she was unwilling to do so. The State Master didn't say anything, but it was the man in black on the side who made a wink towards Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf understood and walked towards Ji Linfeng despite Su Yaqing's stop. Ji Linfeng heart-cold smile. The effect of the talisman paper will not be lost for a while. So, the Lone Wolf, despite the good, want to see whether he is the first to fall or he fell first. Su Yaqing picked off Lone Wolf's outstretched sword with a single stroke. Humph. I knew you guys were not in good spirits. With those words, she fought with Lone Wolf. The man in black, also known as Third Prince Bei Hung Yuan, attacked directly towards Ji Linfeng. Dark Yin. In Su Yaqing's heart, she preferred that Ji Linfeng was Dark Yin. Therefore, she wouldn't watch him get hurt. Su Yaqing's combat power exploded as she fought the man in black and the Lone Wolf alone without losing the battle. Lord State Master, If you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? Bei Hung Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Ji Lin Feng heard the third prince's voice and smiled coldly. Third prince? Long time no see. Bei Hung Yuan also stopped pretending anymore. Second Prince Ji? Long time no see. I know that your father and brother are both here, but it's possible that they may be in trouble themselves at this time. After hearing these words, Ji Linfeng's face didn't show any worry. Instead, he laughed out loud. Is that so? Does the third prince think that he can still run away today? Seeing the seeming smile on Ji Linfeng's face, Bei Hung Yuan's heart thumped with a bad premonition. Obviously, he had made all the preparations for today. Obviously, at this time, Ji Linfeng is the fish and meat on the sticky board. However, why didn't he have the slightest bit of timidity? On the contrary, he still felt that he was winning. Thinking of a possibility, Bei Hung Yuan's entire body went numb. Ji Linfeng. What do you know? What else do you know? Bei Hung Yuan yelled out at Ji Linfeng. Ji Linfeng laughed out loud and said, I am the Ji family Fury, as the state master said. I am different from the other Fury. I know the art of deduction. Like the state master, I have a very strong art of deduction. That's why your plan failed. Not this one plan. Oh. All of them? Ha ha ha. Ji Linfeng purposely said this to disturb Bei Hung Yuan's mind. He continued, I know about you ordering the Qin family to switch my little sister around. I know about you trying to plant evidence against the crown prince on New Year's Eve. And I also know about you using your mother consort, noble consort Qin. Ha ha ha. Everyone thinks you are a filial son. But in fact you are a selfish villain. You are willing to sacrifice your mother consort in order to sit on the throne, using your mother consort as a shield. I didn't. That was her own wrong move. Nothing to do with me. Bei Hung Yuan loudly retorted, already completely lacking his previous composure, his previous wisdom. He had calculated everything. But he was only missing a helper. A great helper from the future world. Heh. Yeah. You just want your mother consort to bear all your failures. Everything she did was for you. She wanted to take all the faults to her death. And you? Just want to push all the faults onto her. Bei Hung Yuan. Do you know why you lost? Bei Hung Yuan didn't know. But he wanted to know. Ever since he had met a woman in disguise in the city that day, he had been disturbed. He suspected that the woman was the person he had dreamed of. The woman in his dream wore a veil, and he had never seen her face. But that day after he saw the woman he felt that she should be the woman in his dream. Ji Linfeng looked at Bei Hung Yuan in this seemingly foolish and insane manner. With a cold snort. The reason you lost is because you were too arrogant and too self-righteous. In the end, Ji Linfeng still didn't say anything about Lu Yi. According to what his elder brother had said, Lu Yi was going to get married. And the object of the marriage was Zhong Liamo. He was completely unattached to Lu Yi, the real heroine. This was something that the entire Ji family was happy to see. I didn't lose. How could I lose? The one who loses will only be you. It will only be the entire Ji family. After I sit in that position, the first thing I will do is to copy the Ji family's entire clan, and then exile the entire Ji family to the northern border. Then I'll send someone to intercept you on the way and kill you all. That way, the history books will only write that you all killed yourselves under the sword because you couldn't stand the suffering of exile. Chapter 192. Death of the Third Prince. Hearing Bei Hung Yuan's words, Ji Linfeng was furious. Wasn't the Ji family in the history books wiped out by this brute in front of him? He used the Ji family to rise to power. And then in the end, he mercilessly copied and exiled the Ji family. He also died in prison. Father and mother and big brother and his ear all died on the way. He hated the third prince. If they hadn't been able to hear his little sister's heart, the current Ji family was on a path of no return arranged by the third prince. Ji Linfeng was mad with anger, forcing open his acupoints to take on the third prince. The state master hesitated. He knew that Ji Linfeng had something in him that he couldn't deal with. Wouldn't it be better to let the third prince fight? Without the third prince as a chess piece, he still had the second prince. Bei Hung Yuan and Ji Linfeng fought. Ji Linfeng was fuming, and Bei Hung Yuan was also unconvinced. The moves were deadly. Ji Linfeng first matched him with a real move, and as he fought, he lost the upper hand. When Suya Qing was fighting with Lone Wolf, she did not forget to look at Ji Linfeng. She had done two things to lure Ji Linfeng here today. If the State Master kept his word and really separated the dark diffusion, it was fine. If not, she wouldn't allow the State Master to hurt Ji Linfeng, even if she had to fight for her life. She knew that Ji Linfeng was Dark Yin, and that the two of them had become one person. There was no more Dark Yin in the world. Perhaps Ji Linfeng's memory has her existence. Only, he is not willing to admit it. Seeing Ji Linfeng losing the wind and cracking, Bei Hongyuan's heart was happy. It was now. Bei Hongyuan made a false move and quickly threw a dart with his other hand. Ji Linfeng didn't even dodge. Instead, he even met the dart. What's a good position to pick? If you want to kill someone with one blow, it's better to go for the neck. No. It's better to die faster on the forehead. Dark Yin, Su Yaqing shouted, wanting to come over to save her. In the next second, a miracle happened. The dart that was thrown out stuck in the center of her own eyebrow. The moment North Hunyuan collapsed, Lone Wolf went crazy. Painful cries resounded throughout the valley. Master! Master! The State Master's eyes were wide open. And Su Yaqing was confused. Only Ji Linfeng had a gloating look on his face. The State Master looked at Ji Linfeng and then at the dead third prince. How similar this scene was to him. It was like Ji Linfeng had a power in him that could rebound attacks onto the opponent. Bounce back? He had already rebounded twice. So maybe the power had disappeared. Keeping this scourge was ultimately a hidden danger. So it would be better to kill him now. Thinking like this, the State Master struck. Taking advantage of Ji Linfeng's unpreparedness, he slapped out a heavy palm. Su Yaqing? Ji Linfeng was shocked. He never expected Su Yaqing to block the State Master's power for him. Just as the State Master raised his hand to slap Ji Linfeng again, Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu flew down. Stop! Where would the State Master stop? A heavy palm slapped down towards Ji Linfeng. The rebound talisman on Ji Linfeng's body had really lost its effectiveness after being used twice. If he was hit, he would be crippled if not killed. Su Yaqing's mouth was full of blood, and she used all her strength to push Ji Linfeng away, blocking the second slap. This time, it was difficult for the gods to save her. After sensing Su Yaqing's intentions, Ji Linfeng shouted, Don't! He can't kill me! Thinking that the rebound talisman was still effective, Ji Linfeng tried to take the palm. Where did he know that Su Yaqing still pushed him away? Su Yaqing knelt down. Ji Linfeng caught the person and saw her spitting blood furiously from her mouth. Ji Linfeng's eyes wanted to split. At this moment, he felt a bit of a headache. A kind of pain where his soul was being torn apart. It seemed like his soul was about to be taken over by force. After a fleeting moment, calmness was restored. He looked at Su Yaqing with eyes full of remembrance. Su Yaqing's eyes were about to go slack as if she saw dark diffusion gazing at her. This look she could never forget. Was it her Dark Yin who had returned? Dark Yin. Su Yaqing. Have I ever said that you're really stupid? Su Yaqing laughed. Laughed with abnormal satisfaction. He had said she was stupid before. She had also been hungry for 3 days, but she hadn't eaten that steamed bun. Instead, she had handed it to him. She was truly stupid. She said, When I met you, I would rather be a fool. I can see you again before I die. I'm already satisfied. Su Yaqing raised her hand and slowly reached for Dark Yin's cheek. But it fell in midair. Su Yaqing closed her eyes tightly, a satisfied smile on her face. Ji Linfeng tugged his fists tightly and laid Su Yaqing flat on the ground. He raised his ghostly eyes as sharp as a falcon's to look at the State Master, who was in a battle with Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu. Killing intent was immediately apparent. Die for me! Dark diffusion moved, like a poisonous snake, bullying his way up. At this moment, the State Master regretted it. He thought that only Ji Linfeng had that kind of rebound power in him. He didn't think that Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu also had it in them. What kind of demon was that little guy? To have such heavenly skills? Today, I'm afraid I'm going to end up here. Suddenly, the State Master thought of a way to save himself. Which was to, taking advantage of the State Master's daze, Dark Yin slapped a heavy palm at the State Master's heart. Marquis Ji's sword and Ji Yushu's fist also arrived. Under the three powerful forces, where could the State Master escape? It was just that the State Master was very cunning, abandoning his body and fleeing at the same time that the power of the three struck down. The person the trio decimated was not the State Master, but Master Ci Feng. After realizing this, Marquis G snapped to the side and looked at the third prince, thinking that the state master would take his body. What he didn't expect was for the lone wolf to abandon the third prince and flee. Obviously, the state master did not choose the dead third prince, but instead chose the lone wolf. Damn, this state master really can't be killed. Good thing. The third prince is dead. The three of them looked at the third prince's corpse and had a feeling of being a world away. With the third prince dead, the nightmare of the G family's extermination was lifted. However, during the exchange of blows just now, Marquis G felt familiarity. That person looked like the long-dead Duan Wang Gu Rong of the Northern Kingdom. Marquis G quickly accepted the fact that the state master could possibly be the Northern Kingdom's Duan King. And with G Tranquility's weirdness in front of him, all the weirdness seemed so logical. With the third prince dead, Marquis G tells Ji Yushu to go back and inform the crown prince to bring someone. Ji Lifeng held Su Yaqing's corpse in a daze. Marquis Ji seemed to see something. Then he said emotionlessly, "You are Ji Lifeng. You can only be Ji Lifeng from now on." The person sitting on the ground did not speak until the crown prince arrived with his men. Crown Prince Bei Hengmo ordered people to come over and carry away Su Yaqing's body, which was stopped by Ji Linfeng. The crown prince was puzzled and landed his gaze on Marquis Ji. Marquis Ji pondered for a moment and said to the crown prince, "This person. How about being buried by the Ji family?" The crown prince was silent for a moment and nodded. "Fine." Before leaving the line, the crown prince once again dropped his gaze on Ji Linfeng, feeling that today's Ji Linfeng was somewhat unusual. However, he did not look into it. Ordering someone to carry the third prince's body, he left. Only after everyone had left did Lady Lin's maid, Xiao He, peek out from behind the stone. She was a martial servant girl, so she knew how to conceal her breath without being detected. Chapter 193. Dual-type personality. Hee. Wasn't there a figure that just flashed from behind the stone? Like a woman. Oops. The brothers were too careless. There's a person eavesdropping not far behind them without even realizing it. Who is this person? I only saw a figure as well. I didn't even get a good look at the face. Ji Tranquility saw a figure flash behind Ji Linfeng through the crystal ball. Crucially, Ji Linfeng and Ji Yushu didn't notice it. It was also unknown what kind of threat this person could be. Xiao He panicked and ran back to the chamber, attaching his ear to tell the waiting Lady Lin about the situation here. Ma'am, something big has happened. The slave girl saw the Ji family behead the state master and the third prince. Also, theirs. And what? Lady Lin sat up in shock, her face full of horror. Xiao He's head was filled with cold sweat, and his body was shaking. Also, there's the second son of the Ji family. No, not a human being. What? What do you mean the Ji family's second prince is not a human being? Could it be that he is a ghost? Xiao An shivered. Almost. Lady Lin's face changed, and she ordered little Anne to speak clearly. Xiao He slowed down for a long time before telling the events of the party in a more serious manner, focusing on the part where Ji Linfeng fought against Bei Hengyuan. She said, "At that time, the slave girl's position saw it clearly, seeing that the third prince was supposed to kill the second prince Ji. But he didn't expect that the dagger was stabbed in his own brow. At that time, second prince Ji was smiling very sinisterly, his eyes red. All of the attacks that struck him bounced back at the other party. It was as if he was invulnerable to swords and spears." Thinking of Ji Linfeng's furious statement, Xiao He cringed. What? Lady Lin's face was as pale as paper in shock. At the same time, she also thought of the rumors of a fury in the streets some time ago. Go. Spread the word about this. Just say. What? The furious star has descended. The court is in turmoil. And if we don't get rid of it, the world will be in chaos? Wasn't it said some time ago that the fatal star was the second son of the Ji family? That means this person will cause turmoil in the court? At the city gates, a group of commoners were talking. Their looks more terrified than one another. Marquis Ji and the others heard such remarks as they rode past the city gates. Seeing Ji Linfeng riding his high horse into the city, the people looked over with probing eyes, noticing the stern look in his eyes. It was a strong contrast to his previous relatable image. It felt like a different person. The people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, this person must be the reincarnation of the furious star, harming others and themselves. No, this person cannot be kept. If he really causes chaos in the world, Where can the people live in peace? But, second Prince Ji is General Ji's child. Ah! If this happens, it will definitely break General Ji's heart. If it was not removed, they would live in fear all day long. Ji Linfeng noticed the way the people were looking at him. However, he was in an extremely bad mood at the moment, and didn't want to make any response at all. Dark Yin was particularly sad because of Su Yuqing's incident, which indirectly affected him. From his feelings, Dark Yin did not like Su Yuqing. However, after seeing her die for him today, he was in great pain. Ji Lifeng deflated. This was actually very easy to explain, because that wisp of Dark Yan's soul itself was emotionless. That was why Su Yuqing was unable to chase him for several years. Ji Lifeng was still heartbroken, so he allowed him to dominate his subject. Hey, time is the best medicine. After a month or a year, he would naturally forget about this. At the entrance of the Ji mansion, Duan Mui, who had already woken up, waited anxiously at the entrance, next to Lady Ji as well as Ji Tranquility and Bei Hung Jin. Seeing the three father and son of the Ji family riding from afar, as well as Duan Mui's parents, the stone in Mrs. Ji's heart slowly fell. It's good to be safe. It's good to be safe. Ji Tranquility claps her little hands and babbles. Duan Mui flew over and hugged Ji Linfeng, who had rolled over and dismounted from his horse. The latter, his entire body stiffened. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Ji Linfeng violently pushed Duan Mui away. Duan Mui was staggered by his push and took 2 steps back before standing still. When Duan Mui's parents saw the scene, their faces were filled with disbelief. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu frowned at the same time, and before the two could step forward to reprimand him, they saw Ji Linfeng slap himself across the face. Everyone froze in unison. Is this person not Dark Yin? It wouldn't be the case that in the future, second brother would possess a dual personality, would it? After hearing Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words, all the people in the Ji family had complicated faces. Ji Linfeng's sudden move startled Duan Mui. But soon, the cheeky Ji Linfeng returned. With an arrow step forward, he grabbed Duan Mui's palm and smacked it towards his face. Under his breath, he said in an oily tone, I'm sorry. Just now I was wrong. I shouldn't have pushed you away. It's really because I was too engrossed in thinking about things that I pushed you. So don't be angry. Okay? Seeing Ji Linfeng apologizing in a petulant manner, Lady Duanmu then revealed a smiling face. Duanmu's heart was feeling strange. But where it was strange, she couldn't say for a moment. It's fine. As long as you're safe. I'm not angry. Duanmu blushed and pulled her hand out of Ji Linfeng's hand. Ji Linfeng knew that she was thin-skinned. Lady Ji welcomed Lady Duanmu into the house. And only then did the two of them talk about being secretly untied by Su Yuqing. After we were captured, we have been in the back cave of the Spirit Show Temple. It was Su Yuqing who released us and had one of her men escort us down the mountain. She said that she had no animosity with her, and instead envied her, being able to be with the person she liked. Speaking of this, Lady Duanmu was a bit gloomy and seemed to empathize. That Miss Su is a good girl. She has been protecting us from the lone wolf. It was us who misjudged her before. Hearing this, Ji Linfeng's body stiffened, not knowing what came to mind. His brows were furrowed to death. Duanmu noticed his situation and spoke. What's wrong? Ji Linfeng pinched his thigh hard. Returning, he said. Nothing. Thought about Su Yuqing's death just now. The Ji family didn't say that Su Yuqing died in order to save Ji Linfeng for fear that Duanmu would think too much. Su Yuqing probably saw the state master's ill intentions, but she was a bit unwilling to see Dark Yin. It would be fine if the state master really separated Dark Yin. But if he couldn't, she wouldn't stand idly by, because she knew that Dark Yin was second brother. Indeed a good girl. Just fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. I guess Dark Yin must not have feelings. Or else, he wouldn't have let Su Yuqing chase for several years without getting a response. Before, Dark Yin was all quiet because Su Yuqing's death spurred him on and tried to dominate. TSK. Just look at second brother's face. You can tell that the two of them are fighting mentally. Ji Linfeng only wanted to say, little sister, you are truly a god. This kid even tried to come out. Let's see if I don't shock him into submission. Ji Yushu, who heard the heartbeat, looked towards Ji Linfeng, and what he saw was him viciously twisting his thigh. It seems that in the future, the oldest two will really have to embrace a dual-sex personality. I also don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 194. The Third Prince's True Life. When the second prince learned of the news that the third prince was dead, he didn't know whether he should be happy or be able to get over it. In short, his face was a bit complicated. With the death of the third prince, the crown prince's sight will be placed on your body of the second highness. The second highness is better to do the calculation early. Hearing the words of the person behind him, how could the second prince not understand the pros and cons of this? He said, I heard that Jiyushu is preparing to ask the crown prince for a decree to bestow a marriage. Not a girl from which family? The grand princess. Suyuyu. At these words, the second prince turned his head violently and looked incredulously at General Wei behind him. Suyuyu no longer had a biological mother. The empress remembered Lin Xiaoma's affection, so she named Suyuyu as the grand princess. And in the future, she would be the eldest princess. Suyuyu was very much favored by the empress. The Ji family's popularity itself is in full swing. If they marry the grand princess, the Ji family will only be even more feared in the future. No, we can't let Jiyushu marry Suyuyu. In that case, Jiyushu will have to return to the court, which will be very unfavorable to us. The second prince threw out his long sleeves. His face was filled with killing intent. This was also the reason why General Wei secretly came to the second prince today. He wanted to discuss with him the countermeasures on how to stop Jiyushu from marrying Suyuyu. Neither the Ji family nor the crown prince would have thought that the second prince, who did not have the shelter of the Jiang family, would have pulled in the Azure family as a big backer. Just as the second prince was thinking of countermeasures, General Wei suddenly remembered something that his men had found out. He spoke in a condensed voice. Second Highness, I have one more thing to report. Great General, please speak frankly. This prince trusts you very much. He only trusted him, and Tai Fu Lin right now. The one who convinced General Wei to stand up to the second prince was still Tai Fu Lin. And as for what conditions were used, only they themselves knew. General Wei spoke bluntly. I have found out that the Jiang family's previous estate is under Jiyushu's name. What? The second prince was shocked. The first thing he did when he came out was to sort out the Jiang family's estate. And he ended up just getting the part that the third prince had taken away. For the other parts, there was no way to even find out who the acquiring proprietor was. Now the result was actually the Ji family? Wasn't Jiyushu's action a little too fast? That's right. I have already gone to implement it. And it is indeed on Jiyushu's head. Isn't your second highness curious as to why Jiyushu acted swiftly to acquire the Jiang family's property as soon as the Jiang family's accident occurred? Even the third prince fell short? Of course he wanted to know. But he didn't dare to think about it. Didn't dare to think about the intrigue. And General Wei lifted the veil in his heart for him. Because the Ji family knew early on that the third prince was going to make a move against the Jiang family. As for why they knew, I can't guess. In short, this Ji family can either be drawn in or eliminated. The second prince's body swayed. Ji Xiaoshan's prestige in the hearts of the people was extremely high. And he hadn't even thought of offending, much less getting rid of the Ji family. But the Ji family's later practices had repeatedly blocked his steps. The Ji family could even take down the third prince with ease. Could he deal with it? Perhaps guessing the concerns in the second prince's heart, General Wei comforted. Please rest assured, your second highness, this general has already sent someone to find the escaped lone wolf. This person is loyal to the third prince. He will definitely avenge the third prince. The reason why the third prince lost was because of a wrong move, which was to force the palace. Previously, he secretly praised the third prince for his deep city and courage. Now it seemed that there was some impatience in dealing with the matter of Suyuyu. At that time, if he did not force the palace, there was still a chance for this matter to turn around. Really. But he also knew that once the third prince's fake poisoning was leaked, it would also be the time to confront the crown prince head-on. There was also the fact that it was time for Emperor Yu to wake up. At this time in the Ji mansion, Jiyushu approached the Wutong courtyard at a brisk pace. 3 days had passed since the Ling'an temple incident. And during these 3 days Jilin Feng had not gone anywhere, staying in the mansion. His attitude towards Duanmui was cold for a while, and hot for a while. On the contrary, to Ji Tranquility is too good to be true. At this time, he is hugging Ji Tranquility and lifting her high. Little monster, we meet again. If Ji Tranquility could hear his heart, high and low had to scold him. You are the little monster. Your whole family is the little monster. Wow. Mother. Mother! I want mother! I don't want second brother to hug. Second brother pinch me. Ji Tranquility knew through the expression on Ji Linfeng's face that he was scolding her. He didn't like Ji Linfeng's second dark diffusion personality. Mrs. Ji heard the cries and immediately rushed out, raising her hand and slapping Ji Linfeng on the head. Dead brat. Nothing to crash out for? She knew that this was the dark derivative personality and didn't look too good. Ji Linfeng's eyes darkened for a moment. He could feel that his family didn't like him much. His presence was superfluous. Ji Yushu briskly approached the Wudong courtyard just in time to see Ji Linfeng's bleak eyes. And at this point, he couldn't wait to comfort him. Full of joy, he said to Lady Ji, "Mother, look! What is this?" Ji Yushu handed the booklet in his hand to Lady Ji. "This is the record book of the Dark Pavilion?" Lady Ji's eyes were full of surprise. But she quickly calmed down, saying, "The third prince is dead. This booklet came too late." "Where late?" Ji Yushu, however, was unimpressed, pulling Lady Ji aside and whispering, "It's not too late. Isn't the third prince's body sealed in the imperial tomb waiting for Emperor Yu's judgment?" "Oh, this booklet records a shocking secret." "What?" Lady Ji was unsure. Ji Tranquility instead remembered. "It wouldn't be the third prince's life, would it? I can't remember the specifics. Big brother, quickly tell me if it's the third prince, who isn't Emperor Yu's own. It seems like he is the son of the Qin family." Hearing this heartfelt statement, Lady Ji and Ji Linfeng simultaneously looked at Ji Yushu in shock. Ji Yushu nodded his head a few times unnoticeably and said, "You'll know if you take a look." Ji Yushu handed the booklet to Lady Ji. Ji Linfeng came to a realization after a pensive face. He remembered. It seemed that such a past event was really recorded on it. But little sister remembered wrongly. The third prince was not a member of the Qin family, but rather the son of General Wei. Lady Ji, who read the contents of the booklet, was shocked. The third prince is not Emperor Yu's child, but Wei. Lady Ji was so shocked that she almost didn't hold Ji Tranquility steady. Ji Tranquility was also as if she was possessed by a god at this time, and remembered a bit of the plot. Oops. My god. I remembered wrongly. The third prince is actually the son of Azure Chun and Lady Qin, and the two of them had a good time when they were young. How could I have known that this Lady Qin was still obsessed with Azure Chun even after she became married? Behind the back of Bachelor Qin and Wei Chen. Now that the third prince is dead and killed by the Ji family, Azure Chen must still transfer his hatred to the Ji family. This Azure Chen is not silent, but he's actually a big villain. Hey, it's all my fault. I actually misremembered the plot. I thought the third prince was born to Lady Qin and Bachelor Qin. But luckily, Big Brother found the pamphlet. This matter has to be told to the Crown Prince, so that he can have a preparation for it. But it mustn't leak out so as not to frighten the snakes. I'm guessing that Azure Chen has more than likely secretly joined forces with the second prince. The two are secretly plotting. And then when Emperor Yu wakes up, they will deal a painful blow to the Crown Prince. In this way, the second prince will become the big winner without any problems. In terms of strength, they can't compare to the Ji family behind the Crown Prince. So they can only pin their hopes on Emperor Yu. Ji Yushu nodded secretly, very much agreeing with Ji Tranquility's analysis. Chapter 195. Where does the uneasiness in the heart come from? With the death of the third prince. For the Ji family, the fate of the Ji family's extermination was considered completely lifted. It was something to be happy about. Lady Qin had died. The third prince had died. And noble consort Qin had died. In Azure Chen's opinion, the third prince's matter is not known to anyone other than him. The third prince should have learned of his birth, and had been having secret plots with Azure Chen during his escape. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to hide for so long without being caught. There were Wei Chen's men at the city gates and at the Shantian government office. If not, the third prince's men couldn't have saved Su Yuqing. It was even more unlikely that he would be able to enter and exit Shunjing City without being detected. Now, with the appearance of the pamphlet, the third prince's life completely surfaced. The dark tumor that was Azure Chen couldn't be hidden any longer. The Ji family gathered around to analyze the next moves of Azure Chen and the second prince. They would definitely go after Lone Wolf, who they suspected knew some of the Ji family's secrets. For example, was the matter of Ji Linfeng's fury a rumor or true? Lady Lin brought the news back as a way to solidify her position as the rightful wife with Tai Fu Lin. When Tai Fu Lin broke his arm, he knew that the people that night were Su Yu's accomplices. Therefore, he regarded Su Yu as his greatest enemy in this life. There were quite a few nasty things that Tai Fu Lin had done over the years. The biggest one was the fraud of the new science students. He suppressed capable scholars to death. And most of those who served as officials in the court were his own people. Many were Lin family collateral, as well as those with ties to the family. His biggest chair battle was feared to be the big tree of Huichen. Huichen has 200,000 soldiers in his hands. It's on par with the Gu family. There was also the question of whether or not Azure Chen would steal the third prince's body out of the imperial tomb. Big brother. For General Azure to be able to hide this secret for so long and not reveal half of it during that time. It is evident that what he is asking for is not small. Hearing Ji Lin Feng's words, everyone knew that Ji Lin Feng had returned. Ji Lin Feng hadn't got used to the fact that he possessed a dual personality for a while. Marquis Ji glared at him fiercely and said meaningfully, "Aren't you normally quite capable? Don't be surprised when your daughter-in-law loves the wrong person." Ji Lin Feng's complexion stared. His old dad had a point. He couldn't let that dead kid dominate anymore. Even though he didn't mean any harm. He always felt weird. Ji Yushu glanced at Ji Lin Feng and said, in the past, he might not have asked for much. But after the third prince died, he wouldn't cling to that position. Wanting to avenge the third prince is the real thing. What Ji Yushu thought in his heart was whether or not Ji Tranquility had any suppression talismans or something like that there. Ji Lin Feng's situation is not a solution in the long run. It affects the relationship with Duan Mui. It's not like the person was pissed off and went back to her mother's house. She was afraid that she had guessed what was going on. Ji Lin Feng thought of this yesterday. But talismans and the like have a statute of limitations and can't explain the problem at all. This matter would ultimately have to rely on Ji Lin Feng, as long as he was strong-willed enough not to be influenced by dark diffusion. Dark diffusion wouldn't be able to succeed. Second brother, the rumors outside are unfavorable to you. You shouldn't let Dark Yin out anymore. He's a hothead. He might do something. Just stay in the mansion. Leave the rumors to me. He would find the person out. Hearing the rumor issue, Ji Tran suddenly remembered that woman's figure. I remembered. That day, in the desperate Love Valley, I saw a woman's figure quickly flash by. It's possible that the rumor was put out by that woman. It wasn't strange for Ji Tranquility to know what happened in the desperate Love Valley, because she already had many secrets on her. However, her discovery could be said to have helped them greatly. Ji Yushu would then make another trip to Ling'an Temple to check who had descended the back mountain at that time. The back mountain was steep and difficult to walk, so it was impossible for the average incense burner to go to the back mountain. Therefore, this matter was not difficult to investigate. What Ji Yushu didn't know was that he was followed just after he left the city gates. It happened to be seen by Su Yu, who had left the palace in disguise to purchase a mansion, and she was busy following him. Over here, Ji Tranquility closed her eyes and slept after yawning. And let's talk about the state master who possessed and escaped. Lone Wolf did not agree with the state master possessing him and resisted strongly. The two had been fighting in secret. The state master burned half of Lone Wolf's face in order to make him do his bidding. Lone Wolf was furious and reacted even more strongly, sticking his head in the fire. He burned himself beyond recognition. As his consciousness was weak, the state master completely occupied his body. Lone Wolf, you seem to have forgotten that your life was saved by this state master. The state master was furious. Although he occupied Lone Wolf's body, he became inhuman. Lone Wolf laughed out loud. I know. You're dying. Don't think that I don't know that you have been placed under a ban by Master Ci Feng. Apart from my body, it will be difficult for you to attach to anyone else. Shut up. As long as I find a two-spirit person, I can live just as well. Humph. Keeping you as a monster in the world will sooner or later cause trouble. Although I, Lone Wolf, have hatred in me, but I also know what is the righteousness of the nation. You go to hell. Saying that, the Lone Wolf didn't know where to get the strength. Straight towards the fire that was burning brightly inside the cave. Ah! The miserable scream startled the birds in the forest. The state master who had been placed under a ban had long since suffered a great deal of vitality. And he couldn't even control the Lone Wolf. No. I won't die. I want to take revenge. I want to kill Ji Shaoshan to avenge the dead generals of the Northern Kingdom and revive the Northern Kingdom. I'm not willing to do this. I put all my hopes on the third prince. Who knew that that fool lied to me? He is not Emperor Yu's child. He is not the bloodline of the Northern Hung family. Ah! He actually lied to me. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. I'll make my move on Ji Yushu's water conservancy map. I'll exterminate everyone in the Ji family. On the other side, Ji Yushu's body suddenly stiffened. And in his afterglow, he caught a glimpse of a black figure. The killing intent in his eyes was fleeting. Ji Tranquility was sleeping soundly when Lady Ji suddenly walked in and said to Xiao, he who was embroidering her shoes on the side. And Xiao he, my heart is beating fast. Could it be that something is about to happen? Lady Ji glanced at Ji Tranquility, who she had awakened, and apologized in her heart. I'm sorry, Nuan. Mother was really worried about your big brother. Only then did I have no choice but to disturb you. Why is Mother so startled? Is something wrong? But I didn't dream of anything big happening just now. Ah? Hearing this heartfelt voice coming from her, the stone in Lady Ji's heart fell to the ground. However, why was she panicking? Not only did Lady Ji feel uneasy in her heart, Ji Linfeng and Marquis Ji all felt uneasy in their hearts. Even Duanmui felt uneasy. Then he brought Jiqiu back. As soon as Duanmui came back, she went back to her own courtyard. And just after pushing open the door, she collided with Ji Linfeng, who came out in a hurry. You're back. I was thinking of picking you up in the afternoon? Ji Linfeng gave a hefty laugh and took Duanmui's catkin. Duanmui looked at Ji Linfeng steadily, trying to see something on his face. Ji Linfeng's heart froze, and he knew he couldn't hide it from her. He truthfully said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you out in the past 2 days. I really don't know how to face you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to accept me with a dual personality. Chapter 196. I also have the right to live. Seeing Duanmui trying to back away, Ji Linfeng with hurt eyes added, Don't worry. I will find a way to suppress him. It can only be me in the future. Duanmui actually had to think about it a bit more. In her heart, she had been haunted by Ji Linfeng's imprisonment. She was afraid that Ji Linfeng's second personality would do something stupid. There are too many rumors against you out there. It's better for you not to go out recently. After a long period of silence, Duanmui uttered these words. Ji Linfeng nods, then pulls Duanmui towards Wutong courtyard. Let's go find Mother. Just now there was a feeling of uneasiness coming from my heart. I'm afraid that something has happened to Big Brother. Duanmui furrowed her brows and head, and finally pulled her hand out. Ji Linfeng's face was hurt. His heart secretly resolved not to let Dark Yin out again. Ji Linfeng. You brat. You promised me to go see Yiqing. Why did you go back on your word? Ji Linfeng tugged his fists tightly. Not listening. Not listening. This time no matter what Dark Yin said, he would not agree again. Fine. You're fine. You think hiding in the house is fine? Ji Linfeng stated that Su Yiqing had already been buried, and him going to see her would only cause Duanmui to misunderstand. Dark Yin became even more furious when he realized what he was thinking. You're just selfish. Selfish bastard. You know that the two are not in conflict. You only know your Duanmui. Ji Linfeng was going to be laughed at by Dark Yin's anger. What do you mean it doesn't conflict? We are clearly one person. I can only like Duanmui. Su Yiqing died. You should let go. The old you had no feelings. Now that the person is dead, what kind of deep feelings are you pretending here? In the end you're just fooling yourself. The last thing Dark Yin wanted to hear was people saying that he was deceiving himself. Raising his hand, he punched himself, knocking the person straight into the nearby flowers. This scene startled the two underlings who were sprinkling the flowers next to him. Second Prince? Are you alright? The underlings hurriedly pulled the person up. Looking behind him, Duanmui. Duanmui's heart was so complicated that he couldn't use words to describe it. Just as she was about to go forward to help support him along, she saw Ji Linfeng punch her face again. She finally couldn't help but yell at Dark Yin. That's enough. Su Yiqing is dead. She's dead? The two subordinates stood warily at the side. From the second young lady's words, they seemed to have heard what they shouldn't have. Wasn't it said that the only person the second prince liked was the second young madam? When did another Su Yiqing appear? Could it be that the reason the second young lady returned to the Duanmu mansion these past 2 days was because she found out that the second duke had another person he liked? Is this the rhythm of taking a concubine? No wonder the second young lady was so angry. Who wouldn't be furious when it comes to this? It's only been less than 2 months, and she wants to take a concubine. It's also because the second son is too calm. Duan Muyi's heart is really very difficult. Although she knows that Ji Linfeng likes only her. But this Su Yaqing has always become a thorn in her heart. Duan Muyi huffed and puffed to the front. Ji Linfeng followed like a child who had done something wrong. When they arrived at Wutong Courtyard, Marquis Ji and Lady Ji were already there. Ji Tranquility was still sleeping. Father! Mother! Duan Muyi quickly gathered her inner emotions and bowed towards the two old men. The two old men saw the red marks on Ji Linfeng's face and knew that these two brats were fighting again. At this time, Marquis Ji suddenly thought of the prison sentence that Ji Tranquility had spoken of. Could it be related to Dark Yin? He always felt that the oldest two's prison plague would be fulfilled. Father and mother. I felt uneasy in my heart just now. Is it Big Brother him? Ji Linfeng's exit words pulled the pondering duo back to reality. Duan Muyi sat aside drinking tea. Lady Ji shook her head and said, I've already asked Tranquil. It will be fine. But the uneasiness in her heart did not subside. Perhaps this uneasiness did not come from Ji Yushu. But Ji Linfeng? Because of the unknown. That's why he was afraid. The atmosphere in the room was instantly somewhat oppressive. Lady Ji looked at the two who were ignoring each other. Her heart was a little worried. Then she let Marquis Ji and Ji Linfeng leave first, leaving Duan Muyi to talk alone. The matter of Fenger possessing a dual personality. Mother! I already know. Duan Muyi's face showed concern. So she said, Mother! I'm afraid that his other personality will do something stupid. In case. Lady Ji was a little surprised. Surprised that Duan Muyi cared not about Ji Linfeng's dual personality, but about his other personality causing trouble. She was relieved. What Mother wants to say is that Fenger cares about you a lot. And it's up to you to work together on the matter of controlling his dual personality. He has some guilt in his heart over Su Yaqing's death. So he is easily swayed by Dark Yin. You help him more. Duan Muyi understood Lady Ji's meaning. Nodding, she said, Mother, don't worry. I believe Lin Feng will come back completely. She guessed that Ji Linfeng was a little angry when he was no longer Ji Linfeng. That was why she returned to Duanmu Mansion. However, after thinking for 2 days, she had already figured it out. In order to completely suppress dark diffusion, the only way to do so was to return to Ji Linfeng's side to help him when he was about to be swayed by dark diffusion. In this way, dark diffusion could be completely silenced. No one would like someone with two personalities. And besides, the person that Dark Yin had his heart set on was Su Yaqing. When Duan Muyi came out of Wutong Courtyard, Ji Linfeng was already waiting in the courtyard. I want to buy you a gift. So can we make a trip to Treasure Pavilion? Ji Linfeng looks at Duan Muyi and smiles. That smile is not something Duan Muyi is familiar with. It's fine. You can accompany me back to change your clothes first. When Ji Linfeng heard this, he was busy following Duan Muyi's footsteps. As a result, just as he reached the courtyard, he was tied up by Duan Muyi's orders. What are you doing? I'm your husband. Ah? Ji Linfeng said slightly angrily. Duan Muyi ignored it and ordered someone to tie the person into the house. Then she brought a book to read and personally guarded it. Dark Yin also stopped pretending, his face ugly to the core. You can't tie me up. In response to his defiance, Duan Muyi lightly came with a sentence. You can go out of the Ji mansion. But whether or not you can come back, I don't know. You threaten me? Dark Yin exploded with anger. Women and whatnot are the hardest to deal with. Duan Muyi quietly read a book, completely ignoring him. Dark Yin softened after screaming for a while, and spoke kindly with Duan Muyi. You let me go. I just want to visit Su Yaqing's grave and send her a flower. Duan Muyi didn't believe him and continued to ignore. What exactly do you have to do to have let me go? Duan Muyi put down the book and met his eyes. Any unwilling wish you have, we can help you fulfill it. So, you want me to leave? Is that it? Duan Muyi inclined her head, not seeing the hurt in Dark Yan's eyes. I don't want to have two personalities either. And I'm helpless. But things have happened. So, I also have the right to live. Duan Muyi's face froze, not knowing what to say. Marquis Ji, who was eavesdropping outside the door, saw that Ji Linfeng was tied up and relieved, and turned around to ride out together with Yin Zheng. Although Ji Tranquility said that Ji Yushu would be fine, he was still uneasy and wanted to go to Ling'an Temple to take a look. Chapter 197. From Tubing. Ling'an Temple. Today's Ling'an Temple had a large portion fewer jaw stickers than the last time They went to incense. Jiyushu tightened the long sword in his hand, and he who had wanted to go to the temple to ask the monks about the situation folded his direction and headed towards the back of the mountain. The few black-clothed men behind him followed after a little thought. Jiyushu did not expect. When he went down to the valley, there were more black-clothed people. 20 people, each holding a large sword. Powerful. Will be to put him to death posture. According to the formation of 20 people. Not like a killer. More like a well-trained soldier. The 20 people surrounded Jiyushu, not leaving a single crack. All of you are afraid that you have been waiting for a long time. Right? Jiyushu tightened the sword in his hand. His brows were a cold one. In his heart, he already had a guess about these people. With the third prince dead, the one who was most hostile to him was Azure-chan. Adding to that, from the formation of these people, it was certain that these people were none other than Ui-chan's men. The Ji family was not an ordinary official family, and Marquis Ji had decades of combat experience. Under the teachings of words and example, his son was not to be underestimated. The man in black didn't say a word, and with just a look, he knew it was time to make a move. Bang, bang, bang. At this very moment, 3 thunderbolts fell from the sky and smashed into the middle of the men in black. 5 people were blown up on the spot. There are helpers. Be careful. I don't know who shouted out. And it was as if they were on the verge of an attack. Jiyushu's heart was overjoyed. Isn't this thunderbolt belonging to little sister? Could it be that little sister is in the dark? Just as the thought fell, he saw Suyuyu's figure fly out from behind the back stone halfway up the mountain. Yu. Jiyushu was surprised. Why is she here? Suyuyu held her sword in her left hand and blocked in front of Jiyushu horizontally. A black brocade dress was very competent, and her ponytail stood even higher. She said, "Just now I saw you leaving the city on the street, so I followed you here. I didn't expect to find a few curmudgeons. Are you all right?" Suyuyu gazed at the black-robed man in the lead and did not turn around as she spoke. She could feel that Jiyushu was a little displeased by her arrival. It was probably because he was worried about him. Right? In that case, all the more reason for her to come. In the past, he was the one who saved her. So today, she would save him for once. It's fine. You shouldn't have come. Suyuyu did not cover her face, and the man in black was afraid that he had recognized her identity. It doesn't matter. These people won't have a chance to go back and ventilate today. The men in black glanced at each other and instantly formulated a new plan. Go together. Jiyushu and Suyuyu took on 15 men in black back to back. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Dang, dang, dang. The sword light and shadow was so intense. The two of them worked together as if they were old friends who had worked together for more than 10 years. Suyuyu was getting more and more excited the more she fought. And in the end, she was even competing with Jiyushu to see who had killed more. Her current love for Jiyushu was no longer something she wanted to hide in her heart. She said aloud, "Jiyushu, I am very joyful. You know, that day in the gazebo I didn't want to walk away with that painting because I liked it, but because I liked the person who painted it. It was because I liked it that I wanted to keep that painting with me. When I fell into an extreme coma, a very dark place, I saw you. It was you who led me to the light. It was you who led me to the exit. You also gave me a painting. And you told me to live well, because you were waiting for me ahead. It was Jiyushu who pulled her up from the abyss. It was Jiyushu who brought her away from the endless darkness. You have saved me countless times. I don't want to deceive myself anymore. In fact, I have noticed you since the peach garden. From the first moment I saw you, I had you in my heart." Nay, at that time, the two of them were in different positions. As Jiyushu listened, the movements of his hands were unceasing, and he was still able to separate his mind to help her pull away from the fight. Just like this, under the tacit cooperation of the two, all 15 people fell to the ground in a pool of blood, and the two of them were stained with blood. Of course, all of this blood was someone else's. Jiyushu found dark wounds on 2 of the black-clothed men that only those who came out of the barracks had. That was left behind only after a long period of training. It turned out to be the same as he guessed. These people were all under Azure-chan. You bring this note to the Crown Prince. Remember? Hand it over to him personally. Suyu knew that the matter was important and solemnly nodded her head. The two of them walked towards the mountain one after the other. The two went all the way to the main hall of Lingen Temple and inquired about the situation of the incense burners on that day. because there were too many people. The monks did not remember anyone who had descended the mountain through the back door. The two returned without success. On their way down the mountain, they met Marquis Ji and Yin Zheng, who had come to look for them. "Sure. Are you injured?" Seeing the duo covered in blood, Marquis Ji rolled off his horse and greeted them. After checking up and down, he found that there were no injuries, which put his mind at ease. "Why is the Grand Princess here?" "Father, thanks to the Great Princess's help, my child was not injured." Ji Yushu told the events of the party in detail, then smiled towards Su Yue. "Right. Yu, what were the 3 black things you threw out just now?" If he remembered correctly, they were also on his little sister. "Oh, you're talking about this." Su Yue held out the remaining 1 thunderbolt to Ji Yushu. Smiling, she said, "Let's give this one to you. With your intelligence, you can definitely figure out how to make it. If this thing is used on the battlefield, it will be an invincible existence." Su Yue did not know that Ji Yushu was having this idea. "Where did you get it?" Ji Yushu was a little excited when he got the thunderbolt. Looking left and right, Su Yue saw that he liked it, and his heart was delighted, saying, "Purchased it from a Western merchant. That merchant has already left Shengyu. He also said that he only sells to those with a destiny. Luckily, I then became that fated person." Su Yue looked at Ji Yushu's face glowing and smiled lightly. The dialogue between the two, as if no one else was there, ignored Marquis Ji completely. Marquis Ji had to cough lightly twice to show that someone else was there. Only then did the two awkwardly realize that there was another elder present. The 4 of them rolled onto their horses and slowly walked toward Shengjing City. As soon as the 4 entered the city, the news was spread to the general's residence. "What? Still alive?" After Azure Chen was shocked, he slammed his fist on the door, and the door frame cracked with a sound. "Yes, General. The Grand Princess is also listed," the subordinate reported. "Su Yu has been trained as an assassin by the Qin family's side branch since she was a child. With her on board, it is indeed a bit difficult. Plus, Ji Yushu is Ji Xiaoshan's beloved son. The martial arts skills are self-evident. It seems that it can only be taken by force of arms. The water conservancy along Jiangyu had been put on hold for almost half a year, and so far, he hadn't found a suitable person to draw the structural map. He thought that this Ji family's eldest son was very suitable. After all, he was talented. Go and inquire about how the plans are going on the second prince's side." "Yes, General." The vice-general answered and retired. The second prince wanted to take back the original Jiang family's property, and the first person he set his sights on was Guan Shou. This person had strong business acumen, and if he was brought together, he would have a great grasp on reclaiming the original Jiang family's industry. Chapter 198. I beat you for your own good. Ji Yushu had just returned to the courtyard when he heard Ji Linfeng's angry voice, "Duan Muyi, are you going to untie me or not? If you don't untie me, I'm going to do it." As soon as Ji Yushu heard these words, he knew that it was Dark Yin who had come out. He was busy walking quickly towards Ji Linfeng's courtyard. Before he entered, he saw Duan Muyi calmly flipping through a book. There was also a cup of tea and a plate of snacks on his hand. A very cozy look. "Can you beat Go Yuan? Do it if you can beat it," Duan Muyi said softly. She wouldn't give him a single chance to create trouble for Ji Linfeng. Mother had said that this brat owed it to himself and had to be disciplined. Otherwise, he would have to barrel out a basket for the Ji family. Not to mention Dark Yin. Even Ji Linfeng can't beat Go Yuan. When he followed Marquis Ji to the battlefield in the past, he was a 1 against 100 existence. A handful of red cherry guns danced with a tiger's wind. Go Yuan and Yin Zheng were on the same level, if he hadn't fallen victim to a dark wound on the battlefield. Right now, he would have to be a Xianwei general anyways. Just like Chen Chongyan, he was guarding a side of the mountains and rivers. Ji Yushu's dark eyes turned slightly. Duan Muyi's move. It seemed that it was not a bad thing. Ji Yushu did not enter the courtyard, and Duan Muyi also saw a piece of his coat. In her heart, she secretly sighed for herself. Everyone in the Ji family was working hard to change their original destiny, and she had to work hard too. Didn't she? Ji Yushu left Ji Linfeng's courtyard and came to the Wutong courtyard, where she heard Ji Tranquility's giggling from afar. The weather at the end of June is getting hotter and hotter. The little one wears less and climbs faster. One does not pay attention to the person will climb disappeared. He had to be held often. Giggle giggle. Great. Great. Northingjin, you are the best. It's only been a few days. And you've already played the sword technique that second brother taught you before with tiger-like vigor. Beihangji's heart rejoiced with joy. When you rest, take me to ride the wooden horse again. Okay. Beihangji had already agreed in his heart. Ji Tranquility was still babbling there. This silly boy doesn't understand me yet. I'm almost 8 months old. Why can't I talk yet? After Ji Trang grew teeth, Mrs. Ji would often give her something soft to bite on. Now, she was able to eat some small biscuits on her own. It was also able to crawl steadier and faster without being supported. I also want a walker. The kind that sits inside and slides by itself. The courtyard is very flat, so I'm not afraid of falling at all. Beihangji broke a good sweat after he finished practicing. He grinned at Ji Tranquility. Tranquility's sister, wait first. I'll go wash up. Then I'll take you to ride the wooden horse. Goody. Riding the wooden horse. Ever since the last time she saw Beihangji being able to hold Ji Tranquility steadily, Lady Ji was relieved. Only sending 2 maids to follow. She herself went to busy herself with other things. Big brother. Big brother. Ji Tranquility saw Ji Yushu and opened her little fat hands towards him. His bum struggles to arch outwards. Ji Yushu came over and took Ji Tranquility from Ji Li. Asked the maid. Where's Madam? Mistress has been called away by father. Back to Grand Duke. Madam was called away by master. Ji Li respectfully said. Ji Yushu nodded his head and held Ji Tranquility in his arms to play in the courtyard for a while. Ji Tranquility's nose was very sensitive, and she instantly smelled the smell of blood on Ji Yushu's body, even though he had changed his clothes. Also smoked incense. Ji Tranquility still smelled it. Is Big Brother injured? Why does his body smell like blood? Ji Yushu raised his eyebrows. In the end, he was still discovered by his little sister. For fear of her not knowing the original reason and thinking nonsense, Ji Yushu took the initiative to explain. But he is not good to say it explicitly, so he could only make an appearance of self-consciousness and said, Hey, I don't know if Yu has returned to the palace or not, and whether she has passed the note to the crown prince or not. If it wasn't for Yu today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to deal with so many men in black. Once Ji Tranquility heard that Ji Yushu had encountered the men in black, his heart was worried. Was it someone sent by Azure Chun? The third prince is dead. He hates the Ji family. In the past, he was just dreaming of the third prince ascending to the throne one day. Now that the dream has been shattered, of course he's putting all the hatred on the Ji family's head. I remember that it was this Azure Chin who brought people to copy the Ji family's home. Not only did he order his men to raid the Ji family's home, he also beat and killed a few subordinates who resisted. The two of them, Go Yuan and Yin Zheng, had the deepest feelings for the Ji family. Unable to bear the fact that all of the Ji family were shackled and branded, the two stepped forward to plead for mercy, and were cut off by Azure Chin on the spot with both of their arms. The 3 of them had joined the army together in the past. It is evident that Azure Chin is a person who does not remember old friendships. Hearing these words, Ji Yushu's heart was saddened. Uncle Go Yuan and Uncle Yin Zheng had both suffered from the Ji family's misfortune. This time, it would be their Ji family's turn to protect them. Eldest brother should be careful of this Wei Chen. Don't look at him as a martial artist. But his wife is a merchant. The second son even has a good head for business. The first son of the Azure family followed his father in the martial arts, so the second son followed his mother in business. Nowadays, he's a small success. Didn't we secretly acquire the Jiang family's property? Now that the second prince is out, he must want to take over the Jiang family's property. The third prince's portion will definitely fall into the second prince's hands. With the help of the Azure family, the second prince would probably find out soon. That person who secretly received the Jiang family's industry is you. Big brother. It is necessary to plan early to do so. Ji Yushu secretly nodded. He was already making plans. It was impossible to give away the industries he had already acquired. What tactics the second prince would use, he could not say at the moment. But the necessary measures he still had to do. Another point was that the second prince would not allow him to enter the court again, so his marriage to Suyu would not go too smoothly. A few days ago, he had already requested a decree from the empress as well as the crown prince. It was estimated that in just these 2 days, the imperial decree to bestow the marriage would come down. Beihangji changed into another set of clothes, trotted over and asked Ji Yushu, Sir, I want to take Tranquil's sister to the backyard to ride the wooden horse. Go. Don't fall. Ji Yushu beckoned Ji Li and let her carry the person to the backyard to play for a while. Cluck cluck cluck. Go. Go. Go and play. Life is so cozy. Happy childhood. I'm coming. G Tranquility's laughter infected everyone in the G mansion. Ji Yushu didn't see Mrs. G, so he went out on his own. He was uneasy about the stewardship side, and wanted to go and remind her once or twice. Over here, when Beihong Jin brought G Tranquility to the backyard, he saw the scenery busting ewer. A maid is holding him on a swing. Little one is also here. It's okay. Let's play together. Muyu sees that Ji Tran is also here and stumbles over to pull her. The little one is a year and a bit old and can walk, but he can't walk steadily. The maid hurried over to pick the person up and then came in front of G Tranquility. Both of them are held by the maid and are the same height. Yuer's mouth is full of drool. Reaching over to grab G Tranquility before coming up to his mouth. Presumably, he was trying to express friendliness. But in G Tranquility's opinion, he was trying to bite her, not waiting for Beihong Jin to rip the two apart. G Tran snapped and landed a slap on Yuer's little face. Oops. What about biting is wrong? I'm hitting you to make you remember. It's for your own good. You know? A little kid's slap doesn't have much force. But G Tranquility still makes Muyu cry with this one. Crying so pitifully. Chapter 199. I will not admit defeat. After Mrs. G finished her work, she came to look for Ji Tran and saw Muyu crying. She hurriedly came over and held it in her hands to coax it. Why does this child like to cry so much? Mrs. G wonders. The maid next to her only said that she accidentally fell, and wouldn't say that she was beaten by Ji Tranquility. Beihong Jin hooked his finger and smiled. A parasite should have the awareness of being a parasite. Don't grow up thinking about people you shouldn't be thinking about. Ji Tranquility treated him like this. So I thought that the relationship between the two of them would not be too good. Just then, Ji Tran let out an ah. Ah. Falling off the wooden horse. Ah. Help help help. The maid and Lady G's attention was all on Muyu, completely not noticing the situation over here. Luckily, Beihong Jin kept his eyes on Ji Tranquility. An arm fished the person out. Ji Tranquility was startled and tightly held onto Beihong Jin. Scared me to death. Scared me to death. Almost fell into a concussion. Beihong Jin didn't know what a concussion was, but as long as it was what Ji Tranquility said, he felt it was reasonable. Beihong Jin carried Ji Tran onto a small carriage that could be pushed and rolled. Ji Tranquility giggled in the front while he pushed in the back. On the other hand, Ji Yushu came to the medicine shop to look for Guanshu, and happened to encounter Guanshu disciplining someone. I told you that this batch of goods is important. Didn't I ask you to watch over it? Why would it still go wrong? I'm sorry, big boss. I really didn't know that a group of beggars would still rob herbs. Then why don't you quickly bring someone to chase it back? The pipe beam was full of impatience. Raising his eyes to see Ji Yushu, his face immediately becomes fawning. Yo, Ji Duke, what wind brings you here? Quick, quick, into the face please. Like a big patron, the pipe harness welcomed Ji Yushu into the inner room. After waiting for no one to be outside, Pipe Tai's face changed from fawning to respectful. Duke, why are you here? I've come to remind you that the second prince may have made a move. So be careful. Currently I have no guesses as to his plans. As soon as Ji Yushu finished his words, he thought of the batch of medicinal herbs mentioned by Fong Fong. In a condensed voice, he asked, Fong Kai, what medicinal herbs did you say were robbed? Guan Shou saw Ji Yushu's stoic face and associated it with the second prince's intentions. Thinking of the pros and cons, it was a batch of medicinal herbs shipped from Bin County. This batch of medicinal herbs was prepared to be traded with Westerners. Westerners? When did we become involved with the Westerners? Ji Yushu did not know how Guan Shu got involved with these people. Guan Shu explained. A few days ago, a friend of mine heard that the Westerners were looking for medicinal herbs and were paying twice the usual price. I thought to myself that it would be a good idea to not take the silver that I picked up, then let this friend contact the two. Thinking that it was just extremely common herbs, I decided to sell it to them, who knew that the pharmacy couldn't transfer so many herbs. So they said they would have to transport them from Bin County. The two only said they were willing to wait. I then ordered someone to do it with all due haste. Your Excellency suspects that these two people are connected to the second prince? Ji Yushu's brows stayed composed. Not sure. I don't know the second prince's plans for now. However, It is possible that the second prince has learned about our acquisition of the Jiang family's property from General Wei and fears retaliation. You have to keep an eye out. Pipe Bundle nodded gruffly. This Gongzi, don't worry. I have strict control over every batch of goods. It's just that this batch of medicinal herbs was snatched away by a group of beggars for some reason. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Don't be sloppy. Guan Shu was someone Ji Yushu trusted very much. He was not worried that Guan Shu would be turned by the second prince. But he was afraid that he would get his hands dirty in business. Ji Yushu waited in the medicine shop for a while. The steward quickly chased the herbs back. And he personally checked that there were no problems with the herbs before leaving with confidence. Maybe this batch of herbs is really just a beggar snatching away. The purpose is just to exchange some silver. It was only when it was almost dark that Ji Yushu left from the medicine shop. Just before he left, 2 foreign merchants walked into the medicine shop. These 2 people are the Westerners in the mouth of Guan Shu. The dress was completely out of place with the people of Shengjing City. Are the herbs ready? The words spoken were also not as clear for people to hear as the people of Shengjing City. But it wasn't difficult to understand. Ready. It's already boxed up. And I'd like to ask the 2 of you to take a look at it. The steward brought the duo into the warehouse, where the goods were hoarded, and counted the quantity in front of the duo. The duo was also very dry, and gave the final deposit in front of him. The duo, however, did not take the goods away directly, but said, "Time is a bit tight. We have to leave Shengjing in the early hours of the morning. But there are still things to do at this moment, and it is inconvenient to take the goods with us. So, please also ask Pipe Boss to keep it for us for a moment or 2. Guan Biao readily agreed. Then, for fear of making a mistake, Guan Shou specially called a clever fellow to guard the door of the storehouse. He would call him in the early hours of the morning. He slept in the next room. When Ji Yushu returned to Ji Mansion, it was already dark. And Ji Tranquility was now sleeping because she had played too crazy with Bei Hong Jin in the afternoon. When Ji Lin Feng and Duan Mui arrived, the meal was just about to be served on the table. Seeing Ji Lin Feng being disciplined by Duan Mui, Lady Ji couldn't stop smiling with satisfaction. All sit down. Marquis Ji also felt that this kind of Ji Lin Feng was a bit smoother to the eye. At least not quiet. Ji Lin Feng smiles cheekily and gives Duan Mui a dish. Mother, eat more. Hearing this voice, several people's gazes fall on him in unison. What are you looking at me for? I'm Ji Lin Feng then. Think he was Dark Yin? That brat was in self-imposed isolation at the moment, saying something about how his daughter-in-law didn't have any of the gentleness that a daughter's family should have. And the rumored knowledge of books. Just a nerd. Because she has been reading and reciting all afternoon. Hearing it made his ears calloused. How good this is. He couldn't bear to reject Dark Yin. So he let his mother reject him. When he read it for a long time, he didn't dare to come out himself. Dark Yin has been a killer for many years, and is used to being free and easy. He must hate these literal things the most. Well, not bad. It seems like Ear's method worked. Marquis Ji actually had a proper idea in his heart long ago. And that was to let Dark Yin come out at regular intervals, such as within 7 days, allowing Dark Yin to come out for 2 days. The rest of the time would be Ji Linfeng's. After all, Ji Linfeng was the dominant consciousness. Nowadays, it seemed that Duan Muyi's method worked a bit better. It would allow dark diffusion to calm down and follow his studies, suppressing the ferocity in his body, so as not to come out later and cause an irreparable trouble. Lady Ji also nodded. Letting Dark Yin follow and learn for a while is good, to get rid of his nature. On the other hand, the sleeping Ji Tran did not know what she had dreamt about. Her small brows were wrinkled tightly. No, it wasn't the Ji family that did this. Someone must have planted the evidence to frame him. Cold sweat flowed down her hair. Ji Tranquility's small body trembled unceasingly out of fear. Why? Why is it that father and brother have done so much, but still can't change the end of the Ji family's extermination? Why? Obviously, the third prince is dead. Obviously the Qin family is dead? Why? Why did God arrange for the Ji family to meet a tragic end? No. I want to save the Ji family. I can't admit defeat. Chapter 200. Planting stolen. Because of her fear, Ji Tranquility woke up violently. She breathed heavily. Looking around, she realized that it was already dark, and she didn't know what hour it was now, seeing as there was no Lady Ji or Marquis Ji on the bed. She guessed that she should still be eating dinner at this hour. G Tranquility tried to recall the scene in her dream. Based on the authenticity of the previous dreams, there must be something going on. But this time, my dream was a bit lax. Only dreaming of the city gates, a large number of forbidden soldiers, or people led by Azure Chin himself. Then the next day everyone in the G family was in prison. Which means that tonight, Azure Chin and the second prince will deal with the G family. What on earth is this because of? G Tranquil was so scared that she wailed and cried out, trying to get her family's attention. The first to hear G Tranquil's cries was still Ji Lin Feng. Mother! Sister seems to have woken up. As expected. At the doorway, Xiao he appeared smilingly holding the waking G Tranquil, adding, Miss is awake. And as soon as she woke up, she wanted to look for her mother. Lady G smiled faintly. Probably hungry. The words had just fallen when they heard G Tranquility's heartbeat. Oh! Mother! I'm not hungry. I was awakened by a dream. Because of my brother's revitalization. The plot has changed a lot. I thought that with the death of the third prince, the fate of the G family's extermination would be rewritten. But I dreamt of the entire G family going to prison. The four people who heard this, their faces bristled. Dark Yin was the first to sit up. Ji Linfeng, what are you still sitting there for? Run away quickly. Duan Mui noticed that Ji Linfeng's hand holding his chopsticks tightened and his face turned pale at the same time. Looking at the others, their faces were also pale and bloodless. She knew that the crowd must have heard something. Dark Yin was the most indolent, and was about to take over the dominant position right away. Duan Mui suddenly reached out, and put her hand on the back of Ji Linfeng's hand. Eat properly. Concerned warning. Ji Linfeng inclined his head towards her. At this moment, Ji Linfeng spoke again. Oh mother what to do? What to do? I can't speak. I can't tell you guys something so important. Azure Chen will make a move tonight. I dreamt of the city gates, the forbidden army, and the big black chest. G Tranquility blamed herself. And this time the dream was a little blurry. She seemed to think that this ability would all slowly fade away in the future. I don't know if it's because she's getting older, but her dreams aren't as perfect as they used to be. Hearing the large black box, Ji Yushu suddenly thought of the 2 boxes of medicinal herbs mentioned by Tubing in the day. I'm full. Father and mother eat slowly. My child suddenly remembered that the water conservancy diagram the Crown Prince asked me to draw needs to be changed. Where does Marquis Ji not know that Ji Yushu is going down to investigate? Go quickly. Don't delay the great matter that the Crown Prince has entrusted to you. Ji Lin Feng also quickly put down his chopsticks and said, Father and mother, my child is going to study and learn. Following suit, he also left, leaving behind Duan Mui and Marquis Ji and Lady Ji. Ji Tranquility is still grieving why she dreamed so laxly and blames herself. Lady Ji was constantly calming her down. After waiting for about half an hour, the housekeeper suddenly came to report. Marquis and Madam, the Grand Duke said that something happened at the pharmacy and took the second Duke out. Let the old slave come to inform. Something happened at the medicine shop? G Tranquility frowned and suddenly brightened up. Doesn't the medicine shop use large boxes when they buy goods? It couldn't be that something that shouldn't be there was found inside. Could it? At this moment, Marquis G and Lady G also thought of this, hoping that it was not too late to go at this hour. Madam, I'm not at ease, so I'd better bring Yin Zheng with me to take a look. Marquis Ji found a reason to leave. Good. It's night time. Be more careful. By the way, bring 2 more people with you. Bring Go Yuan and Ruma as well, so I'm more at ease. Understood. You guys go to bed early. He glanced at Lady Ji, a trace of imperceptible solemnity flashing in his eyes. Lady Ji's heart trembled. This time out, there was another hard battle to be fought. Mother's voice when she spoke was a little off. She wouldn't have sensed something as well, right? G Tranquility's heart was troubled. Lady Ji and Duan Mui were even more uneasy in their hearts. How could Duan Mui not know that something had happened to the medicine shop? Besides worrying about the medicine shop, she was also worried about Ji Linfeng. If Dark Diffusion came out at this time, would he stir up a big basket? After all, he was a killer, and his character was impulsive. Lady Ji could see Duan Mui's worry, so she said, Don't worry. With Shuer here, nothing will happen. Although Dark Yin was an assassin and selfish, but it wouldn't do anything detrimental to the Ji family. On the other hand, Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng used their light power as soon as they left the Ji mansion and rushed to the medicine shop in a hurry. As a result, they happened to encounter 3 black-clothed men carrying large bundles sneaking into the compartment behind the medicine shop. One of the men in black held a handkerchief in his hand and silently dazed the mate. He stood outside the door to let the wind out after he was dazed, while the other 2 sneaked into the compartment. Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng didn't show themselves at first, but stayed hidden in the shadows. It wasn't until they saw the 3 leave that they looked at each other and jumped into the medicine shop. The duo were shocked when they opened the 2 large boxes and saw the 2 repeating crossbows and a drawing for making a crossbow lying inside. Ji Yushu thought about the fact that the goods were to be sold to the Westerners. He instantly understood. It turned out that someone had planted evidence to frame the Ji family for collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. And with such a big crime falling, even if the Ji family had 10 heads, they wouldn't be enough to chop them off. Previously, the battlefield are single-shot crossbow. Continuous crossbow is the Ministry of War in the past 2 years developed. If the future for the battlefield will be unstoppable. Such a military opportunity. How would the second prince and Wei Chen know? It seems that Wei Chen also has a hidden mine in the Ministry of War. This Wei Chen is simply an animal. In order to avenge the third prince, even sold the crossbow drawings to the Westerners. Does he know that he is selling his country? No. He won't let the Westerners take them. He just wants to use this against the Ji family. I guess, at this moment, Azure Chen has already arranged for his men to guard the city gates, waiting for us to fall into his trap. Hearing Ji Yushu say this, Ji Lifeng understood. If he hadn't found out in advance tonight, the Ji family would be sitting on the charge of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country. Thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Do it. Take the things away first. Then hide in the shadows later to see if that old fox has a backhand. He had been so careful today, but he still let Azure Chen take advantage of the situation. If it wasn't for his little sister's sudden dream, their Ji family was really planted in it this time. Even if there is the Crown Prince as a guarantee, will not be chopped for a while. But behind the Crown Prince alone to deal with the united Wei Chen, the Crown Prince and the second prince, he really can win. Not to mention there is a lone wolf in the dark. Ji Lifeng threw out the entire black face, the bottom of the heart angry to the extreme. Just now, if it wasn't for Ji Yushu stopping him, he would have had to kill those 3 men in black. Ji Yushu took out the contents and then came to the next room. Before he even went in, he smelled a trace of an unusual scent from the air.